Chapter 281 World Tree Advances. The world of Lost World is, after all, a world where strength is valued. Pursuing the natural way of neutrality does not mean that they will give up the pursuit of power. To protect the neutral position, one must have stronger strength to cope with the pressure from good and evil at the same time. Because people who insist on different positions only have friends and enemies in their eyes. And no one who can stay out of the matter is allowed. In other words, they will actively seek such people to join their camp, whether through threats or inducements, leaving the cruel world protected by the World Tree. The Wood Elves are no strangers. No one is willing to stay under the protective umbrella all his life and not go out to have a try, but except for those who die outside. There is no one who will not come back. Therefore, the power of the World Tree is the common pursuit of all Wood Elves. After all, this is their home, the last place that can withstand most pressure from the outside world and protect themselves. The advancement of World Tree's strength is something that all Wood Elves dare not imagine. This is something that has never happened since magic towers spread all over the land, and the war between the World Trees was forced to stop. Just like Lynn's previous guess, the advancement of the World Tree is the growth of the tree body towards a higher dimension. And with so much energy required to break through the dimensional quadrant, the movement cannot be small. On this day, I plan to exert my strength and break through the quadrant. From the preparation stage, there was a deep rumbling sound within the range covered by the World Tree, when the Wood Elves noticed something strange. And the source came from the tribe's holy land, the location of the World Tree. They gathered almost immediately, because Waldwo was promoted in that dark age thousands of years ago. The situation at that time was passed down by word of mouth. Old men among the Wood Elves had heard their elders tell the story when they were young. It was like the roar of an angry dragon before it showed its claws. And the scene that followed was like the sky falling apart. Everything in front of me was like the prelude to the scenes that my ancestors told me would never happen again. But is it possible? The Lord of the Forest was nowhere to be found. Only two magicians from the human world stood under the World Tree and looked up. Some of the more radical Wood Elves didn't even ask, and planned to capture the two of them directly, and then ask what happened. However, in their eyes, things that should be within reach seemed to be impossible. The legs that can easily run in the forest and jump over cliffs and streams are the same as usual. But no matter how hard I ran, the distance didn't shorten by half a minute. Is this an illusion? Or a magic trap? The Wood Elves, who were shocked to realize that they were in some kind of predicament, shouted wildly, but standing not far in front of him. He couldn't get close, and the two people he couldn't touch seemed to have not heard, and kept their original posture. Suddenly the low humming stopped, and everyone seemed to be pulled by countless people, unable to stand firmly, and their hands and feet were swaying. Some people even floated up and floated in midair. They could only move their limbs like they were swimming, but they couldn't move even half an inch. All the branches of the World Tree began to sway, and the hanging air roots trembled and swayed. There were bursts of noisy noises. The rumble that had subsided began again, and this time it sounded in waves, getting louder and louder. Just when the waves of sound were rushing straight into the chest, and were about to be loud enough to make people cough up blood, there was a sudden silence, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. Nothing could move, but everyone's consciousness was still there, very clear, although his eyes could not move. Everything in his field of vision was frozen. Even the wind stopped, and the grass that was pressed down, and the air roots that were blown away all remained at the moment before it stopped. The moment of freezing may be short, but being in it feels like living in this predicament for a lifetime. When everyone was caught off guard, the entire world began to disintegrate piece by piece like a large piece of glass, revealing what was behind the disintegrating space. Every small piece of disintegrated space will reveal a strange, yet different world from reality. Some have sun and land, but they are also full of different colors. Some things have nothing at all, and are just filled with a riot of color. There are even some figures that should not be seen or described. The most troublesome thing is that there is no unity or pattern to these fragments. Sometimes two fragments should point to the same world, but the two fragments may be separated by a considerable distance. There are more pictures that have nothing to do with each other, being forcibly spliced together. Moreover, staring at these things that should not appear in this world, with the strength of the Wood Elves gathered here, they are still uncontrollably invaded by crazy thoughts. At this moment when they need help the most, the sacred power that should protect their souls has no response no matter how they call. This also makes the only thought they can fight against madness now only despair. Just before most of the Wood Elves were ready to give up their mental defenses and let madness dominate them, that incredible scene happened. The World Tree, which was already towering into the sky, has grown a lot taller again. Like breaking through the world. The tree crown broke through the spatial limitations and reached into another place that the wood elves did not understand. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy swept over, and the world tree began to turn yellow from the end. And the area covered by the ridges shrank at the same time. A terrifying crack appeared on the main trunk, extending from top to bottom, as if the tree was about to be cut in half. At the same time, voices calling for help sounded in the hearts of all the wood elves. That was the cry of their beloved mother and worshipped forest lord. Walver, in the spiritual connection, lend him your power. Share the energy that almost destroyed him. It's just one step away. It's just such a small step. With little thought, the wood elves of the Walvor tribe opened up everything in body, mind, and soul, choosing to live with their mother or die with them. Walwal, who found an outlet for the surge of energy in his body, did not vent the excess energy in one go. Instead, a very small part of the computing power was allocated to determine the upper limit of the endurance of each individual wood elf. And then the huge and uncontrollable destructive energy was thrown onto them. However, damage is still unavoidable. Without the ability to mobilize more computing power, the misjudged wood elf can only face the fate of being filled with too much energy. That was when the flesh and blood all over his body exploded out of thin air, and no real bones remained. But it's still not enough. The crack that ran through the main trunk of the tree was originally just on the outer bark, but it eroded inwards along with the growth rings. The moment Walvor reaches the heart of the world tree, he will die. Looks like you need help. Kid. Demon King Phoneticor pressed her hand on the cracked tree, and instantly the stunning skin seemed to be impacted, turning into little ash and flying backwards. But the golden skeleton was motionless, and the blue soul flame was beating in the eye holes. Patterns similar to the appearance of the world tree started from the palms and spread to the whole body, different from the energy of power, baptizing the bones with perfect proportions of 8 kinds of power, pushing her to an unknown realm again. After she gave up her human identity and transformed into a lich, Thanil once again transcended the life level of a lich. Liches in lost lands also need phylacteries to protect their souls. But in order to fight against the gods, Than's ascension allowed her to get rid of the weakness of the phylactery and become a lich that was no longer a lich. At this time, she couldn't even think of how to kill herself. Now another change is coming, once again impacting the foundation of the original life level. What it will become, I don't know. But Than spent some time thinking that maybe if he let go of the inflow of energy, he would die, ushering in real death. Does this count as getting what you want? However, this thought was instantly replaced by shock. Because of the connection with that energy, Than sees the energy and understands its source. That was the energy surge caused by the energy gap between the two sides after the world barriers of different dimensions were broken through. If it was just a simple impact, it would be easy to deal with. The most terrifying thing is that this is an exchange of energy between two different worlds. The fusion of energy of different properties is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Some are destroyed, some are fused, some are superimposed, and some are transformed in nature. From a physical perspective, a large amount of entropy is generated and impacts all individuals. Of course, the bulk of this surge of energy was absorbed by the world tree. The person who suffered the second most was not himself, but the man who sat on the ground with his legs crossed when the world tree began to break through the quadrant. If the energy surge brought by another dimension forms the largest vortex at the crown of the world tree, then the second largest vortex will be at the top of Lin's head. What's connected to him is a relatively thick stream at best. What's connected to other wood elves is even worse. It just looked like the line I used for infusion when I was doing biological experiments. At the Dream Magic Tower, the man who was urgently pulled into the dream watched the world change. Originally, apart from the magic tower, there were only countless light spots forming a starry sky-like environment. Now it is full of meteors, carrying tail flames, flying towards the magic tower. Ling came to the two avatars who were sweating and holding up a protective shield, and asked, "What is going on? It's not very clear. I just know that the starry sky, which was originally used as a defensive function, has been transformed into self-destructive energy. If we don't find a way to guide or vent it, everything here will be destroyed. Compared with it, we are too fragile." Thejai incarnation, it was as if he knew the situation was serious, and rarely said nonsense. Linzai asked, "What about now? Isn't this our dream? We should be in charge of everything." The second incarnation also did not care about maintaining a cold image, and said anxiously, "They are also part of the dream. no matter how they are changed. The core part will not change. But now their situation is that the basic energy of their composition has expanded to the extent that it is uncontrollable. We cannot change it how we want. I have lengthened the distance for them to arrive. But I cannot expand the boundaries of the dream without limit, which means that they will arrive sooner or later. And what's worse is that their energy is still expanding. No one knows what will happen if this continues. Chapter 282 in a Dream. I once had the honor to witness the defensive function in a dream. The light points like stars in the sky simultaneously emitted high-power laser beams, shooting the invading nightmare creatures into sieves. According to the two avatars guarding the dream, the only thing that was not taken away by the wave was the tentacle monster that invaded the dream when they saw the remains of the Dominator a while ago. It was also confirmed that the defense mechanism in dreams cannot be fired continuously. Now that this life-saving talisman had transformed into a life-saving talisman, Lin was really at a loss for the first time. But if you force yourself to calm down, if you can't calm down, you won't be able to think of ways to break the situation. The key mentioned just now is that when facing this game, you can only choose to guide or vent. It is impossible to export this power, because if it were possible, there would be no current crisis. The entire dream is like a starry sky, and according to the law of gravity, objects will attract each other. In view of the fact that there are no other stars in this starry sky except the Dream Tower. So if these meteors didn't come towards the Magic Tower, where else would they go? As for moving things out, this operation is too difficult. And I don't have a clue yet. Besides, if I could do it, I would have used the Dreamland as a storage space long ago. Then the path of catharsis will not work, and only guidance will be left. Just like the saying that water can carry a boat, it can also capsize it. When a flood comes, if it is not guided, it will turn into a flood. But if there is a good water conservancy system, not only will it not cause disaster, but it can also become an irrigation system that benefits the country and the people. Such as Dujianjian. Looking up at the tower whose second floor had not yet been topped off, Lin had an idea in his mind. The other two incarnations also flashed that thought at the same time. That man transformed into a round face like a meat pie, looked at the original version in astonishment and said, "Are you kidding me? Is now a good time to joke? Can you do it?" The second incarnation regained his composure and asked simply, "Let's give it a try. Besides, it won't work if we don't give it a try. Do we still have a way out? Let's do it or not. Hack! Hack!" The two avatars shouted in unison. But it was unclear whether they were cursing or responding to someone's call. Anyway, after getting the answer, Lin showed an exaggerated smile and said, "Since you are doing it, everyone should do it well. This shock is self-inflicted, because there is still enough energy in the calculation. One will is encouraged to advance. Then I thought I was just watching a good show, but I didn't expect that my father-in-law turned out to be the culprit. In this case, I can't blame anyone, because there is no way out if I don't fight. Because it's all on your own. There's no need to discuss it. With just one thought, all three selves can find what they should do at the moment." The incarnation of Fat House gave up on maintaining the shield, and Zhong-Er struggled to maintain it alone. He retreated to the second line and worked with the original to write an improved version of Shape Technique, a program structure that could quickly change the shape of an object without human hands. The biggest use of this program is to allow energy to be actively triggered and change its shape as long as it passes a certain boundary. And in order to require speed, the shapes being shaped are not static square bricks with golden proportions. Instead, it is flattened and squared according to the general shape of the energy group. The shape may be irregular, but at least it has a flat surface and right angles, so that different bricks can be connected to each other. Then the two dismantled the nearly completed two-story magic tower. All the bricks and stones were converted into the most basic foundation stones, and paved into a circle of base-type low piers. Of course, the original array structure was completely erased. But even so, it did not immediately change the environment that had been established in the dream. In other words, the crisis transformed by Zhou Tianxingchen has not been resolved. At the same time, the two of them worked together to transform the two programs they had just written into the latest array structure, which was engraved on the base. The latest pattern structure is the result of more than a year of studying the natural patterns of the world tree, using image analysis to find the results. The compared item is the only part that has been understood so far, which is the pattern of the teleportation magic array. This part is led by Fin, with powerful computing power. The pattern on the body of the world tree, which has been regarded as one of the greatest mysteries of the mystery for thousands of years, has been deciphered. It can be said that all parts have been deciphered. Only a very small part is still unintelligible. In the part that has been analyzed, Lin discovered how arrogant and ignorant he was in circuit boarding the magic tower. The basis of all electrical information engineering on the Earth is binary. On and off. On and off. Loop and open circuit. As for why the Earth does not use base systems other than binary, it is because binary is the most efficient in all aspects. But is it the best choice to use 8 powers as the base? Use octal mazes, and use binary-based motor design in the design of the magic circle? The world tree proves that MIDI has its own circuit design. Although it is more complex and difficult to understand, it takes the interpretation of magic to another level. What Lin Yuan did, the so-called circuit boarding of the magic tower, was actually just using more complex wiring to connect more magic circles. To simulate it using Earth's experience, it means that someone only works hard on the design of the PCB board. Every electronic component, every resistor and capacitor is actually the original magic circle of Midland. He didn't make too many changes to the existing magic circle. The magic circle is actually the natural pattern of the world tree. Simplified and simplified. Only using the most basic lines, combined with spells or runes, can achieve 1/5 or even 1/10 of the original power of magic. It can be said that the lines of the world tree are both the magic circle itself and the connecting wiring. Not only can losses be reduced to less, but efficiency can also be improved to higher levels. To be honest, when Lin got such research results from Fun, he only had one idea, really going from circuit boards to integrated circuits. Now that you have access to the latest technology, there is no reason not to use it where it matters most. And to me, what else is more important than the Dreamland Magic Tower? Therefore, this crisis can also be regarded as a turning point. Whether or not the partially built magic tower should be modified is no longer a problem under today's threats. But such modifications are also a part of resisting threats. All the bricks and stones of the Dream Magic Tower are shaped by the 8 powers embodied in the dream. Nowadays, these incoming meteors are actually the embodiment of a huge and uncontrolled energy in dreams. In other words, if this energy can be turned into a brick tower, it will undoubtedly be a great supplement. But just building the bases isn't enough. If that's enough, let the energy turn into the shape of stone and build up a pile of hills in the dream, and the matter will be solved. Therefore, the second key to successfully transforming this huge energy is the new magic array obtained from the world tree. Connect all the bricks and stones into a whole to form a magic circuit, allowing uncontrolled energy to enter a regular cycle and ultimately be used for your own use. This is Lin's method and confidence to fight desperately. At this point, the division of labor between the 3 cells has been quite clear. The second one is responsible for controlling the speed of energy meteors falling. The fat one is responsible for the new magic array. The original one is responsible for laying bricks and saving the field. When the 2 people at the back were ready, Lin shouted to the incarnation of the second class at the front. "It's done! Let them come over!" For a moment, there was no movement as expected. This is because you need to be careful when opening a hole in your own barrier to allow only a few energy meteors to pass through without causing the whole thing to collapse. So in this calm before the storm, Fatty took the time to come to the original version of himself and said, "Actually, there is one thing that I really don't want to say. But if I don't say it, I feel sorry for myself. Then please forgive yourself and never say it." It's a pity that a certain fat man never listened to the advice. He said directly, "Do you feel that what you are going to do next is familiar? Please don't feel bad. Just keep your position." "No. I just wanted to say when we have to rely on Tetris to save the world." "Ah. No. Save ourselves. Didn't I tell you not to say anything? And ours is 3D, which is different from the flat one. In addition, there is a horizontal axis that can move, so there will be no problem of being unable to correct it if it is set in the wrong direction. So, if you ask me, I will still insist that this is not Tetris." The fat man, who still wanted to continue talking nonsense, saw from the corner of his eye that some of the energy meteors had passed through the boundaries set by the junior high school students. Some of them turned into long bricks. Some were L-shaped long bricks. And some were in large square bricks. Various shapes. Falling rapidly. Seeing all kinds of bricks coming at a furious pace, Lin couldn't help but curse. "Did you make a mistake? Why did you get to the 10th level at the beginning?" One sentence made 2 people yell at each other at the same time. The second incarnation scolded. "Either block it all, or open it all. How can you just open a small opening and let a few people in without obstruction? Do you know how difficult it will be to do this?" Not satisfied? If not, just do it yourself. The avatar of the fat house scolded. You also said that you are not playing Tetris. You have already mentioned the speed of the 10th level. Let's talk about it first. I can imagine how arduous the next work will be. If I am harmed, I will become if I lose weight. I will definitely ask you for mental compensation. The original one counterattacked unceremoniously. If you can really lose weight in a place like this, I promise to prepare 3 animals and 4 fruits to worship gods in heaven. As for those who were scolded by the junior high school students, the original version chose to remain silent, because the difficulty of correction mentioned does exist. Trying to take into account too many conditions usually results in not taking into account anything at all. So I just complained about the speed being too fast. Similarly, I complained about the difficulty of secondary 2, which was also just a complaint. When the bricks transformed by the first energy meteor were received by Lin, he put aside all dissatisfaction and complaints and stacked them in a suitable place. Then the second one, the third one. In the dream, a feast with life as a gamble begins. Chapter 283 Miscalculation. The man woke up from his dream, feeling a sense of ecstasy that made him laugh involuntarily. And this laughter seemed to be contagious, as a golden skeleton beside him rattled its upper and lower teeth. At the same time, with it as the center, the bigger and louder laughter spreads wider and further through the air. The third laugh is the Lord of the Forest walking out of the World Tree. Bailu's appearance was the same as before, but in Lin's feelings, it was completely different. But no matter how different he is still smiling like a child now. The World Tree, as the main body, has completed its advancement, and the fragmented space in the tree crown is gradually being repaired. To be more precise, it should be hidden, because that is the appearance of the world that Yggdrasil touched. It's just that many scenes are not suitable for people who are too weak to see, so they have to be hidden. As for the definition of weak, those who are probably weaker than him are included. The Wood Elves also gradually regain control of their bodies from sharing the destructive energy from the World Tree. Their shared perception was, at that moment, as clear as ever. Naturally, it can also be clearly felt that some tribesmen could not withstand the impact and died on the spot, but the successful promotion of World Tree also made them feel happy. So the current emotions can be said to be sour, sweet, bitter, and mixed. However, this does not mean that the Wood Elves who survived have gained nothing. The extraordinary one among them, Kalamaharing, noticed, although his physical condition is now quite weak, but after this baptism, he has actually been transformed. The inner potential that can be tapped is infinitely higher than before. For the children and young people in the clan, the road to the future is incredibly bright. On the contrary, for the elderly who are approaching the end of their lifespan, such destruction and reconstruction is not a good thing for their bodies. But in addition to lifespan, perhaps the trump card in the hands of these old men has become even more terrifying. Of course, Walwal knew that this promotion was not without cost. So he quickly restrained his ecstasy and came to the Wood Elf, the leader of the tribe, and said, "Let's deal with the funeral affairs of the sacrificed tribesmen first. Everyone needs it. It will take some time to recover. We will hold a festival to celebrate today, and we may have many guests visiting. So be prepared first. I obey your will." The leader bowed and led the other Wood Elves away, including those young people who originally wanted to drive away the 2 magicians. This time, although there were also victims in the clan, the promotion of World Tree has only benefits and no harm to the entire tribe. Perhaps his senses were not as sharp as Kalamaharing's, but the leader also realized that this ordeal not only left pain, but also had unimaginable benefits. But what these benefits are remains to be seen. The people who came together, a deer and a skeleton, stopped laughing and began to reflect on the gains and losses of this time. The cause of this experiment was that after a long period of research, a certain time traveler who once played games to the point of going crazy was obsessed with digitizing all measurable information, making World Tree possess more than 10,000 people at the same time. Projects are monitored. The most important thing among them is the power energy contained in the heart of the tree. It can measure a staggering astronomical number, using the mana used to measure magic stones as a unit. And this number, after calculation, was found to be enough to support Wadwo to break through a dimensional quadrant again, allowing himself to advance to the first level and still have room to spare. But these are only theoretical figures after all, because they do not have the difference data before and after World Tree's promotion for comparison. I don't know what the real cost of promotion is. However, such a discovery made Wadwo unable to sit still. What else could he pursue for a plant? It's nothing more than growing taller and bigger, and able to give more sunlight. Of course, for World Tree, striving for more sunlight is actually extending into more worlds of different dimensions and absorbing the nutrients it needs. However, Lin also made it clear that the promotion of World Tree is unknown territory for them, and it is not clear what changes will occur. It is also unclear what losses will be incurred if promotion fails. It can be said that if you want to do it hard, this is a big gamble using the World Tree itself as a bargaining chip. But the victim couldn't stand it and wanted to take a gamble. Therefore, they could only collect as much intelligence as possible, including word-of-mouth information about the World Tree among the Wood Elf tribe. And all the information from Wadwo, whether it is relevant or irrelevant, is recorded and analyzed. We also built a simulation system in order to simulate what might happen when we break through the dimensional quadrant, and at the same time make a record. Unfortunately, from a process perspective, I still didn't think carefully enough. At least after breaking through the quadrant, the energy surge caused by the dimensional gap is beyond expectations. Fortunately, judging from the results, this hurdle can be overcome, regardless of whether the process is smooth or thrilling. This time, the promotion of World Tree is not only a display of the results of more than a year, but also another experiment, even though someone said he was cautious and fearful. In fact, he had a vague idea of adding fuel to the flames. So later on, when he was also involved in the storm of energy surges, although he had complaints, he could not blame anyone, not to mention that I also benefited from it, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Just when Lin was stating his opinions and findings, Fun, who still maintained his skeleton appearance, suddenly reached out and pinched his cheek with considerable force. Someone screamed in pain, looked sadly at the Lich, who had no intention of returning to human form for a moment, and said, "What are you doing? Do you know that it hurts when you pinch people with your finger bones? Don't you intend to change back?" Then he reached out and waved his hand in front of his ribs to confirm that there was really nothing there, and that it was not just transparent. Lin showed a slightly disappointed look on his face. "Other than Wall, you are the one who has withstood the most impact of energy surges. But you didn't die or get stronger? It's strange. Are you kidding me? I'm the lone star of the heavenly evil. No. I'm the protagonist's lucky man. How could I die in such a trivial matter? What's more, it doesn't matter whether I become stronger or not. Who can I compete with? No matter how strong I become, I won't be crushed by you. A woman who can tear apart tigers and leopards with her bare hands. Billy!" A flash of lightning flashed from the head of the golden skull. And at the same time, the soul flame in the eye hole also changed from blue to red. The Lich used a low and thick voice, like a roaring lion, and said slowly, "Who do you think is the strange woman?" At the same time, he pinched a piece of bark of the World Tree with his finger bones. Rub the bark with your fingertips directly into ash. Looking at Bai Lu from the side, his legs hurt and his heart became entangled, and he complained in a low voice, "You two are having a temper, so don't take it out on me." At this time, the girl with black hair and brown skin appeared at the right moment. She still wears 2 braids, but after more than a year of working as a scientific research assistant, she has not changed much. I would say that she became quieter and her interests became more and more strange. In the early stages of research, there was a lot of work to be done, so the girl was still busy. After things were on track, Kaya's daily job was just to check the log files and confirm that the system was operating normally before returning to her apprenticeship-level studies. Now her teacher is playing too high-end, and although she studies hard, she still only knows a little bit about it. So I have to keep working hard and learn the basic knowledge. As a small hobby to adjust your life, it is developing in an increasingly strange direction. Even the Wood Elves watching from the side wondered what kind of trauma Kaya had experienced to have such a distorted personality. In short, the girl has done an impeccable job as a scientific research assistant and on her way to becoming an official magician. So it's hard for someone to comment on their weird interests. And her appearance timely eased the atmosphere between one person, one deer and one skeleton. But the familiar beautiful figure could not be seen. Instead, there was a rather familiar golden skeleton. Kaya was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Sister?" Originally, he pinched his fingers into a diamond shape and planned to dig out a man's brain to see if it was corrupt. The golden skeleton heard someone calling, turned its head, and the flames in the eye holes instantly turned back to blue and gentle, and asked, "What's wrong, girl?" After confirming that it was her sister's voice, Kaya's eyes sparkled like stars, and she approached the golden skull excitedly like a little fangirl. It seemed to be more attractive to her than the queen's posture in the past. Sister, I bring all the data during the experiment. When they heard that it was serious business, everyone ignored the original disagreement and gathered around the girl, because he was going to conduct an experiment that was uncertain in all aspects. For the sake of safety, Lin had already moved the girl and all the sensors to the limit distance for measurement, and put in place sufficient layers of protection. Now that it was safe, Kai came over with a magic stone as a terminal. After Fin took the magic stone, he threw it on the ground. In an instant, dozens of water mirror screens were opened, arranged in a slightly arc-shaped position, floating vertically and horizontally in the air. This is a chart presentation made after condensing and integrating tens of thousands of projects that monitor World Tree. Various polyline, bar and pie charts present the data during the promotion experiment in an easier-to-read manner. The few people watching were already familiar with these numbers and graphics, so it was clear at a glance where there was any discrepancy. But even if you are not familiar with it, as long as you can understand the picture, you can also notice that when the World Tree begins to advance, all the data will either remain at the peak or fall to the bottom. What is particularly dazzling is, of course, the monitoring of energy surges from the high-dimensional world. In normal times, because the World Tree itself is connected to multiple dimensional worlds, small-scale energy surges occur regularly. Most of them will be absorbed by the World Tree before they have an impact on the three-dimensional world and become nutrients for growth. This time he stabbed the sky, and the energy that rushed in had data that was close to the limit of the values that could be displayed. But this kind of impact is still expected. Unexpectedly, in order to resist such an impact, the upgrade of the World Tree used a considerable amount of energy to reconstruct the protective patterns on the tree. Because it is a higher dimensional world, the incoming energy is of completely different nature, so protection needs to be reconstructed. It was the omission of this part of the calculation. The energy reserve that was thought to be sufficient actually had a considerable gap, which caused this crisis. But it finally got through. Congratulations. Chapter 284 New Visitors. The promotion of World Tree is like the end of a stage. The observational data during the promotion process actually only confirmed the correctness or incorrectness of many previous conjectures and hypotheses. Apart from determining a few more constants, not much new was discovered. So someone seems to be lazing around during the sage's time after venting his passion. Bai Lu actively circled around someone all day long, saying, "Well, do you have any ideas to do this again?" Wadwo witnessed with his own eyes how this man used various wonderful ideas to realize many things step by step, and ultimately promoted his promotion. If you have done it once, you will naturally want to do it a second time. However, Lin directly opened the surveillance screen of Wadwo Shushin. Compared with before the promotion, the fluctuation curve was quite gentle and smooth. Now it is like the human electrocardiogram. Although it has the same frequency, it is definitely not stable. Various health values are at their lowest since monitoring began. These are definitely not artifacts caused by insufficient data collection. Judging from another perspective, according to records, if the World Tree is successfully promoted, it will be able to expand its scope of influence. But not only has Wadwo's territory not expanded, the range that the tree canopy can cover has also shrunk. With all kinds of evidence spread out in front of his eyes, Lin only asked the confused Bai Lu, "How do you want to die?" Lin poured a bucket of cold water on him first, and then explained the reason. "From your last promotion to today, you have had more than 1,000 years to accumulate before you have this opportunity to challenge and break through. And judging from the results, this accumulation is not so appropriate. You are like a patient now. Likewise, is it too greedy to still think about breaking through and advancing again? According to my calculations, assuming that you have not received any special opportunities in the past 1,000 years, that is to say, you have exhausted your accumulation this time. It has survived smoothly for more than 1,000 years. So it is conservatively estimated that it will take you 1,613 years to save enough energy for the next breakthrough, which does not include your recovery from your current state. Time, if added, it would be estimated to increase by 300 years. And this also requires that the difficulty of the next breakthrough and promotion will not be increased. And the situation will be the same as this time. Then, Wal noticed someone's intention behind saying these words. He said with some disappointment, "Are you leaving?" "Of course. Even if I don't leave, I won't be able to live to help you 1,900 years later." Without hesitation, Lin expressed his thoughts, looking at the white deer who lowered his head in despair, and said with a smile, "After more than a year of research together, You have mastered the scientific method. You must know that there are no shortcuts in science. It just uses more convenient means to deal with troublesome things more systematically. But the hard work that needs to be done. If you accumulate something, you can't do less of it. If you do less, it will be useless. Now it's time for you to calm down and accumulate. After thinking for a while, I agreed with what Lin said. Bai Lu asked again. Then, when will you leave? Some experiments still need to be finished. The data should be sorted out. And everything has been taken care of. I think I will leave after the spring. It has been too long here. I wanted to wander around the lost continent for a while. That's fine. My friend. I hope you can gain something that satisfies you during your stay here. Thanks to you, Lord Waldwall, I have indeed gained a lot. It can even be said that I stole part of it. It should be yours. Please don't take offense. Regarding Lin's confession, Waldward certainly knew what part he was referring to. He is not like human beings who care about everything. He laughed and said, Those are superfluous things that I can't bear. Who gets it, or who doesn't get it is not something I can fully control. I only hope that it will be helpful to you, not harm. Thank you for your understanding. Lin truly admired Wadwo's generosity. If the person encountering this situation is a human being, most people will regard the person who took advantage of them as the same existence as the enemy who killed their father, regardless of whether the thing can be swallowed by themselves. However, after more than a year of getting along with each other, Lin also recognized Wadwo's personality and dared to confess. Yggdrasil has no scheming. Or rather, at his level of strength, he can crush most villains with evil intentions without having to be scheming. If the cooperation partner were anyone else, Lin would definitely make a fortune in silence. The other purpose is to tell the other party in a subtle way that I have already obtained the benefits that I deserve. Therefore, I will abide by the agreement and forget anything that should not be remembered, so that the other party does not have to worry about whether he will become a hidden danger. So he can think of some unfriendly methods. Lin's intention to leave was also conveyed to others. A certain lich maintained the form of a skeleton, tapping his teeth up and down for a while, without expressing approval or disapproval. As for her appearance, she has no intention of changing it back for a moment. Or this is her true face. Regarding the disguise, she only told the two girls that she had other ideas, and was not in a hurry to rearrange it. With the condition of the two girls, Kaya was only worried about how to take away the new collection. When I left the Tower of the Great Sage, I had already given up part of my collection. When I escaped from the Five Alliance City, my entire army was completely wiped out. Because I have been living a somewhat comfortable life these days. And because I am in the forest, there are leftovers from travelers who died here, or the remains of monsters that were defeated. There is also a world tree that connects multiple worlds. And from time to time some bizarre items outside the Lost Land will fall out, all of which have become the girls' collection. Do you want to say goodbye now? Or can you try to take some of it away? Kaya struggled. When it came to leaving, Halumi was reluctant to leave. But she had no objection. Over the past year, her life has changed the most. In order to play with the Wood Elf children, she developed a method of using auxiliary magic to let her physical fitness and mobility follow the footsteps of the Wood Elf children. In addition, a good diet and an excellent living environment not only strengthened her body. Even the most important power accumulation of magicians has made significant progress. This is true for both girls. But their blind teacher didn't notice at all. On the one hand, Lin was focused on his research. But on the other hand, he always sighed deeply every time he saw the two girls' slim figures, like bamboo poles. If it's too bad, it's probably hopeless. How can people who are filled with such thoughts observe the differences in girls? Sister, can I kill my teacher? Halumi asked. And Kaya nodded beside her. Then also answered seriously. Just beat him to half-death. Resurrection is quite troublesome. But before Lin and his party left, the Wadwo tribe welcomed a very special guest. One of the famous extraordinary people in Midland. William Greco, who has the title of White Sword Master, is a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, a neutral camp, and is recognized as a troublesome figure. Of course, this trouble is aimed at national forces and people from the good and evil camps. To friends of William Greco, this was a lazy fellow. The most annoying thing is that if you don't like what he does, you can't beat him when you want to teach him a lesson. As the Turtle Dove Alliance has developed so far, in addition to the Wood Elves, many people from other races who agree with its ideals have also joined. William Greco, a human, joined because he had a similar spirit with several Wood Elves and was invited by them to become a member of the alliance. Being a member of an alliance inevitably comes with responsibilities. After all, neutrality is not isolation. When they encounter threats that endanger themselves, they will not face them with an attitude that it has nothing to do with them. Therefore, in the face of any abnormal situation, they will still find out the information clearly as a basis for future judgment. And his appearance was purely because there was too much noise about Waldwa's promotion. So he came to see the situation. Before the Wadwo tribe welcomed visitors, Lin had no idea what an exaggeration he had done. The World Tree advanced. Something that had never happened in thousands of years happened today. Lin Yu expected that the movement that broke through the quadrant was definitely not small. But he did not expect that it would shake the entire lost continent. It doesn't mean that the news is shocking, but it is shocked in a substantial sense. Flat land, drought, thunder and earthquake. Although such a sudden disaster did not cause major losses, it also caused panic among people. Some people have speculations, but many others don't know. A certain lazy person would be called here simply because he was the closest and was assigned this task by the people of the Ikaruga Alliance. William Greco would be willing to move his feet. In fact, this movement shocked even him. Secondly, there was an old acquaintance of his in the Wadwo tribe. Whether he came to see someone or help him take care of his tribe, it seemed difficult to say that he didn't want to. William Greco was a familiar face to the Wadwo tribe, so he entered the tribe smoothly. After walking only a few steps, I saw a wood elf brother Guixiong hugging me. His feet slipped and he bounced several steps, narrowly escaping Kalamaharing's warm embrace. You know, I don't like this kind of thing. I know you are afraid of getting dirty. That's why I came here specially to put on new clothes. Kalamaharing patted his chest and said with a laugh, dusting off his clothes as clean as snow. William Greco said in a helpless tone, I'm not afraid. I just don't like it, especially being hugged with others. The smell in your nose and the sticky feeling of sweat. Don't you think? It's a little uncomfortable. Looking at this friend who is always overly enthusiastic. I would be happy if you just said H, low verbally. How can this represent my excitement? As he said that, Kalamaharing pretended to hug someone again. Before the wood elf brother could pounce on him, William Greco took a few steps back and said, Don't come again. I have serious business and don't want to play hide and seek with you all day long. So shouldn't you give up your escape as soon as possible and accept my warm embrace? Originally, he wanted to continue to dodge, but William stood up straighter and lowered his head slightly. This is enough to express your respect. Lord of the Forest, greetings from a long time ago. Your safety is the best news. Because the white deer came out. When his boss appeared, Kalamaharing did not continue to joke. He stepped aside and bowed in greeting as well. The white deer stood upright and scratched its front hooves, looking as if it were sacred and inviolable. He said, Long time no see, my friend. I think you came here for my business. Chapter 285, the High Seat of the Alliance. I didn't expect that something like the promotion of World Tree would really happen, William Greco said with emotion. The Turtle Dove Alliance is made up of wood elves as the main body, and those who join will of course know more or less about the secrets of the wood elves, sitting in the tribe's place of worship. Because the spirit of the World Tree will come around in the form of a white deer. The place where the wood elves worship is more like a gathering place where the wood elves gather to eat and drink. There will be no priests dancing around here. God, talk nonsense. Even if there is, it's just some deer who wants to watch a show. At the banquet, in addition to the delicious fruits and perfectly grilled barbecue, everyone also drank from the Moon Spring water. Moon Spring is actually a pool of living water under the World Tree, which usually houses a very special kind of dragon fish. The wood elves will throw the sweetest but endless fruits into the spring water to feed the dragon fish. But generally speaking, arowana cannot eat so many fruits, so these fruits will sink to the bottom of the spring. This is actually hacking making wine. And it's also a mixed flavor fruit wine. A certain time traveler complained countless times in his mind. Fruits are constantly fermenting at the bottom of the pool, and wood elves regularly add new fruits. Although there is a spring at the bottom of the pool and living water is constantly emerging, the aroma of the wine is still so strong that people will be tempted to walk by it, drunk. This is also the reason why no other creature can live in Moon Spring except the dragon fish. And the dragon fish in the mouth of the wood elf is actually a koi carp in someone's eyes. But it must be a different species of koi from Earth. Because on Earth, apart from bacteria, there are no aquatic animals that can live in wine. Secondly, the fighting ability of the arowana in Midi is amazing. If you put ordinary fish in the same pond with it, it won't be seen for a long time. If you are lucky, You can also see some wreckage. Therefore, if you are not a wood elf, if you want to steal wine, you must be mentally prepared to have a piece of meat chewed off by a fish. In short, at the banquet, there was a moon fountain to add to the fun, and the wood elves, who were more open-minded than ordinary elves, sang and danced one after another, chanting sentiments, and it was very lively. This is the 5th day of the celebration to celebrate Waldvor's promotion, and it is also a ceremony to remember the sacrifice of the clan. Unlike their close relatives who have entered civilized society, wood elves emphasize thin burials. After the remains were cremated, they were mixed into the soil at the roots of the world tree. There are no tombstones, no god tablets or statues, so this is the best destination for them. Wood elves who often miss their relatives say that they will see their deceased relatives leaning on the branches of the world tree, swinging their feet, holding grass roots in their mouths, and singing loudly. In fact, according to Waldwo, the souls of the wood elves who return to their homeland are really preserved in him. He just slept most of the time, because these souls, who died at the end of their lifespan, are very weak. Like a candle in the wind, it will be extinguished at any time. So Waldwo won't do anything with these souls. And he can't do anything with them. He just keeps them. As for why he wanted to preserve it, apart from the morality of the group he was protecting, he couldn't explain the reason. It can only be said that during the growth of World Tree, he did this unconsciously. Just because their deceased relatives can have a good ending, the wood elves are not too sad for the dead. They prefer to enjoy life before their long sleep. Although the precepts originating from the World Tree tell them to protect nature and maintain the path of balance, they do not require them to practice asceticism, self-abuse, or live a less human-like life. Therefore, in the eyes of some time-traveling people, the life of wood elves may be a little inconvenient, but they live quite comfortably and contentedly. Compared with the carnival of the wood elves, the visiting William Greco is a person who is more particular and tastes life. He will put a clean soft cushion on the place where he sits, eat fresh and sweet food, savor the countless flavors in Moon Spring, and sing songs from human society. Although he does not play the piano, he has a good singing voice and sings his passion for life with a clear and melodious voice. Logically speaking, such a person must be able to attract many girls, just by looking at the female wood elves, young and old. Looking at this one with sparkling eyes, you can know his attractiveness. But no one came close, because everyone who knows him knows that this man is a super narcissist with misophobia. He prefers to look in the mirror than looking at beauties. Instead of listening to other people's unpleasant singing, it's better to sing it yourself, in order not to fight with others until he is bloody and sweaty. He constantly improves his martial arts in order to win every battle in the shortest time and in the easiest way. He doesn't care about good or evil at all. He just does what he wants to do. Of course, for a lazy person, no matter how evil he is, he cannot be so evil. So instead of asking for trouble by getting in on him, and risking getting beaten if he got too tight, everyone decided to just watch him from a distance. Except for Kalamaharing. No one in the tribe was strong enough to see him and have friendship with him. Of course, William Greco still knows how to respect white deer, a being on a completely different level. However, being respectful does not mean that he understands the ways of the world. After drinking and eating, and having exhausted his singing, he went to Walwal alone and said, "Lord of the Forest, the other high officials have given instructions. If you really find a way to advance, when will you hand over this method to them? Ha ha, they are really anxious." As distinguished guests, Lin and his party were seated near Wadwo. Originally there was William Greco's seat on the other side, but he was pulled over by Kalamaharing. As for whether he saw this group of people, maybe he really didn't. Even if there is a golden skeleton inside, perhaps when not moving, then will really be regarded as a skeleton. But the attitude of a certain sword master was somewhat different from the so-called arrogance. Generally, those who are arrogant are those who rely on their own status, do not take other people into consideration, and hold an arrogant attitude. But this sword master is so narcissistic that it is difficult for others to enter his vision. According to the feeling before traveling, this person is a super bow-headed person who has nothing else in his eyes except his mobile phone. Therefore, it is not surprising that Lin and others will be ignored. But being ignored doesn't mean that no conversation can be heard. As soon as he heard these high seats asking for ways to advance through Wall, the World Tree, someone suddenly felt very familiar. Every time I come up with something new, there is always this kind of superior person who comes out to give orders and takes it away without any price. Even if you have reached the level of World Tree, you will still encounter such a threat? And who is the high seat mentioned by the sword master? Are you confused? As if feeling Lin's strong emotions, Bai Lu turned his head and looked at the man who had helped him a lot, and explained, the high seat finger is a member of the parliament in the Turtle Dove Alliance. It is composed of me and 10 other people, made up of 8 world trees. Oh, Lin's eyes widened in surprise, and he was speechless. This should be considered a semi-open secret, but most people still don't know about it. You are not fighting each other to death. Are you going to devour each other? It's not impossible to fight. And no matter whether we win or lose, one tree will have the opportunity to grow, and the other tree will become the basis for the growth of other trees. This is the fate and instinct of our family. No matter what the result is, no one will blame anyone. What about the Wood Elves in the tribe? They fought life and death for you, and you want them to integrate into the victors' group after the war as if they were nothing. How should you explain these compatriots who died in the war? Basically, corpses can be resurrected as long as they are not desecrated. It's not a big problem. Little knowledge for fans. 1. As long as the person does not die at the end of his life, he can be resurrected. Those who die of old age die because their souls are too weak to support their bodies. To preserve such a soul requires external forces, such as the underworld and the gods. On the other hand, as long as the soul is strong enough, any piece of flesh can be moved for others to see. Therefore, stitched corpses, skeletons, etc. can all move alive. Second, the body should not be desecrated, which means that a considerable proportion of its integrity should be maintained. The most important thing is that the head cannot be chopped off, the internal organs cannot be completely taken out. If it was just a traumatic injury like the intestines falling out, the body would need to be repaired before it could be resurrected. Otherwise, if you die immediately after resurrection, you really don't know whether you are resurrected to enjoy blessings again or to suffer sin. 3. Resurrection is not limited to gods. In other words, besides the church priests, there is the so-called resurrection medicine. Most medicinal materials are quite common and can be found everywhere, but the main ingredients are rare and precious. The main material is the leaves of the world tree. The wind was blowing, and the leaves were swaying. When I looked up, I could only see the crown of the world tree. There were not millions of leaves, but hundreds of thousands. Someone's heart is broken. Feelings say that the war between the world trees is like a sports meeting to the Wood Elves. After the competition, the loser follows the winner. It's no wonder that even though world tree is full of treasures, not many people from other races attack the Wood Elf tribe. Think about it. You only have 1 life, and the opponent has 30 lives using the up, down, left, and right be legendary commands. Each of them is fiercely beating 10 with 1, or blocking 100 with 1, coupled with the halo of the world tree. Just thinking about it, it makes people collapse just thinking about it, let alone attacking. And we also have external threats. Not only do the magicians want to tear us apart piece by piece, but even the elven kingdoms want to absorb us, turn us into the same race as those enslaved by them, without consciousness, and only provide them with various materials prefixed with world tree. This revelation was so exciting that Lin felt a little dizzy. Shouldn't he be silenced for this matter again? Don't worry. No one will hurt you for such a trivial matter. Bai Lu showed an exaggerated toothy smile again. Chapter 286, The First Step Towards Becoming Strong. After laughing, Wadwo added, Actually, I hope to get your consent on this matter. I plan to hand over the method of promotion. Of course, the pros and cons will also be explained in detail. Are other high seats willing to use it? It's their business. I can't control it. Just compromise like this? Lin was a little surprised. Having said that, you can make up your mind not to give in to some things anymore. You must have principles and stick to them to the end. How come when I look back, the people around me are withering faster than myself? Have you traveled to a parallel world? You are thinking too much. I am willing to hand over this information. The biggest reason is to improve the strength of these allies as much as possible. After all, we have formed an alliance a long time ago to fight against the enemies who covet the world tree. Not to mention that this method is not foolproof. In fact, this method alone will not change the status quo at all. Because of my promotion, the magic tower will completely disappear from the world, and the war between the world trees will not happen. Let's start the fight again. So whether I keep this secret or make it public has no impact on the overall situation. Why should I deliberately conceal it and not give my compatriots a chance? If we look at the overall situation, It is indeed as analyzed by Wadwo, the high seat of the Ikaruga Alliance. Whether these world trees are promoted as a result has no impact on the situation. Even to put it bluntly, he himself would not gain greater benefits by keeping this secret. Therefore, such a choice can be regarded as an act to maximize interests. But then William Greco seemed to wake up and asked, his consent is required to hand over the method of promotion. Who is this one? Waldwall, who knew this person well, was not surprised by this slow behavior, but he still introduced seriously. Magic Gabra Shulin Tripwood is the browser creator of the Southwest Peninsula. If you have heard of it, he is also the promoter of the promotion of World Tree. It can be said that without him, there is no such thing as today. Oh! He looked up and down at the man in front of him. The inconspicuous person he brought to William Greco was not even as threatening as the skeleton behind him. You don't look strong. William commented directly. Lin knows his own affairs. For many people in Lost Land, even if they are not at the bottom in terms of strength, they are still considered to be in the bottom class. Therefore, he was not surprised by such an evaluation. Nor was he dissatisfied. In fact, he is quite confident in the abilities he will gain after rebuilding the Dream Magic Tower. Even if you can't use it to kill everyone and save your own life, there is no problem in 99% of the cases. But even so, it doesn't mean that I should feel comfortable with any ridicule. In the bones of this person, who has traveled through time and space, there is hiding the incarnation of a fat otaku with a poisonous tongue. What's more, change comes from one's own inner thoughts. No matter what I say, I don't want to live a useless life anymore. Constant compromise only makes people keep pushing the envelope. Never ending. However, the straightforwardness of the person in front of me is not looking down upon. Before Lin traveled through time, he worked in society and looked at people a lot. This kind of person is just a guy who speaks without thinking, and it is not necessarily malicious. So Lin didn't even think about turning over the table for a showdown. He just wanted to play a little prank. He said, the wisdom of a magician cannot be known from the strength of his appearance. At the same time, he took out a piece of white paper and tore off a long piece of paper. After leveling, ask the person in front of you. Test you. Which side is the top? Please point out. Although William Greco is narcissistic to the point of being arrogant, he does not rely on his high status and disdain anything. Basically, his attitude is still kind. He just likes to talk to himself and doesn't care about the opinions of others. Now that he entered the conversation mode and the other party asked again, William pointed his finger to the top of the note and said, this is the top. Smart man. This at least shows that you are not a fool. While speaking, Lin turned one end of the note 180 degrees, dipped it in saliva, and stuck it with the other end, holding one of the flat pieces of paper. He asked again, which side is the top now? Please point it out, and don't leave your fingers. Some didn't understand what the person in front of him was doing, but William Greco still followed suit and put his finger on the top of the note. Showing a harmless smile, Lin said, now please move your fingers along the note. In full view of everyone, William Greco moved his finger along the note and moved to the underside of the note. A certain person smiled even more happily in the surprised eyes of everyone. Lin said, sir, it is not a good thing to lie to a magician. I clearly asked you to point to the top of the note. Why did your finger go to the bottom? This is impossible. William Greco reached out and took the paper stuck in a circle, studying it carefully. And the white deer and the lich who were paying attention next to them, after this period of mathematics baptism, are not novices. But they had never seen this trick played before. The right hand of the golden skeleton stretched out like a rubber and twisted the head of a certain man who was snickering. She only heard a click, but she ignored it and asked, what is this? Tell me clearly. I always feel that there is only one step left. After I have just gained the new ability and before I can become famous, I will return to my hometown. Lin looked hard at a certain skeleton and said with blank eyes, it's just like what you saw. I think it's very clear. Is there anything else you don't understand? Looking at the flames in the skull's eyes, the flames turned blue again. Turning red, someone shrugged again and said guiltily, actually, this has been mentioned in our research, but it is not the main research direction. Topology. Do you still have any impressions? Because it is discussing phase analysis and space geometry, which belongs to the stage of discussion and imagination. But what we are doing is making rational and reproducible explanations of the observed facts. So there is not much research on that aspect. And this thing has a specific name. called Mobiu. The C ring is a very classic structure in topology. Do you want to know more details? I can't finish it in 3 days and 3 nights. Then was wondering whether to continue asking. William Greco smiled and handed back the piece of paper glued into a Mobius strip and said, "It's a wonderful structure. There is no head or tail." After handing it back, he immediately picked up his long sword, put the scabbard on it, and said to his old friend, "Kala Maharang, come to practice? Want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone? Well, I'll give you a chance to look bad." The Wood Elf brother, who had just had a drink with the Wood Elf girl, picked up his long cane and walked towards his old friend aggressively. Not using sharp weapons is one of their commandments. As for the thin sword hidden in the turtle-dove harp, it was actually a relic of a friend. He was reluctant to destroy and throw it away, so he just left it in the body of the harp. Anyone who can use this kind of harp must be a member of the Alliance other than the Wood Elves. However, anyone who knew this Wood Elf would never despise the cane. Without any unnecessary processing, it was a piece of world tree trunk given directly by the Lord of the Forest, White Deer Waldwo. In terms of hardness alone, there are countless swords that have been broken. The number of warriors who suffered from this hatred during Kalamaharing's more than 500 years was countless. They didn't deliberately clear the field, but just fought together. Although extraordinary is a title that transcends the level of ordinary life, those who can reach this level step by step, rather than using any trickery, have the most basic requirement for the use of strength and various aspects, being able to contract and release it. When fighting, the world will be shattered, as if they are demolishing a house or destroying the environment. Such people cannot reach the extraordinary state. You can't direct 100% of your strength at the people and things you want to beat, and don't waste any of it on places where it shouldn't be used. If you can't do this, how can you talk about being extraordinary? As soon as the two started fighting, the Wood Elves, worthy of being classified as an uncivilized race, formed a circle and started shouting. William Greco was an acquaintance of the tribe, and he had fought with Kalamaharing more than once or twice. Overall, there are winners and losers between the two. The Wood Elves don't favor anyone. They just want to see someone get beaten. But today, it seems that Brother Wood Elf is not doing well. After a few missed shots and a few missed shots with his swinging cane, Kalamaharing only played a few rounds and felt that today was not going well. No matter how hard I tried, it felt like I was hitting an empty space, which was very uncomfortable. There was only a brief moment of thought, and the head of the staff that was struck straight away was twisted by the long sword with the scabbard, and flew into the sky. Everyone looked at the Wood Elf, who had lost his weapon, in disbelief. Even the elder brother looked at his hand in confusion. This kind of thing, like losing his weapon, has never happened to him. Among the people present, only one person understood what happened, and that was of course a certain time traveler. He could see clearly, not because he was a martial arts wizard or anything, but the move that William Greco made just now was famous in the world before he traveled through it. Tai Chi. Winding silk strength. In his eyes, he could clearly see the two people in the battle, the direction of various fortunes, various muscle strength values, and various secrets that these extraordinary beings did not want to reveal to others. Although the current speed of data collection and processing cannot keep up with the battle between these two extraordinary beings, the data is only observed after the fact. But even so, looking at the simulation reproduction results, it is indeed 70% to 80% similar to the diagrams of the silk entanglement that I saw on the internet before I traveled through time. Why are some people able to understand this incomprehensible thing after watching the Mobius ring? This is science. This is mathematics. Who is Tai Chi with you? Who gossiped to you? However, a certain unconscious man did not go to his old friend to feel proud. Instead, he walked up to Lin, lowered his head slightly and said, "Your Excellency, thank you for your advice." "No, don't thank me. I'm not giving you advice. I'm trying to punish you. Brother, your wisdom seems to have opened a new door for me, allowing me to see a whole new world. Is this my credit? From the Mobius ring to the Tai Chi sword. Even if you ask Thales and Archimedes to Gauss, Jules and Feynman, you still can't make such an association. Okay. It was like seeing Einstein himself, who demonstrated his signature tongue-out expression and afro. And then the next second he punched out a car. Lin had no idea how rare it was to have this super narcissist bow his head. Kalamaharing has known William Greco for so long, and has only seen him bow slightly to the high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance. As for bending the knee or kneeling down, it is even more impossible. However, for a certain time traveler, his heart is full of annoyance now. Geniuses and stuff are the most annoying. Chapter 287 Seed. The white deer used its antlers to nudge the man beside him, who was drawing circles on the ground. If there were no suitable materials at hand, someone would want to stab a straw man and beat it with his slippers. But now, he could only draw circles. Although the focus was temporarily diverted by the Mobius ring, Bai Lu still didn't forget about business and asked about Lin's wishes. As a co-research magician, I would like to hand over the research I have done these days. What do you think? Because they were doing joint research. Neither Fin nor Wall, even though their individual strength far exceeded that of a certain time traveler, no one dared to ignore his opinions. It can be said that without the magician in front of me, these things would not be possible. He is the origin of all results. And there is no need for a world tree or a lich to steal other people's achievements to achieve their own fame. For them, benefits are more important than fame. As for a broken man, he didn't think much about it. He just kicked the ball to someone else and said, I don't have a problem with it. Ask Fin. To him, he had already gotten something valuable out of it. It can be said that the method of returning to Earth has already taken shape, but it still lacks precise coordinates and direction. So he wanted to leave and find a place to rebuild the magic tower. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is a magic tower. It should be said that the tower it wants to build is a tower whose main purpose is to observe astronomy. If possible, find a way to set up a radio telescope, or even a radio telescope array. Besides, Wall was like a guinea pig to him. After doing whatever you want with him, you can still get the other person's gratitude. Lin didn't know that such a thing was not normal for those high-end scientific researchers and doctors. He was not used to it anyway. Secondly, the importance of Fin in research cannot be ignored. Most of the many unsolvable problems came from her flash of inspiration. The most important program used to solve the problem is also the main logic and implementation she has worked out. It can be said that without the participation of this lich, these achievements would have to be delayed for 3 to 5 years before they could be realized. It could even be said that they would never be realized. Now that this man expressed his attitude, Bai Lu naturally looked at the golden skull. The named lich came back from his thoughts and looked at the white deer staring directly at him. The hope in his eyes was indescribable. The flame in the lich's eye hole turned yellow and jumped. The upper and lower teeth clicked, and the rub finger bones also made a metallic clang. Bai Lu understood. There are many actions and expressions that have similar meanings no matter where they are in the world. As for the lich, the reason why she never showed such a Philistine face was because before that, no one could squeeze out the oil that would please her. Even if you take the bones of those poor devils and suck their marrow, you still can't change the fact that everything you can get is garbage. But who is the target this time? World Tree. And a bunch of world trees. If any tree came out to challenge her, she would feel troublesome and seriously consider whether to fight. A year ago, she didn't know what kind of results she could get from this series of research. At best, it's just to help a group of men who are very interested in me. Anyway, I have too much time and it's boring. But now that we know it is such a result, for Yggdrasil who dares to give it a try, this is a way to advance without devouring other members of the same race. In other words, this approach is valuable. Since it is valuable, of course, it is impossible to give it away to everyone you meet. The one in front of me has been a guinea pig for such a long time, and I deserve to enjoy such results. But what about other trees? No one can get something for nothing in their own hands. And World Tree is no exception. Regarding His Majesty the Demon King's attitude and her identity, Bai Lu also knew that this person was not someone who could be dismissed easily. The knowledge to be exchanged was even more priceless to his own clan. So he simply vomited out the things that had been stored in his belly for a long time. When the peaceful golden light from his belly shone through the white fur, all the wood elves who noticed it fell silent. Gradually, everyone became quiet. The golden light slowly moved towards the white deer's head along the direction of the esophagus. When it passed the neck, it even stretched the white deer's thick neck to double its size. Finally, the golden light passed through the bulging cheeks and the deer's mouth, turned into a solid body, and landed on the ground. It was a huge pearl-like ball with a crystal clear and round appearance, exuding a light and elegant fragrance. About the size of a baby curled up, there is like a white cloud rolling around inside the ball, with a faint golden dazzling light, which is very attractive. This is Rao, a well-informed lich, froze on the spot. The flames in the eye holes are yellow and flicker. Bai Lu said directly, This is the seed of the World Tree. I believe this thing is enough as a reward. The World Tree will not bloom because the flowers themselves only serve to attract bees and butterflies and spread pollen. But every result of the world tree is a purposeful result. In order to convey a certain message or spread certain knowledge, people become stronger after eating it. And some people gain some special abilities after eating it. Another great use of the fruit is, of course, as the energy pool core of the magic tower. Beyond that, the fruit has no other use. To put it bluntly, even if you plant these fruits into the soil, another world tree will not grow. To do this, what is needed is the world tree seed, the true top rare thing in the lost world. It carries all the wisdom of the mother tree and inherits all the knowledge of the world tree family. It will only sprout in the ashes of other world trees. Various unconfirmed rumors have shrouded the seeds of the world tree in mystery. The seeds of the Gain world tree have not appeared a few times in the long history. Not to mention that it is rarely seen by others. Even most wood elves have only heard rumors. And it is rare to see it. Some young wood elves wanted to stop it. But in what capacity could they persuade their boss? Although he would not have no chance to talk directly to the Lord of the Forest. After all, there were only so many people in the wood elf tribe. But being able to speak up does not mean that the person will listen to his own arrangements. These are two different things. Change his decision? This kind of thing has never happened in the history of wood elves. Thorfinn. This is one of the rare things that she has only heard of but never seen. Just holding the crystal seed. The former demon king was a little confused. Everyone wants good things. But what she wants to cheat is not this. Are you sure? You want to pay for this? The same cracked smile. But the smile was completely different from before. Wal, who was a little more cunning, said, "Don't worry. I'll give this to you. And I will make them spit it out 10 times or 100 times. TSK. 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 You're a bad learner." Although the skeleton form has no tongue, Finn still expressed his admiration in his voice just right. However, it was not possible to hold such a thing with a pure skeleton. So the former demon king turned around and called the man who collapsed to the point of being autistic. "Hey, let's find a way to pack this up." Because the items were very valuable, Finn didn't want to just leave them to the two girls to deal with. On the one hand, this is also a sign of respect for the original owner. But the man who was suddenly called over couldn't figure out the situation for a while. He looked at the oversized pearl that obviously looked very valuable and asked, "Where did this come from? What is it?" "This is the seed of the world tree," Finn replied briefly. "What? Did you come up with it?" Someone looked at Wall in surprise. At the same time, a picture appeared in his imagination. It was a white deer with its hind legs stretched forward, its anus facing downwards, and its face making a vivid expression of constipation. "I'll beat your lungs out!" Sensing a certain scene under this man's strong emotions, Bailu's forehead sprouted a vein, and with lightning speed, he raised his gorgeous horns as if to raise his head. It's like being penetrated by someone. With a flash, Lin dodged the horn attack and retreated more than 10 steps away, holding the seeds of the world tree in his hand. He looked at the person attacking him in shock. Bailu said angrily, "Beautiful girls can't get older. Even if I'm not a beautiful girl, I still can't get older. You just poop. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. Is it necessary to use a silencer when talking?" Lin said confidently, but his legs took him away from the scene honestly, staring at the back of the departing man. The white deer standing next to His Majesty the Demon King said viciously, "Why do I have the urge to eat him and then spit him out after digestion? Count me in." Then stretched out his skeleton arm, made a fist, and bumped Wall into each other. "It's just that for me now. Even if I eat it, it will fall out immediately. Ha ha ha." One skeleton and one deer looked at each other and laughed as if they were connected, but in a place that most people ignored. The two girls thought back to their teacher's actions just now. How did they do it? There was no chanting of incantations, no spellcasting movements, and certainly no habitual movements that could be regarded as signs. He seemed to suddenly appear in another place. Those who have the same question are the human white swordsman, William Greco, and the wood elf transcendent, Kalama Harang. The appearance of the world tree seeds more or less attracted their attention, but with their various senses that were different from ordinary people, they were unable to detect any movement of the man. The place you were in at the last moment and the place you appear in the next moment are all so natural, as if you were in that position without any change. But in fact, he moved. The first thing they think about is how to crack it. This is the eternal confrontation between the warrior and the magician. They will not learn from each other, but the first direction of thinking is usually how to crack it. However, when I carefully recall the fleeting scene, I couldn't find any flaws. and I couldn't even understand the method he used. It seemed to be different from the existing teleportation magic in the Lost Land. Furthermore, what is the maximum distance? How many people can be brought with me? And are there any restrictions? These are like mysteries surrounding this man. Chapter 281 1 Year's Change. Although the magical civilization of Lost Land is not at all inferior to the technological civilization of Earth in what it can do, but this is ultimately a power controlled by a few people, and the entire society is still in an era of ignorance similar to the European Middle Ages. This means that the natural change of society is quite slow, unless something big enough to impact the times and the level of revolution appears. Unfortunately, browsers, a tool for quickly transmitting information, are of this level. Before entering the Wadwa tribe, Ling gave up the right to copy and sell the browser and related knowledge in exchange for materials to make a container that could seal the unspeakable thing in Mountain Edge City. After a year of brewing, browsers are finally spreading like a plague, unstoppably spreading everywhere. The Basque country is also facing a wave of big changes. Mountainous areas mean that mineral resources will be richer than other places. As a browser carrier, Magic Stone is originally the main output resource of the Basque country. Nowadays, after processing the program that hosts the browser, it has become a hot commodity in the eyes of businessmen, and is sold to other parts of the midi-continent truck by truck. In particular, Shanling City was originally used as a strategic fortress and regional command center hundreds of years ago. It was a supply road connecting other regions. Today, it has become an important lifeline for the Basque country's external relations. Not only are local products continuously shipped out, but resources from various places are also brought in to form exchanges of what is needed. Today, browser magic stones have become an important export commodity. In this wave, there is of course help and resistance, the three major organizations fueling the situation, in addition to the Magicians Association, are the Mercenary Guild and the Adventurer Guild. In terms of actual use of the Southwest Peninsula, the exchange of information through the forum may have reduced the two guilds' financial resources, but it has maximized their human resources, not to mention some shady tasks. The main tasks of the two major guilds are to reasonably allocate combat power, defeat warcraft, thieves, etc., and protect the development of civilization. The rapid exchange of information undoubtedly allowed the two major guilds to produce better results. And another major advantage is that after several years of running in the Southwest Peninsula branch, the two major guilds have established a set of systems and measures that are recognized as effective, and some subject-specific information regardless of region has already been established. In other words, the framework has been set up. If branches in other regions want to participate, they only need to have branch members join the forum and integrate regional information to start operations. The rest is a question of the proficiency of the members and the popularity of the forum. But for another group of people, the emergence of browsers and forums has made them love and hate them. On the surface, there are various countries and nobles, but the idea of obscuring the people is still prevalent in the ruling class of Lost Land. In their eyes, the people are slaves who support them to live a good life, and they have the power of life and death. The people being ruled don't need to know too much, as long as they know how to obey and do things according to their instructions. Of course, such simple people cannot be polluted by various comments on the forum, but on the other hand, they themselves are reluctant to give up the convenience brought by the forum. Whether it is communication with other nobles, learning about current popular information, exchange of business intelligence, and reports from spies, there are signs of instability in one's own territory. First-hand information from the forum allows them to respond quickly without being caught off guard by any sudden news. If the territory is large enough to support a full-time intelligence unit, then these intelligence chiefs will love and hate the forum. What I love is that the transmission of information can be faster and more convenient, and the spies sent out will not encounter mishaps because of the information on paper. What he hates is that the convenience of dispatching his own personnel also makes it difficult for him to catch spies from other forces. But there is also an organization that hates browsers and forums more than they love them, and that is the Thieves Guild. In fact, thieves, or people who are used to acting in secret, do not have a unified organization. Instead, underground societies, gangsters, and gangsters in various places go their own way, and their interactions are limited to the exchange of benefits. Some are only nominal leaders. In fact, no one within them obeys anyone. One of their major gains is the selling of information that has been disrupted by forums. Don't look at the fact that the forum will only post information that you think everyone knows, rather than confidential information. In fact, There are very few and very high-end people who actually make money from the latter. And they may not always have business. Most people rely on the former kind of information to make some small money to live. Then I got screwed. This is not only a monetary loss, but more importantly, when they lose the weapon of controlling intelligence, their status in the eyes of those in power will drop a lot. And it can even be said to be in danger, because there is no value in using it. Therefore, compared to most people who are happy to hang out in the forum, this group of people with hatred remember the name Guy Brash Trip with more. A small episode that has nothing to do with the general trend of lost land. In Shanling City, the senior executives of the Basque Country branch of the Magicians Association used to spend their days cursing the Demon King and her followers, who extorted a large amount of precious magic materials from them. Now every day, I laugh at the stupid magician who threw away the chicken that lays golden eggs. There are senior leaders from other branches who also want a piece of the pie. However, while the creator is still alive, these high-level officials can't just nod and act cheaply. If the rules you set are openly violated by yourself, it will only collapse the most basic trust in the association. Therefore, no one dares to make such remarks without the consent of the creator. This situation also caused an undercurrent to brew. When a man is still alive and will block too many people's financial opportunities, it seems that there is no need to think too much about what is the best way. In addition, the Thieves Guild also has the business of intermediary killers. So the two parties hit it off. If he hadn't discovered someone's whereabouts and was now staying in the Wood Elf tribe, assassins might have come to visit him, without the target being aware of it. That undercurrent lurks, waiting for an opportunity. The situation in the outside world has changed so much. And Master and Disciple Lin had not changed at all. The Lich had no clothes on and walked around openly all day long, looking quite scary. That's right. It's scary, because Fin not only had no clothes, but also no skin, no muscles, and even no internal organs. He was just in the form of a golden skeleton, walking around in the territory of the World Tree. No matter how you look at it, it's very strange. The old man seemed not to want to solve his problem for a moment. Euphemistically called self-liberation. I said, "Sister, you must have been liberated too completely." As an assistant researcher, Kaya, apart from her increasingly strange interests, is still walking firmly on the path of magic as a whole. But her companion was less attentive, running around all day long and playing with the Wood Elf children. Halloumi also figured out some ways. So much so that she wandered further and further into places where no one noticed. When Lin looked at the girl again, except that she didn't have pointed ears and blonde hair, he didn't notice her among the Wood Elf girls for a while. He wears burlap clothes, tied at the waist with straw and vines. His beautiful blonde hair is cut short to expose the back of his neck. His two lotus-like arms are uncovered. His long thin legs only cover half of his thighs. And his feet are bare. And the most important thing is that it is winter. In fact, this sight is not strange among the Waldo tribe, because the Wood Elves all dress like this. I didn't see anyone freezing to death on the roadside. According to Halloumi, this is because the Wood Elves have a very special breathing method, which not only strengthens their physique, but also improves their various resistances in the environment under the cover of the World Tree. Not being afraid of the cold is the most basic thing. It's just that my body has gotten better, but there hasn't been much progress in terms of body shape. Have they really been spoiled by someone? Lin thought seriously. And not just her, but Kaya too. They eat well and sleep well in the Wadwo tribe, and are nourished by World Tree level phytoncides. The nutrients they absorb don't know where they went. It's as if the growth period has ended early. Except for the height. The body shape is the same as 10 years ago. In this regard, someone could only sigh deeply. With their pink fists clenched and their silver teeth gritted, the girl's desire to kill their masters became stronger and stronger. Of course, the reason why the girl had such a change was not just playing with the children of the Wood Elves. Her performance was noticed by Kalamaharan, and she became interested. When the Wood Elf brother came to the girl, he said, "Human girl, do you want to learn something from me?" The master-disciple relationship in Midi is very sacred. To worship a second teacher without the teacher's permission would be tantamount to betrayal, and would be despised by others, even if the two teachers are in different fields. Just like Lin, who is a magician, and Kalamaharan, who is a warrior and part-time druid. Even though she was very interested, Halloumi never thought about betraying that one. So she said, "Thanks to your favor, I cannot become your disciple without the teacher's permission. Besides, I am only halfway through my journey of magic, and I have never thought of giving up magic. It's easy. Anyway, I didn't want to accept you as my apprentice. I just wanted to give you a few hints of interest. Maybe after a few days, the excitement has passed, and you can only ask for your own blessings. Because even if you ask me then, I won't necessarily answer you. In this way, under strong temptation and someone's no objection, Halloumi studied with Kalama Harang for a period of time. For Lin, teaching these two apprentices was just to get a monthly financial subsidy from the Magicians Association in the early stage. Now of course, he doesn't care about that little money. Secondly, magic is just a means to survive in a lost land. And so are combat skills. So he has no objection to apprentices learning any skills that can increase their survival rate. As the saying goes, one side is not bright, and the other side is bright. Compared with a magical talent that is only slightly better than ordinary people. The girl was continuously praised by Kalama Harang during the fight. Even the white swordsman William Greco, who was still in the tribe, also came to join in the fun and gave some tips that he thought were interesting. Moreover, these were tips that made it easier for girls to take advantage of them. Not to mention that Harumi benefited a lot. Even Kalama Harang also learned some insights. It can be seen that William Greco did not say anything casually or perfunctorily. Chapter 289 White Sword Master. After learning that this group of guests was preparing to leave, Kalama Harang, led by Bai Lu, gave a big gift to the girl who had studied with him for a period of time. It was a turtle dove that was a little rough in workmanship. However, the wood of the world tree is used as the material to make the one-piece body. It's so hard that it can be used as a war hammer to flatten a heavily armed knight. And the piano won't break. Accept this, and you will become a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. If you need help during your journey in the Lost Lands, just follow the method I said and ask for help. Of course, I also hope you can help make a request. Companion. The girl looked at the piano in her hand in flattery. Although it is rough, there are absolutely no sharp thorns to the touch. It's just that the appearance is slightly distorted to follow the grain of the wood. Halloumi said. Can I accept this? And join the alliance? Yes. With the approval of the High Seat, there will be no one more qualified than you, Kalama Harang said, while Bai Lu smiled toothily at the side. Strictly speaking, it is not difficult to join the Ikaruga Alliance, but most of them only become peripheral members. For those who are truly non-core members of the Wood Elves, the assessment is very complicated. There needs to be a Wood Elf who is willing to be a guarantee, how long the observation time will be, etc. After passing a series of tests and observations, one must agree with one or more high officials to enter the core circle of the alliance. However, becoming a core member has no real benefits. In addition to all the tests and observations, it actually happens all the time after every member joins. Therefore, it is closer to the truth that the people who become the core circle of the alliance are known and recognized by a certain world tree. This is not a big deal. So with Waldwo's nod and the gift of Yggdrasil, Halloumi can be regarded as one of the core members of the alliance. This matter is not over yet, because I am playing with a group of lawless Wood Elf children, and I have absorbed their habits to some extent. Halloumi knows that the things in her hands are precious, but she doesn't cherish them too much. As soon as he turned around, he gave the turtle dove harp to my sister and asked if it could be magically modified. That's a really good question. Waldwo and Kalama Harang could have sworn they saw the skeleton smiling. It's a weird, muscleless and expressionless skeleton, but you can see a smile. But they really felt like they saw it. Then didn't dismantle the turtle dove piano immediately. She knew that this was probably not what Halloumi wanted to see. However, it is not so easy to decide what modifications to make. The material of the world tree is very precious, but it is also recognized as difficult to use in magic props. However, many people will directly make it into a warrior's weapon, relying on its hardness to smash it. So I have to think carefully about how to modify Halloumi's piano. She just grabbed the turtle dove with both hands proudly, smiled, and left. Under the world tree, Sun Spring, compared to Moon Spring, which is used to make privately brewed fruit wine. There are no vicious carnivorous fish living in Sun Spring, because it is a hot spring. Being surrounded by the world tree, the spring water is generated by its power. Soaking here not only cures all kinds of diseases, but also has the effect of strengthening the body. Wald did not restrict any Wood Elves from coming here to recuperate their injuries, illnesses, or even just come here to bathe. There were no restrictions here, and there was no distinction between men and women. It sounds like it is easy to have any happy scenes, but considering that there is a huge, conscious monitor next to it, not many people would bring up sexual interests in such a place. As a distinguished guest of the tribe, Lin visited Sun Spring from time to time. It's not that he wants to meet some naked wood elf girl. It's just that soaking in hot water helps his mind stay active. And now that various studies are gradually coming to an end, he often comes to take a bath despite his laziness. In addition to missing the comfort of the time in the Tower of the Great Sage. I just want to relax myself. But there are already guests in the Sun Spring today. In the past, I might have met Finn who came here to take a bath. But since she turned into a skeleton, she prefers to let the two girls hold the brush. Sometimes holding it herself. And scrubbing bone by bone. In the mist, as we got closer and closer, the figures gradually became clearer. It was the human sword master, William Greco, who was leaning against the spring with open hands and waist-length silver hair coiled on his head. It can be said that men are the most common bathing companions, and they don't show off. After scrubbing their bodies, they soak in the spring water. Since William came to the tribe, he has come to report every day. He is also the person Lin is most likely to meet. You're already here first. After saying hello, Lin also entered the spring. At this time, William took away the cloth covering his face. When he saw the person, he greeted him warmly and said, "You are here too. The method you introduced is really good. I don't want to leave." When they first met at Sun Spring, the sword master had his long hair spread out on the water. Of course, it took a lot of time to sort it out afterwards. Lin taught him to put his hair up first, so that it would be easier to manage afterwards. Then use a towel. Soak it in hot spring water. And cover your face or top of your head. The sour feeling of the heat rising and falling is indescribable. After chatting these days, Lin also felt that this man was narcissistic. But his personality was not bad. Although I like to talk to myself and don't listen to other people's opinions. It is much better than those internet trolls, who are just sour for the sake of being sour before time travel. When it comes to the parts that interest him, William will also be patient and listen to what others have to say. At least when someone suggested a way to make bathing more comfortable, William didn't mind giving it a try. And he became a customer as soon as he tried it. And he was full of praise for it. Lin frowned and said, "If you are satisfied with this, then your pursuit of life is too shallow. It's a pity. Oh, how can such a comfortable life go further? Of course, if I have another bottle of wine at this time, it would be perfect. Want a drink? Do you want me to get some moon spring water?" Although he has a lazy personality, in the pursuit of taste in life, William Greco does not hesitate to work his hands and feet, only coveting some better enjoyment. However, Lin shook his head with sincere regret and said, "Moonlight Spring is not good." Oh, is there any wine more delicious than Moon Spring? That's not the case. Lin recalled the wines he had drunk and said seriously, "Moon Spring is considered a fine wine among the wines I have drunk. But fruit wine is suitable for drinking chilled. And the emphasis is on the transparency. It's not suitable to drink warm water if your heart feels cold. Soaking in such a comfortable hot spring paired with warm wine will give you a truly wonderful feeling of comfort from top to bottom, and from the inside out. Is there any wine suitable for warming?" Hearing this comment, William Greco's heart was scratched. Strictly speaking, most of the wines made from rice are suitable for warming. It's a pity. It's a pity. I have been away from my hometown for so long, and I don't know where I can find rice wine that can be warmed. And even took another bite of rice. The staple food of Midi is wheat-based pasta, as well as potatoes and various beans. A bowl of white rice can be said to be someone's most luxurious wish now. Oh, your hometown is from the Far East. To come to the Basque Country, you are really far away. William scooped up the spring water and slapped his face. He also inadvertently revealed information that Lin had not expected. Is there really rice in the Lost World? What kind of place is the Far East? This was the first time he heard such a term. After arriving in Lost Land, not only have I never heard anyone mention it, but I have also never read any relevant records in any documents. But this white swordsman doesn't seem to be just talking nonsense. So what he says should be credible. Maybe you should go see it yourself. The two soaked in the spring water again and chatted for a while. This is of course another standard practice of bragging to each other. William Greco talked about the wonderful life he had experienced in various places and the various beautiful scenery he had seen. G sat on a hillside in the prairie, watching the sunset with the returning sheep as the background, and drank the kumis of the herdsman. Or in late winter, wearing white fox fur, sitting alone in the pine forest. The moonlight at night will shine through the sparse pine branches, falling on your feet and in front of your knees. Compared to the personal experience of this traveling sword master, Lin's real life was much more monotonous. But he couldn't bear to think of how terrifying the place he came from was. In the era of information explosion, a true scholar can know the world without going out. The development of the internet and TV travel programs has made the world's beautiful scenery available to people sitting at home. So compared to bragging, someone is not shy at all. The solitary height of the Himalayas, the majesty of the glaciers, the wonder of exploring the source of the river, and the heroic spirit of traveling alone through the wilderness. Sometimes we travel together, and the joy of sharing is far more satisfying than being alone. Sometimes we enjoy the loneliness, standing alone in the wilderness, shouting towards the vast world in all directions. Of course, no matter how much you blow, someone is very careful not to blow in the direction of the hotbed of your wife and children. Although this is not a time of war, there is no need to set up a flag for yourself. I finally looked forward to going home, so I was anxious to seek death. This was a waste of my research on 100 Ways of Seeking Death by Bratz. But no matter how much you brag or take a bath, there will be an end to it. William Greco seemed to have lost his enthusiasm, stood up, and was about to leave. He did not forget to say to someone, "If I have the chance, I will definitely look for the rice wine you mentioned, and then return to the Wood Elf tribe to enjoy the taste you mentioned." It doesn't have to be a Wood Elf tribe. There are no hot springs in other places? Yes, there are. But there are always some troubles. Either they are occupied by people, or they are in the deep mountains and forests, surrounded by monsters. And I can't even take a bath in peace. Because of this, I have made friends with the Wood Elves. It's just such a simple enjoyment. Regarding the Sword Master's confession, Lin laughed and said, "Then you can live here forever." Chapter 290, Be Patient. This is not okay. What they are eating is pathetic. Lin was surprised by His Majesty the Sword Master's comments. He said, "No. The fruits produced here are delicious, juicy, rich in flavor, and have their own characteristics. I can't even say it is sad. Yes. Today I eat very sweet fruits. Tomorrow I eat fruits with sour and sweet taste. And the day after tomorrow I eat fruits with full aroma and good taste. Fruits, fruits, fruits. And occasionally you can eat some meat. But it's not the kind of thing you can enjoy. Isn't this kind of food sad?" Such a breakdown is indeed quite tragic. In addition, the Wood Elves have a very strange commandment not to be full, which means that no matter how delicious the food is, they will not eat it to their fullest. From a practical point of view, this commandment prevents fat people from appearing in their tribe, but it is not a good thing for the guests who come here, especially for those who are keen on satisfying their appetites. Lin could only show a helpless expression because he could no longer agree. "It's not without reason that I gained weight before time travel," William even said while walking away. "If it weren't for such shortcomings, it would be okay to live like this." Watching the people walking away, their figures disappearing into the mist of falling snow and spring mist, Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself in his dream. The starry sky is still there in the dream, just like how it looked when the world was first established and the star map was established. In addition, there is also no earth, no flowers, trees, and any other things or scenes that can call this world a world. Only the isolated magic tower divides this place into an upper, lower, left, and right plane, and a plane that can be called ground, even though this ground also has nothing. Now this magic tower no longer looks like a two-story, unfinished building. The floor area is not that narrow space that is said to be used only as a toilet. A toilet and a sink can be occupied. This is the description of the second incarnation. Fatty is even more ruthless and directly calls this place the spiritual bone tower. This magic tower in the dream has a larger plain area than the tower of the great sage where he originally lived. The tower itself is no longer a completely enclosed cylindrical tower, with entrances and exits, compartments and stairs inside, although there is no furniture. According to the saying before time travel, this is a rough room, but it has 5 floors. When a large number of meteors and rocks struck, the 3 Dream Masters played Tetris, trying to digest this invading energy surge. Lin originally wanted to build the outer wall of the cylindrical tower upwards as high as possible. At that time, it was not even thought of covering the floor plan between the floors. But when the height reached the 5th floor, I seemed to be possessed by a ghost, or blessed to the core, and built internal compartments and stairwells. The fat one couldn't help but curse at this change, because he had to take into account various procedural changes, which was a completely different level of difficulty than just carving a new type of magic pattern on the outer wall of the cylinder. But when the last brick happened to be the last part of the 5th floor capping, the three of them felt like they had seen a ghost. It's broad daylight, well, the starry sky is twinkling, and there is no sun in the dreamland. But it still can't change this coincidence that makes people feel numb. Today I entered the dreamland again and looked carefully at this 5-story tower, which happened to be the height limit of the magic tower in the real world. The 5-story majestic tower where the Dharma saint sits. Lin only had one thought: it was really riddled with holes. It looked as if it had been tortured by artillery LS. There were gaps everywhere. Gaps that could not be filled. You finally thought of appreciating how bad your Tetris stacking skills are. They didn't say low when they met. And the one who just started spraying was of course the fat one. The junior high school student followed closely behind him and walked out of the gate of the magic tower. Any suggestions for remediation? The original asked. The reason why I don't ask about the method is because all three of them are well aware of it. It's nothing more than slowly reaccumulating power. And as long as new bricks can be made, they will fill in the gaps. This is the safest way. And it allows you to slowly check the completeness of the new formation pattern of the entire tower and make slight corrections. The disadvantage is that it is time-consuming. Otherwise, quit and practice again. Of course, this can be perfect, but it is also the most dangerous. This is no different than the original 2-story building, which was still unfinished. How to demolish and change it was just a matter of thought. The 5-story tower that has been built is considered a complete structure, and the layout of the magic array also completes the cycle. I wanted to dismantle and rebuild it, but accidentally, the energy in the dream was out of control. This was not the situation like the meteor rushing towards the magic tower before, but it would explode directly on the spot. If that really happened, Lin didn't think his life could be saved. The third method is to play the Tower of Hanoi method, which is a compromise of the second method. But to be honest, it is uncertain whether the 3-pole change and gap filling can be accomplished at the same time. The biggest reason for uncertainty is that this is a dream space, not a real environment. Many physical laws do not apply here. Naturally, it is difficult to determine whether the modification method of the Hanoi Tower will work before actually conducting experiments. The incarnation of Fat Mansion curled his lips and said directly, "Although this tower looks like an osteoporosis patient now, it will break if you knock it casually. But at least the entire magic circuit is complete and functional. This is the result of my hard work. Do you still want to take risks and pursue perfection at the cost of losing control and self-explosion? If you want to die, wake up and go out. Turn right. And think of a way that won't affect us. Think about how to die." When the original person heard this, he said dissatisfiedly, "I haven't complained to you yet, but you have said a lot of things first. How will we implement all our research so far? Convert everything into magic arrays, all at once?" Feijai was also dissatisfied and complained, "Don't even think about it. The situation was so critical at that time. I had to complete the magic pattern on the bricks you laid to ensure that all the energy could enter the circuit and circulate, instead of letting it flow away, destroying the place where we are staying. In that urgent situation, it is already a great thing that I can use the new magic array to complete the translation of the program, and also dodge the gap created by your poor bricklaying skills. I don't have the energy to think about what to do and what to do." Seeing that one was fat and the other was thin, the two of them were about the same height, and they were about to reenact the fight at the beginning of the dream, when the second incarnation shouted to stop them. "Before you start a fight, let's take a look at this." At this time, the three of them all focused on the golden leaf on the hand of the second incarnation. Above it is a calligraphy that I haven't seen in a long time. For straight and charming Chinese characters, be patient and don't be impatient. "How did this come about? Did you change it yourself?" The original one questioned the golden leaf. The second grader asked with a strong attitude, "Is it native to dreams? Is it conjured by us, so you can't feel it?" Under the watchful eyes of 3 people and 6 eyes, the golden leaves turned into dots of golden light and dissipated in the dream. Feijai was the first to speak and asked, "Actually, I wanted to ask last time about the origin of this golden leaf. Who do you think it belongs to?" The 3 of them looked at each other. The same name and the same face came to mind, but no one could say it out loud. In the end, the fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It can't really be him. Isn't he carved out of wood? You are now in a world where there is magic and skeletons can walk all over the ground. Although you have not seen gods with your own eyes, they really exist. Not to mention that the thing you have been dealing with the most these days is actually a tree. So, you say whether he exists or not." "I don't dare to deny it so categorically. Does it really exist? The second incarnation looked at the right hand where the gold leaf had disappeared, and murmured, "The one who controls half of the civil and military world." In reality, the snow is deep, but the sun still brings a touch of warmth. The wood elves all took advantage of the snowfall to bask in the sun. Although someone still felt extremely cold, the scene in front of him was not much better than the beaches of the earth. Not to mention their elf blood. The men are handsome and the women are pretty, which is very eye-catching, except for the extraordinary brother showing off his muscles everywhere. This should be a very beautiful scene. Does that mean that one is really not an orc, but he put on pointed ears and pretended to be an elf? Lin has always wanted to secretly ask Bai Lu about this matter. But this morning, someone came to say Lo. The reason was surprising, but it could be said that it was not surprising. The white swordsman William Greco left. In this chilly day, Duty yelled that he was looking for rice wine. After collecting his things, he ran away. He would come and say Lo before leaving, which shows that he still understands a little bit about the world. He first came to the Wadwo tribe to explore the situation and send messages to other high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. He also used a special method to deliver Wadwo's answer. He will stay in the future, but because he can't think of anywhere to go, he will stay in the tribe for the winter. But as long as there is a clear destination, no matter how deep the snow is or how cold the weather is, it cannot stop a strong man of his level. Although most people don't understand why this lazy human sword master would leave at such a freezing time, most wood elves can only say that this strange man's thoughts are different from ordinary people's and are difficult to fathom. But Lin understood what William was thinking. Others say that he is a lazy guy, narcissistic and arrogant, but he is so strong that it is difficult for people to teach him a lesson. In fact, the so-called laziness is because most of the serious things in the eyes of everyone are not worthy of his attention, and he has to work hard to do them. The so-called narcissism and arrogance are just that it is difficult to have common topics with other people, and they are unwilling to talk more. If William Greco was really lazy and undisciplined, how could he be as strong as he is now? If he was really arrogant, how could he have friends like Kalamaharing? As for narcissism, Xylin guessed that maybe it was just that he hadn't met someone of the opposite sex whom he could talk to and shared common interests with. Don't force or pursue until you meet the right person. As for why someone can understand the sword master and feel sympathy for him, it can only be said that they are the same type of people. The only difference is that the other party has the power to control his own destiny, while he can only wallow in the mud. Genius or something. The most annoying thing. Chapter 291 Early Spring. Departure. February of the year 730 of the Aramaic calendar. The week of melting snow and new shoots. The great astrologer Spiller from Willian City, in the Sijia district of the Southwest Peninsula, has completed the first issue of the perpetual calendar, which is actually the weekly climate forecast for the years 729 to 739 of the Aryan calendar. This is not surprising in the forum. It caused quite a stir. Compared with the old method, it can only predict changes in the next week or 2 weeks. This time not only did it predict the 10-year period at once, but it also abandoned the original symbolic recording method and switched to numbers used in mathematics. In this regard, the loudest protesters are of course those old-school astrologers who are unwilling to learn and absorb new things. But the host of the perpetual calendar is the most respected among the astrologers in the Southwest Peninsula. Most of the astrologers in the Southwest Peninsula can be regarded as his disciples and grandsons through relatives. Therefore, the opposition did not make any big waves. After the first issue of the perpetual calendar was posted on the forum, Lin, who was still in Willian City at the time, bought a set. That was at the end of 1972-8. The name of the climate week, Snow Melt and New Buds, is also the day that announces the official arrival of spring every year. He drove up the carriage, carrying more things than when he came up, and the 4 strong horses pulled up the carriage, still relaxed and comfortable. A spare horse and the mule followed behind the car, which was not much different from the formation when they came. Over the past year or so, the ones that have changed the most are probably these beasts. Staying within the scope of the world tree, any wheat has energy and nutrients that are unmatched by the outside world, which makes them fat and strong. On the way out, there were some sections where the trees grew close together, making it difficult for large vehicles to pass. When they came, they relied on Kalama Harang's ability to control plants. And when they left, they relied on Halumi, a new member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, to cooperate with the World Tree Turtle Dove Chin to clear the way. The ability of the piano to control plants was the result of Finmo's modification. Except for Lin, A traveler who likes to make magic props that can be directly attacked, such as magic guns and wands with fireballs. The mainstream method of enchantment is to add some auxiliary magic, or some items that will be very useful in certain situations. Magic that is practical, but not worth expending your precious power to use or remember. For most magicians, controlling plants is a magic that is only used on special occasions. However, considering the original patterns on the body of the World Tree Turtle Dove piano in hand, adding a magic to control plants is the most reasonable design without causing extensive damage. Another enchantment is Energy Shield. Of these two magics, the former is a naturally formed pattern of the World Tree, which means it has a rudimentary ability. It only needs to be slightly changed in the direction of the magic pattern and guided, and it can be used quickly. Compared with Druid control of plants, the convenience is not far behind. The latter is the main function of the natural magic patterns on the World Tree. If you think about it seriously, this situation is quite normal. The World Tree spans multiple dimensions. In order to deal with the energy impact between different dimensions, its own protection must be quite thorough. It can be said that 99% of the magic patterns on his body exist for this purpose. The error that was missed in the previous promotion of Waldwo was due to the neglect of the energy required for the World Tree to evolve the magic patterns on its own body, which resulted in the almost collapse. Fortunately, the ending was peaceful. If those wood elves had not been sacrificed, it would have been a complete success. In other words, this turtle dove has been modified by Finn. In addition to being used as a warhammer to hit people, it can also be used to control plant magic and be used as a shield to defend against energy attacks. Its hardness allows it to be used as a defense against attacks from general weapons. Shield. Of course, it can also be played as an instrument. Halloumi couldn't put it down for such an offensive and defensive weapon. Well, a musical instrument. Compared to the crooked blonde girl, her companions are much more normal. Within this year, Kaya has become proficient in using 3-ring apprentice level magic. And with the convenience of being within the coverage of the World Tree, enough power has been accumulated. As long as you find a branch headquarters of the Magicians Association for assessment, it is no longer a big problem to obtain the qualifications of a formal magician. But neither Lin nor the girl herself was so anxious about Kaya's promotion, because the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl hopes to participate in the official magician promotion assessment with her companions. On the other hand, the personal information in MIDI is not as convenient as the informatization of government agencies on Earth. No matter where people go, personal information can be retrieved. The promotion records of Master and Apprentice Lin are all included in the paper directory of magicians and magic apprentices of Shijia District Branch. When you reach a new partition, you have to log in again and re-authenticate. Of course, the recertification here will be more relaxed for those who already have magician qualifications. But the title of Great Magician will be awarded very cautiously. For the certification of magic apprentices, there are different standards depending on the region. Some of the more stringent ones will require you to retake the test no matter how many times you have passed it before. The reason is also very simple. If you can pass it once, you can pass it the second or third time. The apprenticeship examination is really not difficult for a formal magician. In some areas, the apprentices are free to make their own decisions. As much as they say, the new branch will register. It's not that there have never been apprentices who lied about their qualifications as magicians. In fact, there are many liars who use this trick. However, it does not mean that the apprentice's combat effectiveness will definitely be inferior to that of a formal magician. At the moment of life and death, the coffin will only contain the dead person, not necessarily the apprentice. After all, the masters judge heroes based on their success or failure in actual combat. But in general, it is still difficult for magic apprentices to obtain formal magician qualifications from other branches. It may depend on luck. You may face difficulties, but it's not that easy. So the two girls were not anxious at all. Teachers in the past would struggle with what level of assessment the two apprentices had to pass by a certain deadline in order to get the little subsidy from the Magicians Association. Teachers no longer look down upon that little money, so there is no need to force the two apprentices to develop. What's more, as they get older, they are no longer children who need someone to supervise them from behind if they don't have self-awareness. Their achievements in this life will stop here. So someone just let the cows graze. Returning to her wandering journey, the crazy girl with blonde hair is still the same as in the past year, running around all over the mountains and plains, as if she has endless energy. The task of driving was taken over by Kaya. The former Demon King still looked like a golden skeleton. He stayed beside the coffin all day long, as if he was analyzing something. But she didn't ask for help. And no one would approach her. Mainly because I got in on it myself. And most of the time, I couldn't understand what she was doing. Kaya, who likes to do things quietly, had already sorted out the messy world map of the lost continent, using her free time in the previous year. Even so, there are still more blank parts of the map than known parts. The vast expanses of unexplored wilderness illustrate that the world still contains untold dangers. However, walking on the main road outside the Basque country, you can see caravans coming and going from time to time, and mercenaries serving as escorts. No intelligent monster would take this path. If there were just a few scattered beasts, they wouldn't be enough for these blood-licking mercenaries to sacrifice. The caravan's guards mainly guard against people who often come and go. The more common ones are orcs or gnoll gangs, and centaur horse thieves. On the contrary, goblins from the tumor of the earth rarely appear. This is because those green-skinned dwarfs only bully rural villagers, and they're in trouble when they encounter fully armed soldiers. Centaurs and gnolls can be said to be the most keen on robbing among the orcs. The former is the advantage of mobility, which allows them to choose the most relaxed lifestyle. The latter can be said to be a matter of nature. So when Halloumi ran back and said there was a fight ahead, Lin's first thought was robbery, in line with the principle of drawing out a sword to help when the road is rough. Lin asked Kaya to drive towards the location indicated by Halloumi to see if there was anyone he could help with. It was a bandit gang composed mainly of orcs, mixed with humans and jackals, and they were besieging the human caravan. The two parties fought fiercely, and it seemed that some people fell to the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. The beast of burden pulling the cart was either dead or ran away. There were several overturned cars, and the goods were scattered all over the place. However, looking at the situation, the gang of robbers still had the upper hand. There were not many human guards left to fight, and the Chamber of Commerce members, who were not wearing armor, were mostly killed or wounded. It can be said that if the bandits exert a little more force, they will be able to wipe out the remaining resistance of the caravan. However, these orcs and half-orcs are much more sensitive to danger than ordinary humans, than may not have publicized her existence. But in the senses of certain races, her mere appearance set off some kind of inexplicable warning signal. The half-orc who seemed to be the leader among the bandits quickly discovered the appearance of Lin and his party. Of course, the four carriages were too conspicuous, and it was impossible to ignore them. Lin originally wanted to help the caravan and attack the bandits from behind, but the carriage carrying goods was not used to rush into the battle. And Lin didn't think that untying these horses and letting the magicians play cavalry roles would bring much combat effectiveness. So they got out of the car and quickly made preparations, watching eagerly. It's a pity that when someone just showed up, the robbers made a sudden decision and ran away without even bothering to clean up the body of their companion. Of course, Lin wouldn't think that his aura was too strong, forcing the bandits to escape. The golden skeleton next to him was the key. Regardless of whether the group of bandits mistook themselves for a necromancer with a golden skeleton warrior or realized that the golden skeleton was the greatest threat, they chose to retreat immediately. Moreover, there has been an indescribable weird atmosphere around the former Demon King recently, which makes me feel uncomfortable sometimes. Not to mention these very sensitive thieves. Being able to resolve the matter without fighting can be said to be the best ending. Lin also took a breath. Although I hope that I will no longer be afraid of things, I am not so stubborn that I will take the initiative to touch everything with my head. That is called stupidity, not bravery. Ah! They ran away! Chase them quickly! Ah! There is a hard-headed fool here. That crazy girl Harumi chased after the bandits in the direction they were retreating. Chapter 292 Flash. Seeing her little friend chasing after her, Kaya also wanted to take action. Unfortunately, the support he received immediately was not good at moving magic. By the time he had blessed himself with 2 apprentice-level magics, jumping and floating, which were very suitable for traveling, Halloumi had already run quite far. Since Fin has never shown her physical limits, there is no way to compare the blonde girl's current mobility, after this year of training and conditioning, is probably the best among the 3 masters and apprentices. Just when Kaya was getting ready, Lin was still dumbfounded. She had already crossed half of the hill, chased directly behind the bandit gang, and was about to get into the forest. If I start at this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. So Lin grabbed the black-haired girl who was about to rush out and said, "Why are you chasing after me? I have said before, don't chase after the poor, and don't get in when Lin comes. This crazy girl has taken advantage of everything. I have to teach her a lesson." Not even once. Teacher. If you didn't chase her and let Halloumi go into the woods, the consequences would be even worse. Kaya rarely expressed her worries. That's true, Lin said with approval. I think we should capture her first, and then talk about other things. In an instant, the figure of his teacher disappeared from his eyes. He appeared again, but in midair, and dropped the crazy girl in his hand towards the ground. The next moment, Halloumi fell to the ground, and Lin safely flashed back to his original position. How did I? The captured blonde girl couldn't finish her words. She seemed to be suffering from severe motion sickness as she knelt on the ground and vomited. Seeing the poor appearance of the girl, Lin had to reflect. It seems that this magic is not suitable for bringing people around, he thought at the same time. On the contrary, the two people next to her looked at her in surprise. The skeleton may not have eyes, but the yellow flames dancing in the eye holes also showed that her curiosity was no less than Kaya's thirst for knowledge. Then asked directly, What did you just do? Yeah. After a while, someone started to explain from nowhere. But when he saw that Halloumi's limbs were weak and about to fall into the pile of vomit he had just vomited, Lin lifted the girl from under his sides and walked to the caravan. At the same time, he said, Let's leave first. Let's talk about the rest as we go. Because he couldn't help. And in order to avoid misunderstanding, Lin stayed away from the mostly abandoned caravan, especially when the survivors used angry expressions to warn their group. There are many people who take advantage of the situation to rob. And there are also many people who wait to reap the benefits after both parties suffer losses. It is very difficult to gain the trust of others when you are close to such a situation. Instead of stepping forward to explain and show kindness, everyone should go their separate ways. Besides, there was a skeleton next to him. How could he explain its existence? Let others accept it, and prove that he was the righteous party? Lin just thought about it, and his head was spinning. In this way, this encounter with bandits on the road came to an end quickly. Inside the caravan, the blonde girl was no longer as energetic as she had been recently, but was leaning sickly against the stacked wooden boxes. When he saw his teacher entering the car, his eyes were filled with sadness and questions. Lin did not immediately respond to the three pairs of puzzled looks. Instead, he said to Kaya, Leave first. If we stay here, those people can't relax. Let's clean up the aftermath. The girl understood the words and sat on the driver's seat. She flicked the reins and rode away from the battlefield. However, Halloumi seemed unwilling to give in. Looking at the miserable scene outside the caravan and the direction in which the thieves were leaving, she took the lead and asked, Teacher, why didn't you stay to help those people and let the thieves run away? How can you be sure that those caravans are good people worthy of help, and the thieves are bad people who deserve death? Isn't that true? The girl said angrily. Is it possible that in the house of that group of robbers, there are a group of children who are waiting for food? If their fathers who only know how to rob don't come back with some things that can be exchanged for food, 1, 2, 3, or 4 will starve to death. And those caravans actually appropriated the property of poor people and forcefully purchased goods from others at extremely low prices that were almost free, just to make more money for themselves. If this is the case, who is the good guy? Who is the bad guy? Halloumi was speechless and said hesitantly, This can't be true. It's definitely not true. Because I'm just making this up. Hearing someone's speech, Halloumi opened her mouth and pouted, wanting to be angry. Lin was the first to say, Even if I made them up, is it possible that the situation I mentioned could happen? A question not only caused Halloumi to think, even Kaya, who was sitting in the driver's seat with her ears stretched out, lowered her head and thought. Lin didn't intend to let them think too much, and gave the answer directly, saying, I'm not saying that robbery isn't allowed behavior, but when we saw the fighting, we didn't know the real situation at the first time. In such a situation, all we can do is help the weaker party. Of course, there is no problem with this kind of behavior. But should we stop the fight or kill one party to save the other party? But if it really breaks out, you may not be able to control it. The girl argued weakly. Of course. I admit it. I have set a lot of bad examples in the past few years. As soon as the Tower of the Great Sage launches an attack, it is almost swept away without reservation. Because of this, looking back now, I have made many bad friends. Necessary hatred. That's why I'm telling you now to leave some leeway in everything you do. Especially when the other party has already run away. We don't know if the other party is really evil or just unlucky. He robbed you the first time. If they hit you. Besides, they don't have a deadly feud with you, so they need to chase them. And is their retreat a strategy? Is there an ambush somewhere, just waiting for someone to catch up? Are you sure that these things will not happen? If you are alone and we have no time to support you, what do you think your chances of survival are? If your life depends on others, it will be like a quail, driven everywhere by you, without the ability to resist, or will everyone be able to rescue you in time? Seeing the girl who had been taught a lesson until she was speechless, Lin wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue her, and give her a good thought about this wild girl who had been crazy for more than a year, so that she could calm down. It's just that the Lich seemed to be helping her out, intercepting someone's words and asking, "Okay, enough of those words. Now you have to explain what just happened. Is it the Any Gate? Or is it? Did you mention the Einstein-Rosen Bridge? How did you do it? And why did the girl become like this?" Halloumi, who was originally looking a little depressed, immediately turned into an angry look as soon as she heard her elder sister speaking out in defense, and tried to put on a fierce expression and glared at his teacher. And when the former Demon King spoke, there were no other more urgent matters that could be used as a shield at the moment. If you continue to ignore her, it feels like the consequences will be disastrous. So Len opened his mouth and said, "This is indeed the result of studying World Tree for more than a year. We have always thought that what is needed for World Tree to advance is the energy to break through the dimensional quadrant and find the direction for the next breakthrough. In fact, this is not the most accurate description. The World Tree has already hit parameter values in all dimensions. In MIDI's terms, it has a guide to the world in all dimensions. But this is not enough. It is to grow into another dimensional world, stabilize its own existence, and use the energy surge between dimensions to become the nutrients to strengthen itself. To do this, a large amount of energy is needed in the process of breakthrough and advancement. Transform yourself so that the tree body can withstand energy impacts of different natures from multiple dimensional worlds." Well, then, obviously, the nonsense just said was not what the Lich wanted to hear. So Len continued, "Since there are landmarks leading to other dimensions, then I can use mathematics to calculate the straight line distance to the destination I want to teleport to. Then in several dimensional spaces, by bending with any amount of curvature, I can achieve it in three-dimensional space. I disappear from one place and appear in another instantly. The biggest advantage of programming is that I can write cumbersome calculations into functions, call them at any time and get the results, and deal with possible exceptions. Make a thorough response plan. What finally appears is that I can move to the end point I calculated with just one thought." At the same time, Len looked at the girl who was lying weakly with her limbs sore. The reason why the girl is like this, I think, is because after passing through the multidimensional world, all the senses are confused at that moment. And there are also energy shocks that are different from the real world. After all, I have attached myself to the magic of the World Tree contains the formations that protect against dimensional energy impacts. Although it is not as good as the formations specially designed to defend certain dimensional worlds. Such formations are enough to protect oneself for a very short time. But I can only protect myself. But I can't protect the people I take with me. The bottom line is that my teacher not only dug out the secrets of the World Tree, he also used programmed logic to integrate many complex calculations into a snap of his fingers. And most importantly, the procedure is repeatable. Anyone who gets it can easily use it. Sofun and the sick Halloumi immediately extended their hands. If Kaya had not pulled the reins, her hand would have been stretched out. Looking at the three people holding out their hands, Lin said, "I have put the program files in the shared data area of the coffin. Let's look for the file number 9527. All the program codes are there. And I'm also afraid that I forgot about it. So the explanations and annotations are pretty detailed. So go read it if you want to study it." Kaya is the fastest, because she always wears glasses that connect to the coffin and open the browser field of view. After knocking on the frame, you enter the text interface of the first coffin. Halloumi took some time to find the glasses she didn't know where to put them on. Then put them on and open the vision interface. Only Finn's skull-like appearance doesn't hold up his glasses. But she went directly to the personal computer that was a lost version of the first coffin, opened the screen of the water mirror technique, and started doing some operations. The shared data area is a storage space opened on the first coffin to facilitate the exchange of files between four people. With tree-like directory management, everyone can easily find the file location mentioned by Lin. He immediately pulled away and took a look. Halloumi only lasted 3 seconds before closing her glasses and hugging the blanket. Feeling depressed and ready to go to sleep, Kaya held on a little longer. 10 seconds. She couldn't understand the Book of Heaven no matter what. So she finally gave up reluctantly. Even the magical genius Lich froze for a long time with the soul flames in his eyes looking at the thousands of pages of documents. Even if most of the file content is program code, people who want to use it can just copy it. But this thing is not for master to cast spells. It is for tower magic. Chapter 293 Long Distance Experiment. Lord Lich is processing his own bones again. The bones were removed one by one and magic patterns were carved on the surface. The scene was quite horrifying and strange. It's just that the two girls seemed to have become accustomed to it. They didn't look like they did when this one was just resurrected. They secretly stared at the Demon King with vigilance and discussed all day long. The content of the processing is Yelin's magic program to achieve the purpose of teleportation in the real world by traveling through multiple dimensions. It was a tower magic. This classification generally refers to all types of spells that cannot be completed by gestures and chanting alone, and must be assisted by a magic circle to complete the spell casting. Of course, it will be more powerful than ordinary magic, and it will be easier to use, because most of the work will be received by the magic circle arranged in advance. Ordinary magic props cannot be used to carry the tower with magic level patterns, mainly because the power consumption and circulation are beyond the capacity of ordinary small-scale magic materials. There must be a carrier of a similar level as the magic tower to be enough to serve as the basis for this type of magic. Lid is using the magic tower in the dream world. Wathan seems to be planning to continue processing her bones. The two girls had no hope. Of course, it is impossible for Fran to accept all the programs designed by someone. The most important thing is to disperse all the programs that are converted into new magic circles on every bone. The arrangement of each breakpoint and sequence is very important. The original program code cannot be directly divided, since it is necessary to make such a major change. Lich will of course also modify the internal program logic. Another discussion and research brought up by the two people is how to find a suitable passage to safely carry other people to another location. What Lin is doing now is not to distort space through a fixed dimensional world to build the Einstein-Rosen bridge. He himself flashes in multiple dimensional worlds. Maybe multiple times. Maybe once. Looking for the most labor-saving method that is most suitable for the original location environment to achieve the purpose of teleportation. The choice to make this item is completely left to the automatic judgment of program magic. This is an inevitable harm to people who do not have protection against high-dimensional space. It is even said that if you travel through too many dimensions, you may even die directly. So if you want to carry ordinary people to Flash, you have to find a fixed channel to reduce the occurrence of damage. It is even necessary to find a channel that is not much different from the three-dimensional space, and will not produce too much redundant information that will cause harm to ordinary people. The two girls trusted their elder sister very much, so they directly started experiments on humans, and let the Lich who had mastered the new teleportation method take him several times. Although the vomiting and recovery afterwards were not as miserable as the first time Halloumi was taken by Lin. But it was a struggle for the two girls at first, and then things gradually improved. Until the end, no matter how the parameters are modified, the people being carried along can still not completely avoid being harmed by high-dimensional intelligence. And the lower the damage to the carrier, the higher the power consumption. Although he had tried to minimize the damage regardless of loss, then still hoped to find a completely harmless method. One concept Lin proposed for this was the idea of a protective shield. What can protect flashers from traveling through multi-dimensional worlds is the magical effect of Lin and Fen, which imitates the natural patterns on the world tree and has the ability to protect against the impact of energy storms caused by dimensional gaps. But it was solidified on itself in a way similar to a magic tattoo. So is there a way to use this effect to build a protective shield that can protect people other than yourself, so that you can easily carry others through the multidimensional world and teleport to anywhere? In response to this idea, Fen found a magic for moving in water from all the magic knowledge downloaded from the South Tower of Wulian City. Different from the water breathing of the apprentice level first level magic, this magic directly props up an egg-shaped shield that displaces water, forming the same atmospheric environment as the ground, and moves its position with the actions of the caster. The main purpose of this magic is to open up an underwater magic laboratory hidden in the water, and create some special purpose underwater operations. The structure of the egg-shaped shield can be used to construct a shield that takes people through dimensions. It is not difficult to complete this teleportation magic that can carry people without harm. And now that there is protection, you can choose the easiest path to jump freely from multiple dimensions. But the cost is a greater loss of power. Not to mention Fen. The magic that could drain her dry basically didn't exist. Lin tried to use that poor mule as an experiment. The larger the living body he carried, the wider the dimensional shield needed to be opened, and the greater the loss. However, this loss has nothing to do with the flash distance. That mule can be regarded as the combined weight of two girls, and they can teleport with it. After about 3 or 5 jumps, the poor mule disappeared, and someone's power was drained, and he was on the verge of collapse. First, a moment of silence for the poor mule. Following this family from William City is not a hard life. Staying in the Wadwo tribe for more than a year can be considered a blessing. Now that he died in a magic experiment, summarizing Mule's life should be worthwhile. This accident also caused someone to start a plan and make a major revision. The revision is to supplement a program plan. It means what kind of emergency measures should be taken when one's own power is no longer enough to cast a complete magic, and what kind of emergency measures should be taken, and how one can proactively perform overloaded magic. The plan is to continue the previous work of digitizing capabilities. At that time, it was only used to evaluate the power contained in the magic stone, as well as the basis for monitoring and adjusting the operation and output of the Great Sage's tower. Now it is time to evaluate your own power in real time and define the range of power values consumed by the magic you use. The purpose is to find out where the limit of the amount of magic you can use is. To put it simply, you need to observe and calculate your own MP value, and at the same time define the MP value of magic consumption. Speaking of which, I clearly traveled through the normal magical world. But why did I make myself look more and more like I was in an online game? And on a quiet night, because of the unexpected sacrifice of the mule, the two girls were still dissatisfied and refused to talk to their teacher. The reason is that at least the meat should be brought back and used as food instead of just abandoned in an unknown world. Alright. The thinking of the wood elves and the druids is that waste is shameful. In short, this period of time was a rare moment of quiet for Lin, and he could use it to think about life. Flash. Let's call this magic like this. Although this is a magic prepared to be used to travel back to the Earth. In fact, from the initial completion to today, no real long-distance teleportation has been performed. So on this rare quiet, boring night, someone wanted to take a trip that was a little far away. It's late at night. The moon is white, and the chill is strong. Early spring has not yet shaken off the tail of winter, and the biting coldness makes the two girls nestled in the caravan hug the layers of blankets wrapped around them tighter. Compared to his new research, the Lich seems to be studying a way to sink his mind into a head coffin in order to input faster and read faster, so as to get rid of the speed limit of typing the keyboard by hand. So she seemed to be unconscious at this time, immersed in her own consciousness. In this moment when the whole world is sleeping, and I am the only one awake, Lin embarks on an adventure. The essence of Flash technique is to enter the high-dimensional world after confirming the distance to the destination, and shorten the distance between 2 points through high-dimensional distortion, so that you can reach the destination by moving slightly. In other words, when performing Flash, the most important thing is to determine the distance. As far as the eyes can see, there is no need to say more. A man who plays astronomical distance measurement to the point of going crazy, and his control over the space within his field of vision is unimaginable to others. It can be said that with the Flash technique, you can appear wherever you want. When measuring distances outside the field of vision, Lin used his arcane eyes to record precise maps that were not inferior to satellite aerial photography of the places he had traveled. However, there are so-called curvature problems on the ground surface, as well as problems with the height of the horizontal plane. The straight-line distance between 2 points is definitely not as simple as connecting 2 points on the map. But all the complex calculations are not a problem in the face of the constructed function. However, there are still some conservative methods that can be used to flash out of sight for the first time. After thinking about how to make this journey, Lin disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, making no sound. Although it didn't make any noise, it didn't cause any waves. But for those who have the same magic, it is as clear as thunder on the ground. Enfin wakes up. Although the skeleton body did not stand up or move, the skull still turned beyond the limit of what a human could turn. Looking directly behind him at the position where someone had left, the soul flame was beating, and no emotion could be seen. The most fearful thing about teleportation is the uncleanness of the teleportation location. Teleport yourself into the mountain wall, or overlap and combine with other creatures, similar to the situation in the old movie Fly Man. Therefore, most of the traditional teleportation magic in Midland focuses on ensuring the safety of the teleportation destination before teleporting people there. Traveling through the Flash technique is a completely different experience than using the teleportation array. It's like traveling through a book that keeps turning pages, and the scenes you can see and feel change all the time. When the picture stops changing, It means the destination has been reached. But Lin will not immediately jump out of the high-dimensional world and return to reality. Although he was standing in a high-dimensional world, he could still tell that he was standing above a magic tower, because the time flow rate and physical laws of the two parties are different. He did not fall from the sky, and staying in this situation cannot last too long. It's probably like holding your breath. Before you can't breathe, you have to leave the high-dimensional world and return to reality. Chapter 294, Revisiting the Old Place. This short stay is the time to judge the exact place to jump back to reality and avoid those dirty places. At the beginning, you have to rely on subjective judgment. But as more and more experience and situations are accumulated, the machine learning model written in the program becomes more and more perfect. And the program's independent judgment will become faster and faster. Because the longer you stay in a high-dimensional space, the higher the damage and consumption will be. Choosing to jump back to reality in midair is itself a conservative approach to teleportation using the flash technique. After all, there are far fewer obstacles that may appear in the sky than on the ground. So after confirming that there was nothing around him, Lin jumped out of the high-dimensional world and returned to reality. The body was also pulled by gravity and began to fall to the ground. Generally speaking, if you don't use the feather fall technique at the height you are at, you will probably die in an ugly way. However, there is nothing that cannot be reached within sight. In the next flash, Lin was already standing safely on the ground, looking up at the magic tower where he had lived for more than 3 years, and thought he would spend the rest of his life here, the Tower of the Great Sage. The appearance is still the same as when he left. The collapsed part maintains the appearance after he demolished the east wall and repaired the west wall. His successor did not completely repair the tower. The only difference is the open-air bath on the balcony on the second floor. I heard that it was originally demolished when the Tower of the Great Sage was used as a wartime headquarters and turned into a fortress to fight against the invasion of the Abyss. The arcane eye on the top of the tower is open, twitching from time to time, changing the direction of observation. This is what it looks like when global monitoring is done without focusing on one location. But as soon as someone appears, the arcane eye immediately catches the specific figure and fixes the direction of observation, as if it is looking at it. Has the protection mechanism been cracked? Lin felt that the development of the MIDI program would have to go through several more explosive developments before he would be able to discover the backhand he had left behind. However, it does not rule out bypassing the existing logic. After all, I am not a salary major. Even those talented people who travel to the previous Earth cannot completely avoid the loopholes exploited by hackers. Let alone myself. Of course, this is not necessarily a hacker taking advantage of a bug. It may be that he happened to bypass the original program logic and do something he did not fully imagine. But it seems that the changes in the Tower of the Great Sage are not much different from when he left. This also means that with the backup skills he has left behind, retaking this magic tower will probably not be much more difficult than snapping his fingers. But what's the purpose of doing this? According to the legal principles of Lost Land, if you do this, you will not be recognized as the Tower Master by the Magician Association. It is true that with the combat power of the Great Sage's tower, it can completely ignore the approval of the outside world. But the magic tower will not produce food independently. And some magic materials must also rely on communication with the outside world. When I really take back the magic tower, I'm afraid it will be the result of fighting all the way. Just thinking about it makes me feel so tired. Besides, since he chose to leave, he also threatened that he would never come back. This time I came back to take a look. But it was just a random destination chosen to experiment with the flash technique. Always look at the place where you have been, and see that there is nothing wrong with it. So what's the point of trying to confine yourself back to the Shijia district on the southwest peninsula of Lost Land? The world is so big. It's worth seeing, isn't it? As soon as his thoughts changed, Lin entered the flash again and disappeared from the place. Tower of the Great Sage. 3rd floor. Core room. A beautiful woman just got up from the big bed in the corner. Basically, the internal layout of the magic tower has not changed much. The most important thing is that no one knows whether the changes will affect the original design and layout of the magic circle. So the big bed placed in the core room is still in its original position. The woman is the apprentice of the current tower master and also his lover. His magic talent is not very good, but he has rare spirituality in learning the P language. So he was accepted as an apprentice by Chakvis, the current tower master of the Tower of the Great Sage. When she came to live in this tower, her job, in addition to serving at night, was to monitor various monitoring projects of the Tower of the Great Sage and conduct research on the underlying programs. and she got up from the bed because the magic tower detected a specific person and sent a warning message. Skillfully typing on the virtual keyboard, he controlled the system and brought up the record screen that issued the warning. The woman looked at the picture and was stunned for a moment. An unremarkable man appeared outside the tower and disappeared out of thin air after a while. Was it a ghostly image caught by chance? After several battles, this land was not as peaceful as it looked during the day. But I know the appearance of that man very well. The former tower master of the Tower of the Great Sage. One of the creators of the P language. The man who created the Forum era. The legendary magician who still has no one to claim to fully master the knowledge he left behind. Guy Black's Tripwood. Didn't he leave Shijia district? How could it suddenly appear here, and then suddenly disappear? Looking at the sleeping man lying on the bed, the female apprentice was worried about how to report this bizarre incident. Willian City. In a quiet community, in front of an uninhabited mansion, the owner of the house has left, leaving no servants to look after him. After more than a year, the unmaintained house has shown signs of dilapidation. Now the owner of the house returns to this familiar courtyard. There used to be two dog-shaped monsters, fighting to the death, with provocative opponents from all sides here. The two dogs he has taught always win. But no one is always victorious. The two big dogs eventually perished in the flames. Looking at this ghostly house in the moonlight, Lin didn't think he would live here for too long. I just didn't expect that my stay would be shorter than the Tower of the Great Sage. And I would have to leave. Blindly giving in seems to only lead to extremes. I thought that only by being tough could I encounter such a situation. I don't want to fight. But living in this world, I seem to have to fight. Returning to the old place with mixed feelings in my heart. I once thought that after I left, the property here would be occupied by others. However, it seems that the changes after he left have caused this house to be abandoned. When I went to the Tower of the Great Sage before, it was inconvenient for me to enter because there were other people living inside. Since the house was in an abandoned state, Lin couldn't help his curiosity, pushed open the door with a broken lock, and went inside, judging from the toppled furniture and signs of damage. Even if no one occupied the house, all the valuables inside had probably been taken away. I originally thought about whether it would be possible to recycle the cash box that I couldn't take away with me. But looking at the scene, there is not much hope. The room on the second floor where the coffin was originally placed was originally decorated with magic materials for the convenience of allowing the entire house to use the coffin to open the browser terminal. Now it seems that those materials have been dug up. Go up to the attic and find your own room. Apart from a lot of dust, there wasn't much damage to the attic, except for the astronomical telescope that fell to the floor. When I left, in order to increase the deception, I did not take the telescope with me. On the one hand, it is also because of its large size that the original car is inconvenient to carry. Secondly, I took off the lens and took it away. All that is left here is the barrel. It is much easier to make a suitable cylinder. The most difficult thing is to get the lenses with just the right curve. But another thing that should be in this room is missing. Just before I came here, I slightly imagined that the cash box was still in place. It was originally assumed that the cash box would have been damaged, and the contents inside would have been looted. But it seemed that the person who did it was very thorough, and moved the entire cash box away, which made someone feel dumbfounded. Walking through the rooms, Lin checked to see if there was anything of value that had been left behind before he had time to take it away. But it seems that the little thief who broke in after he left has been quite thorough. Nothing with metal was left behind. Anything that could be classified as magic materials, whether processed or not, was taken away and dug away. The more I patrol, the more helpless I become. Although we didn't live there long, we still had feelings for each other to a certain extent. He took away the only thing in the room that seemed to be of value, which was a pot of Harumi's small flower. This is a type of carnivorous plant unique to Midland. It can eat monsters as big as horses, not to mention humans when grown. However, the lamp plants kept in pots will only eat small insects at most. This ghost lamp grass can be considered very lucky to be alive until now. The potted plant just happened to be placed next to the open window. Maybe on occasional rainy days, the soil can be moistened, which is why this little pot of flower survives to this day, because the other potted plants that Halumi raised were dead, no matter what they were. Even so, this ghost lamp plant has withered and turned yellow, struggling to survive. Kaya's strange collections were all gone. She and Halumi have different interests in raising strange flowers and plants. The things Kaya collects can themselves be classified as magic materials, or they can be directly magic materials with certain special uses. So those little thieves who came to plunder it should take it all away as a matter of course. After feeling sad enough and confirming that there was nothing else of value in the house, Lin prepared to return. The original method of going back was slightly different from the way he came. In addition to the small pot of flowers in his hand being part of the plan, Lin also wanted to take this opportunity to do one more experiment. If there is no need to spend too much energy and construct a dimensional storm shield that can carry the flash of outsiders. According to Lin's own observations and measurements, even if there are other extra things to carry, regardless of the size of the object, the amount of power consumed is almost nothing. However, the items being carried may be contaminated by strange objects in the high-dimensional world, and the conditions for contamination to occur are still unclear. What is certain is that this is irreversible damage. But the so-called damage here only refers to the degree to which an object changes its original properties. In terms of consequences, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Magic materials are just items with strange properties. On the way here, he used the distance between 2 points to teleport directly over the destination. On the way back, he planned to use continuous flashing to not directly locate the destination, but to keep jumping to the next place within his field of vision. Finally reached the finish line. Another experiment I did by the way was on the ghost grass that I got by chance. Animals will be harmed because their brains cannot withstand the redundant information of the high-dimensional world. What about plants without brains? Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but stare at the potted plant in his hand. Is it an opportunity or another destruction? Chapter 295 Hometown Memories. Early in the morning, Halumi, who had just woken up, unexpectedly found a potted plant next to her. The blonde girl rubbed her groggy eyes, took a closer look, and immediately shouted excitedly, disturbing her dreams. The first person she quarreled with was, of course, her peers of the same age. Kaya! Kaya! Look! It's Luigi! He's back with me! Taking care of lovely flowers and plants is the girl's biggest hobby. Taking names, calling and greeting her affectionately were her daily routine. It's more important than learning magic. Kaya, who was woken up, was a little impatient. She stretched out her hand to push away the potted plant that was about to be stuffed into her face. Just by reaching out, his finger was bitten. The girl who was in pain became energetic. She stood up. Her sleepiness was gone, and she looked at her fingers. Kaya felt helpless towards the plant biting her finger. Carefully peel off the closed leaves of this dendron genus, not daring to hurt it at all. I remember that for the same reason, I injured one of Halumi's beloved plants, and the result was a cold war that lasted for 3 days. Since then, Kaya has consciously stayed away from these annoying little things. Now that he was bitten again, looking at the acid on his fingers that had eaten away a layer of skin, Kaya was almost like when she was a child, stuffing the painful area into her mouth. And then even her mouth suffered. Finally, she still remembered the treatment taught by the teacher. Method: first use magic water collection to condense a water ball to clean the wound. Then, where to put the wound medicine. Kaya was thinking about where to store the healing medicine. But another girl who was overly excited was holding a potted plant proudly, looking left and right, mindlessly completely forgetting that her companion was suffering from this. Injured. After muttering a few words, the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl asked, "How can you confirm that the pot of ghost grass is Luigi?" "Of course I remember. I made this flower pot myself. It's impossible to admit it." The girl looked at the withered potted plants happily. But the ghost lamp grass seems to have undergone transformation, hiding an indescribable vitality. After being poured with clean water, it seemed to glow even more dazzlingly. But compared to the blonde girl, who was in a state of excitement, Kaya was much calmer. Her first doubt was why this potted plant appeared here. When I left Willian City, I brought only necessities and precious magic materials. They were even afraid that the vehicle would be too heavy, and the mule that had not yet died a heroic sacrifice could not pull it. So most of the saved coins were lost. Not to mention the collections of myself and my companions. But before the girl asked the question, someone answered it first. The skeleton that was sitting quietly suddenly shook, and with extraordinary movement of the joints of ordinary people, the bones flipped to the other side, after making a series of clicking sounds from his teeth. Thinsai said, "It seems that your teacher left last night and went back. I just don't know what the situation is in Willian City now." When the two girls heard this, their eyes lit up, and they quickly looked for their teacher. The man who had been working hard for most of the night was sleeping soundly next to the campfire. The gameplay that flashed continuously in his field of vision last night raised a very important question: how to make sure that you are heading in the right direction. This is not like playing a game, which comes with a mini-map radar to indicate your location. I thought it would be an easy thing to do. Just stand in midair and rush forward in the direction of the straight line of my gaze. But several times, I didn't know where I ran to. Fortunately, I can still find the direction to go back and return to the environment I know. The method he finally found was to lower his height in the air and flash along the path he had taken. Even so, I have a vague impression of where I have walked. I wandered off in different directions several times and then turned back. After a lot of hard work, I was finally able to run back to the camp where I was stationed last night. At that time, the whole person was exhausted. But this was not because his mana and power were exhausted. The flash technique without any protection measures is as expected, and consumes almost nothing. I feel so tired because I took the wrong path several times and was in a hurry. So after coming back, after placing the still alive ghost lamp grass next to the girl, Lynn nestled next to the campfire with ashes and fell asleep. However, the two excited girls didn't care about this. They rushed to their teacher's side and shook wildly. Especially for Halloumi. It is a standard operation. Almost pushing the potted plant into someone's cheek. In addition to the earth-shaking feeling, the most uncomfortable thing for a miserable person is the hard object on his face. Before he could even open his eyes to see clearly, he subconsciously reached out and pushed. When the center hairs on the blades are touched, the bulbous grass instinctively snaps together, as if an animal bites it off viciously. But the closed leaves didn't bite anything. Lynn flashed into the air 3 steps away and fell heavily. You have to wake up now, if you don't want to wake up. After rubbing his sore buttocks, the man who woke up looked around. Who was attacking him? The self-protection design of the flash technique is that as long as an object with a speed above a certain speed approaches, or energy above a certain magnitude approaches, the flash technique will be activated. If the person is still awake, he will be teleported randomly to any position in the field of vision. If he is asleep, he will be teleported randomly to the surrounding midair, about 1 meter in height. The original intention of this design was to use this gap to fall to the ground and wake up someone in their sleep. This is the first time I have experienced such a design. And the conclusion is that it sucks. It seems that the design of this warning reminder needs to be rethought. It's just that if there are no thieves or monsters approaching, then who will attack me? Teacher! Teacher! The two girls in front of them said with shining eyes. You have gone back to Wulian City. What about the other things? It turned out that these two girls were worried about their worthless little things. It's just that someone not only agrees with this feeling, but also understands it. The dolls and models he collected before traveling through time travel are also worthless in the eyes of many people. But to him, they are treasures that are hard to exchange for money. It's a pity that even if you can agree with the two girls' feelings, it doesn't mean that things will go smoothly. Besides, it seems that he didn't hide the fact that he ran away and came back from the Lich, although the skeleton's appearance showed no emotion. Judging from the beating yellow flames, Ling guessed that Finn was also curious about the situation in Wulian City. So he said, the homes in the community have been abandoned, with vines climbing everywhere and overgrown weeds. And even thieves have visited. All the valuable things and things that can be exchanged for money have been taken away. In short, the ghost lamp grass, it's the only thing worth bringing back. Kaya, your collection and the money we didn't take away are gone. So don't count on it. The fact that was like a bolt from the blue made the black-haired and brown-skinned girl, who had always been calm and composed, look like she was in a state of collapse. She sadly hid aside and squatted on the ground drawing circles. This was an emotion that Kaya rarely showed. Even Halloumi, who was accustomed to being careless, came to Kaya's side to comfort those who were sad. The Lich did not leave. She came to someone and stood quietly without any intention. Lin stared at the golden skeleton for a while, feeling like he was in high school, and went out to see the life-size human skeleton model. It's just that what I was looking at first was plastic, but what I saw in front of me was a shiny, unknown material. Just when he was about to ask, the Lich's right arm bone stabbed out like a spear. Before Lin could react, he had already flashed to another open space. Then didn't pursue him. She just maintained the same posture and turned to look at the man who flashed away. A moment of silence and staring made someone's scalp numb. Lin asked with some guilt, "What's wrong? You keep looking at me?" "No, it's okay." Then put aside the original solemn atmosphere in a blink of an eye and returned to his normal tone, saying, "I just don't understand how your strength should be evaluated now." "It turns out that this is the problem." Lin laughed and said, "I don't care much about that kind of thing. I only care about whether my life-saving cards are safe enough. Ever since I came to this world, I have always felt that my life is like a candle in the wind, and I may not be able to survive at any time. Paul, it's only today that I feel a little more at ease. Life is so difficult. Then, let's kill a dragon together. Or kill gods and demons. Well, did they mess with you? No. This is nothing to do. It's not easy for them to survive to this day. You don't even think about how many things have been broken in your hands. Well done. Don't just want to cause trouble for them all day long. Besides, you are fierce enough. But not everyone has your ability. The cost of many things cannot be borne by just one person. I don't want my life to be wonderful. I just want to live. You have to be more relaxed. Although it is an exaggeration to say that I came to this world from my hometown. Not many people will have this experience. No, maybe many. I once read a passage that the so-called history means that everything except the names of people is false. The so-called novels means that everything except the names of the people is true. If those time travel stories are true, then people on Earth would have a very fulfilling life in the world outside the Earth. If you think about it seriously, people on Earth are really scary. However, compared to how many people on Earth dominate other worlds, there is one thing that Lin has always wanted to ask, but has never found a chance to ask. Taking advantage of the moment, he finally asked, "Are you going to stay like this forever?" "What? You look down on my true appearance. This is just like those superior people who only judge people by their appearance. Or do you want it?" Faced with a hint of teasing from the former Demon King, someone who has become accustomed to it can be considered to have strong resistance. But today, he didn't want to complain, but said seriously, "I'm not bad. But for the rest of the trip, other people will be like those Wood-Elves, accepting your appearance easily. It's really sad. Didn't you say that in your world, people should not feel inferior to their appearance? Accept yourself, and then others will be willing to accept you. And those who only look at appearance and bully those they think are ugly people who are really ugly are the ones inside. Aren't they?" Sister, regardless of what those self-righteous people think, they are at least talking about human beings. There are not many people who would say that zombies are cute. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw the look in the eyes of the two girls looking over, which was very similar to the look in their eyes when they saw a certain couple and began to have unlimited delusions. Thinking of Kaya's special preferences, someone looked embarrassed and speechless. This was even more embarrassing than sleeping with Fun and being seen by them. Thinking back, from The Sixth Sense and A Chinese Ghost Story to Beauty and the Beast and Snow White, the people on Earth are really scary. Chapter 296 Research on the Human Body. What do you think life is? All of a sudden, the topic was elevated from a casual chat to a philosophical level. Lin felt uncomfortable for a while. Don't know how to respond. Looking at the troubled expression of the person being asked, then also felt that his question was a bit vague. So he continued, "The body I originally built was just condensed with power, and I made myself think that I had various senses and feelings. But in essence, it was a body of elements, and everything I thought was false. The path I have traveled has been to constantly transform the bones in my body. Layers of magic patterns have covered every inch of my bones, and this path has reached its limit. However, this time I have taken advantage of it. When Waldo advanced, we all absorbed the surge of energy from the dimensional gap, and this wave of energy also loosened the limits that I once thought would be the key to my growth again. But it is not the case. Is it because of the difference in nature? You also noticed it. Yes, you will definitely notice it. How could you not notice this if you are so keen on seeking the essence of things?" The energy surge from the invasion of the high-dimensional world that Finn mentioned was the main material used by Lin to build the Dream Magic Tower. Different from the world of mystery, where 8 powers are the main components of magic, that energy can be said to be very pure from chaos. It's a strange description, but it's the one Lin thinks is most suitable. That energy can be detected as being mixed with many energies of different properties. However, whether the energy invades first or invades later, the ratio is completely the same without any change. It's as if this energy was born this way, so pure. But no matter how it is composed, it is not the 8 powers after all, let alone the harmony of perfect proportions. In other words, although Lin has now built a 5-story magic tower in his dream, it has become the basis of his own strength. But if you want to use the magic of the land, you must use the 8 powers that you have accumulated over a long period of time in order to perform it smoothly. For example, if you add diesel to a diesel engine, you must add diesel, and adding gasoline will only damage the engine. For Lin, The program magic pattern carved on the body of the Dream Magic Tower by the incarnation of Fat Mansion is based on this new energy. And the power that I have accumulated is a drop in the bucket compared to the new energy. But for fun, the situation is reversed. As someone guessed, then continued to talk about his situation. It takes time to assimilate that energy into power. If I do nothing and regard it as an opportunity to break through the limits, and continue to travel between dimensions to absorb this energy, the moment the balance in my body is broken, I will be destroyed, losing myself. But in that experience, I saw more than just one opportunity. Well, body? Lin guessed. Yes, the body. When the energy surge hit, I thought it was very strong, and the body composed of power was blown away. But you who receive more energy are still intact. To be honest, this sentence sounds strange to someone, but he still decided not to interrupt. You are not as good as me when it comes to resisting beatings, strength, and speed, but when faced with a pure energy impact, why am I so vulnerable? The only difference between you and me is this body is real, and I am fictional. It means that as a lich and an authority in undead magic, you should have a thorough study of the human body. Right. In order to make servants and transform myself, I also did research on the physical aspect. I captured various species of Homo sapiens, monsters, and beasts, from ordinary people to extraordinary beings and gods, and studied the differences between them. But I only got their bodies are strengthened through exercise. And when they reach a certain level, their chi and blood will form a power-like energy in their bodies, filling every part of their bodies. For warriors, reaching such a state is not only possible. Strengthening the body can extend lifespan and even create a certain resistance to the effects of magic. If he wants to resist, I originally thought that it was the energy generated by the energy and blood that allowed them to have stronger strength than ordinary people. For me, bones can carve magic circles, so they become the basis of everything for me, as well as slowing down the aging rate of the body. So I chose to use magic to strengthen and transform my body, give up and use pure power to condense into a body similar to the elements. But now it seems that it is not a success. Not to mention the specific term that was mentioned, Lin dismissed the image of the skeleton man standing in front of the dissecting table, making God into sashimi, and asked, "How do you transform the body? From the necromancy magic from a perspective you don't even study?" Then scolded in disgust, and suddenly said, "Yes, among the magic knowledge downloaded from the South Tower, there is very little that belongs to undead magic. Is the inheritance broken? Or is it deliberately concealed? No matter what it is, it's not something a little person like me would know. So I want to know from you what the practices were like in your time. When making a sutured corpse, the most techniques for modifying the body are used. It is nothing more than replacing the parts that are too seriously damaged and difficult to repair, cutting off the parts that are too thin and replacing them with strong ones. Sometimes they will tattoo on the body's surface. The more thorns there are in the magic circle pattern, the better the effect. The more sophisticated method is to replace the muscles with those of Warcraft to increase strength. But this method does not work every time. I can only roughly guess whether using the original body will cause disharmony. It sounds like you just crudely use better materials in an attempt to make a more powerful corpse, instead of exploring the potential of the body. Physical potential? Training like those warriors?" After confirming the other party's sincere look that he really wanted to know someone was so self-righteous. Who knows how he could tell it from the skull's face? Len thought about it and said, "I haven't done any research in the land of mystery. I have experimented with undead magic, so I can't give you much advice. Maybe I can provide you with biological knowledge from the earth for your reference. Although it is not my major, I have taken a high school biology class, so I can talk about it to a certain extent. Just a little bit." After changing his confused expression, Finn returned to his normal tone and asked, "What is high school? Does it make you great or terrible?" The first rhetorical question leaves people speechless. Is the knowledge gained from a high school degree considered great or poor? Lin gave up thinking about this problem and talked about cell biology, evolution, various systems of the human body, and even the deeper mitochondria and chromosomes. When he didn't even know what he was talking about, Lin stopped. He looked at the expressionless skeleton and said, "These are probably what I know about the biology studied on Earth. Of course there is deeper knowledge, but I suggest you not to ask, because I don't understand either." "I know. I just told you everything I wanted to know." After pondering for a moment, Finn asked again, "What do the cells you are talking about actually look like?" In the explanation just now, although there are illustrations using whiteboard drawing techniques. It does not mention how to make observations. Regarding Finn's not unexpected reason. One person thought to himself that he should tell the other person to invent a microscope first. However, there was an idea that he had always wanted to do, but never had the time to actually pursue it. From the magic material box on the caravan, a ruby of good quality and size was found. This is a fine material used to craft the arcane eye device. After some tinkering, I made a device similar to a microscope. Because it uses magic, there is no need for a light source, so no reflectors are used. There is a stage, and the eyepiece part is directly connected to a hydroscope screen. Lin bit his fingertip and dropped blood on the device's stage. Everything was ready. Arcane eyes is a very unreasonable magic. You can see distant places, focus on a certain observation point, see clear images, and even switch to multiple observation modes. So far, the only exception is probably the observation of astrology, including brightness, redshift and various astronomical phenomena. The arcane eye is either unable to observe or there are deviations. Therefore, I still use the observation method of astronomical telescopes for data recording purposes. But whether it could be used as a microscope, Lin had similar random speculations during his spare time of stargazing, but he never confirmed it. Now is the opportunity to put it on the market immediately, so that I can actually try it out. Facing this makeshift microscope, Lin rubbed his hands and murmured, "The sky is bright. The earth is bright. You really want to show me the spirit? Don't let the air leak." After saying that, he used it. Control the magic of the arcane eye. As the main body of the arcane eye, any side of the gemstone can be used as the starting point for observation and research. In the picture, Lin quickly found the blood drops on the stage. As for the size, it's just an ordinary size, with only a pool of red water stains visible. With a pull of both hands, the image is not only focused, but also gradually enlarged. Xylin was pleasantly surprised that his previous guess was feasible, even though the skeleton had no visible expression. When red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets appeared on the screen at once, someone had to cheer for himself. "Ugh! That's okay. Let's ask those people on Earth who sell an ordinary microscope for a very expensive price to go and have a taste of it." After cheering, Lin specifically focused on a certain white blood cell, mainly highlighting its nucleus, and said, "This is the blood cell in our blood. Red blood cells transport oxygen, and white blood cells are responsible for phagocytosis of foreign bacteria. And in the nucleus inside, there are chromosomes, which record the DNA code of the human body." However, before Lin was about to try to further magnify the magnification to see the magnification limit of the arcane eye, the mysterious addition microscope was taken away. The lich who walked back to the caravan did a simple grooming outside and found the ingredients for breakfast. When he walked back side by side with the girls, he pinched 2 drops on their fingers at lightning speed. Blood beads. At the same time, he also twisted off one leg of the rabbit that was used as breakfast and got into the caravan. The girls were just dumbfounded. Chapter 297 Forbidden Curse and Plague. A lich who becomes a fanatic and researches finally a bit like a magician on the magic side. She constantly hunts wild beasts and monsters, extracts cells from their flesh and blood, detects DNA, and then discards the bodies. After all, we are on a journey now, so we can't take all the loot with us. The first person who couldn't stand this kind of behavior and gave the lich a lesson was Harumi, who was about to change his profession to druid. If there is a so-called job transfer and part-time job in the lost world, her reason is also very strong. "It's too wasteful to do it this way. We can't finish the food. So why do we have to kill so many animals?" The former demon king was silent. Although the girl who was confronting her looked like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, someone was really breaking out in a cold sweat. The previous intimacy does not mean that one is allowed to be offended. In the end, Ling came forward to persuade. "Anyway, you just want to extract the DNA of those creatures, suppress them, and dig out a piece of flesh and blood. This is easier than killing them and moving them back. I'm afraid they won't be fresh. Can be stored in a frozen manner. And the advantage of this is that you can bring all the samples without discarding them." The golden skeleton clapped her hands and said in her usual tone, "Oh, it turns out that such an operation can be done. I understand." In fact, to persuade others is not to tell others what they should do, but to tell others that it will be more beneficial to do so. This statement will be easier for people to accept. However, although the lich listened to the good advice, someone was still a little worried when he saw the enthusiasm. This also reminded Lin of a phenomenon in EP. Is there any plague-like magic in the inheritance of the Magicians Association? The answer is no. However, plagues or undead disasters caused by magicians have been heard from time to time in various places in history. However, those magics that were created were usually not even considered forbidden spells, and were simply lost. Forbidden spells are usually magic that has inheritance value, but is not allowed to be cast arbitrarily, such as strategic magic used on the battlefield. What plague magic means to the Magician Association is that it doesn't even want to leave a legacy, and is simply wiped out from history. But despite this, large-scale disasters caused by magic still occur one after another. In fact, the initial goal of most plagues is not to kill a large number of ordinary people. If it is just to achieve such an effect, there are many ways for practitioners to achieve it, and even achieve faster results. The plague needs a certain brewing time before it breaks out. On the other hand, as long as it is handled properly, it is possible to reduce the damage. Just like Earth, some evil products will be created, initially for noble reasons. Heroin was invented in Britain as an anesthetic. During World War II, the Nazis invented a drug called amphetamine in order to help soldiers not be afraid of death or injury and not be slowed down by pain. Not to mention the themes that span games, movies and other media. Castle Evil, Resident Evil. The original intention of various T viruses and G cells was that scientists wanted to study anti-cancer drugs, and funders wanted to make super drugs used by soldiers. The combination of the two creates a chemical reaction that creates monsters that are difficult for ordinary people to fight. But when it comes to the necromancers and liches, they may not necessarily have such a noble reason to organize such a big incident. What would have caused the plague, if not by accident, was for the sake of mass sacrifice. Because some demons sometimes have special requirements for sacrifices. Those who hope to gain power from them have no choice but to comply. For Fin, Lin was not worried about sacrificing demons or anything. There are really no demons who are qualified for this sacrifice. If she doesn't go into the abyss and knock on the door, those demons will be thankful. But there is no guarantee that an accident will never happen. Although at the moment when he said it, someone thought he was just answering Fin's question, and what he was talking about was only common sense knowledge on Earth. But it was a lich who got that common sense, and how Fin would use it was no longer in someone's control. What kind of results it will produce is beyond anyone's imagination. Lin could only hope that things wouldn't get too bad. But according to Murphy's Law, but it is a pity that the above worries only lasted for 3 days for a heartless man, and were ignored after that. This is not forgetfulness, but just thinking that if the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people to hold it up. So why should I waste my mind and worry about it? What's more, if something is destined to happen, is it possible that if you are so troubled, it won't happen? Leave the Basque country and head north. Fin is concentrating on areas where it would be difficult for someone to get involved. But Lin is not sitting idle. The completion of the flash technique gave him some ideas he wanted to experiment with. In order to design a suitable device, he immersed himself in programming and various sensors. But behind that idea is also an area that I am not good at. Although there are some concepts, there are still many difficulties that need to be overcome to realize them. What is used to change the mood is actually the in-depth study of flash technique. This is the same problem I encountered when walking back from William City. The advantage of the flash technique is that once you know the starting point, the end point, and the clear direction and distance, you can accurately teleport to the destination. Walking alone can also be said to consume no power at all. If you want, you can flash this all day long. But what if you don't know those parameters? Then you will be blinded. The result is just like the last time. Another lost journey. To improve this, an accurate map is necessary. Then positioning yourself accurately on the map is the second most important thing. Simply put, we need to find a way to develop a lost version of the GPS positioning system so that the flash technique can be fully effective. But this matter is not that simple. And there is no clue yet. Another system that needs to be integrated is the various sensing magic originally used on the Tower of the Great Sage. Far-infrared rays are used to sense temperature. Airflow simulates terrain features. Ultrasonic feedback based on sonar principles. And imaging of spectral wavelength changes, etc. to achieve real-time monitoring within the observation range. These magic arrays have also been incarnated by Fat House, engraved on the Dream Magic Tower. This means that someone has become a humanoid monitoring device, and it is still under surveillance 24 hours a day. This is not difficult to understand. Maybe you can see with your eyes and listen with your ears. Only when you are awake can you know what is happening and think about how to deal with it. But it does not mean that these senses have no effect when a person is not awake, such as during sleep. At best, it is just that the received information does not enter the conscious brain and makes a feedback response that humans should have. But the magic tower in the dream can receive this information and respond according to the design program logic. This is also the reason why someone will automatically flash when faced with a fatal threat or attack. However, the distance that can be completely monitored is still very short. Lin has tested it and found that within about 1 meter, all monitoring feedback and automatic judgment can achieve the best results. But as long as the distance exceeds 1 meter, all effects will show a cliff-like decline, or even no response at all. What is this? A stand-in with a range of only 1 meter? Platinum star? In short, this is related to protecting one's own life, so someone can't help but be concerned about it. And at the same time, he is looking for ways to expand the scope. Because the former Demon King has proven through actual combat level practice battles that a 1 meter protection range is far from enough for an opponent of her level. As long as he mastered similar abilities, Lin could not escape from the devil's grasp no matter how he flashed. And just one oversight can lead to a life-threatening outcome. So I can only say that there is a long way to go if you want to live comfortably in a lost place. Teacher! Teacher! Halumi's cry brought someone's consciousness back to reality. She was riding on a horse, walking side by side with the caravan, and asked, "There is a fork in the road ahead. Which direction should we go?" Lin did not decide directly, but asked Kaya, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the carriage. "On the map, where have we gone? Is there any hint of the road ahead?" "Teacher, according to the map of Pilsen district, the road on the right should lead to the territory of Marquis Xiaoba, while the road on the left should lead to the territory of some small lords. Both of them can eventually lead to the Magician Association branch in Pilsen district. Headquarters Pilsen City. In order to realize your own ideas and create the design device, you need some magic materials. The materials I brought with me were all relatively precious materials, or they were in small quantities, and it would be too wasteful to use them to make the experimental product. Therefore, it is a natural choice to find a branch headquarters of the Magicians Association and find ways to purchase the materials you need. As for whether to go left or right, Lin said without thinking, "Go left." But Harumi was about to express his thoughts, but was stopped by Lin. Someone said, "Considering the appearance of your sisters, you want to go to the territory of a big noble and explain to them that in fact, the undead can a clan of skeletons also be kind?" The strong acceptance ability of magicians does not mean that the nobles of the Lost Land will accept an undead creature so easily. In this group, there are many diehards who only care about their own interests. But on the other hand, if a noble can easily accept the undead, does it mean that there is a problem with his own camp? This kind of truth is a very common thing in the Lost World. So she admitted directly, "Well, it seems a bit difficult to do this. It's just a bit difficult." "Right. So it's better to recognize your identity and go to the territory of the minor nobles. Even if there is a danger of conflict between the two sides, at least the minor nobles will be easier to deal with. If you have the opportunity, use coercion to make them turn a blind eye. It's better to close one eye than to go on a killing spree." "Oh, I see." Using the elder sister that the girls admire as an excuse, it is very effective to block all sentences starting with "but." Halumi and Kaya rarely decided to head to the right road in a short period of time. As for the person involved in the conversation, he is still immersed in his own research and ignores the disturbances from the outside world. Chapter 298 Hidden Village. With a map. Won't you get lost? For a traveler to do this, the first thing to do is to put aside the convenient concept of electronic maps before traveling. Let's not talk about the definition of road in Lost Land. But it is quite vague. It is completely different from most countries on the earth, where roads must be paved with asphalt and road markings are drawn. The roads in Lost World are really the concrete manifestation of that sentence. The roads are the roads that people travel more. It's normal when you think about it. The roads on Earth are designed to accommodate cars that can travel at high speeds. The road to the Lost Land is made by humans. Whether it is a staircase or a rock wall, as long as people can pass through it, it can be regarded as a road and will be recorded on the map. In other words, what is drawn on the map is not limited to the roads that can be passed by carriages. And of course, not all roads will be recorded. The traditional hand-drawn maps of MIDI basically only show which places or towns the extension of a certain road will lead to. And such information can be trusted. Therefore, if you want to read the map of Lost Land, You cannot use the method of finding a certain road and then following this road to reach a certain place. Playing like this will definitely not work in the Lost Land. Lynn also lived in ED for a long time before gradually adapting to the way of reading Michigan D maps. Basically, the most important thing on a lost map is not the direction, but the obvious landmarks drawn on the map. It may be a certain mountain or a certain river. Of course, the gathering place of Homo sapiens is also an important landmark. And where these landmarks are located in reality can the map reader decide whether he is going in the wrong direction. So roads and stuff are basically unimportant. Lynn and his party have always chosen a route based on the principle that carriages can pass. Basically, if you follow this path and coordinate with the positioning of some major landmarks, you will be less likely to end up in some weird places. But if you encounter a fork in the road that can also drive a horse-drawn carriage, and there are neither road signs nor the positioning of those big goals, how should you choose? Halloumi! Take out that lucky gold coin and throw it in. This is someone's decision. If you don't waste time talking to the two girls who are leading the way and driving the car. If it's the same wherever you go, let God decide. Especially if the two girls toss a coin until they are satisfied. Lynn hid in the caravan and continued his research. Otherwise, no matter what choice I make, there will always be the feeling that someone has an opinion. And I really want to die. But for the driver and the two people leading the way, the path chosen by the lucky gold coin became more and more strange the further they walked. There are clear wheel marks on the ground, which can be seen as new tracks. And it seems that vehicles are constantly walking. But the road environment does not look like a place where people often pass by. The weeds covering the road, the branches blocking the road, and the shade of trees blocking the sky made the road look quite dark. In addition, the road is winding and winding, and it is impossible to move forward without careful pathfinding. There are even several places where if the two horses of the four-horse carriage are not untied, and Halloumi uses magic to control plants, the roof of the carriage will get stuck, or it will get stuck between the gaps in the trees, making it difficult to turn. There is no way. After overcoming a series of difficulties, it finally became clear, and the road was much easier. We also discovered a village hidden behind a forest path. Judging from the architectural style of the village and the appearance of the residents, this should not be a barbarian tribe. However, they didn't have much friendly attitude towards Lynn's group of uninvited guests. Although the group of people just passed by in a carriage and watched from a distance, the villagers also stared at these strangers with wary eyes. After hearing the report from the two girls that they had arrived at a new gathering place for humans, Lynn did not continue to hide in the car, but sat on the passenger seat of the driver's seat. But looking at the atmosphere here and the men standing out, they all looked like deer-headed rats. There was a bit of greed in their eyes, but more of a ferocious look. This made Lynn couldn't help but wonder. Had he walked into a den of thieves? No matter where this place is. Since the other party was not welcoming, Lynn was happy to save the effort of dealing with him and planned to leave directly. Anyway, the feeling I feel here is not good. But before the carriage could go far, it was stopped by a group of people. It was completely different from the imaginary gangsters cutting the path. This was a group of seemingly honest villagers who gathered together and stopped the carriage with a respectful attitude but rough actions. Although the leader is white-haired, he is very strong. If he were given a pair of armor and weapons, he might not be able to kill everyone on the battlefield. Such an old man spoke on behalf of everyone and said, "Excuse me, are some of the people in the car the magicians?" Although he is not wearing his signature shawl, his temperament as a magician is something that ordinary people cannot imitate. This is also the reason why some relatively knowledgeable people can speculate on the true identity of Lynn and others. Of course, there will be times when you make mistakes, but if the other person says it politely, it won't offend anyone. Halloumi did not hide anything, but still corrected the other person and said, "My teacher is the magician, and I am just a magic apprentice, so there is no need to call me adult. And what do you want?" "Great. Adults, our village urgently needs your help. Please don't hesitate to lend a helping hand." The old man lowered his head and said excitedly. The other people who followed also bowed their heads, but they seemed to be reluctant. Seeing the old man acting like this, Halloumi did not doubt him. She dismounted and asked, "Old sir, what's the matter? Please relax and speak slowly." Yes, sir. It's like this. In our village, there is a powerful monster deep in a cave. It has caused many casualties, but we can't do anything. I hope you can help us to defeat the monster. Our entire village is grateful." "Okay, no problem." Halloumi raised her head proudly and patted her chest. But she turned around and asked, Teacher, are we okay? I said. Miss, you have agreed. What do you want me to say? I really want to complain. Or teach this girl a lesson for making her own decisions. But Lynn still nodded calmly and intuitively, said nothing, and pretended to be an expert. This village is full of weirdness. So it would be a good idea to let the girl be the vanguard and go out to interview this group of people. As soon as he got approval from his teacher, Halloumi started to give instructions actively. She asked Kai to park the carriage under a tree and untie the horses of the carriage to let them relax, because the next business does not seem to be over in a moment. While asking Kai to prepare for the battle, Halloumi also actively asked for information from the elders in the village. Unfortunately, I didn't get any useful information. The old man just made a grimace and kept talking about how miserable his life was. Someone was silently preparing for battle while observing the strangeness of this village. Looking at the unmoved golden skeleton in the caravan, Lynn asked, "How is it? Do you want to come out for a walk?" Then paid no attention to anyone and sat quietly. If someone didn't know, they might think of her as a dead object, some magician's weird hobby and collection. But Lynn guessed that this person might be immersed in the coffin again. When everything was ready, the three masters and disciples, led by the old man, came to the cave where monsters were infested. Or should I say, the mine. When traveling in the Lost Lands, you will often see abandoned mines. This is due to the fact that there are many races in this world who love digging holes. Disregarding the underground races, most surface races have poor mining technology. Unlike on Earth, they are drilling mines hundreds of meters deep. These abandoned mines will naturally become the habitat of monsters, or the temporary residence of some uncivilized races. Sometimes there are underground races that dig through the ground and become a passage for the underground to invade the surface. But this mine doesn't look like it's abandoned. Seeing this, Lynn felt a little clearer. The part one still don't understand is what do they want to do. Amidst the cheers and gratitude of a group of people, Master Lin and his apprentice walked into the cave. As the masters embark on an adventure, it is appropriate to equip themselves with auxiliary magic. Halloumi, who was at the forefront, raised his short wand and emitted a faint light to illuminate the tunnel. In fact, the three masters and disciples have experienced this kind of crusade countless times. It's just that the opponent at that time was an uncivilized goblin, and there were occasional surprises. But now it was an unknown monster. But the three of them are not what they used to be. Not only are their strength far better than what they were 6 or 7 years ago, but their confidence has also increased a lot. Just seeing Halloumi leading the way, walking as quietly as a cat at the front, you can tell how confident this girl is. If we follow the past standards, we would first summon an earth elemental cannon fodder to take the lead, although it can be used as a human shield to effectively avoid being ambushed. Because in the dim sight, ambushers usually attack when they see something moving, and the terrain is restricted, so they will not deliberately wait for the team to pass by and launch an attack from the middle. But it's not entirely without shortcomings. It's easy to alert the enemy. Sometimes there are some annoying area traps that the elemental elves don't know how to detect or how to avoid, such as rolling ball traps, fire bottles, etc. Sometimes elemental elves that are too big will hinder the already narrow field of vision in the tunnel. In short, there are advantages and disadvantages to using summons to open a path. In the past, the lowest earth elements would be summoned to play vanguard, and this was also based on the premise of saving lives, while ignoring some tactical advantages and convenience. But now that his strength has become stronger, he still has to rely on a low-level summon that can be demolished in a few or 2 strokes. So it is better to do it himself. With such confidence, Halloumi walked cautiously ahead to clear the way. Suddenly a chopping sound of knocking on wood came from behind, and the girl in front of her was completely focused on it, and she was a little stunned for a moment. She looked back at the entrance of the tunnel in confusion. The villagers were struggling to pull the cables tied to the pillars at the entrance of the tunnel, and at the same time, they were hitting the base of the pillars with big mallets. When the 2 girls wanted to go back and ask what happened to these villagers, and why they were behaving in such weird ways, Lin took the first step and hugged the waists of the 2 apprentices, one on each side, rush into the tunnel. The next second, the tunnel entrance collapsed. While rumbling, large amounts of sand and dust were raised. Chapter 299 Trap. Because he ran a little faster and had various auxiliary magics with him, Lin carried the 2 girls deep into the mine in one breath. When the sound of falling earth and rocks stopped reaching his ears, Lin slowed down his pace, then stopped, and put down the 2 apprentices. In the process of running, Halloumi had long forgotten to continue using the bright light technique. The three of them entered the tunnel without bringing torches, so they were now unable to see their fingers. The reason why someone can still move freely is naturally because of the various observation magics carved on the Dream Magic Tower. Although you can't see it, you can clearly feel it with your senses. However, even though he knew which way he could go, being unable to see still made someone feel uncomfortable. So Lin picked up his staff and chanted a spell on the ground. Tripwood's version of the bright light spell emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire tunnel as bright as day without any shadows. It was precisely because of the lighting that Lin saw his two apprentices sitting on the ground in disbelief. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" "I don't think so." Lin looked at the two girls, who he carried as sandbags, and threw them on the ground after carrying them in. "Because we ran early?" The collapse at the entrance of the tunnel probably didn't hurt anyone. So is the expression of collapse now because of being cheated? Halumi hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Teacher, what just happened?" "Well, those villagers collapsed the tunnel entrance." "Why?" "Well, plan to kill us." "But aren't we here to help them?" "Well, are you sure they really need help?" "But aren't there monsters in this cave?" "Well, are you sure there are really monsters in this cave?" "Are they lying to me?" "Well, isn't that obvious? And you discovered it a long time ago?" "Well, that's not quite accurate. I did find something wrong. But I don't know why they did it, and to what extent they would do it." "So you found out and didn't tell us?" "Well, if I say it, you will listen. If you say it will, it's just that you are unconscionable and say some lies afterwards. No one has ever been young. So don't lie. And the reason why you don't say it is, except for I just doubt it, without any definite evidence. I also believe that it is a bit painful. You have to experience it yourself to be impressed. Otherwise, even if I use the experience of others, no matter how earnestly I warn you, it will only be a waste of words. And it's annoying to others. So why bother? So you just watched us walk into the trap and be trapped here, ah." As expected, the two girls entered into a state of nonsense. But after talking about it later, it seemed that Halumi would feel sorry for herself. So she couldn't continue talking. The entrance to the tunnel collapsed. So they were trapped. Maybe there is some difficulty in positioning to flash into the tunnel from the outside. But getting out from inside is a very simple matter for someone. At the awkward moment when the blonde girl couldn't speak anymore, Kaya seemed to come to the rescue and said, "What happened to us? My sister is asking." Watching the girl with two braids operating the communication software in her glasses, Lin thought to herself that the movement in the tunnel had finally awakened that person. However, there is this instant messaging software that is not allowed to be spread outside. The block tunnel separates the two parties and prevents them from being unable to communicate. When an accident occurs, the biggest fear is that someone does something wrong because they don't understand the situation. So he said to Kaya, "Tell your elder sister about the situation here. Also, none of us were injured." Nodding, Kaya stretched out her hands and tapped her fingers in the air. This is the virtual keyboard that only she can see during operation. In the field of vision of her glasses, Halumi calmed down and recalled what happened. At the same time, he asked, "Teacher, you said you found something wrong. Where is it? I think this place is very ordinary. There is nothing wrong with it. Leaving aside the crooked appearance of the group of people and the feeling they gave people, the first thing that struck me as strange was that there were no women or children here." Halumi, who asked the question, and Kaya, who answered her sister, were both listening intently to Lin's explanation. "There are very few gathering places where people of only one gender gather together, and there are no children, unless it is established for some special reason. And the second strange thing is that the attitude. It can be seen that most of them do not welcome us. But the old man who looks like the village chief wants us to stay, and his attitude is different from others. Why is it that we will not follow him? If you work with people you hate, as long as there are enough benefits, your personal likes and dislikes can be put aside for the time being. Then the question is, these villagers don't like us, and they want to keep us. What is the benefit?" Although he was explaining, Lin was also groping here and there to explore the mine. Third, the layout here is not like a village that mainly focuses on farming. If they don't farm, where does the food come from? Or ask, where do the goods that can be used to trade food come from? This question. And after seeing this mine, maybe the old man just said that it was a cave and there were monsters in it. But anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a mine. And it was not an old abandoned mine. The holes, the wooden pillars, and shells used to support the earthwork at the entrance of the tunnel. and some tools thrown in the corner all state this fact. After touching the part of the tunnel, Lin led the two girls and carefully walked deeper into the tunnel. While continuing, these three doubts are not enough to deduce. First, why they did this. Second, how far they intend to go. But now the second point has been answered. It seems that the people in this village intend to kill us all. The collapse at the entrance of the tunnel is quite clever. It can be seen that this is not the first time they have done this, and the timing of the launch is still the most difficult moment for those who fall into the trap. If you want to leave from the tunnel entrance, normal people will not have time to rush through that distance. If you run hard, you will end up buried in the collapsed earth and rocks. But what if you choose another direction? Lin didn't give in. While walking towards the depths of the mine, he continued, walking along the way, you can find that there is no food or even water inside the mine. So if you run inside at that time, you can save your life. We have a small life, but we have to face the fate of lack of food and water, and we will die sooner or later. In other words, no matter what we choose, this is almost a fatal situation. But this is for ordinary people, and the other party does not know that we have it. With a flash technique, you can leave here easily. So, Halloumi said anxiously. Let's get out of here quickly. I'm worried about my sister's safety. Are you serious? Lin rolled his eyes, looked at the worried and anxious blonde girl and said, judging from the fact that the other party will attack us, they have no reason to let go of the carriage outside. And as long as they do it, I will definitely have a conflict with you sisters. But I have a different view on whose safety you need to worry about. It's a very strong reason, and I feel it's unnecessary to worry. However, Halloumi still felt embarrassed and asked, then why don't we go out and help them? At least prevent them from dying. I don't want it. Lin curled his lips, looked at the still innocent girl with a disgusted expression, and said, I am opposed to hurting innocent people. But it doesn't mean that I need to worry about their safety when they show such obvious malice. If we really have no ability to resist and are tricked and killed by those people, who will sympathize with us? Besides, I didn't ask you to contact your sister and ask her to kill them outside, seeking death. I respect their wishes. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you taking advantage of my sister? In response to the blonde girl's questioning, Lin changed his explanation and said, I wouldn't say this is taking advantage of this situation, because I just watched the development of things and followed the trend. I didn't ask those villagers to find you. It's my sister's trouble. So whatever fate they get is not caused by me. But, there is nothing wrong. Everyone should be responsible for the consequences of what they do. This is also what I told you. Think twice before you act. What are the risks and benefits? What is the success rate? And more importantly, do you think you can bear the consequences? Think about it in every aspect before doing it. Don't regret it if you do it. Instead of being like you today, with your eyes covered and your ears covered, and no one asks you what you want to do. Just do whatever you want. And then you get tricked. Everyone has their own thoughts and ideas. The world does not revolve around you. Nor does the world revolve around me. Whatever you think, that's what you think. I can do it. What can I do? Interrupting Halloumi's words, Lin said unceremoniously, if I hadn't taken you away just now, those stones would have pressed down, and any magic would have been useless. And regardless of whether I followed you or not, if you were lucky enough not to be, if you are crushed to death by a stone, do you have a way to leave on your own? Don't add to other people's troubles and troubles. If you want others to treat you as an adult, you should at least do so. The girls still wanted to defend themselves, but their teacher said impatiently, for me, the reason for accompanying you in this commotion is because I am sure of saving my own life, since I don't have to worry about my own life. So there is only one question that I am more curious about now. What did they find? Or what were they trying to cover up? Is there something that made these people want to protect even if they killed a magician? The answer seems to be in this mine. Inside. Chapter 300 Demonic Stone Mine. Is this a private mine? Kaya, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Minerals must be owned by the state. This is the concept of the earth. In the Lost Lands, the ownership of mineral veins is just like the gangsters fighting for territory on earth. Whoever has the biggest fist belongs to them. It's just that in most cases, national-level organizations have the biggest power, and therefore naturally own the ownership of minerals. But for newly discovered mineral veins, some well-skilled and ambitious discoverers will find ways to swallow them privately and obtain the maximum benefit from them. You can hide it as long as you can, until the day comes when you can no longer hide it. In order to achieve this goal, even if it means killing someone, he will not hesitate. It seems that I have met such a group of people. Lin nodded and agreed with Kaya's statement, because this was the answer he thought was closest to the truth. However, he still said conservatively, although I vaguely guessed that this is a private mine. I don't know what kind of mine it is. And it should be a very valuable mineral that makes them not hesitate to kill people. Otherwise, I risk offending. The risk for magicians is to do this kind of thing. As long as they don't have the corresponding force, it will be a safe thing for the surviving master to destroy the village. As the three masters and apprentices talked, they continued to go deeper into the tunnel. If they only relied on torches or the fluorescent light from Halumi's bright light spell, I'm afraid they would have to move forward cautiously and gropingly. Dan Lin's improved version of the lighting technique illuminated the entire passage as if he were walking in a passage full of electric lights in the 21st century. It is extremely bright, with almost no blind spots, and it can shine directly to the bottom of the passage. Of course, it is unrealistic to expect that the light can turn a corner and shine into the passage behind the corner. At best, Lin could only illuminate everything he could see. For this reason, there are many small creatures in caves such as geckos and lizards that are constantly avoiding sudden bright lights. Their fleeing figures were clearly visible under sufficient light, although doing so would also alert the enemy in ambush if there were any. But the bigger benefit is that it eliminates the sense of oppression and mystery brought by dark caves, and makes people no longer afraid of things in dark corners. And some forks and passages also appeared one by one under the light. In the past, when exploring caves or tunnels, the most common problem encountered was whether the mountain wall in the depression was a passage leading to a fork in the road, or whether it was just a concave mountain wall. Relying on the faint light of dim torches or bright light spells, it is impossible to tell unless you look closer. And if you ignore the fork in the road, you may be ambushed from behind, so you have to be careful. Now, the whole passage is illuminated. Occasionally, the blind spots created by rocks can actually hide no threatening creatures. However, the deeper you go, there is a strange power fluctuation that spreads weakly in the air. At the same time, the mineral deposits in this tunnel are gradually revealed. The rock walls are sparsely inlaid with crystal clear crystals of various colors. It has not been polished, but it is full of magical power. In the mysterious land, it is very common for magic stones to be used as associated mines, and sparsely dotted with the main veins. But if you can find a mine with magic stones as its main output, you can make a lot of money. Just like digging for oil on the earth. The place in front of me looks like a vein of magic stone, with large tracts of various crystals exposed. It changes gradually from red to orange and yellow, occasionally dotted with crystals that are close to green. Since I have never seen other magic stone veins, I cannot compare the value of this vein. To be honest, no one has an idea about how to process raw stone into standard-sized magic stone. But no matter what, it's money. It is said that in some places in the Lost Land, magic stones are directly used as the currency for large-scale transactions. And no matter how the magic stone fluctuates in value due to its appearance, no matter how low it is, it won't be much lower. The most important thing is that this mineral vein explains why those people were willing to risk offending Master and wanted to kill people. Even strangers who passed by this place by chance looked like they had no intention of letting people leave. Thinking of this, Lin had to sigh. I had no intention of exploring the secrets of this village at first. And of course, I didn't know anything about this mine. If they didn't think of killing someone and just let the person go, nothing would happen next. Now that I am trapped in the tunnel, I can't even see what's going on outside with my own eyes. But just thinking about it, Lin felt that he should be able to guess almost exactly. It was impossible for those villagers not to search for the carriage. And it was impossible not to disturb the lich in the carriage. But if they could escape with their lives after offending the former demon king, then what the hell? But he didn't want to care about the bad things outside. Lin tightened his hold on the staff, turned to the two girls, who were blinded by the magic stone veins, and said, "Cover your ears. Maybe you can't hear that sound, but it may be a little uncomfortable. So it's better to cover it up, although it may not have any effect." After being scolded before, the two girls were obedient and covered their ears with their hands, looking at their teacher in confusion. Lin, however, thrust his staff toward the ground and muttered a spell. This is a detection spell that was once used in the vampire castle. It uses ultrasonic feedback to detect buildings and maze terrain. In the sound of the incantation, waves of sound waves spread outward and constantly refracted and fed back. In this continuous process, the topographic map of the tunnel in front of Lin gradually took shape. Because he had to continue casting spells, Lin rested his forehead on the staff, closed his eyes, and recited the spell attentively. But in the eyes of the two girls, this magic stone vein seemed to resonate with something and started to vibrate slightly. The gravel on the ground bounced gently, and even the color of the magic stone mine seemed to be flowing and changing subtly. When the curse stopped, Lin opened his eyes and looked at the topographic map of the tunnels drawn in the air before him. He looked at it carefully and said to himself, "It's really strange. There are some differences in the drawn pictures." Because there are many geographical references in the maze, you can easily mark your location on the map. Lin looked at his position on the map and the cave he was actually in, studying the anomalies that showed differences. It was surprising to find that the parts of the tiles that had color differences that could be compared were the exposed magic stone veins. Is it possible that this magic can also be used for prospecting? Lin was only surprised for a moment, then relieved. Different materials have different performances in reflecting sound waves, and because of the difference in feedback time, the program that originally just measured the distance and then drew the points has unexpected functions. But sound wave detection should only act on the surface. How can it enter the interior of a solid? There is no pile driver used to transmit shock waves to the interior. Moreover, even with the advanced technology of the Earth, it is not easy to detect the interior of a solid. Could it be that there was an unexpected reaction due to the use of magic? It seems that we can focus on exploring this aspect in the future. It was not the first time for the two girls to see such a building and maze structure diagram. Of course, they could clearly see the structure of this tunnel at a glance. The tunnel is not deep, but there are many side roads. It looks like it has been mined for some time. In addition to the mine where he was, there were several mines that also had reactions that were suspicious of magic stone veins. In one of them, not only is the space larger, but the reaction of the suspected magic stone is even greater than here. "Teacher, do you want to go here and have a look?" It was Kaya who spoke. She pointed to the largest mine and asked. Lin nodded and let the two girls lead the way to the deepest large mine. Along the way, you can see many damaged tools discarded in relatively hidden corners. The air was filled with a very high concentration of power, as if it was about to form a substance and liquefy. If you meditate in this environment, you should be able to get twice the result with half the effort. And this reminded Lin of a question. Judging from their own experiences, it was probably not the first time that the villagers had done this. But among the people they killed, there should be no magicians, or perhaps they would have been buried by earth and rocks at the entrance of the tunnel because of their wrong choices. Because in an environment like this, for formal magicians, what is more efficient than meditating to accumulate power is the speed of power recovery after using magic. If you still feel that it is not fast enough, then go and hold a rough magic stone. Even if it has not been cut, the power contained in it is genuine. In other words, the magicians here have almost unlimited magic power. A passage blocked by earth and rocks is really not a big problem. Otherwise, if you take a gamble and use the 3-ring apprentice level magic any door to open it from a place outside the field of vision, it is possible to leave. However, considering that there is too much movement in any door, a space-traveling portal must be opened first before the magician can pass through. If you do this, you should be easily stared at and beaten by the people guarding outside. In short, it is really unrealistic to trap a magician in such an environment. Walking into the largest mine, the place is filled with a strong aura of power. The magic stone veins exposed outside the rock wall even began to glow by themselves, showing a riot of colors. It looks beautiful, but is actually not a good thing. This shows that the power here can no longer be stored and begins to overflow. But this also means another thing. That is, there may be high-quality magic stones here. While Lin was groping for the rock walls and mineral veins here, he was thinking about whether there was any way to get the high-quality magic stone. But the two girls quickly escaped from the dazzling scenery in front of them, because there was a strange feeling that flashed through their thoughts. Observing the surroundings carefully, the attentive Kaya first noticed the slight beating of the gravel on the ground. Halumi put her hand on the ground, trying to detect the source of the vibration. It's just that this source doesn't seem to need to be checked, because the movement is getting louder and louder, and it can be felt that it is heading here. "Teacher!" Halumi shouted, reminding someone, and someone was not completely unaware of what was happening. At least after seeing the strange behavior of the two girls, he paid more attention to his surroundings and also noticed this inexplicable vibration. He pounded the staff heavily on the ground, sending out an even stronger shock wave that went straight into the ground. It is hoped that this method can be used to clearly detect the conditions inside the solid. But this action seemed to anger the being hiding in the land even more. Chapter 301 Gold Digger. It seems that the vibration of the sound wave completely angered the creature active underground. Change your sensing method to passive reception. But the existing monitoring modes and presentations do not include creatures active underground. Therefore, in Lin's surveillance field of view, he could only see a large number of messages indicating that the ground somewhere was shaking. But the area is really too big, and the information is not effectively layered. So I simply turn off all the information that disturbs my vision. This is one of the flaws of programming. As long as all aspects are thought through, something can be completed quickly and meticulously. But if an unexpected situation occurs, and there is no plan in the original design, it will be absolutely useless. The three masters and disciples quickly went back to back, guarding the surroundings. This is not the first time that enemy information has been discovered in the tunnel. The tacit understanding between them has long been cultivated to the extent that they can place themselves in the most correct position without using words. Facing enemies from underground and being irritated by sound waves. Not making any more noise is the most basic requirement. Lin only glanced at the two girls, and they began to prepare silently and remain quiet. However, the gravel on the ground was originally beating in the mine, but now sand and gravel were falling directly from the rock plate above, vibrating slightly, and the overall movement was getting louder and louder. Lin guessed in his heart that the other party should be quite big, but the question he wants to know now is, will the other party come down from above or emerge from the ground? Unprepared, the giant insect broke through the rock plate. Its mouthparts, which were densely packed with fangs and resembled millstones, carried a fishy wind and made a strange sound of breathing, coming from above and down. As early as the moment when the giant insect broke through the rock plate, the three masters and disciples noticed the direction of the incoming attack. But the ferocious mouth, which could swallow three people in one mouth, frightened the two girls silly. They had never experienced such a level of threat at such a close distance. In fact, not only the two of them, but also Lin was not in a good mood due to the bad breath from that big mouth. After all, he was a man who had been baptized by countless horror movies and horror games. After coming to the Lost Land, he experienced a real life and death fight. Lin quickly got rid of his stiff state. But when he takes someone to flash out of the attack range, he needs preparation time so that the person being led away can still maintain combat effectiveness after flashing away under a protected condition. However, the situation has become urgent, and he has only one choice left. The moment before the ferocious millstone-like mouthparts swallowed him, Lin flicked his fingers and threw the giant object in the space in front of him into an unknown place in the multidimensional world. One of the ways to use the flash technique is to just throw the target into that place full of mystery and mystery, without considering the destination, protection measures, or even how to return to the real world. There is no consumption, not even a snap of the fingers. Just a thought. Lin specially named this method the extra-dimensional exile technique, because all the mathematical parameters of the shuttle are random. It is possible to just teleport to another place in the puzzle. But Lin doesn't care about this, as long as the other party doesn't endanger his life in front of him. It's okay. As the saying goes, if the mountain does not change, the road will change. And if the road does not change, people will change. If I don't want to change, you will change. Although this was his first time using this magic, generally speaking, Lin was planning to throw the other party into an unknown place. However, the size of this giant insect is so huge that only part of it is exposed. Not being able to see the entire body, Lin could only locate the exposed parts. The power of this kind of space truncation is astonishing. And the giant insect has no resistance. The part that does not exist in this world simply does not exist. No matter how tenacious the vitality is, no matter how strong the body is, it is useless, because a large part of the body was missing. The remaining part hung at the hole in the broken rock plate, and a large amount of fishy mucus poured down, judging from the fact that the remaining part showed no intention of eating itself. It looked like it was dead, and instead of being washed by the slime falling directly from the top of the head, it landed a short distance ahead. Someone called him lucky in his heart. Of course, the three masters and disciples did not forget to take a few steps back to avoid being splashed. Speaking of which, are there any large creatures that live in the land in Lost Land? The answer is yes. And there are a lot of them. And their body shapes are all exaggeratedly comparable to the size of a locomotive on Earth. These large creatures can basically be divided into three major categories. The first type, sandworms. It eats soil from the front and expels it from the rear. Although it will leave traces wherever it passes, it will not create a hole in the ground. For such a creature, Just think of it as the Lost World version of a supergiant earthworm. However, in addition to soil, because of its huge size, everything on its swallowing route will be eaten. So don't think that it doesn't eat meat because it is an earthworm. The second type is the burrowing insect. It has a sharp, hard carapace and double jaws that can easily crush rocks and displace soil. Even if the earth collapses, it will not be hurt as it is protected in the carapace. But the burrowing insects stay in the soil and only use the underground as a nest, a passage for movement, and a means of hunting. Basically, the activities of the digging bug also require space. And because it eats meat, it is dangerous. The third type should also be the type of creature we just encountered, gold-digging bugs. Even though the name is very similar to the digger. Most diggers are ordinary creatures. But the digger is a full-fledged monster. Without exception, the gold-digging bug is a creature that accompanies mineral veins. Feed on the minerals to increase your strength. For intruders, it will kill, eat, and then digest them into feces. Even if they are fully armored or sharp swords. It is an omnivorous creature. The strength of the gold-digging bug is related to the type of mineral vein it eats, and how long it lives. Some say it is the guardian of the mineral veins. There is even a dwarven sect whose god is a gold-digging worm. But from the perspective of a certain time traveler, gold-digging bugs kill intruders, which is actually just a manifestation of biological competition for food. You invaded my territory and stole my food. It would be just fine if I ate you together. If you don't believe it, grab the food bowl when your cat or dog eats. 9 times out of 10, you will be bitten. Such creatures would appear to compete with Homo sapiens for resources. After all, the mineral vein is limited. If it is eaten by gold-digging bugs, how can others dig it out and use it? But in fact, gold-digging bugs are quite popular. Of course, referring to the dead giant bugs, because these rare minerals are swallowed for a long time. Some indigestible parts are always retained. And these are the essence of the mineral veins, which can resist the stomach juice of Warcraft level. If something is eaten, it will mutate inside the giant insect. Generally speaking, they are developing in a more valuable direction. The reason why we don't talk about moving in a better direction is because for materials, apart from comparing the same types, there is no so-called good or bad. The materials mutated in the body of the gold-digging bug can no longer be compared with the original materials, as they are considered the same kind. It is naturally difficult to compare the good and bad. As for the gold-digging bugs that were born along with the magic stone veins, of course they spend their days eating magic stones. The crystal containing a large amount of power entered the stomach, and the crystal as an entity was digested. But the power in the form of energy was not digested, but was absorbed and stored. Where large amounts are stored, Warcraft crystals will be condensed, a magical material similar to magic stones, but different. Generally speaking, a monster will only condense one. However, the number of beast crystals is not absolute, and occasionally multiple beast crystals may be condensed. In addition, this is a gold-digging insect that eats magic stone veins, and its beast crystal can be regarded as the best magic material. The location where the beast crystals are condensed is not fixed. Most of them are on the head. In addition, the gold-digging bug can easily travel through underground mineral veins, and the sharp teeth in its mouth parts are excellent forging materials. Although it is quite troublesome to handle, the weapons produced are very popular. As for the mucus that was spilled on the ground, if gastric juice and body fluid could be separated, it would also be a very popular pharmaceutical material and catalytic material for casting. The flesh and bones of the body also have their own uses, and they are widely used and can be used in quite a few places. It can be said that the top and bottom of the digging bug are full of treasures. Thinking of this, Lin rubbed his hands together excitedly. Encountering this creature this time was like playing DQ before traveling through time and encountering the Metal Slime King. The pleasant feeling of a good harvest. From the sourness on the top of the head to the tailbone. The most important thing is that the digging bug is definitely not a weakling. It ranks at the forefront in terms of the strength and weakness of Warcraft, as well as its difficulty in dealing with it. But today someone can snap his fingers, or that snap of his fingers is just superfluous. If he really wants to do it, just one thought is enough to eliminate the crisis invisible. If you want to walk sideways in a lost world, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, someone couldn't help laughing. But Kaya, who returned to her normal state, used her unusually calm thinking to ask a question. Teacher, where is your head? Head? Isn't it on my own neck? Yes. Where is my head? Where's the digger's head? Lin, who was doused with a bucket of cold water, said tangledly. Maybe what I just threw into another dimension is actually the buttocks. What creature attacks people with its butt? And it also has rings and rings of teeth on its butt? Well, actually, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. Don't think about it. Kaya said it very naturally, although she didn't realize it. It was very hurtful. But she seemed completely unaware and continued to ask, "Can you change that head back?" I really want to say yes. But there is really no way. Even if you look back to see what the randomly filled parameters are, there is no guarantee that the things are still in that place. Or that they are left in that place, completely, and have not been contaminated by the high-dimensional world. Not to mention that this magic has no intention of moving back the things teleported away. What does this feel like? I finally encountered the Metal Slime King in DQ. I tried my best to take down this monster, who didn't know when it would escape. Then there was a power outage. Even the latest guide progress was left behind, because there was no time to save it. The mood can only collapse and collapse again. Although someone didn't say it. The two girls who guessed the result, as if they wanted to take revenge for the previous lesson, stretched out their index fingers to poke someone's cheek. He also said, "Idiot! Idiot! Stop poking in the face! No more poking in the face! No more poking in the stomach!" Chapter 302 The Remaining Loot. Tens of minutes ago, the sound of collapse came from the entrance of the cave, directly waking up the Lich, who was immersed in the coffin. Didn't step out of the caravan. Then took a moment and used magic to explore what was going on outside. In just a moment, she found the place where the loud noise just came from. It was a cave entrance blocked by gravel and dust. Judging from the stones that were still falling, it seemed that the collapse had happened not long ago. I just vaguely heard that the man and his two apprentices seemed to be entering a cave. Is it that cave? Open the instant messaging software and send a message to the two girls. After a while, I got a lengthy reply. It's very Kaya's style, describing things in detail. Then didn't read the entire message, but only roughly knew that the three people were okay and were temporarily trapped inside, because there are more urgent things happening. The group of villagers were surrounding the carriage, and judging from their expressions, they did not look friendly. "Are you about to fall out?" Finn smiled. "Well, why is the skeleton smiling?" "Never mind that." Think never knew how to deal with those murderous people in a friendly manner. And retreating was not an option. In the life she grew up in the world she grew up in, the enemy she faced would die without a burial if she retreated easily. So she always used her strongest strength to fight back fiercely. He took out two magic guns. In the skeleton state, there is no way to equip magic guns with both feet. So the most you can do is hold two guns. Despite this, the attack power is powerful enough for ordinary people. But after thinking about it, then put down the magic gun again. The characteristics of magic energy bullets are different from those of live bullets or laser beams. The biggest feature is that they will not cause penetrating damage. It will act on the hit object according to its respective energy characteristics. Most of the time, it will damage the inside of the body and make it messy. Unfortunately, recent research has some insights. I just happen to have experimental materials delivered to my door. It's shameful to waste it, isn't it? This is what the girl said. So under the astonished gazes of a group of people, then opened the curtain behind the caravan, stepped down, and stood still, led by the old man. The gathered villagers watched in stunned silence as a skeleton emerged from the carriage. But soon, the stunned eyes were replaced by greed. A skeleton made entirely of gold should be very valuable no matter what. The old man shouted to everyone, "Don't be afraid. Everyone. A golem without its operator is vulnerable. The magician died in the tunnel. This golem that looks like a skeleton and has no weapons can only wield its own weapon at best. The arm. If you dismantle it and melt it, you can probably sell it for a lot of money. Human greed will always make them say some ridiculous words. What's even more interesting is that these words can actually convince people." Then didn't open her mouth to defend herself. She fell into that man's bad habits and suddenly wanted to prank her. So she staggered forward. Every move he made was like a rusty doll with no lubrication in its joints, moving with difficulty. This kind of performance made the villagers who came here couldn't help laughing, and felt a little more contempt in their hearts. Originally, some people were worried when they saw a moving skeleton. I was worried that a magician had put a curse on his own things and would curse anyone who touched the master's personal belongings. But the skeleton's miserable performance made them no longer worried. Putting aside unnecessary worries, the old man wanted to assign a few young people to stop the skeleton so that others could enter the covered carriage and search it. But the thoughts were just thoughts. He had no way to act. Not to mention walking around. I couldn't even turn my neck. Demon King Theniticker's ultimate trick, a low-level version of eternal imprisonment. This is born out of another magic. It uses a principle similar to the fear spell to oppress people who are far inferior to yourself from the spiritual and soul level, thus making the other party's whole body stiff and unable to move. People with stronger willpower can break free. But there seems to be no such person here. Dragging his feet, then came to the old man. The face that was full of wrinkles and had experienced years could not even change its expression at this time. He could only watch helplessly as the skeleton approached, his fingers clasped together, and the bones of his raised right arm beating. When it reaches the highest point, it is swung down with lightning speed, cutting through the neck like a sharp blade without any hindrance. Then laughed strangely, looking at the broken neck that was sealed by ice. She moved the eye holes that gradually lit up with red flames towards everyone present. Everyone's scalp was numb at the sight. But they couldn't move. I want to escape, but I can't. Do you want to leave some people behind to vent their anger to the three masters and disciples who will come out later? Phil was thinking in his mind. In the mine, Lin and the other three masters and apprentices had just dragged the body of the gold-digging bug out of the hole it had dug. Of course, the purpose was to save some losses. Although the entire body of the gold-digging bug can be used, it is impossible for people on the road to take away the entire bug. They can only find the most valuable part. That part seems to have been thrown away by someone just now. We have entered another dimension. So now we can only find the more valuable parts. The insect corpse was not only dragged out and coiled in the mine several times, but the tail was also put into the passage. And finally the entire gold-digging insect was finally taken out. The first thing to look for is the location of the Warcraft crystal. Generally speaking, a monster will only condense one, and most of them will be on the head. But this is not absolute. So the three masters and disciples still hold on to a faint hope to find this crystal that may not exist. If the Warcraft is alive, although it is troublesome, there are still some detection methods that will not harm the Warcraft itself. But since they are all dead, let's use the simplest method, dig. At this stage, the only obstacle left is probably the smell, especially when the operation is in an unventilated mine. However, the master and apprentice had added the auxiliary magic for breathing purification long before entering the tunnel. Lin from the earth knows very well that in this semi-enclosed environment, there will be no warning about the emergence of deadly gases and viruses. As a detection method, miners on Earth carry relatively fragile birds. As long as gas is generated, the petite bodies of birds will definitely die earlier than humans. As a warning, Midi also has similar methods. But Lin is more accustomed to taking precautions from the beginning. Of course, it is impossible to completely eliminate toxins. But at least people have enough time to escape after being discovered, so that they will not be killed in the first place. And for some odors that are just unpleasant, this magic has the effect of reducing the odor to a certain extent. The two girls also seemed to vent their anger, digging around on the insect, looking for something they didn't know where. This made them find some unknown hard objects, and they yelled and asked their teachers to come and identify them. This also allowed someone to understand one aspect of the ecology of the gold-digging bug, which is that it is a creature that eats minerals as food. As expected, there will be a lot of stones in the body, the kind that are useless. However, compared to the two girls digging aimlessly, Lin immediately recognized the body structure of the gold-digging bug. Then follow the organs of the digestive system to find the stomach. And if you find the stomach, you can judge what the gold-digging bug has eaten recently. If you want to know what kind of meals Nugget Bug will have recently, there is really one thing you want to confirm. That was whether what the villagers said before they were deceived into encountering monsters and suffering heavy casualties was telling the truth, regardless of whether the method of sealing the entrance of the cave is unreasonable or not. It is true that there are monsters in the cave. In other words, the behavior of the villagers can be understood as that in order to prevent the magician from retreating and forcing people to fight against the monster, they considered releasing it. This kind of thing has also been heard in some remote places with strong folk customs. Lin scoffed when he saw the relevant records. The folk customs are really so strong. Why don't they dare to fight against the people or monsters that threaten the lives of the villagers, but instead force those equally deadly warriors to fight against the monsters? I am not afraid that after someone comes out alive, he will take down the entire village. To confirm the real intention of these villagers who deceived themselves into the mine, the answer lies in the stomach bag of the gold-digging bug. Although it is said that it can digest or magic stone crystals, it sounds like the gold-digging insect's digestive organs are very powerful. so it should be easier to digest the human body. In fact, this idea is wrong. Taking organisms on Earth as an example. In addition to stomach acid, there are digestive enzymes in the digestive organs to help digest food. The main targets of digestive enzymes are starch sugars, proteins, fats, etc. These are molecules composed of carbon elements. This is why the organisms on Earth are called carbon-based organisms. However, neither stomach acid nor digestive enzymes have any effect on minerals. In the human body, these things form stones, waiting to be eliminated naturally. Of course, it may also be corroded by acidic substances in the body for a long time, and the particles will become smaller and smaller, and eventually disappear. But this time will be quite long. On the contrary, if the digestive system of the gold-digging bug is specialized for minerals, then the human body that it inadvertently swallows may be preserved. In other words, it won't be digested so quickly. This means that if this gold-digging bug has eaten people recently, it is possible to find parts of the human body in its stomach pouch. In order to prove it, Linke used the Bokamashu giant palm technique to replace his own hands and thoroughly searched the digestive system of the gold-digging bug, but found no evidence related to the human body. In other words, those villagers' excuses about monsters were really just excuses. Then it happened that there was actually a gold-digging worm in this mine. It's just that the villagers were lucky enough not to irritate the gold-digging bug and cause it to explode and hurt people during the mining process. Instead, it was the magic someone used to detect the topographic map of the mine that awakened the gold-digging bug. It must be that magic, Lin thought to himself. This is really an inexplicable coincidence. Someone's face twitched. I want to laugh, but I can't. Teacher! Teacher! The restless wild girl seemed to have forgotten the previous lesson and shouted in a moderate voice. In her hand, she held a stone covered in slime. Although it was not very clear, what was revealed under the green slime was dark blue light, with a hint of purple. Chapter 303 Soup of Life. Using the flash technique, Lin escaped from the blocked mine alone, leaving 2 apprentices to scavenge in the mine. Because except for the 3 masters and apprentices, there are no other living creatures in the mine. And judging from various detection data, there should be no other creatures hiding in the place. So after agreeing with the 2 apprentices on how to transmit the emergency alarm message, Lin went out first to connect with the lich, who was left outside. Another tip is to anticipate the possible tragedies outside. As for how miserable it was, Lin wanted to come out first to take a look and even clean up, so that the 2 girls would not have to come out and be shocked again. Fortunately for Kaya, she is always silent and doesn't express her opinions on anything, but recently, Halumi has a lot of opinions on this unnecessary killing. If you are too lazy to argue with others about meaningless things, then you must at least do some superficial work and cover it up to some extent. It's someone's philosophy of life. This is not about caring about anyone's feelings or mood. It is purely about wanting to clear my ears, so that others have no reason to complain. It is precisely because of this attitude that someone will have no friends before or after time travel. Because there are fewer such creatures that can be called friends. I can save the effort of doing superficial things, and everyone is happy. However, the scene he saw when he came to the carriage was different from what he had imagined. It doesn't look like it's full of blood, nor does it look like it's uninterested. For a moment, someone thought he was in the exhibition area of the terracotta warriors and horses, or at a wax museum. Although there were many people gathered near the carriage, it was very quiet, and no one spoke. In other words, no one moved. And everyone looks quite complete. Just thinking about it, Lin stepped forward and saw that the lich had dismembered someone and carefully arranged the removed organs on the ground. Now we are studying the slices of each organ. This scene is even more horrifying than a forensic autopsy. Realizing that someone was still able to move, the golden skeleton raised his head and took a look. After seeing clearly that it was someone, she lowered her head and concentrated on her own affairs, and said casually, "It's you. Come out. Yes. Just grasp the distance and jump out. There's nothing difficult about it. It's just that these people are forced to stand here." "Why?" Considering that someone had not seen this move of his, Finn explained casually, "It's just a magic similar to the holding technique, just to keep them from moving." She was too lazy to explain in too much detail. Not only because she didn't want to waste time on anything other than research, but also because she understood that the man who asked the question didn't care about the details at all. If it arouses his curiosity, he will naturally ask. In addition, if you talk too much, it probably goes in the left ear and out the right ear. This time's human anatomy and observation were very important to Finn. Although the blood of the three masters and apprentices had been sampled before to conduct research on cells and chromosomes, they had not been able to conduct comparative observations and sort out the differences in cells in various parts of the human body. In the process of studying other organisms, we discovered that although the chromosomes are the same, the cells have different shapes due to different functions. This different change also informed the general direction of Earth research from the man's mouth. As long as there is a hint, then is sure to find out why in the shortest time. This is much faster than blind research without a clue. And this time, living people were used as materials, which just confirmed many of the ideas generated during the previous study of Warcraft cells. With verification in hand, is it time to take the next step? After Finn took a look at the villager she had captured, she asked a man, "Did you say that the hole was a mine? Is there any iron in there that I can use to make a big pot? What do you want the pot for? Make soup? Yes. Let's make a pot of soup of life," Finn said casually. But this very special term aroused someone's interest. Lin asked, "What is soup of life?" "This is a raw material in life magic. It can be used to create flesh golems, or to restore broken limbs. Some more special potions can also be used. It can be regarded as the foundation of life magic. These things, are magicians lost now?" Life magic and undead magic seem to be completely opposite branches on paper. But in fact there is only a thin line between them. It can even be said that the boundary is quite blurred. Most plagues caused by magic originate from life magic, while undead magic is directly a curse. The complementary benefits between the two are considerable. It can be said that a magician who studies one aspect will definitely dabble in the other. The only difference lies in the direction of the research. Lin only did some simple research and study on the restoration of life magic, but did not go into depth. This does not mean that we don't cherish our lives, but that if we want to study life magic in depth, we must pay attention to experiments. To experiment, we not only need materials, but also accidents are easy to occur. Otherwise, there wouldn't be plagues from time to time. Not to mention that the sources of some of the materials are quite evil. Thinking of the comics he had read before time traveling, The Philosopher's Stone and Steel, Lin couldn't help but wonder if the so-called soup of life was the same bad thing. So it had not become a common inheritance in the Magician Association. Even if I didn't learn the magic that was a commodity when I was in the Tower of the Great Sage, I had spent money to buy it, and looked at it briefly. There was no soup of life in it. So Yilin asked, "I have indeed never heard of the soup of life. Maybe I don't know about it, and maybe it belongs to a relatively secret inheritance. So I just want to ask, what are the materials for making the soup of life?" Then naturally raised his hand, pointed at everyone present, and said, "Of course they are the materials. Reducing living things into the original essence of life, and then transforming them according to their own needs is one of the most profound knowledge of life magic. 1. This period of research has given me a different perspective on this aspect than in the past. I also have some ideas about the plan to reshape the body, and I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to do something about it. It's done. It can be regarded as a verification of the results of this period. Although the frozen villagers cannot move physically, they can still hear and see. They might not understand some of what this skeleton said, but the parts they could understand were enough to scare them silly. There was no way to speak. Otherwise, I would have screamed for mercy. But Lin reacted almost intuitively to the former Demon King's plan and said, "I object." "Oh!" There was a meaningful sound, and the blue flames in the skull's eye holes flickered on and off, and flashed with other colors from time to time. This was a sign of Finn's mixed emotions. The villagers who also heard this objection were all overjoyed. This is a chance to survive. Finn asked again, "Why do you object?" "Yes. Strictly speaking, it is a phenomenon that has not been scientifically proven. On Earth, some organ transplant patients will see memories or images that do not belong to them. After verification, some people claim that it was the experience of organ donors. In other words, there is so-called cellular memory. Although the soul has not been proven and cannot be measured or observed on Earth, it is possible to do this in the mysterious world. What is the connection between the soul and the body? I still don't understand it today, so I rashly treat it as a part of someone else's body. I am opposed to getting it on myself, unless the situation is very urgent today. If you don't do this, your life will be in danger tomorrow. Do you have such a crisis? If not, why not choose a safer way? Maybe taking a long detour instead of taking the shortcut. It may be more difficult and troublesome, but not easy. But the better thing is that there will be no sequelae. Of course, I am not sure whether phenomena like cellular memory really exist, but at least, We can choose a direction without these doubts, and regardless of whether there are really such sequelae. At least we have chosen a path with peace of mind. Finn was momentarily stunned by someone's tirade. Then he said, "It's really hard to object to your opinion. But what about this group of people? Do you want to let them go? Well, if they are immobilized like this, is it possible for them to escape on their own? Maybe. Maybe not." Finn replied with an ambiguous answer. "If it's possible, then we just don't care about them. If they break free before they starve to death or are bitten by wild beasts, then they are lucky. If not, it's just bad luck. I don't want to care about that much. I had no intention of getting close to this village. So why bother bothering them about this kind of thing?" "Oh!" Another voice. Finn looked at the man's expression and felt that the words he said did not seem like excuses to save people. It could even be said that there was a flash of anger in his eyes. "The reason why I didn't personally sanction him was probably just laziness. In other words, there are other more important things to consider." But when the other parties involved heard these words, they were so broken that they just wanted to curse. But they were unable to speak. However, someone seemed completely unaware and asked, "You want to reshape your body. Is there any other way besides using the soup of life? Power can do such a thing. But if there is a soup of life, it will be much simpler to use the essence to do the conversion. And the cost will be much less. If it is done purely with power, the cost will be very huge. But I'm not sure how much it will cost. Because what I want to do has never been done before. And no one else has done it. So I can't be sure whether the result is really the same as the calculated result. What if there is an entire vein of magic stone? Is this possible? Where did you get a whole vein of magic stone?" Finn smiled. Then he froze and asked, "Is there a vein of magic stone in that tunnel?" "Yes. And I also encountered a gold-digging bug, which proves that there is really a monster inside. It just seems that the gold-digging bug has never met or dealt with this group of people. This is really lucky." After sighing, Lin asked, "So, is such a magic stone vein suitable for use?" Chapter 304, Developing the Night Lord. With a whole vein of magic stone as the backing. Finn has never done this kind of thing before, she said. Whether it is suitable for use depends on the reserves of the ore veins. There was no plan to do this originally, so the calculation of the demand had to be repeated to determine the final result. In terms of scale, it shouldn't be a big problem, because I have found a blue hard grade, and even some purple grade magic stone rough stones from the belly of the gold-digging bug. If this gold-digging bug didn't come from other places, if it comes from this mineral vein, it should prove that this mineral vein is not a pore or that will be mined in a few times. Having said this, someone also thought of something. Is it that magic stones of a grade above the blue hard stone are more difficult to digest? Or was it that the gold-digging insect was killed as soon as it dug up a stone of this grade and ate it? If it's the latter, that's really unfortunate. The villagers who had their ears straightened up all shouted in their hearts when they heard the keyword. What? Amethyst! If he had not provoked this group of people in the first place, the purple alexandrite would have been his own. Of course, such considerations completely ignore the gold-digging bug that they cannot deal with. But for greedy people who are blinded by money, the risk does not exist. Lich, who had a weak concept of item value, said lightly, "There is a purple level one. That should be useful. Anyway, let's give it a try." As for a certain time traveler, although he has a better understanding of money and has a habit of keeping accounts, he still cannot change his poor nature. 1 million and 10 billion are astronomical numbers of the same level to him, Finn said casually. But he didn't comment. Anyway, things are meant to be used, and they won't increase in value by themselves if you put them there. After the two made their decision, they tied 2 more horses to the cart, and at the same time called on the remaining 3 horses to head towards the mine, because the carriage stopped outside the village, some distance from the mine. Neither Lin nor Finn were sure how long the next thing would take, so they set up the temporary base closer. As for the group of villagers standing like wooden figures, they were completely ignored by the two of them, as in the previous discussion. The people who could not move felt not only regret, but also resentment in their hearts. But it didn't matter what their mood was, because they were equally unable to move. So the mood quickly turned to despair and callousness. In the end, they died before starving to death, or being mauled to death by passing wild animals. However, things will not go so smoothly for the departing former demon king and someone, because this village has a real lord, and because not all the villagers are settled by Finn. Not only did the elders in the village send the first wave of envoys to report back to their lords, but there were also those who were lucky enough to escape and escape back to their real home. The lord of this place is Joey Smith, a pioneer knight. Born as a blacksmith, he obtained the status of a knight from the great Lord Marquis Xiaobo due to his military exploits. Compared with other colleagues who chose barren and small territories, he asked for the qualifications of a pioneer knight. He led a group of subordinates and the refugees who could no longer survive in his hometown to carve out his own fief in the ownerless mountains and forests. Although according to the legal principles of lost land, the knight's fief cannot be hereditary. However, in the territory opened up by the pioneering knight, one can choose a part that does not exceed the upper limit of the knight's territory to become a hereditary territory, which is to truly enter the sequence of noble lords. Therefore, when they find some relatively rare minerals, most pioneer knights will choose to hand them over to the great lords they are loyal to in exchange for other benefits. In addition to allowing yourself to stand firm faster, you can also build a good relationship with the people you are loyal to. However, Josh Smith's ambition drove him to choose to privatize this magic stone mine. As a pioneer knight, he understands that in order to maximize benefits, the distance between him and the people cannot be too far. It is impossible to rely on the identity of the knight master to exploit the people who followed him here. People who would choose to leave their homeland and go to a strange place to make a living have a ruthless spirit. If they are offended, it is not impossible for such a thing to happen. The knight is very brave. He went to fight against the monsters alone and never came back again. Tying the majority of people onto the wagon of interests not only stimulates everyone's work efficiency, but also becomes the bond that maintains everyone. No one does not regard themselves as a member of the group. The biggest difference from traditional feudalism and slavery lies in positivity and initiative. Just like when outsiders come to a mining village, the elders in the village will not think about hiding things or covering up mistakes for fear of being blamed or even putting their lives in danger. He chose to send an envoy and take the initiative to tell the knight master, asking him to make various preparations. Leading such a group of people, Joey Smith is not worried about being turned against him, because although the magic stone mine was very valuable, it had to be sold to exchange it for yellow-orange gold coins. And if you want to sell the shady thing, it can't be sold openly. If the news leaks out, the first person to come to the door will probably be the great lord to whom he is loyal, relying on the contacts he accumulated in the past. Joey Smith happened to have the means to sell this kind of thing secretly. So even if Joey didn't do the mining himself, the villagers didn't have any objections. They were well calculated, and they also understood that without the connection of this knight master, not only would they lose a black income, but they might also be killed by Marquis Xiaobo, on the grounds of punishing greedy people. As an example of someone who discovers minerals, but fails to report them, it must be as miserable as the torture. After Joey Smith received the news conveyed by the messenger, he immediately gathered the private soldiers in the territory. Perhaps most of the people in the mining village were veterans who had followed him in his conquests. But after all, their vision was not as good as his own. Joey didn't think that with the arrangements in the village, it would be impossible to get a magician and 2 apprentices. Although the private soldiers in his own fief do not exceed the size of a knight's territory, they are after all raised from magic stone mines and are unusually well equipped. Especially this time the opponent is a magician. And some magic-breaking weapons used as treasure chests were also taken out from the warehouse. In addition, in order to increase the certainty of dealing with the magician, Joey Smith set his sights on his friends who accidentally visited him. In addition to being comrades in arms in the past, they are now their own private channels for selling magic stones. Most importantly, they are members of the Thieves Guild. The energy you can exert in interpersonal relationships is much greater than yourself. It's not a problem to find some experts who are confident in dealing with magicians. After a long search, Joey Smith finally found his friend in a brothel. The man who was hugging the beautiful woman, drinking and bragging, was a bit drunk. "Hey, little John, we're in trouble." Joey Smith sat down in front of his friend and said in a puzzled manner, "If it was really bad, you wouldn't look like this. I think I should be an unnecessary trouble. But you are not. You just want to push things towards me." With a smile, Joey Smith said, "A magician broke into that place. You said you can stay out of it. If that place is exposed and a way of making money is cut off, the big guys behind you will also be dissatisfied. Right?" Hearing a certain sensitive keyword, Little John pushed away the prostitute who counterattacked unceremoniously. This short, average-looking man clapped his hands, stepped forward and lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know who they are? Are there 4 of them? 1 male and 3 female?" Regarding this unexpected reaction, Joey Smith suppressed his curiosity and said seriously, I don't know who they are yet. My subordinate said that they only saw one man and two women. The man is officially magicians. The two younger women are just magic apprentices. Playing with the gold coin that had somehow turned into his hand. Little John let it roll between his fingers. He half complained. The numbers aren't right. I thought I caught them. Them? There was no beginning or end to the sentence. Joey Smith could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, Who are you referring to? What is the background of the other party? With a flick of his thumb, the gold coin flew high into the sky, but disappeared without falling. Little John took a sip of ale. Burton said, Recently, there is a high-profile bounty in the Dark World, and the bounty is for a male magician. He was originally active in the Basque Country, and later entered Wadwo. That the tribe of Wood Elves. No one dared to do anything in that kind of place. According to the news, he left the tribe of Wood Elves not long ago, but no one knew where he was going. So many people blocked the place where he might go and waited. The rest is to see who is lucky enough and the target of the bounty comes to the door. I originally thought I caught them, but it doesn't look like that anymore. One man and four women. Joey Smith rubbed the stubble on his chin and asked the question that concerned him more. How much is the reward for that man? Ha ha. You're interested too. Little John smiled and waved a finger with his right hand. He didn't let anyone guess. And said directly, The reward for that man is 10,000 gold. Life or death. This is a rare and big deal. Are you interested in joining in? As for breaking into the village, the unknown magician is just a small problem. As he spoke, Little John patted the dagger on his right waist. Relying on this magic-breaking blade and his stealth skills, he has earned a reputation as a mage killer. His dream is to one day successfully assassinate the magician in the magic tower and obtain the top assassin title of Killing God. Joey Smith, who was silently calculating the gains and losses, was thinking about the pros and cons of participating and not participating. At this time, a man broke into a cold sweat and broke into the brothel. He came to his lord and shouted, My lord! My lord! Something bad has happened. The villagers who luckily escaped finally appeared in front of Joey Smith and said in a panic, Although we tricked the man into it, we also successfully buried him alive. But a golden skeleton stepped out of the carriage. He not only used the strange magic immobilized others, rendering them unable to move, and brutally killed those who had lost the ability to resist. Chapter 305. Before the ceremony. The news of the golden skeleton made those who were preparing to launch a war pay more attention to it. Joey Smith was about to launch a revenge campaign for his comrades, who may have died. Little John tried his best to contact people from the same organization in nearby towns. The reason why he takes it so seriously is because the group of magicians who invaded the mining village and the people on the bounty list seem to be together. 4 people, 1 man, 2 women and a skeleton. The information that the original targets were 1 man and 3 women is accurate, although one of the women is replaced by a skeleton. It sounds incredible, but considering another rumor, one of the women following the man was actually a lich, so it is understandable that she turned into a skeleton, which also confirmed the fact that the woman was a lich. There is nothing wrong with the bounty being tempting, but it also depends on whether you can take it all for yourself, compared to being greedy. Little John, who wallows in the dark world, knows how to make careful calculations. The first priority is of course his own life. He has seen too many people who want money but not their lives, and eventually end up in a situation where they have money but no life to spend. He has survived to this day, so naturally he is not just a stupid young man who only knows how to fight and kill. Because of this, both Joey Smith and Little John postponed their counterattack on the mining village. They need more preparation. The few people in the mine didn't feel that a war was coming at all, because they didn't know it all. After dragging the covered carriage containing all the belongings to the mine and setting it up, Lin and Fa appeared directly into the mine tunnel. The rich aura of power can originally give people a feeling of refreshment, but considering that the mine is now closed, the air is extremely stagnant, and an indescribable smell permeates it. Not to mention that deep down, there was a dead gold-digging worm in the largest mine. The fishy smell wafted faintly, and the deeper it went, the more obvious the smell became. I took them to quickly walk through several key points in the mine, mainly to check whether the amount of magic stone contained here could meet the needs of the lich. Finally, we came to the mine where the 2 girls were. A whole gold-digging bug with its head missing has been torn apart by 2 girls. It may be that the body of an insect is very different from that of humans or even mammals, so apart from the nausea of taste and touch. There is no mental pressure when it is dismantled. Therefore, the two girls, who are somewhat stingy in nature, found a lot of good things in the insect corpses. First of all, the first discovery is that this insect has migrated from elsewhere. This can be observed from the countless stones on its body. Originally, Lin thought those stones were junk. But one time when Kaya cut open the hard skin of a gold-digging bug, she inadvertently peeled off a layer of stone skin from a stone beneath the skin, revealing that the inside could still shine under the weak light technique of the two of them. Metal part. The two girls looked at each other and quickly peeled off all the gold-digging worm stones that had been thrown aside as trash one by one, revealing their original appearance. These large and small stones have almost no duplicate material properties, and they are not like the associated ores that can be found in this magic stone vein. The two girls had also seen a lot of rare materials with the help of their teacher. Despite this, only 3 or 4 out of 10 of these stones were recognized. Even their teacher himself is blind to most ores. Then might have recognized it. But she only glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Maybe it's not a good thing, Lin thought in his heart. His understanding of raw ore is all about what he bought and the introductory words at the time of purchase. What kind of characteristics it has, and what kind of utilization it can be used are almost all the results of other people's appraisal. Considering that these metals can survive in the digestive system of gold-digging bugs, even if the materials are not top-notch, they should have mutated. So even if he didn't know him, Lin planned to keep these metal bumps. 2 girls were left behind to help them prepare. Ignoring the basic life magic material of soup of life. Creating life requires huge power that is unimaginable by ordinary people. Lin was not surprised at all by this. Think about the experiment on the origin of life on Earth. It took a long time in a special environment, with lightning and thunder, to synthesize a little amino acid out of thin air. To create enough materials to synthesize a person, more than 1,000,000 times would be consumed. On Earth, scientists can use inorganic substances to synthesize organic substances. But I want to go further. But I don't have a clue yet. In the Lost Land, anything can be made as long as there are relevant raw materials. Whether it is undead magic, life magic, or even divine creation, etc. Creating living creatures is not such a distant and illusory thing. Even Lin has always had a suspicion. The starting point of this problem is the phenomenon of reproductive isolation between all species of Homo sapiens in MIDI, which is almost non-existent. So is it possible that all the strange species of Homo sapiens in Midland actually have the same origin, with 22 pairs plus 2 chromosomes? In other words, they were all once human. If so, what is the reason why there are so many types of Homo sapiens now? If not, what are the reasons for ignoring the biological rules of reproductive isolation? I always feel that there is a shocking mystery behind this. However, Lin's curiosity only lasted for 3 seconds, and he forgot all about it. It was not without reason why I did not develop into the field of biology, but the field of physics. What's more, what does it matter if you know the answer to this question or not? After all, human energy is limited, but knowledge is limitless. Knowing both astronomy and geography, one can be an artist or an inventor. This situation lasted until the Renaissance in Europe. Since Leonardo da Vinci, I have never seen a talent that can shine with the same dazzling light in different fields. This is not because the geniuses of later generations are inferior to those of ancient times, but because the depth and breadth of knowledge are not at the same level at all. Maybe if you have free time later, you can discuss it with Fun and ask her about this topic to see if she is interested in researching slices of Homo sapiens other than humans. Right now, Lin has another thing to do, which is to dig out the collapsed tunnel entrance. Although the flash technique is very convenient, it is not difficult to take 2 girls away now. But considering that there are many precious or rare materials in the mine, using flash to move does not seem to be a good option. It has been confirmed that the high-dimensional world may bring double psychological and physiological pollution to living creatures. Even plants cannot completely escape this influence. Lin Yong flashed back continuously and brought the pot of ghost grass back to Halloumi. Now it is fed with meat, and his appetite is very good. The potted grass still looks like the owner who raised it when he eats. It is particularly sweet. He will squint his eyes and get excited when he eats something delicious. The people watching next to him can't help but have an appetite and eat a few more mouthfuls of food. For an organic matter, the higher dimensional world will also have an impact. When I was experimenting with magic, frequent flashes caused someone's cloak to suddenly open a big moving eye, which frightened the 3 masters and apprentices. Well, basically it frightened a certain time traveler. Public. Lin didn't even bother to study what this thing was, and just destroyed it humanely. It looked so much like the big eyeballs of the G-cell monster in the Castle of Evil. The area of my psychological shadow is too large. Various phenomena observed later also confirmed that as long as everything enters the high-dimensional world, there will be some degree of pollution and mutation. To avoid such a situation, flash shields used to carry people can also play a role. But someone cannot perform flash multiple times with a protective shield deployed. And the larger the volume to be protected, the greater the consumption. For the protection of inorganic substances, more targeted research is bound to be done. Otherwise, if you enter a high-dimensional world, in order to avoid contamination of your belongings, you can only choose to run away. Doing this feels like putting the cart before the horse. There are a lot of good things found in the mines, and most of them are quite precious. If it is contaminated by high dimensions, even if it does not completely change in a bad direction, it would be a pity. To this day, Lin has not found a way to reverse these pollution phenomena. It can only be dealt with in a more negative way. So in order to safely take the things out of the mine, we have to face this tunnel blocked by collapsed earth and rocks. So what should we do? What else can I do? Just dig it out. Although I am not a civil engineering major, I can still do the simple operation by setting up wooden piles to support wherever the collapse occurs. The idea of using the extra-dimensional exile technique to open the tunnel entrance in one go was ruled out from the beginning. This place will collapse. Not because there is no support. Even if the passage is opened in one breath, it will only collapse again. As for the direction of excavation, Lin chose to dig in from the outside in. The most important thing is firewood used as support pillars. This village prepares a lot of them, but they are all placed beside the small square outside the mine. It is precisely because these tools and materials placed next to the cave entrance were not covered up at all from the beginning that someone would think that these villagers had bad intentions. And they only paid some attention after entering the tunnel. But things happen, and they have to come to an end. While civil engineering may seem like a heavy job, it is not too easy for Mr. F.A. Bless yourself with the power of great strength, and the wood with the lightness of object. The earth blocking the tunnel is cut off little by little, with the extra-dimensional banishment technique, to avoid cutting off too much in one go, and leaving no time to place pillars for support. Because the three women were busy deep in the mine, no one disturbed them. So Lin's work speed went faster. Before dark, the tunnel had been completely opened and reinforced, since he didn't plan to stay here for a long time. And this passage was only temporary. Lin didn't consider the beauty or convenience, so he just inserted pillars wherever he wanted. As for the issue of other people's mining in the future, to be honest, judging from Finn's attitude, he intends to drain this vein, because he didn't plan to stay long. This mine was abandoned, and someone didn't feel bad at all. Anyway, since they were not abolished, I couldn't take much with them, so why not give them all to the Lich for use? First, she has a purpose. Second, it is better to benefit one's own people than to benefit outsiders. Besides, this mine is a private mine that not many people know about. It is much better than going to mine the magic stone mine that is heavily protected by others when the need arises in the future. Chapter 306 Life Transformation Ceremony. It was already dark, but the three women in the mine had no plans to come out yet. Lin played a guest role as a family cook and stewed a pot of vegetable broth. Seeing that it was almost ready to eat, he entered the mine and planned to take the two girls out. Then hadn't eaten since he turned into a skeleton, so he ignored her. As soon as he entered the mine, Lin habitually used the bright light technique to illuminate the entire passage. My current consumption of magic has been divided into two independent parts. Most of the magic is cast by relying on the original mana and power, limited by his own talent. His endurance in this aspect is not very good. Therefore, when Lin uses this kind of magic, it can be said that he is a little cautious. The other is the bright light technique based on star map mapping, the flash technique for movement, and various detection, ranging, and perception techniques. The magic engraved on the Dream Magic Tower relies on borrowing the world, the chance of tree advancement, and the energy absorbed. This part of the magic can be used almost unlimitedly. At least I haven't hit the limit yet. In other words, I now have two MP values, each with its own purpose. One was done after just a few plays, and the other seemed bottomless. If you want to integrate the two, there is a long way to go. While sighing, he looked at what the inside of the mine looked like under the illumination of the bright light technique. The three people in the tunnel did not come out to help at all when Lin was cleaning the entrance of the tunnel. This does not mean that they are not doing anything. The entire mine can be said to have undergone some transformation. The first thing to disappear was the body of the gold-digging bug. The insect body and insect blood became the materials for drawing the magic circle, connecting the magic stone veins exposed everywhere, probably for Finn's next ritual. As a magical beast, the body and blood of the gold-digging bug can be used as magic materials. It's just that the quality is relatively poor, mainly because the effectiveness fades quickly. Within a few days, these painted parts will completely lose their function. However, the former Demon King does not need a few days, because this place is only for one-time use, so it is enough to use ready-made things. Moreover, the parts full of passages and small mines are said to be magic circles, but in fact they are more like temporary cables laid by the earth to connect fixed generators everywhere. The patterns drawn are not too complex in form, but there are enough, and be careful not to overlap each other. The two girls have been working for two alien magicians for a long time, and they are used to and skilled in this aspect of work, so there is no big problem in doing it. What is really fancy is the main venue of the ceremony, which is the mine with the largest depth and the largest exposed area of the veins. It is full of complex lines and unknown runes. It is completely different from the traditional magic circle in Midland. It has a strong science fiction style from the Earth. A certain dazzled time traveler guessed that this was the result of merging programmed magic circles and life magic rituals. Regarding the latter, someone has never studied it at all, and at best only knows it, so it's normal not to recognize what might be a combination of the two. Moreover, the ceremony has not officially started yet, and the power that permeates the air has already been emptied out of this highly completed magic circle. All the excess and overflowing power in the mineral veins is directed into the magic array, causing the lines of the magic array to emit light. The two girls were busy working under the command of their elder sister. Although Finn did not continue to arrange the magic circle personally, she was still nestled next to the coffin, immersed in several water mirror screens. The first coffin is placed in a small core of this magic circle, and it seems to be a very important part. It may be that the program inside is used as a control hub. Someone actually asked about what the Lich was going to do, and enthusiastically wanted to help. And then he retreated magnificently. For crossfield majors, someone was blind, so the Lich simply excludes someone from combat. But when it's time to eat, you have to eat. Having 3 regular meals is the most basic requirement someone has for themselves. So seeing the 3 people who were still busy, Lynn directly asked, "Can the homework be suspended? I have prepared the food. It's time to have dinner." Finn didn't even raise his head and said directly, "That's about all you can do. Let's go have dinner first, and then come to the final touches after eating." "Okay, sister." After receiving the order, the two girls stood up from the ground and stretched. Maybe with the blessing of magic, some heavy work can become easy. However, pain caused by poor posture cannot be avoided no matter what. When Finn started preparing for the ceremony, the two girls who came to help almost always squatted on the ground, or even knelt on the ground, bending over, and drew the mashed remains of the gold-digging bugs everywhere according to the plan. "I've been busy all day and my back hurts." Although they didn't complain, they really wanted the chance to take a short break. After cheering, they got out of the mine one after another and prepared to enjoy today's dinner. Lin didn't leave directly, but looked around to see how much he knew about this complicated formation. At the same time, he asked, "Is everything okay? Do you need my help? On your level? Taichi, so don't cause trouble. Let me go." This girl's tone is getting more and more like someone from her hometown. "Are you sure you are not one of the great time travelers?" "Sister? Okay. You go ahead and go get something to eat. Return. Call the dog." Eldest sister. Someone wanted to complain like this, but when the words came out, they turned into a whisper. "What's the matter?" "Ask you a question." Arriving next to the skeleton, Lin said simply, "Asked. Even if I don't care about the value of items in this era, I still know that the magic stone vein is very valuable. According to my current estimate, the amount of this mine is almost the same as the power I need to perform the ceremony. That is, to give if I use it like this. This vein may be scrapped. Are you willing to do so? As for money, if you don't bring it with you when you're alive, you won't take it with you when you die. If you don't spend it, you're a bastard. What's more, I have no intention of staying and guarding this money pit, or competing with others for it. Besides, I have no intention of staying. No matter how much money I save, it will disappear for some strange reasons in the end, including love scammers, brother scammers, illness, and car crashes. In short, it should not be mine, and I can't keep it no matter what. I know this very well. Realize, So if you need it, just use it. Don't worry about anything. At least this is much better than using some life soup that may have sequelae, or robbing other people with greater backgrounds from mining in the future. You are really open-minded. Even in my time. Maybe the fight was not about money, or this mere magic stone, but as long as interests were involved, they would not recognize each other until death. Just like you come from the same place. Do all people in this place have this kind of character? Well, to be honest, that's not entirely true. In my hometown, there are a lot of people who care about everything. And I stayed here to help you because you needed it. If it were me, I would have left long ago. Shrugged. Speaking of money, it is a history of blood and tears. Someone's open-mindedness really suffers a lot. Secondly, many parents worry about what to leave for their children. Why worry about this when you are alone? Haven't you ever thought that maybe what I want to do will be different from what you imagined? What will you do then? A simple sentence can have many meanings. You can think in the direction of ambiguity. You can also think in the direction of whether a certain lich will get a big benefit and turn his back the next day. And you can even explain in other directions. Based on Finn's understanding of this man, he couldn't understand even a single meaning. As expected, someone became nervous after hearing this and asked, "You don't want to conquer the world again, do you?" "Well, that's not the case." "Oh, that's good." Lin Swisher patted his chest and said reassuringly, "Is this the only thing that bothers you?" A certain skeleton has no eyebrows now. Otherwise it would be frowning to others. Lin said seriously, "If I become your enemy, I don't know where to hide to be safe. So the best situation is not to become your enemy. And the only way will force me to have nowhere to escape. The situation is that you plan to conquer the world. If that's the case, I don't know where to hide." Someone said this very sincerely. For the magician who also mastered the flashing technique. Linka's old face was pressed to the ground and rubbed several times during the hide-and-seek game. So I don't want to be an enemy. From the past to the present, I have always been sincere and sincere. If I really want to conquer the world and don't want to be my enemy, why don't you become my subordinate? Ah, I forgot about this kind of operation. Do you really want to conquer the world? Are you interested? Finn asked the man. It's okay to be a dog-headed military strategist, but I'm not the type to conquer the world. Besides, I can live an easy life. So why should I bother my brain like that? Uh-huh. Yes, you are such a person. I should have thought of it earlier. Seeing that the lich did not continue speaking, but was buried in the water mirror screens again. Maybe she had gotten the answer she wanted. Someone didn't comment. So he ended the conversation, left the mine, and went to have dinner. Eating is as important as eating. And nothing is more important than eating. However, when he turned around and left, he didn't notice that the golden skull was facing him again. Although someone described it on the Dream Magic Tower. There are many types of detection magic that are enough to capture most creatures and extraordinary types of anomalies. But the details are not clear. So in his perception, the skeleton still stayed in place. In fact, Thum was looking at the back of the departing man. Chapter 307 The Concept of Life. What a certain lich is going to do is to reshape his own body. His real body. Starting from the molecular level. In other words, as long as you are willing, you have endless options based on your original skeleton. But the body cannot be fat or thin, tall or short. There is always a general tendency. There is no perfect body in the true sense. No eternal beauty. No matter how beautiful you are, you can't help others looking at you. So among the endless options, what kind of body you want to shape has become a very troublesome question. Because of the unpleasant memories of his growing up years. During the Dark Ages, the Demon King always looked like a skeleton covered with a cloak. When she was resurrected, her consciousness was chaotic and unclear, and the body formed by condensing power would use her original appearance that existed in the memory of her soul. In fact, she had more than once thought of giving up that look. Later, due to various reasons, it was not actually implemented until the power of the condensed body was blown away by the dimensional storm during the promotion of World Tree, when she once again had the opportunity to rebuild her body. And it was still a real body. There were many plans in front of her to escape from the human form. Werewolves, hobgoblins, orcs, elves, sirens, centaurs, etc. You can choose from all races. But she has not made up her mind to choose anyone. Even if she appears as a human again, not only can she freely control her height, weight, skin color, and hair color, she can even choose to become him and change her gender. But in the end, It seemed like we were back to square one. Regarding the appearance plan, I returned to the first plan, which is the appearance remembered by my soul. Well, the soul is very mysterious. So the body should perfectly cooperate with the soul to achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. There is nothing wrong with this explanation. That's it. Yes. Okay. Now that the appearance problem is solved, now we have to consider the inside. The reason why each race has its own racial characteristics is because those characteristics strengthen their abilities in that aspect to some extent. Orcs and dwarves with great strength. Pointed-eared elves with keen observation and wide vocal range. Goblins with short limbs, but a particularly big head. Sea monsters who are good at swimming. Centaurs who are good at running. And pseudo-human beings who maintain the maximum beast instinct. Orcs. These characteristics are not only shown in their appearance, but also engraved in their blood. Yes, so-called DNA is a good thing. Then gain this kind of knowledge. And many things that he couldn't quite understand before are now clear to him. When creating undead creatures or artificial creatures in the past, accidents that often occurred were finally controllable. Coupled with the idea given by someone, only part of the flesh and blood of the creature can be used to detect the DNA encoding of the species. In the middle of the night, the Lich, who doesn't need sleep, runs around in confusion. There's no way around it. Flash is so useful. Even if you add protective items and shields to avoid contamination, it is still a drop in the bucket in terms of your own consumption. All kinds of rare and legendary creatures around the world have suffered. Either he was half asleep in the middle of the night and was suppressed, and a piece of meat was dug out of his butt, or the target creature was busy. Perhaps hunting. Or perhaps being disturbed during mating. This is nothing. The most disgusting thing is that the other party will interrupt his behavior without hesitation. Then dig out a piece of meat and disappear. It was this crazy drive to run around the world in the middle of the night that allowed Finn to collect almost all biological samples in the world. From giant dragons to tiny insects. From titans to abyssal demons. Finn barely misses a beat. This rich biological sample bank has become her most important basis for deciphering DNA coding. Of course, there are other ways to help you get results in just a few days. Otherwise, the computing power of a head coffin alone would not be enough to meet the needs of the Lich. In addition to previous dimensional observations and calculations, and earlier star map calculations, these all made Finn familiar with and constantly improve the programmed algorithm. The most important partner is Wadwo, the world tree that advanced with their help a while ago. Taking the opportunity of cooperation, someone first persuaded Waldwall and agreed to provide computing power and serve as a backup machine for all servers in the Tower of the Great Sage. Everything that Lin has established to the outside world is based on the Tower of the Great Sage. It can be said that without the forum, there would not be many conveniences now. And of course, it would also save a lot of trouble. However, he did not forget that when he left, he handed a magic stone that formatted the magic tower into the hands of his successor. If one day someone living in the tower loses his mind and takes out the magic stone and uses it, everything in the forum will disappear. Seeing your hard work being wasted like this, no matter how open-minded someone is, they may not be happy to see this happen. And what's up there is not just the result of Lin's hard work, but the work of countless people. So it's good to find a place to do mirroring. Backup. And backup. In case something really happened and someone took it out on himself. The inventor and creator. He would have nowhere to complain. Once someone takes the initiative, the Lich naturally follows suit. Since everyone relies on computing power to promote their progress, based on the principle of mutual benefit and reciprocity, Finn is responsible for the program logic, and World Tree provides the computing power. This is fair, and there is nothing wrong with it. So when Waldwo had a need, Finn helped. When Finn needs calculations, he puts the data into a distributed computing platform set up at someone's suggestion. Moreover, this platform is not only shared but also expandable, as long as beings of the same level join. It means that the computing power of all beings on this platform can be improved. So far, 7 members of the Ikaruga Alliance, who have direct contact with Wadwo, have joined this distributed computing platform. The terrifying computing power obtained is that Finn only needs to upload the data of biological samples, and the results can be obtained in the blink of an eye. A certain Lich also said with emotion, uploading data still takes time. If the coffin is regarded as the top personal computer on the Earth, the 7 Alliance Lords in Wadwagar are like being backed by 8 supercomputers. For someone who once begged his grandpa and grandma, and could only use a classic computer to run algorithms, this is really a very luxurious equipment. What's even more hacked up is that those Yggdrasil personalities have no idea what their actions mean to a hacker-level master. This is not a back door or anything. It is simply opening the door to rob the thief. Maybe not relying heavily on forums to an almost pathological degree. However, in order to facilitate communication, several high-ranking members of the Alliance opened a discussion area with limited permissions on the forum. It was a place where only a few trees talked loudly. Thun also learned from it that a certain tree called Mackinnon advocated that the data and formulas about the world tree should not be spread to outsiders. What he meant behind the scenes was that he planned to send people to deal with those who knew about it. Although such an idea was stopped by Waldwo, other world trees had no intention of implementing it. However, a certain lich muttered that it would be pretty good to roast dragon meat using the world tree. Things like that. He also talked about going to cut firewood one day and so on. A certain coward was too frightened to answer the question, for fear that the former demon king would take him seriously. Now, Thun has a pretty good grasp of the meaning of each piece of DNA coding. As long as she is willing, she can let her skin be covered with dragon scales, have legs as strong as a centaur, muscles at the level of a half-orc, and the perception and magic talents of an elf. It's easy to even want wings, a few more arms, snake hair that can turn others to stone, or even an extra head or two. As long as she is willing, she can have talents that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Attaching all the magic imaginable to her body enables her to control the wind and rain with just a move of her hands. One thought brings life. One thought brings death. And she becomes the perfect creature she once imagined. A being that transcends gods and demons. Those imaginations are so ridiculous in retrospect. Forcibly integrating the advantages of all living things into one body is very similar to what I would do when I was young and vigorous. Many such monsters were also created at that time. And those monsters that were put together never succeeded. And he blamed it on not getting enough good materials. But the level of life is not just determined by how high you can fly or how fast you can run. When Thun begins to analyze the mysteries of DNA, she truly understands the beauty of the harmony of life. Just like a programming language, it must comply with its most basic operating principles so that the program can operate normally. There are rules. It's not something you can just patch things together. The same goes for DNA sequences. Back to the subject of shaping this body. Since you don't plan to turn yourself into a monster, but maintain your original appearance, how can you build it so that you can use existing knowledge and technology to strengthen this body? Life has its extension, and arbitrarily changing cells will only destroy the division of labor in cells, leading to unpredictable consequences. According to what someone said, it mutates into cancer cells. So going this route doesn't seem like a good idea. But what if changes start from a lower level? In the end, Thun chose two targets, mitochondria and chromosomes, which meant that she planned to start transforming DNA. This is inspired by some kind of super creature. Most creatures in Lost Land, including World of Warcraft, have similar chromosome conditions as someone said. They are in pairs, and one group determines male and female. The higher the number of chromosomes, the more special or powerful the organism is. The number of chromosomes is small, but there are more genomes on one chromosome, and it may also come from a more powerful biological species. The DNA of most living things is a double helix. But there is one exception: dragons. Their DNA is a four-stranded helix structure, composed of more complex and powerful genetic codes. What it brings is a strong physique and strength. For Thun, the hardest part is thinking outside the box. As for realizing her various ideas, it is not difficult with her current knowledge and technology. So after discovering that the dragon's four-stranded helix could be formed, she secretly and simply conducted a series of experiments. Finally, he decided on the direction of rebuilding his body. The 8-stranded helix DNA conforms to the 8 powers of MIDI. In addition to strengthening the physical body from the genetic level, he also tried an unprecedented magic circle layout, using the bases in the genome to create magical effects like a talent. Of course, not all magic can do such compilation, and Thun was troubled by this for a while. And choosing the 8-stranded spiral is not just a random guess. Thun wanted to try to see what effect the combination of power and body would have. Besides, if you really mess up, you will just lose this body and waste a vein of magic stone. The skeleton that has reached the limit of this life is not so easy to destroy. As someone joked, a scientist who doesn't experiment on himself is not a good mad scientist. Chapter 308: Reshaping the Physical Body Ceremony. When everything was ready, it was actually already midnight. After dinner, the two girls who went into the mine to help were already so tired that their eyes were blurred and they were talking nonsense. So both were sent off to bed. And someone who stayed nearby for most of the night was helping to check the final data. although I don't understand what those numbers mean. I can at least check them back and forth to see if there are any mistakes that even a layman like me can spot. Although there was someone who didn't know the whole story about the former Demon King's plan to reshape his body. And he couldn't understand those things, which to him were no different from heavenly scriptures. But it can still be seen that this is not as simple as stacking Lego bricks. Therefore, Lin Yu suggested that we should wait a few days and have more confidence before implementing it. It's a pity that this person's personality is not one of foresight and foresight. More importantly, she is quite confident in her calculation results and the design method, especially after various simulations are put on the distributed computing platform. The answers can be obtained almost instantly. The possibilities of various plans have been conceived in every aspect as much as possible, just waiting for implementation. Of course, it's almost midnight now, so it's a bit impractical to start the ceremony directly. After the ceremony started, he could only be trapped in it. The only way to deal with any unexpected situations, or to carry out guardianship rituals, and avoid being disturbed by external factors is by others. Variables other than rituals are difficult for anyone to fully grasp, no matter how good they are. This lich, who is not in a hurry, also knows that it is impossible for the three ordinary masters and apprentices to have endless energy and no need for sleep like her. So just use their rest time to make the final confirmation. And there is another reason not to start the ceremony in the middle of the night. When the morning sun shines outside the mine, the interior of the mine, which has never been exposed to the sun, seems to be waking up. The power from the magic stone veins flows in the magic circle made of flesh and blood, shimmering like a jumper. And this is the reason why Finn didn't start the ritual in the middle of the night. Different powers will show different activities at different times. Generally speaking, early morning is the peak period of activity of powers. As time goes forward, the power activity in terms of knowledge and power will increase, but in contrast, the power activity in the mysterious aspect will decline. So looking at it as a whole, the only time to be most active is in the early morning. Since the explanation was given last night, Lin and the three other masters and apprentices did not delay, especially for a certain time traveler. Where he comes from, it is a big deal to check the time in feng shui. If it is delayed, the in-laws may become enemies, so other things can be postponed and late. But Lin doesn't dare to scratch the tiger's beard for this kind of thing. If something went wrong, he would have to go back to his hometown to sell duck eggs in a few minutes. When we entered the mine again, everything was the same as when we left last night. But this is only on the surface. Who knows what changes have occurred in the underlying procedures? Just like Earth time, there is nothing that cannot be changed unless the program is too lazy to change. Seeing three helpers appear, sitting in the largest mine, the golden skeleton in the core magic circle stood up, walked out of the circle at the core, and said, "When the ceremony begins, you must not enter the magic circle. Everything within the magic circle will be turned into power to create the life essence needed by my body. The only safe place is the head coffin, controlling the core in my position. Although I can control what I want to absorb or not absorb. But when it comes to the ceremony, I'm not sure I have the energy to control it. So I have to be careful. It's irreversible if it's interrupted. I won't be hurt, well, I guess. Anyway, there's no way to restart the ritual. And the part that was spent before is just wasted. So it's not a big deal. Don't bother me." "No problem. Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" Lin asked. "Well, let's improvise. It's really a plan B that works well everywhere." Returning to stand in the core circle, Fun lowered his head and chanted a rare spell. Because every inch of land in the mine has been carved with magic formations. No one is missing. And there is no place to stay. The three masters and apprentices, who received the warning from the lich, quickly retreated out of the passage. It's like listening to the poetry of the Middle Ages on Earth. The tone is slow and soft. It's as if the sound has a hypnotic effect, gently stimulating the mysterious power in the air. The power from the magic stone veins drags the stream of light along the transmission channel in waves, and concentrates towards the main magic circle in the mine. At the same time, this magic circle also tyrannically sucked away the power of Lin's light spell, directly disintegrating the spell. After trying a few times and being sucked dry, Lin gave up using the bright light technique. Fortunately, it was not completely dark inside the mine. The magic circle full of power emitted a little fluorescence, which was obvious enough in such an environment. A large amount of power was drawn out, exceeding the capacity of the magic circle, and began to fill the air. It's just that this energy was well restrained within the scope of the magic circle, and did not spill out to other places, nor did it flow back into the mineral veins. The power that was almost condensed into substance began to change its nature amidst the chanting of mantras. When the first electric light passed across the sky, it was like a gunpowder keg being lit. The sound of beeping and popping was endless, and streaks of electric light kept flashing in the air. As the current gets thicker and thicker, it finally looks like a snake swimming in the air. The dim mine that was originally illuminated by fluorescent lighting is now filled with blue-white light that flickers on and off. Strong and weak. Looking at this battle, Lin had to say that it was no wonder that the one warned people not to stay within the scope of the magic circle. It's really not a place for people to live there. Even the head coffin as the core of control, or the lich who wants to build a physical body, cannot escape the baptism of thunder and lightning. It seems that not everyone is lucky enough to enjoy this ceremony that Finn has high hopes for. But the scene before us is far from the end. As time progresses, the current traveling in the air almost forms plasma, filling the mine. Various colors of blue and white light flashed one after another, and various strange sights appeared one after another, making people dizzy. Someone wanted to enjoy such a wonderful scene, but the two girls beside him were pulling on their sleeves, one on the left and the other on the right. I just wanted to curse a few words, but I turned my head and looked in the direction they were pointing, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. As channels connecting other mines and transmitting power, several channels have become dim. There was even one line that looked completely extinguished, and even the magic array pattern drawn as a power channel looked mottled. What does this look like? Lin felt that the main magic array was too overbearing and could not absorb the power, so he simply drained the power of the magic array pattern that constructed the passage. What does this mean? The reserves of this vein are not as rich as originally estimated, or the mine that was sucked dry was originally a place with relatively small reserves, so it was exhausted so quickly. Looking at the changes in the main mine, they are changing violently and are far from stable. In this case, if there is a problem with the power supply, all previous efforts may be wasted. You too, Lin called to the equally anxious girl and said, "Go and move all our magic stones over and prepare them. If there is something wrong, throw it inside to replenish some power. I will go to other mines to check the situation." "How?" "Okay, teacher." When my teacher assigned a task, the two girls seemed to have found a backbone. I felt less anxious and hurriedly did the things I was assigned. Of course, Lin followed his own wishes and first followed the dimming magic array passages, then worked his way back to find the small mine. The parts of the magic stone veins that were originally exposed are now all white crystal, which is proof that the power has been drained. Someone who was unwilling to give up, regardless of safety, used the extra-dimensional exile technique to dig into the surrounding rock walls. Even a large piece of the white crystal was dug out, but he could not dig out a vein that still contained powerful minerals. There was no choice but to return to the passage. Seeing that more magic arrays on the ground looked dim or even dilapidated, Lin had no choice but to confirm them one by one. However, the reality is cruel. Those small mines have indeed been drained of their power, and there is nothing left except the white crystal. I don't know how many times I went into the mine and came out again, but finally all the magic arrays in the passage were ineffective. Lin hurriedly returned to the deepest part of the large mine, watching that the power and momentum of the main magic array inside remained undiminished. However, the external energy supply has been completely cut off, and we can only hope that the mine's own magic stone reserves can withstand the subsequent exploration. The girl who had brought 2 large boxes of magic stones returned to her bewildered look and stood guard outside the passage. The plasma flow in the cave has become so intense that it is unimaginable, and it even blocks the line of sight, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, the dry external supply still caused some inconsistencies in the violently changing plasma flow. Some parts of the plasma flow began to become thinner, and there were even a few holes, like honeycombs. Lin didn't dare to enter rashly to see what the situation was like. Putting aside the warning that Finn said before starting the ceremony, this plasma flow alone is enough to drink a pot of it. A certain time traveler does not think that his small body is an insulator, and he will be unscathed if he enters that violent discharge space. To be honest, looking at that posture, it is possible for people to directly travel back to the earth, and return with the appearance of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Open the small wooden box filled with magic stones. During this run, the quality of the magic stones that could be brought out was quite good. The lowest ones are orange and close to yellow, and even high-end products like cyan have a few. But now Lin didn't even look at it, just grabbed a handful and threw it into the mine. After being thrown into the range of the magic circle, part of the magic stone crystal was immediately vaporized before it could hit the ground. The power contained in it overflowed like mist, and the seven-colored mist immediately turned into a plasma flow, filling the original gap. Once they saw something going on, the three of them threw a lot of magic stones into the magic circle, regardless of whether they had money or not. But how could two small boxes withstand such play? After a while, the boxes were empty. The three masters and disciples just stared at the last rough magic stone that was not in the box. It was a rough blue hard-grade magic stone about the size of a human head, but its most precious part is the corner of the magic stone, about the size of a thumb, glowing with a thick purple light. Chapter 309. The owner of the mine. This blue hard rough stone, which contained part of the purple color, was the most valuable discovery in the mine, and it was also the only trophy that was originally intended to be taken away, especially the part in the middle that can be cut into amethyst, which is hard currency that has a price but no market in the land. But looking at the scope of the magic circle in the mine, the plasma flow was still changing violently, showing no signs of stopping. I just threw two small boxes of magic stones in. For the magic circle that draws an entire vein of magic stones, it is probably a drop in the bucket. So if you throw this blue hard rough stone containing purple change into it, will it have any effect? Or continue to float the boat? This thought reminds someone of a well-known psychological behavior of gamblers. When most people suffer losses, will they continue to increase their bets until they lose all their money? Or will most people, who sell their kidneys and livers, wisely stop their losses and admit their losses? Real-life examples abound, so there's no need to go into detail. But what should I do now? When he realized that the two girls had turned their attention to him, Lin knew that he had to make up his mind. In fact, there is no easy resolution. There is only one answer from the beginning. A person's generosity to a stranger may only be as generous as giving a few coins to a beggar. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is stingy. But if it's someone close to you, then it's just one sentence. Use it when it's appropriate. Anyway, the blue hard rough stone in my hand is the last one. Even if I cut off my liver and kidneys and throw them in, it will be useless. So Lin grabbed the blue hard rough stone with one hand and threw the rough stone into the mine without changing his expression. It was this throw that really made someone realize the difference in value of what they had just thrown in, compared with other low-level magic stones, which are vaporized as soon as they enter the plasma flow. The blue hard rough stone seems to be supported by the surrounding plasma flow, condensing in midair and not falling to the ground. The phenomenon of vaporization still exists, but it slowly dissipates from the outermost layer. Moreover, the mist emanating from the original stone is the largest and richest that has ever been seen. In addition, the plasma current holding the original stone also flows towards the core of the magic circle, slowly sending the solid magic stone inside. At the same time, changes in plasma flow slowed down. Although the space inside the mine was still filled with thick plasma, it was difficult to see clearly what was going on inside. Gradually, the outermost layer of plasma seems to harden, forming a cocoon-like existence. There is no longer a beeping sound like an electric discharge, and the originally restless active power in the air has become calmer. Is this done? Someone was thinking in his mind. The three masters and apprentices continued to stay at the entrance of the passage, observing quietly, for fear of neglecting any changes and causing unpredictable consequences. But now I don't have magic stones that can be used as ammunition. If an accident happens, I can only say sorry. Kaya wanted to use instant messaging software to contact their sister. It's a pity that the current mine is like an alternative forbidden magic realm. Any magic that is connected with the mine will be drained of power in an instant, and the magic will collapse. Her glasses were scrapped in this way. Not only could the message not be transmitted, but even the magic stone on the glasses instantly turned into white crystal. Fortunately, any data she stores is stored on the first coffin, which contains the map information that she has worked hard to organize before. The glasses are just a remote connection platform, and no data is retained. But if the situation inside is so critical, there is no telling whether it will dismantle the coffin. Lin thought so in his heart. After all, she also made it clear that if it didn't succeed in one go, all the previous investment would have been wasted. He and two worried girls stood guard outside the mine, fearing that any slight change would be missed and cause irreparable consequences. The three people just stared at the pale blue scene in the mine. Suddenly a warning signal flashed across Lin's field of vision. This is an alarm system he made using the arcane eye on the carriage parked outside the mine. Whenever a threat is detected, an alert message will be sent to someone. The determination of threats is based on machine learning model information accumulated from the Tower of the Great Sage era. To put it simply, it means that there is a strong enough concentration of abnormal energy, or that more than a certain number of people gather and discover a large number of metal products, which may be weapons, armor and the like. However, due to the influence of the mine and the lack of the semi-infinite energy pool of the Tower of the Great Sage, Lin could not directly see the situation outside through the arcane eyes, so he could only explain it later. The two girls then ran towards the outside of the mine on two legs, recognizing each other very well. With the abnormal existence in the mine that drains the surrounding power, no one dares to bet on whether the flash technique will work properly. If one is not good, he doesn't know which dimension he will live in. On the way, I noticed that there was power starting to float in the air again, and it was obvious that the influence of the main magic circle in the largest mine was gradually fading. While running, Lin added a full set of auxiliary magic to himself and checked his equipment at the same time. But no matter how urgent it was, someone didn't just run out of the tunnel stupidly. Lin first walked to the shadow of the tunnel entrance, not only to observe the situation outside, but also to let his eyes adapt to the bright light. By the way, I tidied up my face and walked out of the mine with a well-groomed attitude to face this group of uninvited guests. A heavily armed elite knight rode a horse and looked forward arrogantly. Beside him is a pennant bearing the family's coat of arms. However, it doesn't look like there is much inheritance, so the flag is quite simple. In front of the heavily armored knights, there were 103 soldiers divided into two rows, holding bows in the front and spears in the rear, all wearing breastplates. Judging from his wealth, he is still far away from the elite regular army at the national level, but he is definitely not the kind of peasant soldiers who are temporarily recruited to the battlefield. To be honest, their energy and spirit are not as good as the real elites, but they seem to have high morale. Just by looking at this, someone felt that the scene in front of them was by no means that simple. Even the regular army must be very cautious if they want to deal with a magician, because they know that no matter how many people there are, it is meaningless in front of a well-prepared magician. This can already be regarded as a common-sense level of cognition in ED. That's why Dharma masters are highly respected no matter where they go. So the reason why the group of people in front of them has high morale is definitely not because of their superiority in numbers. Such a superficial reason. In other words, they have another trump card. Lin didn't have time to pay attention to this group of people, and was looking for what might be the hidden backhand. The knight opposite couldn't help it anymore and spoke first. Magic! Do you know that you are invading my territory and killing my people? What makes you dare to violate the magician's convention so blatantly and provoke a noble? Only then did Lin notice that the group of people holding pitchforks and sledgehammers behind the army should be local villagers. Have you been liberated? However, the number was far less than the number of people seen imprisoned by Fin before. It seems that not everyone can break free from Fin's imprisonment. This group of people barely stood in a queue. Quietly, with slightly flinching expressions and a bit of hatred. You can ask your people for details, Lin said calmly. At the same time, he drew forward with his staff, and the earth magic drew a long horizontal line on the ground, stretching between the two sides. I just want to say, anyone who crosses the line will die. This little trick seemed to remind the soldiers on the opposite side that they were facing a master, not ordinary people who were willing to be exploited. However, although someone said something rogue, he felt a little guilty. Putting aside the fact that playing a gangster doesn't suit my personality, I have to force myself into anything I encounter, if possible. Of course, I want to reduce big things to small things and small things to nothing. However, it cannot be resolved this time. This is not nonsense, regardless of whether this is a demonic stone mine or not. What he is doing is ruining the entire mine. Only when the other party can calm down and negotiate with him can there be trouble. In this case, if you want to fight anyway, there is no need to waste any time. Just show your limits and start fighting if they dare to cross the line. What else is there to say? The knight on the opposite side was not angry, but laughed sarcastically. There is no room for change, Mr. Tripwood Magician. This is not the Tower of the Great Sage. What qualifications do you have to say these things? I probably didn't declare my family status. So what is the reason for the name to be known to the other party? Will there be more details discovered by the other party? With such a hesitation, Lin's concentration suddenly showed its flaws. It was too late. But soon, several assassins jumped down from the mountain walls on both sides, about to knock down a certain magician and kill him directly. Unfortunately, the Dream Tower magic array, which has been programmed and has raised its alert level, does not suffer from mental loss. What someone drew with that staff was not just a line on the ground, but also a triggering boundary for the extra-dimensional exile spell. In the plan, the assassins, who were supposed to be foolproof, failed to jump on someone smoothly, or even land smoothly. They seemed to have jumped into a space door and disappeared without a trace in the air. Of course, in a battle, someone won't let their own thoughts wander for too long. That's basically a way to die. However, my mentality has not yet been tempered to the point where I can remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. It seems that I still have a long way to go. As for the assassins who just jumped down, they should be their trump card, if they were ordinary magicians. As long as these assassins had weapons that could destroy demons, they might be able to succeed. However, the tyranny of the extra-dimensional exile technique is also somewhat troublesome for a certain user. Apart from anything else, the fun of collecting loot is gone. Secondly, Lin has not designed his own set of exclusive tactics with this magic as the core. But since the other party has taken action, there is no need to talk nonsense. Lin flashed back and forth one after another, and the Night Master was carried to his side. With the blessing of giant power, he forced the opponent to kneel down. Chapter 310, Retreat from the Enemy. The person kneeling next to him must have become demented. Although there are not enough samples tested, Lin does not believe that ordinary people can enter and exit the high-dimensional world without any protection, without any damage. The two rows of soldiers in front of them seemed to be very puzzled by the sudden appearance of a man who looked very much like his own Night Master, kneeling next to the magician. Almost everyone turned their heads and looked at where the Lord was. Unfortunately, the horseback was empty. For a while, everyone was still confused and couldn't figure out what happened. But for Lin, he was equally puzzled. The two girls who were not protected before and were shown several times were vomited to the point where they even vomited bile. But this one didn't react at all. Could it be that the knight's physique was better, so he could withstand such ravages better? Suddenly there was a burst of strange laughter, followed by unknown syllables, which sounded like talking. Someone just felt something bad and roughly took off the knight's helmet. That face was still a human face, but his neck was turned at an extraordinary angle. His eyes looking at Lin were dark, with several small white pupils in between. This situation gave someone a chill. This is even more serious than high-dimensional pollution, and they are all possessed by weird things. According to the original plan, the knight's head was cut off with one sword. Lin also brutally stomped on his head. But this behavior was neither consistent with Midi's style nor was it planned. Generally speaking, battles between the same race will at least respect the dead. This is only possible in battles between different races, or when they are blood feuds or sworn enemies. But because the face looked so scary, Lin didn't know if there would be any adverse effects if the head was left behind. The head must be connected to the body to survive. That is human beings. This is not necessarily the case for non-human beings. But there are benefits to such a brutal act. At least someone was staring fiercely at these hundreds of soldiers and the villagers from the mining village who originally lived here. Just one look made them scatter in fear. In fact, this is a very understandable situation. When the person they serve dies, there are only two situations. One is to turn to serve the heir of that person. If there is one, the other is that the birds and beasts disperse and everyone returns to their own homes. Unless they are relatives, there will be no subordinates shouting for revenge. And they are not qualified. It is unlikely that this group of people would take the initiative to spread this kind of thing to the higher level nobles. If you are questioned why the Lord died, but you are still alive and well, there are many people who have been hanged for this reason. Most importantly, what did this magician do? No one can understand. How did his Lord kneel next to that one? How did the assassin assistant that my Night Master was so proud of disappear into thin air? Where did they go? Although Master Midi's style of painting is that after giving himself a set of supports, he rampages around like a berserker. But there is another kind of magician that is even more frightening. The one who doesn't know what he is doing and his own people die inexplicably. The fear caused by the unknown is the same no matter where and when. And this time, although the knight was the only one who died, the inexplicable way of death still panicked this group of young men who had turned from ordinary farmers into soldiers, most of whom had never fought before. Their only thought was to stay away from the magician. Because of this, a certain time traveler who had the courage to act like a gangster successfully achieved his goal with the least number of killings. The only dead were a noble knight and the villagers of the original mining village. Those who failed to escape from Finn's grasp. Oh! And those hapless assassins who were thrown into the middle of nowhere. However, the changes in this night also brought some warnings to Lin. The pollution in the high-dimensional world was more complicated than he imagined. It seems that I can't easily bring anything back from that world. Otherwise, unfortunately, some things that cannot be dealt with will be included, and the consequences will be disastrous. On the other hand, Lin also looked towards the depths of the mine, where there was darkness. I wonder if what happened here will offend the Lord above this night. If no one blocks things here, the news will reach the ears of the great Lord sooner or later. If the matter of a magic stone mine was revealed, those nobles who were no different from jackals would not remain silent. I hope to leave this place before more troops surround me. But the answer to this question depends on when Finn completes her ritual. This lich who is good at calculations did not calculate an approximate time. So the 3 masters and disciples could only wait. Hopefully it won't be 10 months or 3 years or something. Clean up the scene. And give yourself a place to park the carriage. And add a few more illusion decorations. Lin also made a special trip to the place where a bunch of human piles were originally standing. Not surprisingly, most people broke free and left. But there were still a lot of blood stains and severed limbs on the ground. The wild beasts and magical beasts in the Lost Land are very bold. And the location of this village deep in the mountains and forests is far from safe. Even if he didn't see what happened at the scene, Lin could roughly imagine the pile of immovable human piles. I'm afraid many people were taken away by hungry beasts. Someone might even be bitten to death and eaten on the spot. Also clean up the mess, because the smell of blood can easily attract wild beasts. Although Lin is not afraid, it doesn't mean that he likes to be disturbed by things that don't have eyes. The best way is, of course, to remove some unnecessary incentives. In addition, I have to stay here for who knows how long. It is not an exaggeration to maintain my surroundings and be kind to myself. And somewhere where he couldn't see, there was a group of people hiding in the shadows, holding their breath and talking briefly with gestures. However, it seems that good communication cannot be achieved by using gestures, and the gestures are almost thrust into other people's faces. So they backed away a long distance and glared at each other. Little John, how do you explain our losses? What do you want to explain? We are trying to assassinate a magician, not a fat noble, and losses are to be expected. If this bounty is so easy to obtain, do you think it will be our turn to get it? It should be a reasonable answer. But the people surrounding a certain thief were still furious. Someone loudly reprimanded. This magician is obviously very weak, but he uses a method that no one can understand to make our subordinates disappear. No one knows where they have gone. Isn't this because your information is wrong? Let us suffering unnecessary losses. I still remember clearly that among the missing people, there are no subordinates of yours. Why do I remember that the one who rushed to launch the first wave of attacks was not me? It was not even my idea to deliberately exclude my people. Besides, I never said that this magician was weak. Although in the internal information of the guild in the Southwest Peninsula, if he does not consider the magic tower, he is just a magician who only dares to trouble the goblins. Someone rushed to answer, trying to set the tone. That's right. He is obviously a weakling. Little John sneered a few times and said, do you think that as the original tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage, the man who put on an Abyss fireworks show really didn't have any means that outsiders didn't know about? Not to mention the man around him, the lich she followed, was the demon King Tikal from thousands of years ago. Maybe she no longer gathered dark forces to invade the whole world. But the man who could follow her would be easily killed by a few newly minted little thieves? The deliberately accentuated tone made a group of angry people feel filled with hatred and regret, and they were unable to respond for a long time. If you ask me, the idea of placing this honor on my nephew is extremely stupid. Why do you think I dare not act alone and win this bounty alone? And why I eagerly find a group of you to follow? I want to share the spoils. Do you think the money is too much? Little John gave the final blow unceremoniously. In fact, among the people Little John has recruited, there are many enemies who have interest disputes with him, and who are usually beaten to death. But the reward, 10,000 gold, made everyone put aside their grudges temporarily and come together. Even so, several people who were less able to deal with Little John vaguely united to squeeze him out when making plans. Others have their own positions, and most people choose not to help each other. The group of people who were friendly with Little John also saw that the victim was not forcing himself to come forward, so they did not jump out to object. In terms of results, it was the group of people who jumped the most cheerfully who suffered the most losses. The people who disappeared were all from their own hands, and even a few of their relatives. As for Little John's approach, even those who don't like this man very much have to admire him. There is also some information about the magician within the guild. But who can guarantee that they fully master all the trump cards of a magician? If there is, then the magician probably won't live long. The mystery of the masters comes more from the richness of their methods. No matter how reckless a person is, they will always have some life-saving tricks hidden under the box. So in this situation, how can you increase your chances of winning? Of course, human lives were used to explore the path. The best case scenario is to use other people's lives to explore the way. Therefore, when Little John chose to give in before, the price he paid was only the possible benefits, which would be taken away by others. If that magician is just a paper tiger. But it turns out that the reward didn't fall into anyone's hands. This made several more cautious old thieves recall the information about this magician once again. There was obviously a magic tower that could stand alone against the invasion of the abyss. But it withdrew because of a piece of paper from the Magicians Association. He has the ability to not be afraid of anyone. But he sadly withdrew from the competition at the Shijia District Academy more than a year ago. Was he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger before? So what is the reason for being so tough this time? I heard that there is a vein of magic stone in that mine. But looking at the other party's appearance, it didn't look like he was going to stay for a long time to occupy this mine. Judging from today's performance, there is no chance for a frontal attack. Maybe at night, a stealth assassination would be possible. But the bigger opportunity should come when they leave this mine and enter the city. A good opportunity for poisoning and assassination. Chapter 311. The ceremony is completed. After repelling a wave of enemies, this mine seemed to have been forgotten, and no one bothered it again. The two girls took turns guarding the mine in front of the main magic circle. The quiet plasma flow is like a cocoon, blocking the prying eyes of outsiders and any living creatures that want to enter. Even just by looking at it, it looks like an egg-shell, and you can't tell that it's not a hard object, but a danger that cannot be touched easily. According to Kaya, she once saw a bat stumbling and flying into the cocoon of plasma flow in the mine. Then it vaporized in midair, leaving nothing behind. As for being a teacher, I don't know whether I should consider it a hard life or a pleasant one. Lin stayed outside the mine and established a small camp. Of course, some covert protection is indispensable on the surface. Several wooden fences are made to restrict the movement of wild beasts. In the following time, someone began to plan to create several sets of exclusive tactical combat skills centered on the flash technique. This is just like the routines of Chinese martial arts, or the combination punches of boxing, the combos in video game fighting. The truly effective killing techniques are definitely not made by improvising on the spot, but by connecting simple movements together, and after time and again practice until it becomes a muscle reaction. Then it can be considered a slight success. It is a bit unrealistic to ask someone to act like a warrior. How much force to use, what direction to attack from, and what angle to strike at. Not everyone learns Wing Chun. It's all up men who can later evolve into Bruce Lee, regardless of the overly delicate physical operations. As a senior video game player, it is honestly not difficult to list the parameters of each magic move and then design each routine. In just a few clicks, Lin recorded dozens of tactics. Next, of course, we need to find out the merits and demerits of the tactics and their suitability in practice battles. Some tactics are fun to use with your imagination, but are actually completely inoperable. It was as if Lin had thought of a combination strategy. That is to cooperate with a flash technique to teleport behind the person and then decapitate them. Just reading this paragraph of text will make people feel that this move should be very powerful. Anyone who sees it will be scared. Unfortunately, this is not the case. According to Newton's second law of motion, force is equal to the product of the object's mass and acceleration. That is, F equals ma. When the acceleration is 0, there is no force at all. Today I teleported behind someone, in order to cut off the other person's head, no matter whether it was a knife or a sword in my hand. I had to raise the weapon and make a swing. What is unnecessary? All the above is unnecessary. Not to mention decapitating someone with a single blow. This is not something that can be done casually. The value of flash lies in surprise. However, after arriving at the destination, it is impossible to kill the enemy immediately. Instead, a preparatory action is required. If the opponent is a warrior who is accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, he will not only be able to detect this gap, but he may also be able to counterattack. So how to find a balance point in the real world of Lost Land? Minimizing preparation movements as much as possible, but still having a certain degree of lethality, has become someone's recent research. Of course, the most direct way is to throw people into an unknown place and directly exile them. However, This does not have a very intuitive intimidation ability. And secondly, there is no loot to collect. Having suffered a loss from a gold digger bug, to say that someone is so open-minded that he doesn't care at all is to think too highly of him. Although I won't hide and cry secretly in the middle of the night, it is still inevitable that I will feel entangled when I think about it occasionally. In other words, the extra-dimensional banishment technique is only suitable as a trick to suppress the enemy and as a last resort to save life, and is not suitable as a regular tactic. As for the partial teleportation that caused the same space-cutting effect as defeating the gold-digging bug, to be honest, it was done by accident. To explain it in terms of programming, the whole thing seen by the eyes will be regarded as an object. Of course, the program runs based on one object. The reason why only one section of the gold-digging bug was cut off is because someone only saw that part and the rest was still in the soil. So that big insect unfortunately had a large section cut off, the part that was exposed and visible. In other words, if you want to use the anti-human version of the flash technique, that is, the different dimensional banishment technique, to produce a cutting effect, you must first find a way to define the range to be cut. This is not something that can be accomplished by thinking about general terms like upper arm or head. To define the scope, there must be an anchor point. To determine the anchor point in the real space, there must be a reference object. The reference object must have uniqueness or uniqueness, which is simply a characteristic that cannot be misunderstood. To achieve this level, it can be established by detailed description. For example, the second fold of the clothes on the right upper arm, the 30th needle eye. In short, I just said a few words lightly, but I don't know how many lines of program code I have to type before it can be realized. Someone is worrying about this part and wants to implement it but has no clue. Suddenly a clanking sound interrupted his thoughts. Because the mine is deep in the mine, the largest mine where the magic circle is arranged, no communication magic can be used nearby. So Lin pulled a rope out from the depths and tied some iron tools found in the village to the entrance of the tunnel. As long as the girl guarding inside sees any abnormal situation, she can pull the rope and cause the iron tools at the entrance of the tunnel to knock against each other as a warning. Because the rope had to pass through a winding tunnel before it could be pulled to the entrance of the tunnel, it took someone a lot of time and thought just to make sure that the rope could be pulled smoothly without getting stuck. Under such circumstances, there is no way to perform two detailed operations. Therefore, to judge the degree of urgency, one can only listen to how dense and rapid the iron tools are knocking against each other. And since this simple alarm started to sound, it has not stopped ringing until now, which shows the urgency of the people inside. Lin, who was staying outside, and Kaya, who came outside to rest after the shift, looked at each other and ran into the tunnel together. Although Halumi is currently on duty, she is a little offline, but she will not raise a false alarm. There are oil lamps hung at regular intervals in the tunnel, providing minimum lighting and marking the direction to the largest mine. Therefore, even if they were not very familiar with this tunnel, the master and the apprentice would not run in the wrong direction. And soon came to the warning Halumi. I wanted to ask what the situation was that made the girl so anxious. But once he arrived at the mine, Lin spared the effort of asking questions, because he saw the plasma flow that was originally as still as a hard SHL, always shining with dazzling white light, breaking the calm that had lasted for days. The light that had been on began to dim, indicating that the plasma flow inside began to become thinner, as if it had been sucked away by something. However, the overall change is slow and steady, unlike when the ceremony just started, where there were holes and holes everywhere, looking like something inherently bad. "Your sister is coming out?" Lin asked. The two girls didn't know how to answer, and the person inside didn't look out and said, "I'm coming out." "Don't be afraid." I didn't expect to get an answer, and the extra questions were just idle talk. So Lin, like his two apprentices, stood at the entrance of the mine and watched everything change. Judging from this appearance, it must have been a success. Someone is thinking in his heart. At least he didn't look like he was screwed up and ready for a big explosion. Observing the phenomenon in front of him, someone felt that it was inappropriate to continue to call the area that filled the mine a plasma flow, because during the change, there is no longer any buzzing sound of current discharge, and the light emitted by itself is getting weaker and weaker. This foggy scene appeared in the dim oil lamp, more like the fog that had been seen before when the magic stone was vaporized and the high concentration of power was sprayed out. Suddenly a switch seemed to be triggered, and the mist in the cave began to rotate in a vortex shape, concentrating towards the center of the mine. For a moment, sand and stones were flying, and the people standing at the entrance of the passage could not stay away. And in this area where only the fog is concentrated, which is the center point of the vortex, a figure sitting cross-legged can be vaguely seen, with a little purple light floating in front of him. This should be a success, right? Although someone kept saying this to me, but I didn't hear that person say it personally. I still felt a little uneasy in my heart. When the fog in the cave disappears, the bright light originally brought by the plasma flow will naturally disappear. Only an oil lamp in Harumata's hand was left, illuminating the dark mine. The girls did not enter the cave recklessly, but picked up small stones and threw a few at unimportant places. After confirming that everything was normal, they trotted to their sister's side. Lin took a few steps slowly, but also followed behind, and came to the front of this lich. Well, can she still be called a lich? What should this former demon king be now? And the appearance seems to be restored to its previous appearance. But it feels that there are some indescribable differences in the subtleties. Just looking at it made someone blush, and his heart beat up. Under the gaze, then slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the three people in front of him, who looked curious. Especially the look of a certain man, who was almost out of breath, and staring straight in the eyes made her even more amused. With the help of the girl, she stood up, and put on a prepared silk robe. Then teased a certain man and said, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. My eyes are almost bulging. You have changed. Become a little different." "Oh, what's different about it?" "Yeah." After thinking for a long time, someone finally choked out the words and said, "It looks more real. You used to be like a dream in a soap bubble, and it would be shattered with just a light poke. Now look at it. It feels like walking out of a dream. A bit more real." As he spoke, Lin couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to touch that beautiful face, then was pretending to be angry. "Take back your unruly hand." At the same time, he patted the extended hand away. "Oh, it hurts." "Oh, no, it doesn't hurt at all." When I was so messy in the past, I was lucky that my hand was not broken. But this time, the force was not even a gentle pat. Why? Without thinking about it, someone used both hands to boldly pinch the pink cheeks from left to right. The former demon king, who felt offended, naturally resisted. But she could only grab a man's wrist, but couldn't pull it away. This situation makes someone even happier. As if he was playing a prank, he stretched out his palms to rub the face, making all kinds of strange shapes. Said, "You have become weak. You have really become weak. You have no strength at all." Chapter 312 Congenital Defect. What is the result of extreme joy leading to sorrow? Of course someone kneeled down. This is not an adjective, but a reality. Lin couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart that Mitty didn't have two killer weapons, an abacus or a computer motherboard. Even so, the man kneeling on the ground like a little daughter-in-law, shrinking his neck like a quail, did not dare to say a word. Let the three women stand beside him like a fire. The accusing voice was accompanied by fingers that were almost inserted into his head. Someone can only accept it. As for which one is strong or weak now, this issue must first be considered. Human strength comes from the intensity of muscle contraction, and has nothing to do with bones. Finn is like a new baby, with very strong muscles. Even though her bones are still the same as before, they don't bring strength. However, the power contained in the bones of this former demon king is real. In addition, her knowledge of magic is among the best in the world, which means that the effect of her auxiliary magic can directly turn a weakling into Loki. And then someone will kneel down. In conclusion, the devil is still the same devil, and the level of violence is still the same, which should not be underestimated. But now that things here are over, the group tidied up, left the deserted village, and continued to move in the original direction. During the journey, Thun made many checks on his physical condition. Numerous body data were gradually spread out in front of a few people. If this life recreation ceremony is regarded as a large-scale experiment, the result will be unqualified. The reason is also obvious. It is due to insufficient power supply. Thun was conscious throughout the ceremony, so she knew exactly what happened at every step. When the power supply from other mines began to have problems, she felt that this experiment was about to end. When the three masters and apprentices outside the magic circle began to throw magic stones in, the former demon king who couldn't move suddenly felt like he couldn't laugh or cry. That little drizzle can't solve the massive drought. It wasn't until the blue hard rough stone containing the purple change was also thrown in that she realized the determination of the people outside. And at the same time, she began to seriously think about ways to save the experiment. The basic structure cannot be thrown away, because it is the basis for recreating life. and it is too late to change it temporarily. The ultimate solution is to make every cell composed of the minimum amount of raw matter. To put it simply, Finn is now in a state of extreme malnutrition throughout his body. The blue heartstone was also scrapped. Only the amethyst part remained, but Finn did not disintegrate it and turn it into the required power. So, why? Lin asked. The person who was asked was a little confused and asked, why? It's about the purple alexandrite. Do you want to keep it deliberately to reduce our losses? There is no need to save so much. It would be a bastard not to spend it when you have money. What if we also use the purple alexandrite? Your physical condition should be better. Didn't you say that to form my own body, I shouldn't use the original matter involving other souls, so as not to leave any sequelae in the future? If this is the case, then I should not use amethyst to build my own body, isn't it? The reason why Finn will remember someone's casual words is because in her past, she has seen many resurrected dead who were indeed troubled by some memories that did not belong to them. Seriously, it can even drive them crazy. And those people indeed used many limbs from outsiders to repair their damaged bodies. At that time, I could never find the reason. According to the sages of necromancy, it is caused by the soul falling to the underworld and being contaminated by other soul fragments after returning to the human world. So at that time, the necromancers were looking for solutions around the soul. But no one has ever thought that the problem lies in the flesh. Maybe someone's casual statement has not been confirmed by experiments. But according to what he said, in line with the principle of proper handling of preferring to believe something that exists rather than something that does not exist, Finn chose to avoid any material that may have interacted with other souls. This also avoids the option of swallowing the alexandrite. After hearing Finn's answer, Lin was a little confused at first. Purple level magic stone is just purple level magic stone. What does it have to do with the soul? He suddenly thought of another possibility and asked, is amethyst alive? Well, that's probably the most accurate answer. But it neither moves nor speaks. How could it be alive? After saying this, Lin also realized the trial and error he had made. Just like studying the high-dimensional world a while ago. Are the creatures living in the high-dimensional world mysterious? In fact, not at all. It's just that they are not human. So human behavior cannot be used to understand them. By the same token, couldn't the magic stone be alive? Wouldn't it be too arbitrary to judge them as dead just because they don't follow human behavior patterns? What's more, there is an idea that has always been in my mind. Now that I have come to a world that is beyond the common sense of the Earth. Is it possible to find silicon-based creatures originating from Cybertron like the Transformers in the movie? Looks like I've found something similar. It's just that it's neither Optimus Prime nor Megatron. But a tridodecahedron stone. As if to set the tone for someone's conjecture, Finn said, I have said before, I have never seen a purple-level magic stone in my time. So the one I saw put in the first coffin last time, I was also quite surprised about that one. And if you didn't realize it yourself, many of the properties and characteristics of the purple alexandrite were different from other magic stones. But at that time, I was just a little skeptical. Until now, I am also very surprised. It's hard to say whether that state can be considered alive. Do you know how to communicate with them? Lin asked the question he was most concerned about. Not yet. But I'm sure they react to certain actions other than dead objects. Well, this is really interesting. He played with the new purple alexandrite in his hand, which was about the size of his thumb. Lin raised it high and looked up from the bottom. Just like the actions he would do when biting female dolls before he traveled through time. Then he got another violent shock. It doesn't hurt though. After taking back the purple alexandrite, Finn said, it doesn't matter whether it is alive or not. And I don't care about communication. If there is no other use, I plan to divide it into several pieces and make a device similar to a coffin for the two girls. I'll use it with you. The program carrier based on purple alexandrite will be fine as long as it is protected against other situations that will fundamentally destroy the magic structure. This elder sister probably thought of such a thing because she heard Kaya complaining about her glasses being scrapped. Now, except for the purple alexandrite in the first coffin and the one that Finn is playing with, there are no other new magic stones on the group of people. So there was no way to help that girl repair her glasses. However, Lin was not very in favor of using this purple alexandrite so hastily. Its rarity is something that even some quite famous magicians may not be able to possess. I am lucky enough to get 2 of them. And maybe I won't get any more in the future. Besides, there are many alternatives for the same effect. So there is no need to use such precious materials here. Secondly, After learning from the former Demon King that the purple Alexandrite was alive, someone only thought about one thing: whether it was possible to build a bumblebee. Of course, what I actually want more is the trailer. What is a sports car? If you have the guts to collide, third gear can take you to the sky. However, someone couldn't directly object to Finn's intention. He could only find a way to delay, saying, "Those things can't be done first. If Kaya wants to use glasses, she can use mine to change them. Anyway, I can't use it anymore." After several evolutions of the Dream Magic Tower, Lin had long since realized the flaw of hiding dream clues from his pupils. The pair of glasses I originally used are no longer necessary, so it seems that Kaya needs to use it directly. Anyway, the lenses are flat, so it will be no problem for anyone to wear them, or it will be no problem to remove the magic stone from the frame and re-embed Kaya's own pair of glasses. Thun was a little dissatisfied with someone's opinion and looked suspiciously. Lin could only tell the truth and said, "You mentioned that the purple transformation magic stone may be alive. I am very interested in the details. If you want to do experiments, it should be better not to make unnecessary cuts. Use it. Let's experiment in the most primitive situation. After all, before someone wants to communicate with you, you will have to remove your hands and feet. In this case, you will want to communicate with the other person well. So since there is a chance to get the rough stone, I hope you can. Keep it raw. Don't go through too much processing and add unnecessary variables." Well, okay. I can accept this reason. Finn was temporarily convinced, and Lin was guessing that maybe she was also very interested. So she agreed so simply. But he remembered another thing and wanted to ask the former Demon King. Lin said, "Back to your own situation. Your body's condition will not just be settled like this, and there is no way to change it. What should your situation be?" After briefly explaining his situation, Finn said, "In short, this body is now a living creature. How a living thing wants to progress depends on what method it should use. It's nothing more than eating and exercising. Of course, the main thing is to accumulate power through meditation, store it in cells, and strengthen their deficiencies. Biology. Eat." Hearing these two keywords, someone thinks of the normal behavior of the digestive system. "Why do I suddenly feel like hitting you? I lost it. This woman is too sensitive." Lin quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, what should you be considered now? Are you still a lich? Or should you be considered a human being? If you're serious about it, it shouldn't even count." Although it was a simple statement, Finn still thought about it seriously and said, "I am myself. But if I insist on classifying it, let's put it in the area of lich. After all, liches do not have any standard regulations, which stipulate what characteristics they should have to be considered a lich. Although in most people's eyes, in terms of cognition, those who hide their souls in a phylactery, have an immortal lifespan, and have profound magical knowledge can be called a lich only if they meet the above points. But they basically use magic to change the nature of their lives and transcend the level of mortals. You can call yourself that. So there should be no problem in calling me that." Chapter 313 Opportunity for Growth. Ha. It sounds very powerful. Lin's laughter was a little sarcastic. Hearing those sarcastic words, Finn asked, "What? You don't believe it?" "There's no question of whether you believe it or not. I'm just wondering if there is a better solution to your current uncoordinated situation. For example, to balance the current distribution of power throughout your body. How is it possible to do such a thing? It's not like there are two glasses of water. One glass is more and one glass is less. Just pour the more to the less and that's it. The three elements of the human body are related but unrelated to each other. This little bit of common sense has been forgotten in this era." Suddenly remembering someone's origin, Finn suddenly realized and said, "Well, where you come from? There is no similar saying. Okay, what I want to know first is, what are the three elements of human life?" A big problem that troubles a certain time traveler is that there is no common language between the two worlds. It is only after spending a lot of time to understand a lot of things in depth that you realize that the earth has long been ruined. So when you encounter a new term, it's better to ask first before talking about it. Finn did not hide his secrets and said, "These are the three elements that the necromancer must pay attention to when making servants of the stitched corpse type. It can also be said that there are 3 levels of stitched corpses. That is bone, flesh, and blood. Those with only any kind are considered the lowest class. Those with only flesh and blood are considered the most basic zombies. Those with other conditions, that is, those with only flesh and blood, or only flesh and blood, are considered special existences. Those with all three are the highest. Undead servants. And this is one of the simplest ways to measure a warrior's level. Measure the level of a warrior? Ordinary people can exercise their bodies. That is to strengthen their muscles through continuous training. But when a warrior can control his own blood, he can generate a very special energy in his body when needed. It can be used to attack or defend, and it can bring unimaginable effects. There is only one warrior who can do this, and they can use this energy to disintegrate magic. It's threatening. After saying a paragraph, then stopped talking. Someone thought that she wanted someone to answer the question, so she could only cooperate with the performance and asked, "What is the state of bone training?" Basically, no one can do this, or those who can do it can no longer be considered human. Extraordinary? Yes, you can call them such a term, because those who can exercise and transform their own bones are not methods that ordinary people can use. Then's comment reminds someone, "Is this what you did to yourself?" It can be considered, but it's still a little different. What's the difference between a warrior and a magician? You can say that. I don't know how other people break through this, but my approach is to find a way to truly store the power. This simple statement evoked a question that Lin had always had but had no answers to. That's where the power lies. What is it? Do you follow the law of conservation of energy? Will entropy be produced? How is it stored? In fact, when the Tower of the Great Sage has a semi-infinite energy pool, relevant research has made significant progress. It is even possible to digitize most of the results and obtain accurate results within an error range of 3/10,000ths in each repeated experiment, apart from the inability to digitize the energy stock of the energy pool connected to the alien plane. There are no other secrets in front of Lin. But how are these things connected to people? This is not the same as the energy provided by food. Food is converted into sugar or fat and stored in the body when needed. It is broken down into small molecules and then transported throughout the body through the blood to supply the cells. So what kind of mechanism is power? People are not magic towers. Well, someone is consciously ignoring his own situation. For most magicians, the accumulation of power relies on natural progress over time and a limited time of meditation every day. But where is the accumulated power stored? Why is it linked to spiritual power? Why, after using magic beyond the limit, I will have a headache to the point where I am hopeless and just want to be happy? It seems that Fan, or in her time, has already conducted profound research on these issues. Just because of some factors, this knowledge has not been handed down. Of course, it is more likely that it has been deliberately hidden. In response, Lin ignored who was so immoral and directly asked his own question. Then did not seem impatient when someone bombarded him with a series of questions. But explain. Power is a higher level thing. What you can observe is actually just a kind of magical energy. In my case, power is a higher level thing. In this era, magicians rely on constantly improving their power to command the ubiquitous energy floating in the air to form magic. If they exceed the power of their command, they will hurt their souls and cause unbearable pain. Because it is very difficult to cast magic and the number of times is limited, we are more inclined to use magic to strengthen ourselves to exert sustainable combat effectiveness. It feels different from the current situation. Yes, the 8 divine powers correspond to the 8 gods. They have constructed a system that allows magicians to more easily use their extremely small powers to absorb enough energy and give orders. It seems very convenient to achieve one's own purpose. But the price is that no one can think about how to take back what they can from the hands of the gods. Then how did the magicians in the past do it? Improve their power? Lin Xuxin asked for advice, then secretly rejoiced at someone's humbly asking for advice, but said calmly, "The most fundamental way is to strengthen your soul." Unfortunately, this is very difficult to do, or how to do it. But there is no one conclusion. So the method most people choose is to find a container. It's like building a magic tower. When you spread the magic array throughout the tower, the power is just a so-called energy pool. It is a similar method to provide these powers with an object to command. It is not something that no one has done before, but it is usually eaten by nightmare creatures and becomes demons. Tonic in the mouth. The option for most magicians is the same as that of warriors. The simplest way is to tattoo the runes on their bodies to improve their abilities. It has been used before, but to be honest, the effect is not very good. As for blood, it is completely useless. Just like most warriors don't know how to make a fuss about bones, the magicians in the past didn't know how to transform blood. A carrier that can carry power runes. The last item is to carve carvings on the bones like you. Right? That's right. But it's not that easy to carve things on bones. How could it be? Lin smiled and said, "It's just using a tool to leave permanent marks on the bones. What's so difficult about it? What's more, no matter how powerful things are, they will always find natural enemies. So it's really not about being unforgettable. It's difficult." Suddenly, someone suddenly thought of something, and his face became ugly, as if to echo the moment when someone changed his face. Finn said, "Then just try it, and see how you can take out the bones in your body, and put them back again." Well, that is indeed not something ordinary people can do easily. It's better to accept it, lest some lich experiment on someone on a whim, in order to shift the focus. Lin said, "You yourself once said that you seem to have reached a limit when it comes to bone transformation. Now that you have chosen to reshape your body, what method have you found?" "Oh, do you want to know? Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. I said, "Eldest sister, why are these words so familiar to you?" "This must have been mentioned by you. Start with DNA strands and bases." As he spoke, Finn showed a picture. Because it was a relatively simple diagram, Lin could tell that it was an 8-strand spiral winding diagram, coupled with the DNA strand mentioned before. How could he not guess how this lich played? He didn't ask in detail about the content. He just asked, "Is this possible?" playfully showing off the left and right sides of his face. Finn said, "It doesn't look worse, does it?" "No, and it looks better than before. That means it's basically a success. Well, it won't collapse later. Right. Where I come from, there are many people who undergo plastic surgery and end up disfigured. That's a tragedy. Oops." A certain white-eyed guy was rewarded with another slap in the face. Although it didn't hurt at all, he still yelled in cooperation. However, he was still very interested in Finn's research results. The 22 pairs of human chromosomes plus 2 chromosomes have approximately 3 billion base pairs. It is composed of 2 types of purines and 2 types of pyrimidines. In other words, as long as there are enough samples, it is possible to decipher the meaning of each genome. And even the Earth has achieved a certain degree of success in this regard. It's just that it's not easy to observe, and there are too many of them. So progress on Earth is not rapid. However, Finn has done something on his own that countless scientists on Earth have not yet done. He even expanded on this basis and designed a structure several times more complex to construct a physical body that looks like a human being. Utilize such compositions to give more complex structures. And combined with the understanding of power programming, this body can implement magic in a way that is invisible to the naked eye. And these are things that other than Finn, not even a certain time traveler can do. Because all these achievements are possible based on Finn's understanding of machine language. In other words, even if Lin came in person, he would be blind. But more importantly, Lin confirmed Finn's current situation. The body built by this one has laid the best foundation, but has fallen into a state of malnutrition that lacks power. All the powers accumulated in the future will truly, and without hindrance, become part of her strength, growing continuously. Chapter 314: The Assassination Attack. A certain lich, which had recovered its physical body, but was in a weak stage, received meticulous care from the 2 girls, and was even helped to walk. Looking at that posture, people want to say 1,000 words of greeting. Good luck to Lafayette. The painting style is wrong. Someone yelled this in his heart more than once, because all the thoughts of the 2 girls were focused on their elder sister. The teacher was innocently marginalized. But to be honest, someone still misses the feeling of living alone. But I couldn't help but be obsessed with those 2 weird little girls. Fun, who had not been a human being for too long, made countless common sense level mistakes, proving that she was in great need of others' care. In the past, for Finn, eating meant just taking a bite if he was in a good mood. The food tasted great, so he took a few more bites. That's all. But when eating becomes a necessity, this guy's pickiness is astonishing to a certain time traveler. The water is treated in the wrong way, causing the smell. No, the heat was a little off. And although the things weren't as bad as being cooked, it still wasn't good. The amount of seasoning ginseng is different, so that the umami flavor that should come out is not released. Or the wrong seasoning is used to create a strange taste. Of course, it will not work. As a result, the cooking skills of the 2 girls have made great progress. It's impossible if we don't make progress. Although my sister didn't blame her. She just shook her head and stopped eating. This kind of performance made the 2 girls panic even more than any harsh words. In addition to eating, there are many trivial matters in life. If the 2 girls didn't help, I'm afraid this newly resurrected lich would kill this body again. But now that Finn has regained his human appearance, The group no longer has the psychological burden of entering towns, villages, etc., counting on his fingers. He has been nesting in this wilderness for more than a month, since he left the Walbor tribe of the Wood Elves. So when they discovered that there was a small town in the direction of their advance, the group of people eagerly drove their horses and pulled their carts there. The protection of small towns is much higher than that of ordinary villages. At least the gatekeepers here are not beggars or gangsters, but a serious garrison of 800 people. Although they are not as well equipped as the regular army, they can only wear some old leather armor that is family heritage. And they hold weapons that are quite well maintained, but still have traces of having gone through several battles. Such a group of people are proud of their responsibilities and dedicated to their work. Although this is just a small town with a small population and not many vendors, it is a mysterious place. It is not news that wild beasts and monsters come into a village and kill a lot of people. Therefore, the responsibilities of these gatekeepers are more important than imagined. And it seems that they fulfilled their responsibilities well. Lin has always respected those who fulfill their duties. Therefore, Lin did not resist answering their cross-examination. You must know that many masters will teach small people in such small places a profound lesson if they disagree with them. The euphemistic reputation of a magician's dignity should not be taken lightly. In fact, there may be more elements of being soft and afraid of being tough. After paying the town entry tax, Lin and his party successfully entered the town. Because this place is not located on a prosperous trade road, there is no hotel in the town that specifically caters to caravans. For someone, the more troublesome thing is how to arrange the belongings of that car. Fortunately, even if the inn in town does not provide separate courtyard accommodation, there are warehouses where guests can store their things. After the two girls took some effort to remove the canopy of the carriage and cover the things on the carriage, it was their sister's turn to take action. Finn didn't even recite the incantation. He raised his fingers, and an elemental creature appeared out of thin air. It was a rather burly earth elemental creature, and its human form was quite complete. From this, it could be seen that it was a high-level elemental creature. Finn directly used the spell used by the magician and said, "Guard the goods on this carriage." Yes, noble man. Lin already knew what it meant to be familiar with the Demon King from 1,000 years ago. So I just glanced at this level of elemental creatures and didn't pay attention. In addition to being big and intimidating, that thing can't stand up to many attacks against anyone who is really capable. Entering the lobby of the hotel's Chinese restaurant and bar, there were not many customers at noon, because this was not considered dinner time. But there is still a cook standing behind the bar. As soon as he sees the guests come in, he greets them lukewarmly. "Travelers from afar. What do you need? What's there to eat? White bread, broth, ale." It's really a boring menu. Lin Fei cursed, but still said, "Let's have food for 4 people. 2 glasses of ale. Hold on." While waiting, Lin paid special attention to the other guests in the lobby. They were sparsely sitting in the corner seats. Some had a half-empty glass of ale on the table, and some had nothing at all. They just covered their faces with hats and curled up to rest. After a while, the food was ready, and it smelled delicious. Lin was afraid that someone would start to be picky again, and the whole family's cooks would be unable to step down, and they would be driven out onto the street. What would he do? But when I saw the one who took a sip of the hot soup first, his eyes suddenly lit up. It didn't look like he wanted to criticize. So Lin put down the stone in his heart. Picking up the big spoon, Lin took a sip of the broth and was about to drink it. However, he was caught off guard, and Finn slapped the spoon off his hand. The sound of the spoon hitting the floor attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at him with puzzled looks, especially the cook, who frowned and felt a little offended that someone was treating the food he cooked like this. Lin was also baffled by the Lich's unprecedented behavior and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you even want the soup to be drunk? If you want to die, it doesn't matter if you drink. What do you mean?" Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, and Lin blurted out and asked, "Is this soup poisonous?" Lin, who had never thought of lowering his voice, certainly caused an uproar in Shenzhen, especially the cook. He had a kitchen knife in his hand, then didn't take it seriously, and continued to eat and drink. At the same time, he said, "Let me think about what this tastes like. Winter frost mushrooms, medwara grass. Well, this irritating feeling is arsenic. When I think about it, this seems to be something from my time." The recipe is called Death God Summoning, but it still lacks the shieling flower. So adding this will make it perfect. Looking at the person in front of me, taking a sip of soup and saying a noun, someone was dumbfounded and asked, You said it was very poisonous. And you still criticized it while eating it. Is this poisonous or not? I am a lich. This level of poison cannot kill me. And with this new body, there are no restrictions. If you want to poison me, the person who poisons you must be more creative. Hey, you guys. The cook standing behind the bar couldn't help it anymore. He came out with a kitchen knife and cursed. You keep talking about poison and not poison. Scaring other people and destroying my reputation. I won't do that. We'll sit back and ignore it. Whoa! A sudden cry interrupted the two sides who were about to argue. It was a big white dog that had eaten the meat and soup that Finn had just slapped on the ground and was almost eaten by someone. It only whimpered a few times before falling to the ground. Its tongue hanging from its mouth, and blood flowing from its eyeballs, nostrils, and corners of its mouth. The death was horrific. The white dog fell to the ground, causing the originally aggressive cook to panic. He never thought that there was really poison in his broth. And he was serving a few guests, who seemed not to be trifled with. Not to mention Lin, a plain-looking black-haired foreigner, who runs a shop where he comes into contact with many strangers. What makes the cook worry the most is actually the lady who is too beautiful to be human. He didn't think that a woman without any ability to protect herself could walk through the mountains, forests and wilderness to this small town. In particular, the protector seemed to be very weak, since you guessed that the other party is not easy to mess with. Wouldn't you want to swallow this pot of poisonous broth? Thinking of this, the cook turned blue and broke into a cold sweat. The other guests were also frightened and at a loss, although they wanted to leave. What should they do if they were regarded as murderers by these outsiders? Seeing the dog fall, Lin felt mixed feelings in his heart. Almost. He was the one who fell. It seems that he is not as invincible as he imagined. Seeing the dead silence in the hall, Finn broke the silence and asked about Lin. Is it him? At the same time, he pointedly pointed at the cook from the corner of his eyes. According to the ability of this former demon king, the life and death of everyone in this hall are under her control. What difficulty would it be to crush an enemy who dares to poison him? Even if the inspector of the Magicians Association comes forward, the truth of this lawsuit is still on his side. But someone shook his head and said, It's not him. Reason? Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, Lin felt that the former demon king was angry and ready to kill at any time. I knew in my heart that it would not be that simple to convince Finn about such a thing. But for him to harm innocent people without conscience, he can't do this kind of thing. So regarding Finn's question, Lin said seriously, If it was him, the only reason he stayed at the scene was to ensure the success of the matter. And after seeing that the deeds were exposed, he would inevitably start a backup plan. Like the desperados who were prepared in advance in the store. They swarmed up and forced kill the target. But he didn't do it. Instead, his blood pressure increased. He had night sweats. And he looked panicked. So I guess it wasn't him. Is it possible that he is just incompetent and has not thought about what to do next? He thought that as long as he planned well, the target of the assassination would be so stupid that he would not notice anything and just swallow the poison obediently. If this is the case, he doesn't need to come forward to argue with us before it is confirmed whether there is poison in the food. If he has something in his heart, he shouldn't keep silent, reduce his sense of existence, and hide in an inconspicuous place, and think about ways to escape from here. Well, he's very good at acting. If you just want to express your anger, you can find any reason. If it's not, it's not. If you still don't believe it, take out his soul and ask, Isn't that what you are best at? And the soul can't lie. Well, I will always be convinced by you. This feeling is really not good. As soon as Finn said this, the cook was relieved and let out a long breath. But he still looked at Lin and his party with fear. It was not uncommon for the masters to do things over and over again. If someone says to spare someone's life, but directly does something behind his back, then there is nowhere to cry. As if he knew the worry in the cook's heart, Lin waved his hand and signaled the other party to bring clean food again. He looked at Finn with a smile and said, I am a reasonable person. Peace is the most important thing. And morality is the most important thing. Convince people. Chapter 315 Infiltration. The poisoning incident was a warning sign. Lin didn't think this would happen only once. As for the reason, the only conceivable reason is that during the last battle for the magic stone mine, several skilled assassins were lost. Maybe their related friends came to seek revenge. It is also possible that the organization behind them has taken over a deal, and the goal is the lives of their own group. But why? Thinking of this, someone got stuck again. But he still had to live his life. And Lin didn't believe that the enemy hiding in the dark would only come once and then stop. Although it is very uncomfortable to be trapped in a situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the clear. But now I am at a loss and have no clue. And I can't seem to do anything else. So someone had to tell the two apprentices to focus more on the unusual things around them. Going out is not as good as being at home. Whether it is the Tower of the Great Sage or the home in the Willian City community. Complete protective measures have been put in place. Even if you can't deal with these invading enemies, you can still delay it for a while, so that you don't die without knowing why. While camping out, the two girls did not dare to take it lightly because of the danger from nature. After all, nocturnal and hungry beasts can't tell whether the person in front of them is an easy target. But don't think that you are safe if you stay in a gathering place with humans. The malice of beasts is easy to detect. Anyone who drools at him will know which beast is more interested in knocking him down and feasting on him. But malice from other people is not necessarily easy to detect. Human disguise and duplicity make humans a greater threat than beasts. So, you must be alert and alert to everything, Lin said to the two girls. Yuchi also added that their sister is still in her weak period. These words really made the two girls take this matter seriously. Even to the point of being a little hysterical. A certain lich who is being protected sometimes feels dumbfounded. Then more often looks at someone with a resentful look. What Lin didn't tell the two girls was that among the 4 people in the group, he was the most likely to become an assassination target. So for others, there is not such an urgent crisis. This is something that a former demon king who has experienced many intrigues can understand after a little thought. But the two girls didn't know. After being yelled at by their teacher, they believed it to be true. However, Lin did not point out the reason. She also understood that most people who would do such things would not care about hurting innocent people. If you think you can stay out of the matter, you are too negligent and create an opportunity for those assassins to take advantage of, which will make you even more troubled. So we can only let Halumi and Kaya mess around, under the eyes of the grateful owner of the inn, the cook, who was almost killed by a lich if he wasn't grateful. The group of people entered their rooms and prepared to spend the night in this small town. During this period of time, I have been sleeping outdoors. It is rare to find a place with a roof to sleep. So don't abuse yourself too much and have to sleep in the wilderness. The two girls were huddled in the same room as Finn, citing the need to protect their older sister. Their teacher was squeezed out again and had to live in a room by himself. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this. At least someone couldn't find a reason to sleep in the same room with one of them. The early spring nights carry a bit of chill left over from winter. Lin washed himself well in the hot water prepared by the two girls, sorted out some of the thoughts he had been thinking and scribbling around during the time on the road, and then laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The town is quite peaceful at night, except for the sound of wolves looking up to the sky and howling at the moon from time to time in the forest not far away. No one would be active at night, but that's the normal situation. This night, the town was not peaceful. Several groups of people each have their own goals, but there is only one goal, so they can only decide who will go in which way before taking action. There is no such thing as joint operations. And there is no doubt that in their eyes, the later the wave, the less chance there is. It is really a very simple matter to assassinate a magician who does not live in the magic tower. A lucky man, under the watchful eyes of others, quietly moved toward the second floor of the hotel. Although everyone agrees that the bounty is distributed, the one who takes the big prize must be the one who actually takes action. Otherwise, who is willing to work hard, driven by profit? This lucky killer entered a state of stealth, walking in the old wooden passage. There was no sound at all. They had already discovered the room where the target was located, and were sure that there was only one person. This is a good thing. At least you don't have to face the existence that is suspected to be known as His Majesty the Demon King thousands of years ago. To these habitual thieves, a hotel door lock in a country place is no different. Insert the dagger into the crack of the door, lift it upward, and easily lift the door latch. If a thief who has been in the door for a while picks up the latch and then withdraws the dagger, the wooden latch inside the door will inevitably fall to the ground, causing a noise and attracting the attention of the people in the room. Only a true veteran can push the door open while keeping the wooden latch from falling. When the crack in the door was open enough for a person to pass through, the assassin immediately dodged and entered the door, while gently dropping the wooden latch behind the door to the ground. Moonlight poured in from the window, keeping the room from being completely dark and allowing people to see clearly that the man on the bed was sleeping soundly. He hid quietly in the darkness and listened carefully to the sounds around him. After confirming that everything was normal and that he had not attracted any attention, He walked out of the shadows. The target magician was snoring slightly, completely unaware of the arrival of his evil star. The assassin was very satisfied with all this. Being an assassin and being able to successfully assassinate a magician is definitely a feat that can be accomplished. After this time, my worth should also double. I should get more respect from those wretched old men. He pulled out a second dagger from his boot, and the blade shone with a strange purple light in the moonlight. This is a poison-quenched magic-breaking dagger, the best weapon for dealing with magicians. Like a cat, with silent steps, the assassin slowly moved himself to the bedside and looked at the sleeping man, raising the weapon in an exaggerated manner, stabbing the person on the bed 2 or 3 times if not once. Is definitely a novice's approach. The correct method is to strike towards the softest part of the human body, and in order to ensure the target's death, what really depends is the poison on the edge. For a sleeping person, the most suitable place to start is of course the neck. With just one stroke, you can leave calmly. The assassin's mentality from the beginning to the end cannot be said to be unsteady, and he also maintained enough calm. But the moment before he got it, he couldn't hide his excitement and licked his lips with his tongue. Holding the poison-quenching demon-breaking dagger upside down in his right hand, he moved forward smoothly. Next moment, the furnishings of the hotel room remained the same, but the moonlight disappeared. Instead, in addition to complete darkness, there were also bits of light, like the background of the starry sky. The spot where the assassin originally stood in front of the bed became empty. In this false starry sky, the light blinks and blinks, as if one eye is watching all this. After a while, the hotel room returned to its original state. The world of Lost World still maintains its tranquility, and Lin is still completely unconscious and sleeping deeply. This is someone's latest defense system effort. Why would someone attack me while I was sleeping? And I would be woken up sadly, in a state of unconsciousness. I would have to fight with the opponent, and I still couldn't figure out the situation when I just woke up. Concerns such as not being able to get the spoils and not knowing the opponent's destination were all thrown out of mind. It is very reasonable for a guy who disturbs people's dreams to die without a burial place. As long as you approach at an abnormal speed, or hold a sharp metal weapon, or there is abnormal energy condensation, airflow, or even the appearance of recorded abnormal substances, that is, the toxin components that Lin has seen and recorded. Just cast the interdimensional exile technique directly, without any politeness at all. This kind of trap design was originally targeted at a problem that you will definitely encounter when camping mosquitoes, including, of course, various other insects. Those that love nothing more than buzzing next to other people's ears. However, considering the 2 girls who might come to wake him up, and the witch who goes his own way and asks questions whenever he wants, regardless of whether others are asleep or not, Lin's solution is also very simple, which is to set up a wife list. In other words, except for those 3 women, anyone else who wants to get close to the sleeping magician has a high chance of being exiled to an unknown different dimension. Do we need to consider hurting innocent people? There is no innocent person who disturbs others' sleep. Therefore, Lin did the related design without any psychological burden. As a result, the assassins guarding the rooftops in the distance witnessed everything that happened. The actions of the first person to take action were not out of standard. It could be said that he had performed the sneak assassination to the extreme. Moreover, neither the target nor the people around him noticed, but he disappeared without a trace due to the magician's unknown means. Obviously, this was definitely not done by the fellow striker, because he ran away before the target was successfully assassinated. What kind of joke was this? If the magician did it, how did he do it? Does that have anything to do with the sudden appearance of little lights in the room? And the most important point is also the doubt that existed when the same thing happened last time. Where did the person go? The assassins hiding everywhere couldn't help but cast their sights on each other. Can the operation continue when the enemy's situation is unclear? The assassin hiding on the roof opposite the window of Lin's room suddenly got up, raising the crossbow in his hand. A magic arrow shot out. The swift stream of light dragged out a line of fire, which was a certain assassin's famous weapon, the flaming snake explosive arrow. Automatic tracking and huge power. Many magicians and nobles protected by layers of weapons were hated by this crossbow. But the arrow only broke the window panel. The dark sky in the room opened and closed again, and things remained the same. All the assassins were speechless and fled as hard as they could, because they saw the lights in the next room turn on. The Lich woke up. Chapter 316, there are a lot of mosquitoes. The 3 masters and disciples, who slept like dead pigs, were completely unaware of what happened last night. Then did notice something strange. But her sensitivity seemed to be limited by the incomplete body, so she was unable to react immediately. She could only ask someone in the morning. Did anything happen last night? Knowing that this person would not ask such a question for no reason, Lynn intuitively opened the water mirror screen. Now that the original tactical glasses have been confiscated, someone has no choice but to go back to the same old style. But now, he no longer needs the magic stone as the carrier of the program system. The related magic is carved on the Dream Tower as the foundation. As for the reason for pulling up the water mirror screen, of course, it was to check the log file. It is necessary to keep a record of everything that happens. Whether it is catching bugs, monitoring the system, or optimizing the program. Of course, someone will also record what magic was activated and how many times it was activated at what time. After looking at it for a while, Lynn said in surprise, "Hey, I used the flash technique 6 times last night. It seems that there were so many mosquitoes last night. You shouldn't open the window when sleeping." Again, that trap was designed to deal with mosquitoes. Although someone recorded in the log file which magic was activated and how many times, he did not record the information of the individual who was thrown into the different dimension, whether it was big or small, round or flat. So there is no longer a problem of misjudgment. It's just that we don't care about this aspect. Mosquitoes are at the same level as killers, so there should be nothing wrong with them. For such an ignorant person, then could only give up treatment. Shrugged and said, "Okay, just treat it like this. Girl," he shouted towards the room where he lived. "Everything is packed. We are ready to go." The 2 girls said in unison, "Okay, sister." The poisoning incident seemed to be the beginning. The first person to notice the anomaly was Kaya, who had been monitoring the road and drawing maps along the way. The detection of the vehicle-mounted arcane eye invented by Lynn is not limited to terrain features. Moving individuals are also under surveillance. And of course, the tail hanging behind the head is also included. So when Kaya discovered that the group of people always had 3 or 5 tails hanging behind them, she was the first to tell her teacher, without telling that elder sister. Then actually has 2 solutions to problems. 1. Ignore them. 2. Kill them all. Either way, it's not a good solution. So at this time, the 2 girls would ask their teacher for advice. Lynn only glanced at the overview of the real-time map and said, "The world is so big, and feet are on people's bodies. No one stipulates that after they have walked through, or we have walked through, other people can't leave. So?" Kaya asked, tilting her head. "So just ignore them. Unless they come to kill us, we will fight back. Otherwise, it is too unnatural to kill people just because they are walking behind us. As for them wanting to follow, let them follow. Besides, we have no secrets that we are afraid of others knowing." "Okay, teacher," the girl replied obediently. Lynn, however, had another thought. "I just didn't expect that after coming to Midland. I would enjoy the feeling of being a big star being followed by paparazzi. The people following behind didn't do anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, this road is not peaceful at all. The robbers blocking the road have never appeared, but various traps are emerging one after another. Mixing horse rope and mending net are the most basic ones. There are various traps such as nail boards, pickets, and log collisions. You will encounter one within a few steps. It's so frequent that even someone has the urge to catch the group of tails hanging behind him and torture them one by one to find out what happened. Isn't this obvious? Some people don't dare to confront them head-on, so they keep using little tricks like this to harass them. I have to say, it was quite effective, because Lynn was already feeling furious. And don't look at these pitfalls as they are simple. For a trap to be effective, the first condition is the same as when a director makes a horror movie. For words are the key point: surprise. In other words, as long as there is an oversight, a harsh trap is placed in a blind spot of attention, such as behind, such as in the opposite direction after the line of sight is diverted. The magician will be seriously injured, no matter how simple the trap is. The crazy girl who loves to run around has been in danger several times, and the people watching are sweating for her. What made her completely quiet was a bed of nails suddenly lifted up from the haystack. The nail bed made of wooden stakes not only killed the horse under Halumi's seat, but also nailed through her right calf. If she had moved slower, and without the horse as a buffer, her life would have been in danger. The magician's way to fight against large traps is to dodge as far as possible. If you try hard, you will not end well, let alone an apprentice. Fortunately, the sharp wooden stake only pierced Halumi's calf and did not damage the bones. The injury was not very serious. Kaya drove the carriage and stopped at the roadside. His teacher and peers of the same age gathered around the injured girl, hurriedly trying to stop the bleeding and bandage it. Halloumi looked at their sister with tears in her eyes. It was hurt, and she wanted to ask for help. Their teacher's ability in restoring magic was only to the extent that, "If you are injured, just put some saliva on it, and it will heal." Halloumi thought that he had been in the Wood Elf tribe for more than a year. As a half-baked druid, he might be better than his teacher in restoring magic. The only thing the group could hope for was the Lich, who had just created a living body out of nothing. Therefore, Halloumi's intention to ask for help was very obvious. And she just hugged her thigh. Kaya couldn't bear the pain of her companions due to such injuries, so she looked at their elder sister with the same eyes. When the girl was in such pain, then certainly wouldn't just sit back and ignore it, but instead of patting her chest to stop the bleeding, treat the injury, and recover, she took out a machete of great commemorative value, made several gestures at the injured leg, and said, "I'm not bragging. When it comes to repairing corpses, I am absolutely superb. And any incurable disease is not a problem. The only problem is, if you have a corpse, where should I start?" The two girls shook their heads violently, stepped back a lot, and stayed far away from this one. During the time since Fa was resurrected in the Tower of the Great Sage, the master and disciples all knew that when the Lich got into fun and started playing tricks, no one could resist it. Therefore, Halloumi and Kaya would never dare to treat the Lich's words as a simple joke, because she really could do it. However, Lin was a little surprised by Fan's attitude. Asked, "What's wrong? The service of the two maids these days still doesn't satisfy you? One thing comes to another. I want to find a way to get that crazy girl to calm down, and really let her develop in the direction of a berserker. It just so happens that she is injured this time, so let her be quiet for a while. You don't have any objection to this, right?" Although education that allows children to develop according to their nature is the best education. But it really depends on the situation. If they go astray, they are crooked. And if they do something wrong, they are wrong. Finding ways to guide them back on track is the responsibility of both teachers and parents. But the two girls have grown older after all, and are no longer the two little ones they used to be. Before things develop to an irreversible level, someone can't find a good reason to teach this wild girl a lesson. Several times they wanted to show off their dignity as teachers, but unfortunately the teacher was unknown. So the two girls hid behind a certain Lich, using Fan as a shield. What else could Lin do? Touch your nose. The flags and drums are silent. When we met face to face with the former Demon King, he was not so confused, just looking at a certain Lich playing with the legendary machete. Lin wanted to complain. Do you know where the painting style of the two girls started to become crooked? As for the legendary machete with an unpretentious shape, it was made by Lin to change his mood when he was in the Wood Elf tribe. It has a very resounding name, machete. In fact, it is just the English name of the machete. I became obsessed with this thing because I watched 2 movies of the same name. Of course, it also appears in many film and television works. As long as you are a man, you will definitely have a dream, which is to hold machete, put on a hockey mask, and when you see the protagonist group, kill them and cross them, at least before traveling. Lin would have this strong thought when he saw dogs and men flashing on the road on certain festivals. And the reason why this knife was made was not someone's whim or something, but during the period of joint research with the Lord of the Forest and the Spirit of the World Tree Walled Wall, he and Fan, 2 beings at the apex of biological beings, would certainly not be able to coexist peacefully. They argue over some arguments, and each insists on each other without giving in. This is what happens all the time. Once there was a dispute. The phrase, "I want to cut down the tree," would often come up on Fan's lips. In this situation, as the third henchman of the former Demon King, it is normal to create a weapon that can be used. And machete was born. The simple legendary classic style instantly caught Fan's taste. Not only did she use machete as her own melee weapon, she also spent some time enchanting the weapon, and then tried it on the world tree. It was also from that time on that the status of the tree and the Lich was clearly ranked. Of course, a machete can't scare away 2 girls. However, now that Fan has made it clear that he will not help, no matter how impatient the girls are, they can only wait for the calf to recover naturally. But this incident had delayed the group of people on their way. Seeing that it was getting dark, they simply stopped going and planned to spend the night here. Dinner had already been prepared, and it was the horse that unfortunately died. In line with the principle of making the best use of everything, Fan dismembered the horse with his own hands and used it as material to prepare food. Although Finn usually dislikes the two girls' cooking and other actions, she also has the same requirements for herself. It is this attitude of leading by example that blocks the violent reactions that many people may have. At least for Halloumi and Kaya. That's it. Chapter 317 The Lost Sky. At night, Halloumi was rarely quiet. The injury on her calf made her so painful that she could not speak. So she could only rest. Let someone sigh that the wild girl finally stopped. At the suggestion of his companion, Halloumi took out the magic knowledge that he had not read for a long time and studied it. He changed his focus and saw if he could use his dizziness to reduce the pain to some extent. Kaya was picking up the remains of dinner by the campsite. Finn was frowning and gargling, hoping to dilute the uncomfortable taste in his mouth. Just because she's willing to eat what she makes doesn't mean she's really satisfied with the taste. Seeing Finn's troubled look, Lin also knew what the trouble was for this lich these days, and asked, "Do you still taste some weird smells? Any ideas? Also, why can't you feel the smell? I'm guessing maybe this is a problem with your new body." Regarding this speculation, Flynn frowned and asked, "Are you saying this body is defective? It's probably too much to call it a flaw. I would say, I think it's a side effect of enhancing the body's performance." "What kind of side effects?" "Ah, this woman who can achieve the body of a lich is not unsmart." After being awakened, she immediately thought of the possibility and asked, "You mean the problem of being too sensitive?" "Yes. In fact, you have experienced a similar situation, and we have even discussed it. That was the situation where the body condensed with power received too much external information, causing thoughts to be disturbed. I remember that I have said that many of people's unpleasant reactions are actually a protective mechanism, including being slow, which actually avoids a lot of unnecessary interference. But I got used to it by then. Doesn't this just prove the difference in the degree of control you have over the body condensed by power and the real body? And I am guessing that maybe the body you have worked hard to build is not just about the ability to accept various substances. That is, the resistance is different from ordinary people. The acceptable range of various cognitions is also much wider and more sensitive than ordinary humans. So we can taste and smell some flavors that we cannot taste. The smells we cannot smell. And those things that ordinary people cannot detect may be because they are in extremely small amounts and are not large enough to form a smell that ordinary people can detect. But your keen senses can capture those very small amounts. However, those may be nutrients needed by the human body, but they may not be consumed in excessive amounts by ordinary people. So if the amount is large enough for ordinary people to detect the taste, it may be dangerous. It's a signal. So under the action of the human body's protective mechanism, those tastes are definitely not pleasant. As a warning to people who eat those things, it's like you can eat poison as if nothing happened. But you shouldn't. You will like to eat those things. Oh, you are wrong. The ones I ate yesterday had a unique taste and were quite spicy. If their portions were not too small, I would have wanted to eat more. Okay, wrong example. However, for the above words, someone is just gnashing his teeth. Give this lich some more time, and sooner or later, she will realize these truths and adapt to the situation at hand. You must know that after Finn was resurrected in the Tower of the Great Sage, he put on high heels for the first time. But he complained all the time that those things were intended to kill him. In less than 3 days, she could wear high heels and drive the two big dogs' gray hooves and white nose up and down the world without any escape. You must know that at that time, Lin had already added magical tattoos with the magic of walking on flat ground on the 4 legs of the 2 dog-shaped monsters. They are in the true sense of walking on the road. Climbing over the walls, and so on can only be regarded as trivial. Such an invincible state is of no use to a certain lich who has returned to the lost land after 1,000 years. Wearing pointed high-heeled shoes, a certain lich who was half a head taller than usual chased 2 big dogs until they were exhausted and fell to the ground with his tongue hanging from the corner of his mouth. Looking like a monster, the appearance of God's calling, the 2 big dogs were forced to go nowhere. And in the end, they could only cry and beg for mercy. With such achievements in front of me, today's chat with Finn is just a bit of talk. And it can be exchanged for goodwill without any effort. Someone wouldn't even do such a small thing. But having said that, someone's expression is quite wonderful when being complained about until he is speechless. Looking at the man who was speechless by him, Finn didn't feel guilty at all. She just thought about her situation seriously and murmured to herself. The body before was condensed with power. So how it changed was just a matter of thought. Now it has become a living body, equally sensitive, and has a wider range of feelings. More, how can we control it? Or can we just get used to this feeling? Suddenly a thought came to mind uncontrollably. A pair of beautiful eyes almost curved into a crescent shape, with her teeth slightly exposed, then looked at a certain man seductively. "What are you looking at?" A man who didn't understand the charm asked almost subconsciously. The next morning, the refreshed former demon king stretched out under the mid-spring morning sun. "In fact, the current state of my body is not all bad." The two apprentices acted as usual, maintaining a tacit understanding and pretending to be no different from usual. Those who should make breakfast, and those who should make other preparations make other preparations. Although Halumi's injury only lasted a day, it was not much better. But as a half-experienced druid, she could still do some simple treatments and pain relief. "It doesn't hinder my daily work. It's just that my movements are a little slower." To get her to completely calm down and rest, she might have to break both legs. When everyone was getting ready to set off again, a man who was paralyzed like a dead dog and had no energy to even eat breakfast was thrown into the caravan. The two girls were sitting in the driver's seat, with Kaya holding the reins. Halumi, who was sitting on the passenger seat, didn't want to sit in the carriage, but simply couldn't stand the environment where she couldn't see the sky, the mountains, or the forest, or feel the wind. So she preferred to sit next to her companion and position her injured leg as comfortably as possible. This was definitely not because he didn't want to look at the man who howled like a slaughtered pig all night long. With his exhausted and pale face, the calm black-haired and brown-skinned girl drove the car. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was smooth and safe. It will not be like when Halumi held the reins before. It was fast and slow, left and right, as he pleased without leaving any trace. Some people have never imagined that they would get motion sickness while riding in a horse-drawn carriage. But Kaya is different. She can always detect the location of traps in advance, and most of them will be solved by triggering, because according to their teacher's instructions, if they simply go around it, the person who set the trap probably won't be kind enough to turn around and lift the trap. This will only harm other careless travelers walking on this road. And without a wild girl running wild, everyone no longer needs to keep an eye on a girl nervously, worrying that when she encounters something that cannot be solved, or attracts a bunch of monsters back, the group of them will not be able to respond in time. In terms of results, such a journey reduces the psychological burden. Therefore, the two elders also agreed not to untie the horses and give some wild girl an excuse to run around, especially now that there are only 4 horses left. Despite the heavy load of this covered carriage, there is no need to use 4 horses to pull it. Perhaps 2, or even 1 horses would suffice. Moreover, there is no rule about how many carriages a person of certain status can take in Midi. Basically, the number of horses pulling the cart is more like showing off your wealth. But how could a person of real status use only horses to pull a cart? There are many people who use elephant-level beasts, ox-shaped monsters, or even earth-walking dragons to pull carts. In short, tying 4 horses to pull a cart is really not a big deal. As for someone who had regained his breath, he was lying lazily at the end of the caravan. Rest your head on the tailgate and look up at the clouds in the sky. The sky of Lost Land is somewhat different from the sky of Earth. The sky here has more colors, perhaps because the air is filled with strange energy that is not found on Earth, reflecting brilliant light and strange scenes from time to time. Lin once saw a scene where the entire sky was filled with magnificent auroras in a place where power was very active. Yes, it's like an aurora. On Earth, you can only see it if you're close to the Arctic Circle, and you're very lucky. In Lost Land, as long as you look up at it leisurely, you can always see it several times throughout the year, no matter day or night. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can look up at the sky in the afternoon when it has been clear for several days in a row, and you can see the colorful, cloud-like aurora, and among the clouds of the Lost Land. Although it is not like what is described in ordinary people's beliefs, there is the kingdom of the gods located there, with angels flying between the clouds, or the heroic spirits who once fought for the gods in the human world. Ride a winged Pegasus and play freely in the kingdom of the gods. But there is another special product of the fantasy world, the floating city. In the sky of Lost Land, the ancient empire spent countless resources to create 5 Miser energy cores, uprooting 5 mountains and turning them into islands floating in the sky. This is not a legend, but a force that exists in reality. To this day, the 5 floating cities are still following special trajectories, slowly cruising in the sky. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can look up and see islands hanging high in the sky. In every city, countless magicians have lived in it for generations. They call themselves heavenly beings, different from the humans living on the surface. It has the most complete magic inheritance and collects rare materials that have been preserved from ancient times to this day, some of which have even become extinct on the surface of the earth. It can be said that the floating city is the holy land that all magicians in the Lost Land yearn for. Chapter 318 The Trap. Lynn never thought about living in that kind of place. You can really think about it with your buttocks. People who live in the sky don't have eyes on the top of their heads. It's a waste of time for them to live so high. They also brazenly call themselves heavenly beings, which shows how much they despise their compatriots crawling on the ground. From many records about the floating city, this point has been emphasized again and again. Although many gorgeous words are used to modify the real situation, readers are mistakenly thought that the floating city is a paradise on earth, and everything inside is beautiful. In fact, all kinds of discriminatory remarks are nakedly displayed in front of everyone, almost to the extent of brainwashing. It's no wonder that the floating city is also welcomed by the nobles. More than a symbol of status, what could satisfy the vanity of a noble person more than living in heaven and overlooking all living beings from above? But it doesn't take into account the people who live there, or what other people think. The simple and beautiful scenery of mountains hanging in midair makes someone very interested and always wants to see it with their own eyes. It is very rare for us to travel to another world without taking a look at the scenery here that is different from the earth. We only want to transform this place into the earth. Isn't life too hard? In what was supposed to be such a leisurely afternoon, 2 apprentices took the initiative to resolve some unscrupulous traps. But the carriage still slowly stopped, at an inappropriate time and inappropriate location. Well, teacher, I might want to ask you to take a look. Kaya sat on the driver's seat, turned her head, and greeted someone in the car from the hood. Using his hands and feet, Lin climbed to the front of the carriage, stretched his head out from between the 2 girls from the open hood, and asked, "Why did you stop? Is the road broken? Is there a tree falling down? Or is it? There's a stupid trap in the middle of the road." Before anyone could reply, Lin himself saw the reason why the carriage stopped. The road we were taking now was far away from the forest, because there was no rain. All we could see was wasteland. There were no tall trees or weeds nearby. Occasionally I saw a few dwarf bushes, which were considered a rare green. However, it is a road like this. Everywhere you can see is yellow soil, but there is a large round green turf in the middle of the road? To be honest, it looked more like a poor bush, broken into branches and spread on the ground, rather than a turf. Not far away, you can still see a few shrubs with only their trunks left and no green leaves at all. "This is a trap! This is definitely a trap!" Someone commented on the obvious. Kaya, who was in charge of driving, said, "I'm just wondering if such an obvious trap is just a bait. The real fatal place is on the road we pass by on the detour." Regarding the setting up of serial traps, it was actually a series of attacks and defenses of psychological warfare. The relevant knowledge had already been told to the 2 girls, who were still half-grown at that time. Although it can be used to trick those uncivilized goblins, it can be fun. But the most important thing is to teach them how to prevent, not how to harm others. And such a large trap almost occupies the entire road, leaving very little space for the carriage to pass. It can be regarded as a roadblock, and should not be classified as a trap. According to one person's classification, the so-called roadblocks are set up to deliberately guide others in the direction of travel. The purpose is of course to guide the target into a trap or a predetermined ambush position. Stopping others from moving forward is the most crude idea. So it's no wonder that Kaya is worried about whether this obvious trap may hide any unexpected surprises. Lin didn't say much nonsense, moved his steps, and came to the front of the carriage. Normally, this kind of mind clearance work would be done by Halumi, a wild girl who is not afraid of the sky or the earth, and there is no need to deliberately give her instructions. This wild girl's usual running behavior is actually equivalent to clearing minds, and she is completely unconscious. So it was a great blessing to see her only slightly injured. As a teacher, it was certainly impossible for Lin to carry out such a task in person. He directly cast a tornado magic, sweeping across the entire field. Under the strong wind, no traps except those buried in the soil can remain intact. When all the dust settled and only a mess was left, all the traps were revealed in front of everyone. There were no unexpected surprises, and no traps hidden outside the traps. There was only a huge hole exposed after the branches and weeds covering the top were blown away by the wind. Lin had only one comment on this simple and crude trap. "It's so damn unethical." The hole was more than a person tall, with many spiked branches sticking out from the bottom, and venomous snakes swimming in the gaps. To be fair, even a magician would not be immune if he really fell into this trap. But what was the original disguise of this deadly trap? I have heard of unfinished buildings, but I have never heard of unfinished buildings. The most important thing is, who will fill such a big hole in the middle of the road? No wonder someone saw the true face of the trap and couldn't help but curse. After looking around carefully again, someone was speechless again. There is a small mound not far away. After the tornado, a lot of sand was blown away, but it's still quite substantial. What was not noticed at first was that this mound was obviously made of newly excavated soil and was not a natural landscape that had been formed for a long time. In other words, the person who worked so hard to create this trap didn't finish it well at all, leaving flaws everywhere. If you want to punish a magician like this, whose intelligence are you insulting? What's even more tragic is that we have to help those idiots deal with the aftermath. It was said that before I traveled through time, girls would give me good guy cards. It was never the reason for picking up trash on the ground and then throwing it into the trash can. Why is it that after traveling through time, it's just a waste of time, while constantly cursing about goddamn wicked devils and cats born to dogs and raised by pigs? Lin first called 2 girls to help him, and together they picked up the poisonous snakes in the hole and threw them into the wilderness. He wanted to fill in the soil directly. Anyway, the most indispensable thing in the land was these venomous snakes and beasts. It's a pity that the girl who was about to change her profession to druid put on a posture of resisting to the death and gave up someone's original idea for another idea and approach. Although I really want to keep a few poisonous snakes. After all, soaking poisonous snakes in spirits is a great tonic, and it is foreseeable that the body may be very weak recently, and it really needs to be replenished. But if there are poisonous snakes and no wine, we can only look forward to it and sigh. Of course, those reptiles without legs are poisonous, and it is impossible to catch them with bare hands without any protection. But this is a magical world. It is possible to just use a magic giant palm to pick up those reptiles and release them far away. What's more troublesome is that those reptiles are very slippery. It may not be easy to catch it with bare hands, let alone with inflexible magic hands. After a lot of tossing, I finally cleared out the snake, and then pushed the hill-like soil back into the hole. Even with the use of magic, the huge workload still made the master and apprentice sweat profusely. Halloumi escaped because of a leg injury, the various assassins hiding a little further away, peeping at the magician and his party from a high position, were also speechless at what they saw. Everyone looked similar to the magicians who were busy working, and they were all in the same mess. Suddenly a younger assassin said, "In fact, if the target is as tired as a dog, we can still achieve half of the goal." Several more experienced assassins lowered their heads feebly. I regretted endlessly why I agreed to help set up that trap that was so stupid that I couldn't stand it. This is definitely a black record in his career. The one with a hot temper scolded him directly. "Which idiot is doing the last disguise? He did it to make someone laugh." Others scolded. "I said it a long time ago. I don't agree with any kind of big trap. If you have to do it forcefully when time is urgent. The result is that everyone is exhausted and half dead. But there is no result. Let that magician waste some time, Khan. It's not even half the goal." Of course, those people being alluded to are not cowards, who only get scolded and don't fight back. Not to be outdone, they scolded back. "It's easy to say, and you all know that there is not enough time. But as soon as they heard that the target person was approaching, they ran away one by one, leaving everything to others. Not to mention that from here, it's not suitable to be a trap in the first place. There's no good cover around it." "That's right," a companion next to him, who was also left behind at the last moment to finish the work, said angrily. "It's not that we didn't do the preliminary work. Everyone is equally tired. Why should we be responsible for the final aftermath? Work, and then you complain that it's useless." There are also those who are trying to smooth things over and sell their opinions, saying, "If you ask me, don't play with these nonsense. There is a section of the road ahead that is a canyon terrain. Just lay an ambush there. Attack this team, and then call it a day. There is no need to fight again." Time is wasted on this group of people. Attack a group of magicians? Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your brain? Why do I think that is a stupider idea than that stupid trap? Have you figured out the method of protecting the magicians? Is there a way to break through? There is nothing. And you want to die. If so, I won't accompany you. Huh? What a bunch of cowards. If you can do it, go ahead. Don't think that no one knows how many times you betrayed your companions and abandoned them at the most critical moment, just to escape for your own life. Do you think that as long as all your companions die, you will be the only one left to survive? No one knows about this kind of thing. Let me tell you, it is still the same group of murderers who will publicize these things like a show-off. Who are you calling the traitor? That means there are a lot of people your age who have survived to this day by eating human blood. In the past few days, a group of people who have been doing useless work have temporarily united for profit. But the lack of results seems to have exhausted most people's patience, especially the group of people who already have hatred for each other. Little John, who took the lead in gathering this group of people, fell behind everyone and looked playfully at the group of people biting each other. When these people get together, things are no longer dominated by him. So he quietly pulled away from his original position and didn't let himself sink too deep. So he didn't suffer too much loss. But in fact, from another perspective, his loss is the biggest. Not only is there the benefit of a magic stone vein, but there is also a comrade who has a lifelong friendship. Thinking of this, I looked up to the sky and sighed. Chapter 319: A Village with No Records. Ever since the infuriating and funny pit a few days ago, Lin and his party's ability to encounter traps on the road has weakened a lot. They are so sparse that sometimes you don't even meet one in a day. Although there are still a few tails hanging behind him. Although I don't know the reason for this change. There is no need for someone to go back to those people and ask them why they don't continue to cause trouble. Lin Ku was finally able to embark on this journey to an unknown destination in a more comfortable mood. It seems that the more primitive a society is, the higher its level of self-sufficiency. Starting from leaving Wulian City, we crossed the Doomsday Mountains from the southwest peninsula and arrived at the traditional southwest region of Lost Land. Our current direction is towards the west of Lost Land continent. Along the way, there aren't really many places to spend money. For those who are thirsty, there is a stream and some water-rich plants. If you are hungry, different fruits will be produced throughout the year. You can also pick some wild vegetables and make a pot of vegetable soup. Even if you go hunting and make barbecue or broth, it is not a big problem. As long as you have enough strength, you can go anywhere in the midi-continent, and you don't have to worry about starving to death. Of course, on the other hand, if you are not strong enough, you can go anywhere in the midi-continent, but it will become a means for other creatures or other people to not worry about starving to death. After all, this world still respects strength. It's a pity that such a good mood only lasted a few days. Maybe from being a teacher, I learned a lot of ways to use magic incorrectly. Of course, the injured girl did not want to stay quietly to recuperate, so she added a long-lasting, weakened version of the levitating technique to herself. The biggest advantage of using it this way is that it can reduce the weight of the casting object, so that Halloumi does not have to put too much pressure on the leg injury. And at the same time, it can move freely. And after finding a way to move around, how could Halloumi be willing to continue being tied to the passenger seat of the carriage? Although the movement was not as convenient as when she was not injured, the girl also got off the carriage and used her legs to patrol the nearby area. But she didn't dare to run far this time. She knew very well that if something went wrong, it would be inconvenient for her to escape now. Having a wild temper doesn't mean you are reckless. Just like now, the girl who came back full of doubt said to her teacher, "Teacher, I found a village not far ahead." "Well, when you find it, you find it. Why do you look like you've eaten a fly?" Lin was puzzled by the girl's expression. "I think that village is weird. But what's weird about it? I can't tell." When it comes to other people's intuition, Lin always holds the idea that he would rather trust what they have than what they don't have. But to confirm the facts, more evidence is needed to support it. So he turned around and asked the girl driving the car, "Kaya, is there any information about that village on the map?" The girl checked the map she had edited through her own spectacles. In addition, she also traversed all the original maps in this area. In the end, she just shook her head. A village without records. Lin thought so in his heart. The map information of the Lost Land is very different in emphasis from the information of the Earth measured using scientific methods. On Earth, attention is paid to detail. Whoever can record it in more detail will be used by more people. But in MIDI, backward surveying and mapping methods allow people to only selectively record important information. Of course, the important landmark to confirm the direction is the focus. The secondary point is any place where you can replenish food and water, or seek shelter, which of course refers to the gathering place of Homo sapiens. Most gathering places, even those that are not very friendly to outsiders, are much better than the natural environment in the wild. Some of the most basic requests, in the spirit of mutual aid, are rarely refused. Therefore, the place where people gather is also one of the important information on the lost map. However, those truly dangerous locations rarely appear on the information on the lost map. In fact, this is easy to understand. If there is really a fatal danger, people who go in will probably not be able to get out. Naturally, it is impossible to convey the message that this is a dangerous place to the outside world. The things that will be marked as dangerous are places that look dangerous, such as dragons' lairs, active volcanoes, abyss, etc. Or there are too many rumors indicating that they are dangerous, and no one has the means to provide counter-evidence. Another reason why the gathering place has not been recorded on any map is that it is a new gathering place and has not had time to be recorded. Updating the map is not easy even on the Earth, and it is even more unreasonable to do so in the lost world. However, you still have to confirm the details with your own eyes before you can guess. As a gathering place passed by during the journey, Lin was always interested. Traveling is to broaden your knowledge, and the focus is on 4 words: customs and customs. The first 2 are scenery, and the last 2 are people. They are both things worth seeing. Besides, although someone is a homebody by nature, he doesn't have panic disorder in crowds. Why should you wrong yourself when you can have better rest conditions? So he said to the 2 girls, "Using imagination here will not get the real answer. Let's go over and have a look. If it doesn't work, we will leave." Sitting back in the passenger seat, under Halumi's guidance, the carriage quickly arrived at the strange village she mentioned. In Lin's eyes, this place is almost the same as the villages he saw during his travels and adventures in the Southwest Peninsula. It can even be said to be more luxurious. Usually villages are established as temporary gathering places for purposes such as reclamation and mining. So the living environment is very simple, and the houses are scattered. A house with leaky wooden walls and a thatched roof is just better than sleeping in the open. There won't be any shops or hotels in places like this. They are usually used by people who have extra things at home or have a relatively spacious house to make some extra money. But in the village in front of us, the houses are compactly laid out, and there is a fence on the outermost edge. It may not have much protective effect against real threats, but it is enough to prevent poultry and livestock from leaving and prevent foreign wild animals from entering. There is even a well-built house inside the house, which looks like a place where people of high status live. Although the other houses are a little inferior, they are still far from the simplicity of the village level. It can be said that as long as this place continues to develop and the population increases, it will definitely become a small town. But, just like what Halumi said, it feels weird. To put it bluntly, there is no popularity. It's like entering a ghost town. The carriage entered the village, and soon a group of people appeared out of nowhere, either standing in the darkness of the house, or peering through the windows at the strangers who came to the village. Are you very wary? Or is there something else weird? It's hard for Lin to make an immediate judgment. Before entering the village, Lin had been wearing the magician's signature shawl and walking at the front of the carriage. The purpose of doing this is to warn some people with ulterior motives not to mess with people they can't afford to mess with. On the other hand, Lin's direct appearance also means to show goodwill, letting others know that he is willing to contact others, instead of acting like a group of untouchables who are not allowed to approach or touch the magician. "Sir!" An old man, accompanied by several old women, approached tremblingly, nervously pinching the felt hat that was originally on his head. He squeezed out an unnatural smile and said, "Is it Master Magician? Our village urgently needs your help. The evil from underground threatens the whole world. I hope you will not hesitate to lend a helping hand to save the lives of the villagers." At the same time, he took the small bag from an old woman behind him and said, "Although it is not much, it is nothing to you, sir, but this is the whole village. The money collected by Shengxia." What kind of game is this? In the last village, a man came to express his condolences, but a lot of people died and a vein of magic stone was destroyed. This time the same play is staged again. What is going to happen? However, Lin still asked, "Old man, don't rush to give us a bounty. You should tell me what happened first. Let's see if the matter can be solved." Not sure whether the other party was real or fake, Lin decided to test the truth first. If the other party says that there is an evil dragon living nearby or something, they will definitely leave. It is a basic principle of a person not to do things beyond his ability. Although you can occasionally make a loss-making business, the kind that will cost you all your pants will definitely dodge as far as possible. It's not like someone's style to beat his chest loudly before he even understands the matter. The old man followed suit and handed the poor little bag back to the person behind him. He waved his hand sideways and said, "Sir, please follow me to our village chief's house. Only the village chief can tell you more clearly what happened. What's the matter? Please lead the way." Lin walked on his feet. Kaya still drove the carriage. But Halumi sat quietly in the carriage, not daring to move. There was a strange atmosphere that made the girl almost breathless. The group of people followed the old man to the most luxurious house in the village. And as they walked towards the mansion, villagers continued to join the crowd, following at the rear. That house is not like the style of Midi, but more like a house that combines a meeting hall and a residence. It is just built neatly and well maintained than others. The old man stood respectfully outside the house and said inside, "Village chief, there is a magician here with his subordinates." A girl who was so beautiful that people were speechless walked out of the room. She was dressed more like a witch in some primitive beliefs, with bright colors and a very special totem. Looking at this beautiful girl who was out of tune with the village, Lin had the feeling of seeing a phoenix in the weeds. But in this way, the lingering sense of disobedience becomes even stronger. The girl walked out of the house with her eyes closed. I don't know if he was born blind, or if he was used to walking in his own territory, so he didn't have to open his eyes or hit the wall. When she came to the front, her eyelids slowly opened. Her two big eyes were watery, and she looked like a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Just when she wanted to speak, she heard a muffled sound, and a bloody hole opened in the beauty's forehead. Lin Ming turned his head. The lich holding the magic gun did not hide his intentions at all, but instead smiled proudly. The two girls standing beside her looked equally shocked. Chapter 329. This former demon king is not a person who kills indiscriminately. At least that is her image in someone's eyes. He will die at her hands. Which actually sounds like asking for it. He was not strong enough. Yet he had to jump up and down in front of this person, and then was pinned down to death by a finger. Who can be blamed for this? So Lin Ning believed that she had her own reasons for shooting and killing people this time. Without questioning that person first, Lin turned around first to see how tragic the situation was. However, the girl with a hole in her forehead did not fall to the ground. She just looked at the person in front of her with a very strange expression. In any case, how could a man who has been baptized by countless horror movies not understand that he is in big trouble? Like a snake, she opened her mouth as close to her chest as the girl screamed. For a time, the wind, sand and rocks moved. The clouds blocked the sun, and the sky became dark. The other villagers did not look frightened, but looked like dead people. They looked at the group of strangers who entered the village with terrifying expressions, but made no other movements. Even in this untenable wind, they still stood firm like wooden stakes. After struggling to retreat to the three women, Lin Bian covered his eyes and asked anyone who might know, "Who are they? What's going on?" Before Finn could answer, he saw the original villagers turning into light blue and slightly pale ghost bodies, joining the strong wind and spinning in the air. The whistling sound changed from one sound to many sounds, one after another, echoing each other, coupled with the howling sound of the strong wind. It constantly disturbs people's minds, as if to arouse the deepest fear in their hearts. There was also a clear and sharp voice, echoing around with the wind, saying, "What a pity. I really need someone to deal with the threats in the underground world for me. So I have no plans to let you become one of us so soon. But it seems impossible now. So if you don't want to suffer, just relax and accept us." That level of words couldn't even be considered a threat. Looking at the crazy look of the sky, Lin remained silent, thinking about another thing in his mind. On the other side, after firing several shots into the air, Thun realized that the attack method of the magic gun had no significant effect on these ghosts. So she put the gun back into the holster on her waist, preparing to return to the old, orthodox method of dealing with ghosts as a lost magician. "Wait a minute!" Lin shouted to stop Thun's movements, because he knew that based on this person's personality and the two slightly trembling girls hiding behind her, she was probably planning to show her true skills. So if you have any ideas, you have to speak and act quickly. Otherwise you won't have a chance. The restrained lich looked at a certain man displeased, and even the two girls looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. Calling stop at this time. "My mother's heart is breaking out again. Do you want to forgive these ghosts who are about to kill me? I have an idea that I want to try. Give me a minute. Help me protect the law." "What is a protector?" These two girls asked their elder sister. "TSK! Here we go again. This was Finn's reaction. However, no matter how disdainful the Lich was, he took machete from Kaya's hand, applied a string of auxiliary magic to the body, and blessed the two girls at the same time. The three people stood firmly by the man's side. As for the group of swirling ghosts, they are not threatening at the moment. Finn is very clear about the fighting style of this group. Their melee combat ability is not strong. Their strength is spiritual attack. That is, the howl that penetrates the soul. Therefore, they are not in a hurry to attack, but wait for the enemy to collapse while screaming, then break the enemy's will in one fell swoop, and finally harm the body. Of course, this kind of attack has no effect on the Lich. For the three masters and apprentices Lin, it was surprising that it did not have much effect. Not to mention that heartless guy. The two girls looked troubled because they had never dealt with such an enemy before. But with him beside them, they could rely on. And their blind confidence kept them from fearing to the point of mental breakdown. Regarding this, Finn was not surprised at all. The most common and powerful mental attack magic in the Lost Land is the famous Banshee's Wail. This magic is basically instinctive to the Lich. As long as he speaks, it will contain the magical effect of the Banshee's howl. This is also the reason why the Lich's words will invisibly put pressure on others and cause them to succumb. But people get used to it when they are constantly baptized by the same magic. Even if it is only a weakened version, people will gradually develop resistance and become immune. Master Lin and his disciples have lived with him for such a long time, and they have already had enough time to talk to him about whether they are big or small. A spiritual attack of this level from the ghost cannot be carried out unless their ranks are dozens of levels higher. It's useless at this level. What Lin wants to do is actually a long-standing doubt. The Lost World is a magical world. So will the Earth spell have any effect after it comes to the Lost World? Some people may ask, what is the spell of the Earth? Something from Harry Potter? Of course not. In reality, the Earth has two very famous mantras that have been passed down to modern times, the Great Compassion Mantra and the Rebirth Mantra from Buddhism. So how could an atheistic otaku be related to these two spells? There really is. Ghost Island's famous products are the Pai Puppet Show and the Buddhist Swordsman's Martial Arts Show, which are exactly the mantras for rebirth, because it is Sanskrit singing set to music, and it is blessed by a protagonist-level character. The Rebirth Mantra is catchy to a certain house. I have never done this before. On the one hand, I have no chance. And on the other hand, I have never thought of it. But this rare encounter with so many ghosts made Lin think of this spell immediately. The rebirth spell can be said to be the right medicine, if it is really useful. So in order to know whether the spell from the Earth could work in the Lost Land, he first stopped the Lich's next action. Avoid interfering with each other, and then cultivate your emotions. The most important thing is to recall the content of the spell. The best way, of course, is to play music to yourself in your mind and sing the mantra. Seeing that the minute someone mentioned was almost over, Finn was also a little impatient. Although these ghosts were not threatening to her, seeing them floating around in front of her eyes still made her feel upset. Perhaps this is also the effect of psychic attacks. Starting with Nao. The curse begins. Someone chanted the short mantra again and again, and he seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. In a trance, not knowing where he was, compared to someone's absent-minded performance. The three women who were guarding him looked at the development of the situation in disbelief. When the first round of spells was sung, the dark sky brought by the ghosts turned directly into a dark night, dotted with starlight. When the second round of the spell was sung, the strong wind had calmed down, and only a group of ghosts kept circling in the air like crazy, because they wanted to bring up the wind again. Starting from the third round, for golden bodies vaguely appear in the four directions of southeast, northwest and northwest. Their images are constantly changing, and are not fixed. At the same time, Sanskrit chants sounded faintly, like someone chanting a mantra in the middle of the response. It was this performance that made the ghost who took the lead feel bad. But not only do they not know how to solve it, they don't even know what is happening now. And this is not just the group of ghosts who feel this way. Finn and the other three women were equally baffled. They didn't know how things would develop next. They only knew that what covered the environment created by the ghost was a familiar scenery. The starry sky and night created by Lin. It's just that this virtual starry sky should only be used to simulate the movement of stars. How come it appears here? And what is happening now? Not to mention that the two girls were blinded. Even the well-informed Lich was also blinded. When the fourth round of spells sounded, it seemed that the situation was complete, and an inexplicable suction pulled all the ghosts' movements, and even the Lich was faintly restrained. Of course, The girl who took the lead among the ghosts was not willing to give in. She no longer whirled around to waste her energy, but floated in midair, making even sharper whistles towards the surroundings. At the same time, other ghosts were surrounding her up, down, left, and right, whistling outward to resist the increasingly powerful suction. In the stalemate, the 4 golden bodies suddenly disappeared and were replaced by one person from each side. At the same time, there was a faint clanking of Buddhist bells. The one in the west has silver snail hair on his head, monk's robes like snow, and a strange-shaped long box made of copper on his back. The one to the east has golden spiral hair, white silk at the temples, a goose yellow and white monk's robe with gold thread, and holds a whisk in his hand. The two seem to be walking slowly, but each step seemed to be thousands of miles away. In a few steps, he was close to him. When the 2 strangers spoke, they spoke in a language that Fun and the other 3 could not understand. But it seems that the teacher of 2 girls has used it before. Although the words were unintelligible, their actions were obviously directed at the group of ghosts. Every time there is some confusion in consciousness, and a ghost that is not aware of the powerful attack approaches, or a wave of dust, or a light touch with a palm, it can always turn these special existences that do not have entities in the world into ashes. In fact, the existence of spirit bodies is partly due to some obsessions. It is precisely because those thoughts are so deep-rooted that some ghosts have chaotic consciousness. Although some are conscious, they have forgotten the principle of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Therefore, the ghost girl saw her tribe being wiped out one by one, and felt extremely angry and resentful in her heart. With a fierce move, he will take other spiritual bodies in the group into his body one by one to increase his own strength. Then he threw himself in and rushed towards the stranger to the west. Under normal circumstances, the attack of the spirit body will not harm the physical body, but the evil spirit passing through the body will harm the soul of the body owner, and even make the connection between the body and the soul more fragile, and eventually completely destroyed. At that time, it will not only cause physical harm, but also death. But how could these mere evil spirits be the 2 alien opponents appearing here? The one on the west side turned slightly, and the long copper box behind him opened a small crack, and the holy light suddenly burst out, blocking the evil spirits from attacking him. Then a golden sword shadow flashed out, and the sword broke in 2. The ghost girl didn't even have time to scream miserably. The ghost body split into 2 halves and slid apart, leaving only a stunned expression. Then it turned into fly ash. Chapter 321 The People of Hometown. When the ghost girl dissipates between heaven and earth, the ghost atmosphere is gone. Lin no longer chanted mantras. He just opened his mouth and looked up at the sky. But the 2 eyes were all white, with no pupils. The whole person was in a state of unconsciousness and had no reaction. The 2 strangers who appeared from the starry night did not disappear immediately after sweeping away the ghosts. They all turned their attention to another abnormal living person present. Not much goodwill. It seems, Thun had a feeling that in the battle just now, the 2 opponents did not show their true strength at all, and it seemed that they dealt with it quite easily. He cautiously opened his stance, with machete in one hand and the magic gun parsley in the other. Against either of these 2 people, she expected a fierce battle, with no certainty of victory. If you want to fight 1 against 2, it's a bit of a cliffhanger. It means that in the past, God Slaughter has never encountered such an exciting experience. At the same time, she also recalled that the last time she saw someone appearing in such a place was when the star god revived, and was cut into 2 pieces by a red-faced man in a green robe and long beard. The moment when the old gods first revived was indeed the time when they were most vulnerable. But it was also a matter of competition. With all preparations, Finn can only be sure to prevent the other party from escaping. But he dare not say that he can kill the newly revived god without any injuries. But such a god was chopped off with a knife and had no power to fight back. Not to mention that the 2 people in front of them have the same level of strength. Even if they are several levels weaker, they cannot be easily dealt with. This lich would not naively think that if the other party was related to that man, they would have no chance of taking action. You can get a glimpse of it from the fact that the other party didn't relax at all and showed no friendly attitude. It's just that they seemed to be talking in an unknown language and didn't take action. So do you want to make the first move? After the 2 people on the opposite side had concluded their negotiation, the one from the east waved the long bristle brush in his hand, muttered something in his high-pitched voice, then turned around and left, disappearing into the surrounding area. In the starry night, when the figures of the 2 strangers disappeared, the starry night sky also disappeared. Not only was the atmosphere in the village completely different, the original dull and oppressive feeling disappeared completely. The biggest difference is that the house, which was originally neat and clean, now feels dilapidated as if no one has lived in it for a long time. Not only the building in front of me also functions as a conference hall, but the largest building in the village has become dilapidated, with spider webs everywhere, including other residential buildings, warehouses, etc. They all look dilapidated and dilapidated. Even some roofs have collapsed. And the structure of the house is not very safe. Compared with the change in the scene in front of him and the lack of a fight, Lin's mood was a little contradictory and complicated. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt a little pity. She wanted to test how good the person who came out of the starry night was, and whether he could kill her. But what if it really can be done? Are you willing to die like this? But the two girls didn't have so much thought. They just watched a play that they themselves could not understand. A fatal threat that was eliminated invisible by their teacher's very special spell. The next step, of course, is to do whatever you have to do. But why is my teacher so quiet? Ah! The teacher fainted. Kaya, who stepped forward to check on someone, said in a calm tone, I just want to open someone's eyes to see if they are awake or dead. What the girls didn't expect was that as soon as his hand touched their teacher, Lin fell back simply. The man didn't wake up even though he was hit hard on the ground. It seemed that he had passed out completely. The group of people looked at each other, filled with helplessness. It seems that we can only find a place to place this fainted man first. When Lin woke up again, it was already dark. When he just woke up, his head was swollen. His head was swollen, and his head hurt. After he recovered a little, he took a closer look at his surroundings. It seems that he did not go through a second time travel and went to another place. Secondly, through the thatched roof, I saw the newly rising Nana moon. The crescent moon hung high in the sky like a hook. The location of the hole in the roof was just right and quite atmospheric. As expected, Kaya was the only one standing by. Even she is immersed in her own little world, wandering in the world of the lost version of the magic network. But sitting on the chair, she let her legs rise in the air and swayed back and forth. Just like when he was a child, he always liked to sit on the highest place, flipping through books and swinging his legs back and forth, shaking his head. The stinging pain suddenly seemed to be awakened, and he couldn't prevent it. Someone was holding his head and was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. It felt like 10,000 elephants were trampling on his head in turn. Realizing that her teacher was awake and very uncomfortable, Kaya hurriedly put down what she was holding, ran over, and stroked Lin's back. Although this kind of action is of no use at all, it is purely for psychological comfort. But the tingling sensation slowly subsided like a smooth-coated cat. At the same time, Finn and Halloumi also entered the room and looked at someone worriedly. After finally regaining his breath, Lin felt that his hands and feet didn't look like his own. What do you remember before you fainted? Finn asked impatiently after seeing that someone had almost recovered. Well, what do I remember? I passed out? Ah, yes, I passed out. Lin muttered to himself after finally realizing his situation. However, the other three women were not going to let someone talk to themselves. They did not speak, but only gave them urging looks. The last thing I remember was trying to recite the mantra, and then I had no memory. So what happened after that? Don't you even know? You're just asking because you don't know. Why are you asking when you know everything? The two apprentices looked at each other, and they talked about what happened from their perspective. Lin only understood that two people with things growing on their heads appeared and came forward to knock down all the ghosts. Then, there are some meaningless adjectives and some confusing descriptions. Listening to what the two girls said, Lin only understood that after he fainted, a star map based on the bright light technique, used to simulate the changes in the stars, appeared. Then two strange-looking people based on their descriptions. Lin couldn't even imagine what the people who appeared looked like walked out from there, defeated the ghosts easily, and then left. So do you know who those two people are? Halloumi asked as she almost stuffed her face into a man's eye socket. Lin had no choice but to reach out and push the crazy girl away and said, If I know who those two people are just based on your descriptions, then you can ask the experts on Earth who develop criminal investigation methods to determine the appearance of criminals. Let's all go to bed. Apart from the bullets on their heads, are there any features that are easier to identify? Or did they say anything? In response to the latter question, the three women shook their heads in unison. However, Kaya still explained, They seemed to be having a conversation, but we couldn't understand it. I don't understand. Then there's nothing I can do. I can. Halloumi jumped up and down excitedly. Unfortunately, she only jumped once before she remembered that her calf was still seriously injured. It hurt so much that I squatted down and hugged my leg, and burst into tears. But she still did not forget to cry and said, I can repeat what they said. Someone could only say nothing in response to this wild girl's self-inflicted behavior. After her pain subsided a little, and she regained her composure, Lin said, If you still remember, just tell me. See if I understand. Putting aside the pain in his calves for the moment, he said, This is the sound made by two people getting together after they defeated the ghost. Halloumi tried to recall the tones and syllables he had heard, and repeated, Buddha friend, there is still one person. I really understand. That is the famous Onagashima dialect. The first sentence is also very simple. When Lin translator told the three women, he was also thinking about who would call others Buddha friends. If you want to change your ways, don't kill him even if you are evil. Friends of Buddhism. Don't you? Kill the perpetrators, not the people. Although the language was not so modern, Lin could still understand it. As for translating into the language of Midi, if it is just to be understood by others, then it is not a big problem. Just as he was explaining, Lin was thinking that it sounded a bit familiar to people who would use the saying, killing the karma, not the person. It seems that the host is not enough to support our manifestation. While someone was translating, he also confirmed that the 10,000 carnival elephants in his mind were indeed the fault of these two people. Maybe it's the wrong approach. Maybe the link isn't deep enough. Are you discussing my business? Although it was a private matter, Lin still translated it to three other people. By the way, I was thinking about the possible mistake, or what the connection was in those people's mouths. Then Halloumi muttered a lot more, because she spoke so fast and urgently that many sentences were completely wrong to translate. However, by combining the sentences before and after, you can probably guess that the conversation between the two was about comparing the confusion between the two worlds, the differences between the worlds where they exist, and the possible reasons why they appear here. These contents are quite inspiring to Lin Ku. Although he wanted to know more, he couldn't get more information just based on what Halloumi recounted. In fact, Lin was somewhat impressed by the fact that the girl had achieved this level. She is not a tape recorder. She can restore the content of the conversation to this extent by listening with her ears, only the syllables and tones. She already has a very keen sense and expression of sound. After recounting the conversation she heard, Halloumi took out the water bag she had with her and took a few sips. It was quite a burden on her throat to imitate the voices of those two people, especially one of them, whose voice was particularly high-pitched. After just moistening her throat a little, she thought of the follow-up and said, Oh, when they left, the one with the golden head still seemed to be able to say a word. Seeing others drinking water, Lin remembered that he was also a little thirsty. So he took Halloumi's water bag and said while drinking, Well, what he said? You can read it again. Squeezing her throat, Halloumi tried her best to imitate that very special voice, and said, The world is like a chess piece. The world is unpredictable, and all heroes laugh. Someone immediately sprayed water from his mouth forward and washed the face of the girl, who was trying hard to imitate. Ouch! You dirty ghost! Halloumi complained angrily, pulling her teacher's shawl and wiping her face. Chapter 322 Silver-Bearded Dwarf. After losing consciousness, this was the second time someone walked out under the fall starry sky. In the first episode, according to Finn's description, the person who appeared should be Guan Eri. That classic image should be unmistakable to those who have visited temples and read the four classics. His appearance is not a surprise to some time-traveling people in the land where gods exist concretely. After all, people have received incense for more than 1,000 years on Earth. Emperors of all dynasties have also been canonized. But the second time he showed up, Lin would definitely not do what he thought when he could recite that line of poetry. In fact, when I heard the two girls describe it at the beginning, someone had a vague guess. But he never thought about it in this direction. Because strictly speaking, that person can only be regarded as an idle star in the entertainment industry. Not a god in the true sense. But since he will appear, then according to Harumi, the one with golden hair and the other with silver head must be Wani Angio in the Pilai puppet show. The two people known as the violent gold and silver monks in the world. Actually, thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem surprising. Because the form of the Sanskrit chant of the rebirth mantra he sang was exactly that person's martial arts soundtrack. However, none of these can explain the reason why they appear in the Lost Land. But this proves who made the golden leaf that appeared twice in the dream. Seeing that someone's expression and eyes seemed to be entangled again, instead of being at a loss as before. So Finn guessed that this man must have found the target's identity. Then he asked, "You already know the identities of the two people who came out, right?" How should I explain what happened to those two people? In fact, someone's inner thoughts are in a mess right now, and there is no clue at all. And there is another question that I don't understand. Is it in the Lost Land that the actual effect of the rebirth mantra is like that? Or is it just a prelude to bring out the two violent monks? In other words, what is the order of priority? Many problems are reflected on the face, naturally with winking and winking, which makes someone's expression quite rich. Looking at this, Finn probably knew that he couldn't figure out the reason, because maybe he didn't even know it himself. So I decided to put aside these unanswered questions for the time being, and said, "Okay, those things can be put aside for now. There is something I want to ask your opinion about first." "What's up?" He crossed his fingers, signaling for someone to follow him. Lin had no choice but to get off the simple bed, drag his feet, and follow Finn, who was walking out. I just heard her say as she walked, "Do you remember that the people we first came into contact with, and the ghost mentioned that they are facing threats from the underground world, so they need help from others? Well, give us an excuse to enter the trap." Lin replied casually, but this matter was mentioned again. Could it be? "Is that matter true?" Shrugging, Finn said, "I don't know how to classify it. Anyway, you can see for yourself." At the same time, he led Lin into a place that looked like a cellar. I don't know if there is anything weird inside. The only thing that is certain is that the building here is quite strong, and it should be a good prison. Just when he was thinking wildly, Finn's light spell illuminated a wooden prison in the dark cellar. Compared to the mess in other places, this place seems much cleaner. This is not to say that the ghosts work hard to keep the place clean, but it just seems that more people come and go here, which is better than places that look like no one has come in and out for hundreds of years. Imprisoned behind the wooden prison were two dwarfs with very special looks. What is special is their silver hair and silver beards. Although the silver hair was very strange, Lin still didn't understand what was special about the two dwarves and why they were like wax statues, motionless and looking at each other dreamily. Lin didn't ask any more questions, and just looked at the person who brought him here with confused eyes. Finn said, "They are silver-bearded dwarves. Even in my time, they were rare. They were a rarer race than the Golden Elves. There are rumors that they are hiding in the underground world. But according to my former allies in the underground world, as I said, I have never seen any silver-bearded dwarves. There are two of them in front of you now. And I guess the reason why they are unable to move is because they are imprisoned by those ghosts in a special way. Is there anything special about them?" Lin asked. He wasn't going to rescue someone rashly and then have to kill him with his own hands. It is necessary to have a certain degree of understanding first. On the contrary, it was this question that made Finn tilt his head and think about it for a while before he said, "Isn't that a good idea?" "Well, in the eyes of the Lich, where all living beings are scum, probably the only thing that can be considered a special feature is being more durable." However, Lin still asked the second question. "Do you have a way to communicate with them?" The Earth does not yet have a unified language, and the Lost Lands certainly do not have one either. Although there is a lingua franca that is widely circulated, it is difficult to guarantee that the lingua franca can be used as a good communication method wherever you go, especially when you are facing a very mysterious hidden race. Expecting them to speak a common language is like running into the Amazon rainforest on Earth and expecting the cannibals inside to speak Chinese or English and not eat you. In this regard, Finn gave a very reassuring answer. "I know a few ancient languages, so as long as they don't use two uncommon terms, there shouldn't be a big problem." "Okay, then can you revive them? I was just frightened by those little ghosts and woke up when I screamed. Do you want to do this? Well, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be in danger, no matter whether they will become a threat, or they are unlucky enough to be caught by these ghosts. Wake them up first, and then you can decide how to treat them, whether to kill them or save them." "Okay." After a response, then step forward. First, use magic knocking to unlock the cell door. If you use violence to destroy it, it can be called magic. The way to wake up the two dwarves was to shake them wildly and then slap them twice. Simple and clear treatment. The eyes like dead fish gradually returned to clarity. After the two silver-bearded dwarves, who had just woken up, found that their limbs were not restrained, they screamed and used their hands and feet to prepare for a melee fight with Finn. It's a pity that the two dwarves have short hands and feet, so they are no match for the lich equipped with auxiliary magic. One on the left, one on the right. Then first rewarded the two dwarves with a panda eye, and then kicked them into rolling gourds, while muttering in a language that Lin had never heard before. It fully demonstrates the domineering power of the magician's school and its virtues to convince others. In short, after doing this for several times, the two silver-bearded dwarves became honest. Like a little daughter-in-law, she knelt down on the ground in grievance, hanging her head. Her face was bruised and swollen. Then Yao stood in front of the two dwarves like a man of power. After talking for a while, Kula said to Lin, "You can ask whatever you want. I will translate for you." Well, let's ask them why they came to the surface first. The two parties chatted for a while, then frowned and asked carefully for a while before saying, "They came to the surface because of a strange disease spreading in the clan, hoping to find a cure." Strange disease? What strange disease? Listen to what they said. It's a kind of body that will lose blood, and the epidermis will gradually peel off. And the teeth and hair, beard? I can't figure out what they mean by that word. Anyway, it's the hair on the head. That's right. It's a strange disease that can also fall off. Listening to this symptom, I feel a little familiar again. But without rushing to judge, Lin asked again, "When did they start this situation?" Then let out another hurried murmur. After talking to the two silver-bearded dwarves, he turned to Lin with a speechless expression and said, "This situation has been going on for hundreds of years. I lost it. No wonder this lich would use the description of being very durable to describe the characteristics of this race. It has been hundreds of years since the disease first occurred, and only then did I think of sending two people out to find a cure. This level of skin tightness is unparalleled." However, Lin's expression changed and turned into a look of great interest, and he said, "How about we go to the tribe of the silver-bearded dwarves?" "What? You want to help them treat their illnesses?" "No. I'm just interested in the element that causes their disease." "Didn't you say viruses or bacteria?" "I want to know what the DNA chain structure of these little things is." "Well, that's a strong reason. Even if the medical and poison family is not interested in saving people, they are definitely interested in how to harm them. As for a very successful case, even if you don't copy it, you still want to observe and learn from it." In addition, she had just gotten to know those tiny beings that were invisible to the naked eye, which gave her the opportunity to observe the impact of disease on living things. It was not surprising that Finn showed such enthusiasm, but she still had to say what she needed to say, so as not to make an irrational choice out of disappointment when things turned out to be different than she imagined. So Lin said, "There is no need to rush to decide those. First, help me ask, when was the last newborn born in their tribe? And it had to be normal?" Finn was a little confused about such a question, but still asked it for him. The two sides murmured for a while, and the silver-bearded dwarf, who originally had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and looked aggrieved, changed his expression several times, and finally became quite frightened, and turned his attention to the ordinary human standing aside, who did not understand their language. Finn asked the two dwarves, "How do you know there is something wrong here?" They just said that although the dwarves have a long reproductive cycle, their last normal newborn was 400 to 500 years ago. Although some people became pregnant, the babies were either stillborn or abnormal. Originally, they didn't think there was anything wrong with this. With the lifespan of this group of dwarves, it was normal for no new members to join them for more than 100 years. But you found out. If you understand this problem, does it mean that you know where the source of the problem is? I have a rough guess. Let's ask them one more question. The final question is whether there is a very powerful energy source in their tribe. Chapter 323, Heading Underground. Energy source? What do you mean? Does it mean like the energy pool of the magic tower? Among different languages, the most troublesome thing is the choice of nouns, especially when there is no synonymous noun in another language and you have to find a replacement. Or when you want to find a way to explain this new noun. It is very important to first understand what you are referring to. Then ask this question more often, because she intuitively believed that what someone was referring to was not what she imagined. Somewhat similar, but not something like an energy pool. Most energy pools can output semi-infinite energy, because they use the energy tide of the plane gap, or draw energy from certain beings. And what I am referring to it is similar to a magic stone. A single individual stores energy, as long as it is absorbed within a limit. It can achieve a semi-infinite effect. However, it still has existing energy and must be replenished by other methods. Amethyst? No. 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 The purple transformation magic stone is not at the level I imagined. If I really want to say it, I think it is more like the energy core used by the airship. It can store energy, and if it is used to a limited extent, it will also be like magic stones can also be restored naturally, or they can be replenished using other methods. Miser can nuclear? Why did you suddenly mention this thing? I just thought about it a while ago. However, Lin still said, I have never seen the Miser energy core, and I don't know the principle behind it, so I can't judge whether what I want to say is related to that thing. Well, let me ask. After Finn said this, he muttered to the silver-bearded dwarf for a while. Suddenly the two dwarfs showed even more frightened expressions and took a big step back. At this time, Lin knew that he had guessed correctly without the lich relaying it. The two silver-bearded dwarfs didn't care whether someone understood what they were saying. They just kept mumbling a series of questions. If Lin hadn't been standing outside the cage, they would have jumped in front of him immediately, grabbing the beardless tall man's hair and asking him how many tribal secrets he knew. Then looked at the reactions of the two dwarfs. How could he not know that someone had asked something important? He took a few steps back and blocked the entrance and exit of the cage. He didn't look back. He just looked sideways at someone from the corner of his eyes and asked, What is that thing you are thinking of? Tell me. In my hometown, there is so-called nuclear radiation damage. It is a disease caused by the human body being exposed to specific particle beams emitted by radioactive elements, which affects the health of the human body. If it is really that way, you won't be able to study viruses or bacteria. That's right. What a pity. After hearing the explanation, the lich suddenly showed a lack of interest. However, the damage caused by this disease is at the DNA level. The body's natural recovery relies on normal cells to eliminate damaged cells. To divide normal cells, DNA plays a very important part. This, after all, you should know better than me through previous research. But if the DNA chain is damaged, how can the cell recover? The interest that had disappeared was once again aroused by a certain man. Finn said, You continue to talk. It's a pity that I only have this little information. I don't want to continue talking. Okay. But why would you guess that they will have a very powerful energy source? Because in my hometown, elements that produce radioactivity can be a good source of energy, or bombs. Yeah. Finn nodded seriously and asked, What is a bomb? The most important key to achieving world nuclear peace. Someone wanted to answer like this, but probably saying this would cause the lich to ask more questions. To save trouble, Lin just said, It is a powerful weapon that will explode like a fireball. Then, will you do it? That's a really good question. Regardless of the fact that astrophysics and nuclear physics are both physics. Knowing the theory is one thing, and implementing the theory is another. Otherwise, during World War II, many countries would not be researching similar things. But the Manhattan Project of the United States would be the first to create results. But can such a process be realized from a magical perspective? Keeping such a question in your heart for now. Lin doesn't intend to say it out so quickly. Otherwise, if a certain lich really figures out the reason, I don't think it will be a good thing. So Lin temporarily excused himself and said, If we really talk about that knowledge, it's a long story. Do you want to listen now? It's better to deal with their affairs first, and talk about it later when you have time. That's fine. Finn thought for a while, and felt that there was no big problem with this approach. So he turned to the two wary dwarves, and spoke for a while. At first, the two silver-bearded dwarves could still yell a few words with anger. But after being taught how to be human by a certain lich a few times, they became honest again. Sure enough, justice is within the range of the canon. And this sentence can also be understood in the Lost Land. After a period of good communication, then turned to someone and said, as if asking for credit, Get ready. The two of them are willing to lead the way and take us back to their tribe to see what the situation is. I'll go and treat him by the way. Them. Lin was a little confused as to why the former demon king was so happy. He shook his head hurriedly and said, If it is true as I guessed, I don't want to follow it and be exposed to environmental activities under radiation. What if I have no children or grandchildren? Now Finfin was a little angry. She said viciously, Do I have the right to choose for you? What's more, only you know these things. If you don't leave, who will leave? If you really don't leave, I don't think you need to consider whether you will have no children or grandchildren. It's a problem. Think about your own life first. Why does it feel like lifting a rock to hit myself in the foot? The hook aroused the interest of a certain lich. And now I was thinking about how to get out. What are the chances of being killed by the lich with his fingers? Don't laugh and say that the two silver-bearded dwarves succumbed to the power of a lich. Even Lin himself had to succumb to the power of a mere lich. There is no way. The strength is too different. Even now that he has mastered the flash technique, someone can only guarantee that he can escape. As for winning against the opponent, someone has never expected it, because it was getting late, and a man who had just woken up was not in good health. The group planned to wait until tomorrow before setting off, and the two silver-bearded dwarves did not continue to lock them in prison. Instead, let them go without any restraints and just keep them by your side. It's not that I trust them, so I do this. But the Demon King directly told him that if anything happened that she felt was wrong, she would kill him first without asking the reason. Nothing happened all night. The next day, everyone got up early and prepared for various things. The most troublesome thing is the covered carriage and the things it carries. However, the two girls agreed to stay behind instead of insisting on following, which solved this considerable dilemma. Of course, the fact that they agreed so simply had something to do with Halumi's leg injury. The only concepts that someone has instilled in them since childhood are to be fully prepared and never to show off. If a mistake made by oneself to show off one's strength not only kills oneself, but may also harm others. The teacher also makes it very clear that one should never expect anyone to live and die together. He will definitely be the first to go. Don't think that this kind of concept is not consistent with a time-traveling being from the earth, or some kind of loving and righteous community brothers. When gangsters fight with students, they never regard killing as their main purpose and means. But in Lost Lands, death goes hand in hand with wild adventure. Any negligence may cost a life. So for words like never leave your companions behind, you should shout when you have the ability. Most of the time, people who gather together to take risks will fly separately when disaster strikes. After all, this is not the same as war. The war has a political purpose. Maybe if you retreat, your family and relatives will be behind you, and they may be massacred. But taking risks outside is, to put it bluntly, just for profit. If you have money, you must have life to spend it. If you don't have life to spend it, can it still be considered money? I remember when I was young, the two girls loved to cry and follow each other. They are afraid that the teacher will disappear from their eyes and never appear again. At that time, they were just like now. They were injured and had difficulty moving. They refused to listen to dissuasion and decided to participate in a risky investigation operation. Unfortunately, I got injured more and more in the process. That time someone seized the opportunity and left the two of them on the way home, instead protecting and observing them secretly. But the two girls were still new to the world at that time, so they didn't know the secret behind it. They cried all the way back. Fortunately, they didn't admit that they were wrong about the way back. Otherwise, someone would have to come forward to bring back the two lost little girls, and they wouldn't know how to round out the lie. Then, surprisingly, when they returned to their teacher, they stopped crying, as if nothing had happened. But they couldn't hide their expressions and moods. The two little girls stared at someone with dissatisfaction and fierceness for several days. Since then, the two girls have become more independent and know not to rely on unreliable adults. And someone who would give such a shocking education is actually just to avoid the moment when he will actually face such a choice in the future. Because most situations can be avoided in advance, as long as people don't try to show off their strength and do anything beyond their capabilities. As for a certain lich who is in a weak stage, no matter how weak she is, she can still crush all living beings with the help of auxiliary magic. You need to consider this outsider. What's more, Lin once asked the great former Demon King, if there is a real emergency, she can give up the body that she worked so hard to build. Or unfortunately, the fragile body is destroyed by others, and she will naturally regain the appearance of a golden skeleton. And by the way, she will regain the ability to kill gods with every move she makes. Strength. What else can someone say? I can only mourn for 3 seconds for those who think they can feel at ease by chopping her into pieces. Chapter 324 Silverbeard Tribe. The tunnel that the Silverbeard dwarves lead to the surface is a very inconspicuous cave. There are no man-made traces, if you really want to say it. You can also see the excrement of some wild animals, proving that this place was once the nest of some creatures. However, according to the Silverbeard dwarves, this was the passage their uncle opened when he was young to hide in the underground world. And it was also sealed by their generation. And it hasn't been used for a long time. And when they say, very long, they always use hundreds of years as the unit. Incidentally, according to the descriptions of two dwarves, The average lifespan of a silver-bearded dwarf is between 1,000 and 1,200 years. This age is almost twice that of their compatriots on the surface. However, there is still a long way to go compared to those purebred golden elf nobles, who are still called young people by their own race even at the age of 3,000. They are still far away from those super long-lived species. After the collapse of the original dwarf empire, they became a branch of the royal family and secluded themselves from the world. Later, because a certain lich swept across the world and killed gods, making the entire land of mystery a mess, they hid underground again. This is their past. But now, because they yearned for the surface world and were worried about the strange and incurable disease in the tribe, the two young men, who were only over 500 years old, decided to take a risk. Only the elders in the Guan clan are still very worried about the world outside that is ruled by the Dark Legion. However, young people with great ambitions will not easily succumb to the forces of darkness. So they still found the ancient map to the surface and ran out secretly. Of course, when they said this, they did not realize that even though the world ruled by the Dark Legion had collapsed, the lich who they said deserved to be killed by 1,000 cuts was walking behind them. He looked at them calmly, just like a chef looking at pigs, cattle, and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Secondly, this ghost town is the first stop for these two ambitious young people after arriving on the surface. And then I got caught. Although someone rescued them, it turned out to be a more terrifying lich. However, these two young people have no awareness of just emerging from the wolf's den and entering the tiger's mouth. They still feel good about themselves and believe that the future is bright. Apart from anything else. Although I haven't seen the colorful world on the surface yet, finding someone who knows about the strange disease in the two tribes is the best proof that everything is going smoothly. Just hearing this, and knowing that the one with the longer beard was a descendant of the orthodox royal family of the former dwarf empire, Lin felt that the future of this ethnic group was bleak. Especially now that the entire clan has been harmed by radiation. The clan will probably be officially exterminated when all of this generation is dead. Although Lin looked at the two silver-bearded dwarves with sympathetic eyes. But while walking in the tunnel, he was still shocked. During the conversation with Lin, the two dwarves actually mastered the common language of Midland. Although his speech was a bit unfluent, he was able to communicate normally with Lin. The bearded Jermaine Niles did not feel complacent about this performance. He just regarded it as normal and said, "The language you use is very similar to the language used by our previous servants. With a little modification, you can got it. It's nothing." Is it really that simple? Even if I have used similar languages, it is not so easy to adapt. Sure enough, geniuses can make people hate them to the point of itch. However, Jermaine's words caught someone's attention. And Lin asked, "You still want to learn the language used by the servants?" "Of course. Otherwise, how would you know what they were thinking and planning to do?" I heard the old men proudly say that there was no rebellion within the dwarf royal court, but it was still overturned. Lin complained unceremoniously. Jermaine also cursed. "Yeah, those wrinkled-skinned beardless dwarves are really nothing." Oh, this sentence seems to involve another ancient secret. How could Otaku, who also has the instinct to gossip, not be interested? It's a pity that this tunnel is becoming more and more difficult to pass. There are many places that these dwarves dug themselves through without taking into account the size of ordinary humans. So while working hard to drill the hole, Lin didn't have time to ask some gossip. As for whether the two dwarves wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, it can only be said that the two of them chatted and did not want to be separated from the new friends they had just made. There were several small holes that even they could not easily pass through. Only with the help of Jermaine and his companion Riley, who used their hands and feet to widen the passage, could Lin and Fin pass through. At this time, someone couldn't help but envy Chiefin's new body. Although the Lich's new body is still very weak, all abilities except strength are first class, which of course includes the cartilage skill of being able to perform various yoga movements. In comparison, someone's muscles and bones are like unlubricated machinery, stuck and stiff. Speaking of which, magic can increase strength and speed, but it doesn't seem to make the body softer. Should we look into researching this aspect? Someone thought so with resentment. And it's no wonder that the secret gathering place of the silver-bearded dwarves has not yet been found by the pervasive adventurers. Because it had been 3 days just following the two dwarves, constantly hearing words like, "Almost there! Almost there! Right in front!" There are not many places where you can walk upright along the way. Most of the time you have to bend down, squat, or drill holes. With the road conditions like this, let alone driving his own covered carriage in, a fully armed soldier will surrender after looking at this dog hole. Several times on the road, someone wanted to use the magic of shrinking directly on themselves to pass through these tunnels that were not meant for humans. But considering the dangers of the underground world, we encountered hunting monsters more than once on the road. A person of normal size would be a little confused to deal with it. If the size becomes smaller, it will not be a better entrance for those monsters. Under such circumstances, it would be strange for Warcraft to give up the delicious food in his mouth. So Lin could only endure the inconvenience instead of making himself a convenient target. As for the reason why flashing is not used to pass one difficult point after another, it is because flashing requires precise calculation of the distance between oneself and the destination, as well as the space available at the destination. As a group of people are constantly moving, it is not so easy to locate them first. You have to take time to stop and use magic. Secondly, he was carrying a coffin. Lin didn't dare to take the risk of bringing something that he had money and nowhere to buy into the high-dimensional world. If it gets contaminated over there, I won't know how to clean it up when I come back. On the other hand, it was Lin's little thought to save a hand in front of the two dwarves. After all, in order to safely use the flash technique in such a small place, it is not only a matter of teleportation magic, but also a matter of exposing the magic that can draw the topographic map of underground tunnels. Furthermore, Lin could not guarantee what kind of reaction these tricks would have if exposed to dwarves, a race that enjoys digging holes. So a helpless choice is to pretend that you don't know anything, then work harder and climb with recognition. Moreover, they did not get angry with the former Demon King about this matter, but the two of them worked together to hide the existence of Flash, a heaven-defying magic that can be used both offensively and defensively. Finally, after several days of trekking, we arrived at the gate of the Silverbeard Dwarfs' territory. But the style of painting is completely wrong. Caves are very common in the underground world. Rock walls can be said to be everywhere. The steel gate is nothing to a wealthy dwarf. But Germain's method of opening this door is an iris scan. What a trick! The way to open the gate to the Silverbeard Dwarfs' territory cannot be achieved by a simple mechanical structure. Instead, 24 arc-shaped saw teeth seem to be unscrewed and retracted into the wall, revealing a huge arched door leaf. And before opening, you can't see any small cracks on the door, which shows its precision. The process of opening the door is silent, smooth and fast. Don't think that this door behaves like this because it is quite thin. In fact, from what Lin could observe, the thickness of the door was about the width of a palm. If it were solid, how heavy would it be? Not only adult human males can pass through the open doorway without any hindrance. Even larger creatures look fine. Is this a product of the dwarves' compensatory mentality? Or do they really need a door of this size? While thinking about it, Lin looked at the scene behind the door in surprise. If the technology displayed by this door surprised someone, then what was behind the door really surprised Lin. And at the same time, he understood why the dwarves needed such a large door. 2 rows in front and back, one standing and one kneeling. The guards guarding the tribe raised their spears and blocked the door. Everyone wears similar large armor, which makes their height almost the same as that of ordinary humans. The most important thing is that the armor of the Silverbeard dwarf is not like an ordinary knight's heavy armor, but more like powered armor. Ignoring Germain, who stood anxiously between the two parties, trying hard to mediate the misunderstanding between the two. With continuous admiration, Lin walked up to one of the dwarf guards and observed the details of the equipment. There is a square iron box on the back of the armor, which is connected to several pipelines, converting the things hidden inside into power and outputting it to various parts of the armor. And there are several structures where it is obvious that there are gear sets in operation. Although there are no gears in some places, you can see auxiliary devices similar to hydraulic arms. And don't think it's a joke that the armor is so advanced, but it's holding a spear. In Lin's eyes, that spear was anything but simple. The blade vibrates very slightly, which is difficult for ordinary people to detect. This was the tip he got in the detection mode under his special observation line of sight. On the other hand, high heat will be generated at the tip of the spear. The double measure allows the metal there to easily break through any armor, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. As for the issue of sharpness, you don't have to worry too much about things produced by dwarves. Of course, in the eyes of the dwarves, the behavior of someone studying so excitedly is like a guy who is desperate to put his head towards the muzzle of a gun. Not only did Germain feel broken when he saw someone's behavior, this group of guards, who were loyal to the tribe, even regarded this country bumpkin magician, who couldn't understand the highest technology of the dwarves, as a fool. Chapter 325 Descendants of the Empire. The guards of the tribe, who had only experienced fighting against the monsters in the underground world, were originally wary of outsiders they had not seen for hundreds of years. But I saw that the other person was like a monkey, with an excited expression, jumping up and down around him. The vigilance mood has also been reduced a lot. The guard warrior originally wanted to make a fierce expression to scare the other party. But then he remembered that his face was covered by a helmet, and others couldn't see his expression at all. And he couldn't help but feel funny. The person hiding under the helmet laughed a few times, and then turned his face away, fearing that his frivolous appearance would be seen by others. Jermaine couldn't help but blush when he saw his new friend behaving like this. He and Riley stepped forward to pull the person back. The excited man turned his head and asked a series of questions. Hey, what is the energy source of your power armor? Do you have battery technology? How much power can the output achieve? Can it assist running? How many detection modes are there inside the mask? Is there an auxiliary artificial intelligence system? Can't float to achieve the purpose of flying? Are there any long-range weapons that can shoot beams? Do you have honeycomb rockets for individual soldiers? Is it possible to wear them automatically? Is it comfortable to wear? A series of questions directly confused Jermaine and Riley, two dwarves who are more accustomed to listening to common language. The part they could understand showed that this man was definitely not a novice who didn't know what the armor on a dwarf was, and the part they couldn't understand for a while proved that his knowledge and height were already higher than most of the tribe. The dwarves who are proud of their status as great craftsmen are even taller. There are some understandable parts that the craftsmen in the clan have never thought of, but they are also quite inspiring. Those parts that you don't understand will certainly make you want to get to the bottom of it. But before they had time to ask questions, another lich, who regarded the dwarf guards as nothing, came to someone first and asked, "Do you recognize what they are wearing?" "Ha ha. Of course I recognize it. I just haven't thought about how to do it and what functions it can perform." As long as you are an earth house, who doesn't have the dream of an Iron Man? He has the status of a genius, a billionaire, a playboy, etc. Although his physical strength is like garbage compared to other superheroes, he can still build himself into a heaven-defying existence by relying on his financial ability and intelligence. But thinking of this, Lin suddenly felt quite confused about something. Asked the lich who came to him, "If they had this kind of equipment, how did you drive them underground?" "By the way," he asked Jermaine. "Yes, there is such a level. Equipment. How did you lose and have to escape to the underground world?" Finn said, "I don't know either. In the later stages of the war, there were many battles that I didn't fight, but I had a rough idea of how they should be fought. If we couldn't win with 10,000 people, I would send 1,000,000 people. I have never seen a war that cannot be fought with too many people, if it really cannot be fought. It only proves one thing. That is, there are not enough people." It is indeed the essence of undead warfare. Regarding Finn's bold words, Jermaine said with some helplessness, "Because the materials used are very precious. In the heyday of the Guard, the entire empire only had 18 teams and 1,800 people. And now, we only retain the peaceful armed forces with less than 1,000 weapons. In fact, can only use more than 700 weapons if they are replenished here and there." "Hey, man, can you just reveal your family background like this?" Lin wanted to complain like this. However, part of the conversation between someone and Finn just now puzzled Jermaine. He asked, "What was Ms. Finn's previous identity? Why does it seem like she had fought with our tribe?" Finedikar. 1,000 years ago, His Majesty the Demon King came to the world of Lost Earth. 1,000 years later, he will be a kind person who has changed for the better and is willing to help you. Although Len tried his best to explain, Jermaine was still so frightened that his beard trembled 3 times. Although the guard warriors next to them were not used to the common language for a while, the pronunciation of proper nouns was the same no matter what language they were in. So when the turn call was mentioned, the dwarves who were originally relaxed became nervous again. The guard warriors took a few steps back in unison, away from the 2 strangers. At the same time, he raised the spear in his hand higher and pointed the tip of the spear at the man who said the forbidden word. Hey, relax, brother. Tell your people that we are risking our lives to help you. There is no need to fight swords like this." Although I was frightened by Finn's identity, I didn't know if it was true or not at first. Besides, apart from receiving a few punches when they first met, I didn't have a good impression. When I got along with him during the trip, I didn't think he was a vicious person. So Jermaine thought about it and decided to speak for the 2 of them, the disease and the clan. If that man is right, is an important matter related to the survival of the entire clan. But how could the secret territory of the Silverbeard dwarves, which had not had any visitors for hundreds of years, easily accept unknown outsiders? The argument among a group of people moved from the gate to a cage. The luxury of this cage reminded someone of a piece of news they had seen before traveling through time. The prison where a serial murderer in Sweden was imprisoned. And its personal layout. Reading that news made someone depressed for a long time. Why is it that being imprisoned abroad is more luxurious than spending a lot of money to live in a suite on a ghost island? There are also laptops provided by the government for inmates to use, as well as free internet. And the prison in front of me is the same thing. However, judging from the fact that a group of distinguished dwarves are sitting here discussing things, the so-called cage is just a way of saying that the Silverbeard dwarves want to save face, because he couldn't understand what they were saying. Lynn was happy to sit aside and do nothing. Flynn understood but pretended not to understand, fiddling with her short hair in boredom and kicking someone with her toes from time to time. And the group of guard warriors who gathered in front of him and were responsible for looking after him, although they also raised their spears, seemed a little absent-minded. Even if you can't see their expressions, you can tell from the way they tilt their heads from time to time and listen attentively that this group of people is more concerned about the dwarfs who are arguing. The culture of the Silverbeard dwarves is not as advanced as the technological progress they demonstrate. This can be understood from the many palm prints on the iron table. At first, Len didn't know why the table, which was obviously made of iron, was not flat at all. It wasn't surprising until I saw a group of dwarves banging the table during an argument. Fortunately, it's made of iron. If it were made of wood, I don't know how long it would take for them to change the table. But when it comes to the culture of the Silverbeard dwarves, although I didn't see any secrets along the way, I can get a glimpse of it just from their residences and various facilities. A more appropriate way to describe it is to make someone forget for a moment that they are traveling through a magical world, and instead think that they are traveling into a science fiction world. And calling the local area a tribe would make people mistakenly think that it is a village level, or at most a small town level, with a population of about 100 people, but less than 1,000. In fact, there are quite a few silver-bearded dwarves living here. According to Germain, there are thousands of people and dozens of clans. Food is basically self-sufficient thanks to a large farm. However, from someone's point of view, this is also because the population of the Silverbeard dwarves is increasing very slowly, and it can even be said to be negative growth. So the supply of food is not tight. They even had a surplus that they could use to make wine. If you occasionally go out hunting, you can perform a two ceremony. Most of everything in the original dwarf empire has been preserved, including various technologies, knowledge, and machines. It can be said that the silver-bearded dwarves, as the core race in the dwarf empire, live the same life now. Not much has changed. According to Germain, when the dwarf empire in the past faced rebellion flags raised in various places, the royal family at the time, his great-grandfather, chose to give up power and preserve the royal family and the core tribe. This is also related to the formation of the dwarf empire. Basically, everyone is coveting the technology of the silver-bearded dwarves. So they come here. When he got the technology, he turned against others. So rather than saying that the empire disintegrated, it was better to say that it was back to its original appearance. The silver-bearded dwarves chose to play their own way, crushing other races until they lost their temper. This is completely different from the elf empire in the history of Lost Land. The race that became crazy with the mission of maintaining world peace eventually provoked the most terrifying counterattack. Almost all the pure golden elves were wiped out, and only a handful of elves who were unwilling to do some shameful things and chose to hide from the world survived. But it cannot be said that it has no impact at all on the Silverbeard dwarves. There is a lot less of the hinterland that provided blood transfusion to the former empire, and some special materials need to be used less. For example, what they call the peaceful arms. That is, the set of power armor used by dwarves, now needs to repair some special parts, which must be disassembled from other parts of the power armor. With such patchwork, we can barely maintain the current scale. However, judging from the people he observed on the road and the group of people around him, Lin felt that the entire silver-bearded dwarf tribe did not look like a group in distress after the country's subjugation. There was no such gloomy atmosphere. Of course, they are not energetic either. Perhaps these long-lived species' perception of time is not consistent with that of humans. As a result, thousands of years are not enough to change the ethos of an ethnic group. Of course, perhaps we are now at a turning point. It is unknown whether the Silverbeard clan will sink or rise up. But no matter what, it has nothing to do with myself. Coming here is not so much about being kind and wanting to help others, but it is more about having nothing to do and just passing the time. Friend. Germain had just experienced the climax of an argument, even though he was the youngest member of the clan. When he slapped the table with the old men, his hands were not weak at all, and he didn't even shrug. Now, he came to Lin with some excitement and said, "Those old men want to see you, and my man is sitting next to him, and ask for more detailed information." Looking at the dwarves still sitting at the table, they also looked back at Lin. To be honest, a blind person wouldn't be able to tell the difference in age between them and Germain. However, no matter who he was several times his age. In line with the principle of respecting the elderly, Lin still showed a polite attitude and smiled. And then, accompanied by Germain, he came to the iron table for discussion. Chapter 326 Questioning. Although I have experience in dealing with the elderly, it can be said that I have gone through many battles, such as the boss before traveling, the teacher when he was a student, relatives at home, or the elders he had personal contact with after coming to the Lost Land. Based on the principle of making things easier for yourself, I try my best to curry favor with these old men so that they can find no faults and then cause some troubles. There are too many false feelings, so most of the time, someone would rather stay at home and meet those people as little as possible. So there is no need to say something against their will. And this time, I met some old men again. Although from a visual perspective, it was quite novel to see a group of short people with silver white hair and beards. But at their core, they are still a group of old men. So Lin still pretended to be respectful, but not too flattering. After greeting all the sitting dwarves, Lin also sat in one of the empty chairs. Germain, who was also sitting next to him, whispered to him, "Brother, although they can probably understand what you are saying, I will still help translate so that no one misunderstands the meaning. I will also convey it to them. If you have any questions, just say as much as you can." "Okay, please ask," Germain muttered to the other dwarves for a while, and then said to Lin with some embarrassment, "Old man, they are asking, why should we trust you?" "Of course you shouldn't trust me. Why should you trust me? Isn't this strange?" Lin asked back unceremoniously. But such an answer made it difficult for Germain to pass it on. Looking at the aggrieved expression of the dwarf, whom he had known for a few days, Lin smiled and continued, "To be honest, there is no basis for trust between you and me. So asking either party to trust the other party is like it's a gamble. But are you fools who are easily fooled? Or are you just idiots who believe everything you say casually? Then please listen with your own ears and think with your own mind. Decide whether what I said is correct." After muttering for a while, Lin's first statement was probably accepted by the dwarves. The second question Germain relayed was, "I heard what you said before, and then relayed the description to them. The old men said that you seem to have really seen similar symptoms. Where did you see it? How do you judge that our condition is the kind of disease you have seen? In my hometown, I have seen that people living in a specific environment will have similar symptoms, and even more serious symptoms will lead to death. And the basis for my judgment is just a rough estimate based on the situation you described. Speculation. Of course, I cannot guarantee whether it is correct. But if you want to know the further situation, the person you have to rely on is her." Lin pointed at the lich behind him, who was waving his hand and smiling. "That only has the means to detect genetic damage for you, which I can't do." All the dwarves glanced at the tall man sitting at the back, and there was absolutely nothing to tell from his beautiful appearance. So I decided to put aside this question for the time being and continue to ask someone. After muttering for a while, Germain forwarded the message and asked, "Where is your hometown?" "My hometown is far, far away. But I think you don't need to ask more about this, because what you should care about is not whether I am beautiful or ugly, where I live, or who my parents are. Still, said that you think you have to conduct a net worth investigation on me before you are willing to consider your own situation." After Germain truthfully conveyed this sentence, he represented the other milder dwarves and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. "Do you know of any healing methods?" "It's a pity. As far as I know, such damage is irreversible. But this is the human condition, just from your description. This situation may have been going on for a long time. And what I mean is very long. Maybe it's hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. But your situation is still a condition that needs to be observed, not the terminal symptoms that I have seen. So more in-depth examinations must be done before I can give accurate advice." Considering that Finn once commented that Silverbeard dwarves are very durable, Perhaps their body mechanism has a resilience beyond that of humans, which is why they have been able to withstand radiation damage to this day. So is it possible to recover from that irreversible damage? No one dares to guarantee that it is impossible. Everything must still be studied in depth. So do you have any suggestions? Germain asked again for other dwarves. The only advice I can give is to stay away from the source of radiation to avoid aggravating the situation. But it also depends on the source. And there are different disposal methods. If you can move it, throw it away. If you can't move it, find a way to move it. We don't want to do anything. So we can only strengthen the isolation facilities and find ways to prevent radiation from emitting and continuing to harm the human body. Oh, is there any way to block it? This time Germain did not ask the powerful dwarves in his clan, but asked directly. Lin could also understand why they chose the third point without even thinking about it. In fact, when most people face possible losses, few will choose to cut off their wrists, but will choose to find ways to remedy the situation. There is nothing wrong with this. You just need to avoid falling into the trap of a gambler expecting a comeback, which only increases his losses. But before I want to explain how to block it, I need to explain what the source of the damage is. Seeing that the technological level of these dwarves was not low, Lin returned to his original seat, took out the coffin from his bag, and asked for the help, because many pictures are stored in the space of the first coffin, and to make a presentation. What is more intuitive than using pictures to illustrate? But as soon as the coffin was taken out, 9 out of 10 silver-bearded dwarves present stared straight-eyed. They raised their hands shakily and pointed at something someone had put on the table. All of a sudden, a group of dwarves started shouting and seemed to be about to tear down the roof. Listening to the words of the elder of the clan, Germain also asked anxiously, "Brother, where did you get this thing? Do you recognize this stone box?" While asking this question, Lin quickly grabbed Finn's hand hanging by his side, fearing that the lich might have any grudges to hinder him. In any case, her head has been locked up here for thousands of years. This stone box was made by my uncle and some great craftsmen. It was given to a human magician to seal the Demon King from thousands of years ago. How did you get this thing? You don't know how to put the contents inside. Are you out? This time, Linka held Finn's hand tightly, fearing that someone would act impulsively. He said, "The grudges from thousands of years ago, and being sealed for 1,000 years. Isn't it enough to pay for the sin? That Demon King killed your relatives? Well, that's not true," Germain said with inexplicable pride. "We Jinsu have never lost in a battle. This dwarf does have the qualifications to be proud. It's just that if you wear power armor and defeat a group of people wearing furs and holding stone axes, you can commit suicide. So, since there is no direct hatred, wouldn't it be better to treat a friend's help with a normal mind? What's more, you have also chatted with him along the way. You should know that she is not who she is in the rumors. Are you really His Majesty the Demon King Tikal?" Germain used honorifics and looked at the woman, who was held tightly by Lin, with a somewhat fearful expression. Fun, who was the subject of the topic, gently patted her hands and said to someone with her usual flirtatious expression, "Don't worry. I have no grudge against them. It's just that they just built a box and locked my head for 1,000 years. Anyway, I'm unconscious and won't blame anyone." After appeasing a nervous man, Finn stood up and said, "Yes, I am Finnidiker. But please don't ask me to provide evidence or anything. I don't know how to prove that I am myself. Again or... Now I don't have any legions. So I'm no longer suitable to be called the devil. So boy, call me Finn. This is what my friends call me. Don't call me by my last name. I never liked that word." It was rare for this woman to be so open-minded. So Lin of course also supported him and said, "Yes, brother. And don't you think about it. If it comes to life and death, besides liches there are druids. And you can't find anyone better." Germain still asked worriedly, "It won't turn us into undead. Hey, brother, whose territory are we on? Don't you think if one wants to carry out any conspiracy, you have too many eyes? If you don't understand anything, just ask. If you have concerns, just say it. You can find a method that everyone can accept. The most you can do is just not do it. And that's okay." Before Germain could convey what Darren and Finn had said, an old dwarf hurriedly spoke a few words and stared fiercely at the young man, who was only over 500 years old, asking him to convey what he said. Germain was a little embarrassed, and after arguing with the old dwarf for a while, he reluctantly said, "Brother, that stinky old man wants me to ask. Are you coveting our, well, It's the energy source you mentioned. You understand. I have never seen the thing you are referring to. I just want to ask. Is it something that can be easily carried by 1 or 2 people? How is that possible? Even if it is the smallest component, it would be very difficult for me to carry it alone, let alone carry it over a long distance. How is that different from asking for trouble? Yes, you've said that. So what do I covet? Can I move it away? Or should I dismantle the parts and take them home as a souvenir? Does that make sense? A very strong reason. Not only Germain, but also the other dwarfs thought of the size of that thing. If they wanted to move it away under their noses, I'm afraid they would have to use an army. Because of this, everyone couldn't help but look at the old man who asked the question, as if his question had lowered the intelligence level of all the dwarves. Chapter 327 Preparations for Advancement. Taking out the coffin. Although there was a small episode, the real purpose is to explain gamma rays, which are the most harmful among various radiation rays. They are actually electromagnetic waves with a wavelength below 0.01 nanometers. In this part, Lin can tell a lot of tricks, but he only goes so far, because he saw the blank expressions on the faces of the silver-bearded dwarves. Then Finn explained the damage caused by gamma rays to the human body, especially the DNA chain. This made the group of dwarves even more confused after hearing this, and each of them doubted their life. When the dwarf empire collapsed, the silver-bearded dwarves would easily give up the rule of the empire, and were unwilling to make a final attempt in an era when the edifice was about to collapse. A big reason was because they looked down on people of other races. Even among the Golden Elves, the two sides are vaguely competing against each other. But the cultural development focuses on the two races with different aspects. To be honest, they don't like each other. It is this idea that everyone is drunk and I am alone. When things cannot be done, the silver-bearded dwarves simply abandon other races and choose to escape from the world. This sense of pride still exists even during the days of hiding underground. Until today, two strangers came randomly, and they could say something that they didn't understand. But it should make sense. This is different from that group of idealistic elves. Those pointed-eared guys who either lead themselves to fate or let everything take its course, refusing to touch their cobweb-covered brains. But the two people in front of me just said as much as they had some evidence. And all the proofs are reproducible. And the same result will be achieved by others. The premise is that the dwarves can build similar observation equipment. This is because Finn is unwilling to generously let the dwarves use the first coffin. For a group of dwarves with big watery eyes and hopeful expressions, she only rewarded them with the back of their heads. On the other hand, she must also use various detection programs and investigation methods in the first coffin, and cooperate with the sensors built by Germain to start collecting the biological data of the Silverbeard dwarves. This behavior is of course mainly based on voluntary providers. Because of this need, and because it also serves the dwarves, it is not easy for other dwarves to forcefully borrow the first coffin. Of course, whether he is tougher than this lich is another question. Lin was communicating with another group of people to make instruments for detecting radiation. Speaking of this thing, someone had a Geiger counter before time travel, but it was only used and had no idea how to make it. So now we are crossing the river by feeling the stones with others. However, it is easy to have common topics between tech geeks and tech geeks. After going back and forth, Lin became familiar with the people he worked with. The same brothers, working together to break through the difficulties of one research topic after another. Suddenly a group of silver-bearded dwarves felt that it was too late to meet each other. In just a few days, even the most picky dwarf elders could not find any reason to find fault with the experiment and related knowledge, because the data and methods provided by Lin and Finn are all testable, rather than deceiving people with specious evidence. Many of them were even accomplished with the witness and assistance of other dwarves. The most important evidence is the creation of gamma rays, and together with Finn's research, it has been proven that this stuff can really harm living things. In particular, a few rats were caught as experimental subjects and exposed to high concentrations of rays. The miserable condition of the rats frightened many dwarves. Only then did they mention that indeed there were no burrowing rats or other mosquitoes and flies that disturbed one's dreams in that place. Originally I just thought that the Ningha god would bless me and drive away those unpleasant little things. It seems that those little things were indeed driven away, with their lives as a threat. Many dwarves did not want to believe the shocking results. But if you can't trust an outsider, it's possible that you can't trust your own clan members. So in just a few days, Lin gained the trust of the silver-bearded dwarf and completed all the preparations in advance. Next, Prepare to go to the core area of the dwarf territory, which is the center that supplies energy to the entire territory, to conduct the first investigation. Of course, you must also confirm whether that is really the source of the problem. However, after the dwarves really agreed to allow outsiders to enter their core area, Lin was unwilling to enter. The research in the past few days was very enjoyable, and made people feel a little selfless. But as soon as he entered an area that might be full of radiation, someone got cold feet. The experiments a few days ago proved that the radiation from Midland has the same power as the Earth. Then it seemed self-evident whether his body's radiation resistance is at the level of a white mouse or a silver-bearded dwarf. Someone cherishes his life very much. At least, he would not want to abandon his precious life in a place like this. So the next task is to make chemical protective clothing that can temporarily withstand gamma rays. I didn't expect to be able to complete a finished product that could be industrially produced and have excellent effects. As long as it was used, it would be okay and destroyed after use. Anyway, I wouldn't stay in that place for too long, or even go in and out. After seeing the general situation, it was enough to give instructions to the dwarves. But this time it was the dwarves' turn to be dissatisfied. Of course, judging from the practical factors of the dwarves, a big problem they face is the lack of resources. It is impossible to let someone make a product that is disposable or can only be used a few times, no matter what. It must be recyclable. However, Lin's chemical protective suit design didn't match anything at all, so they were unwilling to make such a thing. What else can we do if people are under the roof? Of course, it's a compromise. Moreover, the dwarves also considered the need for this in the future and entered that place to carry out operations. After knowing the dangers of radiation, they did not want to continue to use their bodies to resist it. So a second research project quickly began. On Earth, chemical protective clothing is made of mixed materials mainly made of plastic, and then reinforced with various means to achieve limited protection against radiation. But in the Lost Land, first of all, there is no plastic. Even the silver-bearded dwarves, whose technological advancement is very different from that of the outside world, do not have plastic as a material. The final choice was magic. This choice allowed Lin to confirm one thing. That is, the path chosen by the silver-beard dwarf was not an evolution on the technological side, but an approach of turning magic into technology. Moreover, there are many technical difficulties that we face. In the end, we do not rely on technology, but rely on the advantages of materials to overcome the difficulties. For example, what should you do if a part is easily damaged due to overheating? On Earth, we will think about how to cool down, use metallurgical processes to find more heat-resistant materials, and use various means and technologies to overcome difficulties. But in the Lost Lands, because there are many extraordinary magical materials that are not available on Earth, when the silver-beard dwarves face the problem of parts overheating, they will intuitively look for better and superior materials. Of course, that kind of thing will also be linked to factors such as rarity and preciousness. Therefore, the most important reason limiting the explosive development of the silver-beard dwarves and even further sweeping the world is the lack of raw materials. Back to the original topic. In order to resist ultra-short wavelength electromagnetic waves, dwarves have come up with various fantastic solutions. Then, they were shot one by one. In the end, I used the protective magic that Ling got from the World Tree Waldwo to resist the energy surge of the high-dimensional world, simplified and specialized it, designed a magic array specifically for protection against gamma rays, and engraved it on the power armor and peaceful weapons used by the dwarves. The effect is not comparable to that of Earth's chemical protective clothing. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can be reused and there is no pollution problem. The pollution of chemical protective clothing is due to the fact that pollutants are blocked and adhere to the clothes at the same time. However, the way magic protects it is like a rock pushing back the waves, allowing the targeted substance to slide away from the protected part and not stick to it. In other words, after going round and round, someone worried about it for a long time, and finally discovered that he was immune to radiation. It's normal when you think about it. You can travel freely through places, like the high-dimensional world, that are so strange and weird. Just gamma rays are nothing. However, because only the physical body can be protected. If you walk into the core area of the dwarves without other protection, the clothes will have to be burned after you come out. Lin didn't want to run around naked, so he accepted the dwarf's decision to get himself a half set of peaceful weapons. The reason why it is said to be a half set is because in order to transform a set of power armor suitable for human height, the dwarves have to disassemble 2 sets from discarded products and assemble them to make it possible. Secondly, There are no weapon functions at all. The physical amplification function is also limited to extremely low output. At least it will not make the armor so heavy that it cannot move. The energy source also selects an energy module whose output has declined to the point that it is no longer suitable for normal use by peaceful armed forces to provide the most basic protective function of the human version. Lin has absolutely no problem with this, because even the dwarf version of the peaceful arms cannot be taken away when Lin and Fan want to leave. Thinking about the way he came, you can understand why even Germain, a little guy with a high status among the silver-bearded dwarves, didn't choose to bring a set of power armor when he ran away from home. Maintenance and other things are secondary. How to drill the dog hole and take it out is a big problem. So being able to put on the peaceful armor is like going to an amusement park through time travel, or cosplaying other characters at an anime expo to satisfy your own vanity. If you really wear it like this every day, you don't need to be scolded by others as being sick, and you will feel troublesome. Watch yourself put on the arms of peace. Not only were there 4 or 5 dwarves busy around, but there were also people who took hammers and hammered on some unruly joints, and even wrapped strips of cloth around some parts that were not jointed. After many hardships, it was so hard that I finally put all my clothes on. Chapter 328 Defective Products. Someone felt that his appearance looked like a pieced-together piece of wasteland. It was much different from the dwarf's shiny and elite look. But to be honest, this outfit is more attractive to a certain house. It's as if I have been studying the old-fashioned techniques for models for a while. The dwarves who are just responsible for dressing someone are dissatisfied and ashamed to the point of being ashamed. This kind of ugly work is simply a stain on the life of a dwarf. Although someone is completely unaware. Maybe you can't take this peaceful weapon with you. But someone still left a few photos of himself narcissistically. This is the first selfie I took after I came to the Lost Land and found the magic that can be used to take photos. Even though his whole body was covered in armor, his face couldn't be seen. In short, when everything is ready, with the first wave of reconnaissance teams organized by the dwarves as the main part, and a human magician as the mainstay, the group is ready to advance into the most important core area of the Silverbeard dwarves, the nuclear zone. And in the core of the steel city of the Silverbeard dwarves, what is the most important component of the energy core zone? In fact, the dwarves had already let this issue slip during their research together. In other words, they never thought of keeping it secret. The production of ancient miser energy cores was not completed in one go. A lot of experimental products and defective products were made during this process. And when they were finally delivered to the hands of the strongest group of magicians at the time, there were only 5 finished products with miser energy cores. But can't those experimental products and defective products be used? Of course not. As the top knowledge masters at the time, the Silverbeard dwarves, led by human magicians, joined the team that developed unlimited energy. And that was before the Magic Tower energy pool was invented and popularized. However, the members of the team have more or less selfish motives. Except for the 5 most perfect finished products that were delivered. Other things were covered up by various team members using various flaws, defects, etc. Anyway, the materials are all provided by the magicians. If you don't hide some private goods, you will be sorry for those who took advantage of them. As for the wealthy magicians at that time, they only used those things as rewards, and did not prohibit team members of other races from doing so. Anyway, the 5 most perfect ones fell into my hands, and the other defective ones were ignored. The magicians at that time had such confidence. The energy core currently used in the Silverbeard dwarf territory was one of the energy cores that was classified as defective at that time due to various reasons that were not humane to outsiders. At that time, the research on the Mithrin core was not continued because the cost was too high and production was too difficult. All kinds of difficulties had to be overcome by the unique technologies of each race. However, no one is willing to hand over their technology for free. So they use cooperative methods to conduct research and production. Therefore, the magicians at that time had satisfied their needs and did not think about continuing. Germain, who was accompanying him, said on the way forward, "Actually, it doesn't make sense to say that the miser energy core we got is a defective product. Because compared with the 5 best ones, what we got is only at the highest energy level. The output just doesn't meet the standards." "Standard? What kind of standard?" Lin Dang asked as a gossip. "According to the records left by my grandfather's grandfather, magicians designed a device that could make a mountain fly into the sky. To lift the 5 cities where magicians gathered at that time into the sky, a certain amount of energy output was required. And in order to realize the cycle of energy regeneration, that value has increased a lot. Only the energy core that has passed that threshold is what the magicians need. In other words, those 5 floating cities were cities first, and then ascended to the sky. Hearing the gossip about ancient secrets, Lin only found it interesting, and almost had a watermelon to chew on. But the chat didn't last long. As we moved toward the center of the city, the environmental information given by the detection program indicates that the concentration of gamma rays increases with the naked eye. At the same time, a dwarf was holding the recently developed Midland version of the Geiger counter, and its buzzer also made a sharp sound intermittently. All the dwarves and Lin looked at each other, and lowered the fully enclosed visor of the power armor in unison. The inside of Peace Arm's helmet is different from the full surveillance screen and data window of Iron Man. Of course, it is not as dark as imagined. To be honest, Lin didn't know how to evaluate such a performance. What you see inside the helmet is everything in the external environment, except for the hood on his head. There is no obstruction of the field of vision, and there is no meaningful battlefield prompt information. It's like the helmet is filled with holographic projection screens, which faithfully present all the scenery in the outside world in the helmet. Since it is a fully enclosed helmet, the dwarves have also paid attention to the sound collection and playback. Although the sound quality is very poor, when talking while wearing a helmet, there will be a strange noise, and it will be intermittent. When you wear a helmet and listen to the sound, there will be a strange echo, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Simply put, in terms of sound performance, this set of powered armor can be said to be substandard, only better than nothing. For a long time, someone has thought that many of the technology trees in Lost Land are wrong. In fact, when I think about it, that idea is to use the Earth as a benchmark for comparison. But who can guarantee that the technological process of the Earth is normal? Needless to say, the jump from vacuum tubes to semiconductors is a leap in development with no context at all. No wonder some people say that aliens have visited the Earth. Therefore, if you think about it carefully, the scientific and technological progress of MIDI is also in line with the basic knowledge and various needs of MIDI. Isn't that what science is about? Discovering problems, and then solving them based on existing technology. As the silver-bearded dwarf team moved forward, there was no one else on the road, because a few days ago, after it was confirmed that radiation would cause harm to the human body, the dwarves did not continue to let the tribesmen stay within the scope of influence, and evacuated the dwarves who worked and lived here early. They even set aside an uninhabited quarantine area for the boss, prohibiting clan members from entering again. But this place doesn't look like someone fleeing in panic. Everything is packed away in an orderly manner, as if the people who left will come back soon. It can only be said that the nerves of the dwarves are indeed very thick, just like their short bodies. Think of Chernobyl on Earth. Before the residents evacuated, they were told that they could go home in 3 days. As a result, 30 years have passed. Walking in the underground steel tunnel, the dwarf in front was still chatting away, and there was no sense of tension at all. When Lin thought about it seriously, he wasn't surprised. Living in such an environment, having lived like this for the past hundreds of years, how could it be possible that after knowing what happened, he would become as if he were facing a powerful enemy? As if he would die immediately if he did not take any protection. Lin, on the other hand, walked quietly while observing everything he could see. The strong sci-fi style constantly impacted his vision, especially when he was wearing a dwarf version of power armor. However, Lin knew very well that on the surface it looked like a technological place. But underneath, it was still magic. Is magic technological? Can such a route be developed? Or will it be like the silver-bearded dwarves, restricted by materials? Then the last question that I still don't understand is, what is the Miserenite? Could it be something familiar to me again? Just as I was thinking about it, the beeping sound of the Midland version of the Geiger counter became even more harsh. Finally, the dwarves couldn't stand it anymore, and simply turned off the machine. It's all bad anyway. No matter how bad it is. It doesn't matter. Just when I thought I could finally be quiet, the dwarf walking in front suddenly started making noise. Lin took a closer look and saw that next to the 6 dwarves wearing power armor, there was an additional dwarf in a naked state without any clothes. Jia. I'm so bored. You all ran away. No one was left. Was there a war? Are you going to cause trouble with the black dragon next door? Count me in. The one who suddenly appeared said in a baby voice. But the one who was greeted did not dare to neglect and said, My lord, you can't leave here. You have forgotten. Besides, the black dragon next door was chopped into pieces hundreds of years ago. Who are we going to fight with? But all of you are gone. Is there anything fun that you don't want to take with you? If this happens, I will be angry. Once I get angry, the consequences will be serious. My good lord. We are leaving temporarily because we have a little trouble to solve. Which is not fun. Germain couldn't help but sigh. I'm glad I left the clan. Looked for help from outsiders. And actually found someone who could help me. On the other hand, I was also scared because the severity of the matter was far beyond my imagination. No trouble is as important as me. As he said this, the man who suddenly appeared stretched out his hand and was about to take off Germain's helmet. At the same time, he said, "Why do you have to hide in this iron body and come out to play?" This made the young dwarf confused. Although the opponent is a body condensed by elements and powers, his strength cannot be underestimated. However, the radiation concentration in the deep areas is quite high. After seeing the tragic deaths of white mice too many times, Germain did not dare to allow himself to continue to be exposed to such an environment. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is dangerous. Although the strength of the elemental body is great, if the dwarf resists wholeheartedly, and the buckle of the peace weapon itself is quite tight and strong, the person who suddenly appears will be unable to do anything to the dwarf who is fighting with her for a moment. So she changed her strategy, showed an aggrieved expression, and said flatly, "Do you not like me anymore, and don't want to play with me anymore?" While speaking, this person covered his eyes and started sobbing. Chapter 329 Lupita. No, my lord. But there is something bad permeating here that will cause serious harm to us. Liar. You lie. If there is such a thing, I will definitely know it and tell you about it. So you just don't want to play with me. So you use the excuse of pinning your feet like that. Seeing the man with tearful eyes, Germain could only comfort him and said, "You are not lying. My lord. This is what my new friend told us. And it has been tested and confirmed to be fact by everyone." Nonsense. You're talking nonsense again. What I said is correct. The new friend you mentioned is the one following behind, who is not a dwarf. He is not trustworthy. Kill him. Outsiders are not worthy of trust. That one was holding his pink little fists and shouting like he was showing off his power. Germain quickly stopped him and said, "My lord, don't get excited. Please don't get excited. Regarding the initial doubt, we just wanted to confirm what the situation was and whether it was as sensational as he said. But we don't say that we are completely convinced of what he said." With an expression like a little devil, the one looked at the equipment of both sides with amusement. Perhaps the stranger was also wearing peaceful weapons, but they were obviously patchwork and there were no weapons on them. So she said with a slight smile, "Oh, I understand. Are you planning to trick him into it and kill him in a surprise attack? I'm happy with the idea. So which character can I play? Executioner? Or stay in the ambush circle? I'm going to be the first." "Oh, okay. Okay. That's all right." Germain was so entangled that he couldn't help but resisted. Finally, that one seemed to have found new fun and started communicating with the other dwarves, arranging their respective ambush missions along the way. In fact, these dwarves understand that no matter what they say now, it is just perfunctory, and no one will actually do it. All the dwarves present have known this guardian, who controls the core area of Iron City, since childhood. With her little devil-like personality, no one was pranked, but everyone still doted on her as their little sister. Not being able to defeat her is admittedly a factor, but it is more because the area she controls brings great convenience to the dwarves. If it weren't for the limited materials and the insufficient number of related equipment that could be built, everyone would still want to bring the entire Iron City under her management. Just like the gates they passed along the way, there was no need for the dwarves to control the electronic switches to open them. Nor did they need to manually move the heavy iron gates. All it took was a thought from that person, and everyone could move forward without any hindrance. And these things, in the eyes of Lin, an outsider, are full of questions. In fact, Lin has been developing a language translation system based on big data since he met the two silver-bearded dwarves on the surface. Maybe I still can't make myself speak and sing, but as long as there is enough data for comparison, understanding and reading will not be a big problem. Unfortunately, that system has not yet been able to function. So the result was that Lin looked at everything in front of him with only confusion and slight worry. There are people walking in such a place without any protection at all. But when the group of dwarves encountered him, they didn't drive him away or protect him, which was very abnormal. Not long after he started talking, Germain seemed to suddenly remember, turned around and waved to Lin, saying, "Brother, come and meet the most important person in our clan, Lady Lupita." Only then did Lin notice that the person was a female silver-bearded dwarf. Although it is an extremely ridiculous prejudice to say that female dwarves all look like Lolita, regardless of the other dwarf groups I have encountered before, or the silver-bearded dwarves in front of me. Their women are of course very cute when they are young, but as soon as they become adults, they are majestic and majestic. It is said that if you don't look like this, you won't be able to control male dwarves. But the one in front of her looked like a young girl, with innocent eyes and a sweet smile. However, someone has a realization. Don't be fooled by the cute images of lost creatures. It's like a lanternfish in the deep sea, using its faint light to attract prey to its doorstep. The cuteness of the creatures in the lost earth is similar to that of the brightly colored poisonous mushrooms on earth. However, seeing her figure, which was much taller than the average dwarf, the woman showed a dissatisfied expression and spoke a long series of words, as if she was blaming someone. The other dwarves raised their heads and allowed themselves to be lectured. But in the end of the dispute, it seemed that the dwarf's bottom line had been reached. Although the voices of several people spoke in the same dismissive voice, they seemed to be refusing to let go. In the end, the woman walked in the front, her footsteps making a dissatisfied chopping sound. The other dwarfs surrounded her, trying their best to flatter her. Germain was a few steps behind, came to Lin's side and said, "I'm sorry, brother. I let you see something embarrassing. It's okay. Which one's identity am I more interested in?" Lin pointed at the female dwarf walking at the front, who didn't look like a dwarf. "She is not a dwarf. She is the guardian of the missile energy core, the observer of the world, and the transmitter of the old world culture. Although she does not have many clones walking in the world, she is still in charge of everything in the core area. Here, she is all-knowing and all-powerful." There are so many cool titles, but someone only thinks of one existence. Like the Red Queen in the Castle of Evil. I don't know if it has anything to do with Skynet in the Terminator. Well, is it the same thing as the Magic Tower's Tower Spirit? Although Lin had some guesses, he still wanted to confirm and asked. "Of course it's different." Germain's voice suddenly rose several octaves higher, but as if she was afraid of attracting someone's attention. She finally lowered her voice and said, "Lupita-sama is much more powerful. How can she be the same thing as those nasty Magic Tower spirits? That kind of thing is a little bit. She has no spirituality and is rigid. Unlike our Lady Lupita. Well, have you seen the tower spirits from other magic towers?" "No," Germain said simply, and with inexplicable pride. "Oh." Lin breathed out meaningfully. I thought to myself, "Kid, what are you doing?" However, there are still some doubts that have not been resolved. So he asked again. "You just said that the one who controls the core area. Does this include the Mr. Energy Core?" "Yes. Many things are thanks to the help of Lady Lupita. If it weren't for Lady Lupita's presence, it would be difficult for us to solve all these troubles smoothly." "Then what was she arguing with you just now?" Faced with Lin's question, Germain seemed a little hesitant. But then he relieved and said, "Don't be angry after hearing this. Although it was just Lupita-sama showing some temper at the beginning. What happened after that has something to do with you. Is it related to me? What is it?" "That's what you said about radiation damage. But Lady Lupita rebuked that those were false rumors. Is that true?" "Hey, don't be angry. We also provide there is a lot of evidence to prove that we are not talking casually." "Then she believed it?" "To be honest, I still don't believe it. I just can't convince us. So I won't talk about it anymore." "Hey, don't be surprised. She is actually a good person. I have known her since I was a child. Although she likes to have a little temper and play pranks. But she is just like our little sister. She needs others' understanding and care." "Yeah," Lin said doubtfully. He wanted to get more information about this Lupita from the silver-bearded dwarf. But Germain only talked about trivial everyday things. While Lin was coping, he secretly opened the rarely used instant messaging software and sent the message to Fun. At the same time, he was searching for any possible communication ports. The foundation of the Lost Network is based on the ubiquitous magical power. In theory, all devices connected to the network can be used regardless of distance. But in fact, the usable distance is related to the medium used and the amount of power it contains. Basically, when two sides want to connect to each other, the long distance will replace the short distance. However, both parties have to pay a price for the transmitted content. This is also a browser based on ordinary red magic stones. It is okay to read text, but it quickly becomes useless for viewing pictures. And audio and video files are basically useless. The energy pool of the magic tower with semi-infinite energy has not yet seen its limit. As long as you don't enter the forbidden demon realm, you can connect to it anytime and anywhere, making it the most suitable character to use as a server. But if you want to access the content of another magic stone that stores data, you must be close enough. Or even the two must be in contact. The first coffin made by Finn is the magic stone with the longest communication distance among the systems that Lin has seen in MIDI. Except for the magic tower. But it is limited to accessing and storing data. If you want to mobilize computing power, it will return to its original shape. These are structures that Lin knew and built himself. So an existence that transcends the tower's spirit, but is still a purely artificial creation. How will she or he exist? Where does it exist? Lin asked this question more than once, but had no chance to answer it. Now that there is a living thing right in front of us, how could we not seize the opportunity to explore it? The first step is to try to search for the communication port and find any possible way to establish a connection. However, if you don't look for it, you won't know. If you look for it, you will be shocked. This seemingly high-end version of artificial intelligence has almost no firewall at all. In other words, for artificial souls such as tower spirits and guardians, their protection methods are aimed at soul-type magic, and they have never thought of protecting against program-type methods. This is also because before today, MIDI did not have a program as a tool. Chapter 330 Miser Energy Core. But since they are the artificial souls of the Lost World version, of course their bottom layer cannot be the programming language that Lin is familiar with. But what does that matter? The hacker's destruction method is to bypass the original logical judgment and use his own means to seize control of the host resources or paralyze existing functions. But someone is not so cruel as to destroy other people's programs as soon as they meet. So based on good habits, Lin just walked in and walked around, leaving behind the back door and a few backups. If both parties get along well, of course everyone will be happy. If there was a conflict, Lin would not be crushed and would not be able to fight back. As for treating the other party as a completely harmless artificial intelligence, to be honest, Lin really didn't dare to be so naive. A master like Tony Stark in the Marvel movies can play AI, and he can play Vision or Ultron. Not to mention the AI threat theory in various film and television works from Skynet to Red Queen. Someone has the same feeling. From a practical point of view, the same education system, even in the so-called advanced democratic countries of the United States, in addition to being able to teach excellent scientists, will still teach students to hold rifles and shoot dozens or 20-odd people indiscriminately on campus. Students. So who can guarantee that the AI they cultivate will be good people that meet human standards? Not to mention that AI does not have any moral burden. Human beings still need to use laws to regulate people's behavior so that they do not do evil. But what can be done to curb AI? Can AI understand the seriousness of threatening the other party to format or shut down the computer? Under this premise, improving convenience is also equivalent to putting your own safety in the hands of the other party. To be honest, letting a naughty kid keep the nuclear button is nothing more than that. In the process of exploring the bottom layer of the Guardian in this core area, an unexpected surprise was that the powered armor of the Silverbeard dwarf was also equipped with a simple application. According to Germain, the peaceful armed force has a so-called weapon lock, which has the function of preventing accidental injuries to colleagues, and the most important automated function is battlefield return. It allows the power armor to move back to its original setting when the user is unconscious or unable to resist. It's hard to tell whether such a feature is clever or redundant. However, compared to the Earth's tendency to self-destruct at every turn, it is much more humane. In short, along the way, Lin took advantage of the convenience of his helmet covering his face to openly observe the Guardian, Lady Lupita, while chatting with Germain to see if he could get more information, and that one glanced over from time to time, full of provocation. It makes someone have to wonder, did he kill her father? Or did he give up after all? The person in question is not even a human at all. Continue forward and pass through several thick gates that should be quite protective. Of course, they are opened by Lupita. In the end, Lin and the other dwarves came to a rather open underground space, instead of the ones they had walked before, which were full of steel creations and straight and clean lines. This is a very ordinary cave. Without the facilities in the center of the cave, Lin might not have stayed in such a place for even a second. It's not that I hate places like this. It's just that it's too ordinary and not worth staying here. But the reality is that the 4 obelisks stand in the center of the cave. The distance and position between them should form a square. Lin didn't have a bird's eye view, nor did he use magic to survey the terrain, so he couldn't be absolutely sure. This is just the simulation result given by the distance measurement function program built into the Dreamland Magic Tower. Suspended in the sky above the obelisk are two masses of energy. One black and one white. One high and one low. The energy group looks quite pure, without a trace of impurities. And its appearance is round and quite stable. There is no visible change, as if it exists in substance. There are colorful light points exchanging and flowing between the energy groups. The flow rate is slow, and the two energy groups are connected into an hourglass-like shape. During the process, some of the overflowing light spots were captured by the obelisk and flowed to the ground along special channels, finally gathered in a pool. And the pool full of silver slurry is like the energy pool of the magic tower. This is the Miser energy core. I heard that this was not a perfect product, but the sight still made someone stunned. In his original imagination, Lin was still guessing whether the Mizran could be a nuclear reactor. Judging from the radiation leakage, it may be a nuclear fission-type reactor. But now it seems that it is not the same thing at all, but a pure landmaze technology. The energy pool is very similar to the energy pool that magicians would build in a magic tower. Germain said that the related research and manufacturing of the Miser energy core only preceded the development of the magic tower's energy pool technology. Now it seems that the technology of that pool was actually passed down by magicians as a practical technology. And the difference between the two lies in the source. The energy pool of the magic tower is a bit like the hydroelectric power of a dam. It uses the energy surge caused by the plane gap to convert it into the required power. Or, like a thief, he secretly draws energy from certain places of existence or itself for his own use. Then the Miser energy core looks like it creates an endless cycle and regenerative energy source by itself to supply what is needed. As for the principle, HL, it's best to see it clearly with your eyes. What are those two lumps of light? One black and one white. Someone's eyes are completely black. But questions also arise. Where do gamma rays come from? From the observations and detections along the way, we are very sure that the air is filled with quite dense gamma rays. As for whether there are radioactive substances that produce radiation, more sophisticated and different inspection equipment is needed. Lin originally thought that the high-power energy source controlled by the dwarf had a loophole in the closed or circulating cooling equipment, causing radiation to leak out. Basically, this is based on the knowledge of the Earth. But the Miser energy defective product in front of us does not have the problem of closure in the first place. This is not nonsense. You can see it with your eyes. The energy reaction is completely open. As for the cooling cycle, there is simply no such equipment. So of course, it cannot be the problem. If this is an inherent problem with the Miser core, it is just that the group of geniuses who originally researched and built it did not pay attention to this aspect at all. Then those 5 floating cities have been used by magicians for countless generations. It is impossible for them to go to the surface to live when they are getting married and having children. Not to mention that radiation damage can cause permanent damage to humans. As long as something goes wrong, you can only gamble on luck if you want to have a normal child. After 10 months of pregnancy, how many times in life can you bet on luck on this kind of thing? In other words, it is assumed that as early as the beginning of the design, the function of this thing is normal, and will not leak radiation that will harm the human body. So where does the radiation that is going to wipe out this silver-bearded dwarf race come from? In doubt, Lin greeted Germain and said, "Hey, friend, take out the equipment we prepared and check the surrounding environment to see where the problem is." Before setting off, Lin and the Silverbeard dwarves prepared the inspection equipment. The original purpose of these devices was to prove and test their claims to the dwarves. It was later modified into a portable version, and the size was slightly reduced. Although the situation in front of me is not as expected. By relying on the detection of these devices, we can learn more or less about the situation. As for the detection function of someone on the Dream Magic Tower, they never thought of detecting radiation, so there was no targeted function. However, you can use other detection modes to see some general situations. However, Lin only planned to use that ability as an auxiliary, and he also didn't want to expose his other little thoughts in front of the dwarves. But despite shouting a few times, they didn't see any movement or even reaction from the dwarves. Lin moved his eyes away from the obelisk and the black and white balls, and looked at the frozen dwarf. The only one who was not restricted was the guardian spirit, Lupita, who looked like a little Lolita. She looked at Lin with an innocent smile and expression, and muttered something. Lin wanted to smile back and try to explain that he was not hostile. However, considering that his head was covered by a power armor helmet, this idea was abandoned. In order to explain anything, We must first resolve the language barrier. Is there any gesticulation? Just as Lin was thinking this, one of the obelisks suddenly emitted a blue-white electric light as thick as a baby's arm, blasting towards the most ragged-looking and tallest peace weapon. At the critical moment, Lindsay flashed away from the power armor, and at the same time the pre-embedded logic bomb detonated. Pity. Pity. Stranger. I can't let you ruin the plan I have been carrying out for a long time. In order to welcome the most beautiful moment of the dwarves, I have been working hard for so long, and I have finally achieved some results. How can I allow others to destroy it? Lupita was humming an unknown ditty, and like a little girl without any evil thoughts, she squatted and played next to the fallen peaceful armed forces. Sometimes he poked the armor that had fallen on the ground with his fingers, and sometimes he raised the arms or legs of the armor, as if he was playing with a doll. You know, from what I see in the poetry of dwarves and elves, the most beautiful stories are all tragedies. I have been preparing for such a long time, but before I can watch them turn from happiness to despair, you come here to reveal the answer to the mystery. Isn't this a setback? If you do this, I will be very angry. When I get angry, I do bad things. Ah, you are dead. What else can I do? Do you have a family? Maybe I should look at the expressions of your family to see if they are equally heartbroken, and then decide whether to send them all to the underworld to meet you. Answer me. Do you have any family? La 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 la. Lupita hummed a light tune. Chapter 331 Logic Bomb. Lin stood not far from the fallen peaceful armed forces. There was no cover, just standing in the open. But Lupita couldn't see him. Even if she pointed her face and eyes at someone, she didn't seem to see anything strange. This was one of the several logic bombs Lin originally designed for the Great Sage's tower. It could also be said to be a backup to protect his own life, because someone doesn't want to repeat the illusion of inviting the king into the urn, and come up with a killer move that he can't solve, and then others use it to kill him happily. There is nothing more stupid in the world than this. Programmed weapons are actually very easy to paralyze, provided that the underlying program of the weapon can be hacked. Let's not talk about the fact that the current fans have no concept of firewalls at all when it comes to programs. The foundation of the Great Sage's tower was built by myself. Even if there is a firewall, it is not easy to tamper with the programs inside and open a backdoor. The artificial soul created by Midland's original technology is not completely equivalent to the artificial intelligence created by programming, but it is still similar to a certain extent. The common point is that both are used to control inanimate artifacts, which is a very convenient method for magicians or owners of artifacts. Before today, MIDI's attack methods against artificial souls, such as tower spirits and guardians, were actually similar to those against the souls of ordinary creatures. They coerced them into submission, weakened them to incapacitate them, and then eliminated them. It has never been heard of putting an artificial soul into such a device and competing with the original artificial soul for control. This means that MIDI's original artificial soul is completely immune to the program's attack methods. The logic bomb that Lin detonated at the bottom of Lupita actually had a very simple function, which was to replace all observations of himself with null, allowing someone to completely disappear from the side of the attack and become a transparent person in a certain sense. Although the same logic bomb has been tested before, the results were very successful. But in actual use, it is inevitable that there will still be some worries. It wasn't until he saw that murderous and violent little Lolita saying something that someone couldn't understand with a proud look on his face, without even looking at him, that Lin could let go of the big stone in his heart, as if they had had enough of one-man shows. The peaceful armed forces under Lupita's control lifted the original blockade, and the Silverbeard dwarves regained their freedom of movement, because all the joints of the armor are locked. The functions of articulation and reception, as well as the projection of the outside world inside the helmet, are turned off. So it can be said that the dwarves are trapped inside. For a moment, they thought they could only wait to die. Although it only lasted a few minutes, it felt like more than half a lifetime had passed. After all the functions of the peace arms returned to normal, and the dwarves could move again, they first looked at each other. No one knows whether the situation that happened just now is a special case, or whether it is the case for everyone. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed dwarf glanced around and saw that the specially made peace weapon used by the superior race had become charred and black, and fell to the ground. He quickly shouted, "Germain, look at your big brother!" At this time, everyone turned back and saw a rather strange sight that they didn't know how to explain. The specially made peace weapon fell to the ground, with Nuclear Guardian Lupita sitting on it. The human magician, who was supposed to be in the peace arms, was standing a little further away. I guessed that the dwarves might be controlled rather than conspiring with the lowly. So Lin rushed to the dwarves before they said something too strange and said to them, "Think of me as falling into that peaceful weapon. Then ignore me and find a reason to leave as soon as possible." She took the time to point her finger at that. The little lowly smiled like a little devil. "You can't see or hear me now." Of course, for Lin, even if these dwarves were accomplices, he would be fine, because his existence has been completely deleted from the bottom of Lupita. Even if he pushes her, it will only be considered to be caused by unknown external forces. This kind of control over the bottom level is so unreasonable, unless the opponent is shrewd enough to bypass identity recognition and re-establish an irrelevant reference. It is possible for the disappeared person to reappear in the observation perspective. If that happens, someone will just detonate the second or third logic bomb. And that's okay. No matter how many ways you use to save your life, you will never be rejected. After all, you only have one life. Although only Germain can communicate with Lin relatively smoothly. But after his prompting, the other dwarves probably knew how to understand what someone said. So as soon as Lin's words came out, everyone else would ignore that person and talk to the little devil who always brought trouble to themselves. Of course, Germain was full of questions. He asked first, "My lord, what did you do to my eldest brother? Hey, aren't you going to lure him here and then kill him? I've done it for you. No need to thank me. No one said they were going to kill him. You talked about it before." Lupita showed a flat-mouthed look of grievance again and said, "Or you are going to put the fault on me again." "Sad? What fault is being placed on you? Of all the bad things I did in the past, you were not the frame-up for any of them." The dwarves all shouted in their hearts, but no one dared to say it. Germain looked at the mess in this place and didn't know how to clean it up. Lin had already used his own methods to detect this core area, although it is not as good as the instrument in the dwarf's luggage. The test results can support my inference. So when he realized that the dwarves seemed to be stuck and didn't know how to proceed, he gestured outward with exaggerated gestures. Germain, who would be embarrassed, suddenly said, "My mother asked me to go home for dinner." Lupita smiled and said, "You haven't used this reason for more than 400 years. Why do you think of using it again today?" "Okay, maybe you still have to deal with this stranger's matter. Go back and tell little Nels that outsiders cannot be trusted. They will only want to seize the Miser energy core. Think about it. If you lose the energy core, this city can still be maintained." "Okay, I'll tell my father." While dealing with this headache-inducing guardian, Germain hooked the iron rope hook on the peaceful weapon that fell to the ground. At the same time, several dwarves also made the same move. When everything was ready, the dwarves were about to leave, dragging their incapacitated burdens with them. However, the gate of the passage was not opened, which made the dwarf, who was already standing in front of the gate, nervous. Germain forced himself to calm down and said, "My good lord, your door is not open, so we can't leave." "Oh, yeah, I forgot. It is normal for people to forget things as they get older." "You say so, Zyajiji." Yes, this is normal. I don't blame you." Suddenly the conversation changed, and Lupita said in a low and depressed voice, "You mean I'm really old? Sad? Sad? Me?" When the conversation changed again, Lupita laughed and said, "You're just kidding. Were you scared?" At the same time, the sound of the gate opening came, but it came from another passage. The dwarves couldn't help but wailed in unison, "My good lord. Wrong drive? Wrong drive? Don't be offended." Lupita smiled again, and the gate opened again. The wrong opening is naturally closed, while the passage in front of the dwarf is open. Before the few dwarves left, they still did not forget the etiquette of this place, because they were wearing peaceful weapons. They all gave a fist salute to the nuclear guardian. It was an action of hitting one's left chest with the fist of the right hand, and then lowering one's head to salute. Lupita stood there, smiling sweetly and waving to everyone. Lin followed closely behind the other dwarves and walked out of the gate calmly. The group of people remained silent for a long time. The dwarves were confused and didn't know what to say. Lin was sorting out the data just detected and converting it into the form of data that should have been detected by the instruments carried by the dwarves. After leaving the core area and walking a short distance, Germain finally couldn't help but said, full of questions, "Brother, you are not a ghost. Have you ever seen a ghost like me? To be honest, I haven't seen a ghost yet. It's just that if you follow the Demon King, if you die, you will directly become a ghost. It won't surprise anyone at all. You think so because of fun. Don't worry. If I die, I'm really dead. I won't fake my corpse. And I won't turn into a ghost. So now, I really am lively. Then what happened just now? Well, although I really want to satisfy your curiosity now, I have a feeling that I will say the same thing many times. So do me a favor and make it clear again after I go to see your dad if you have any questions. Please hold it in now, and think carefully about what questions you want to ask. Jermaine, whose full name is Jermaine Niles, is the father of Nels Urban, the current patriarch of the family. Silverbeard dwarves have no such thing as a surname. The surnames of all children are actually the names of their elders, either from their father's or mother's name. That is to say, knowing the name of a family is equivalent to knowing the genealogy of their family. Fortunately, Silverbeard dwarves do not have the tradition of saying the names passed down by their elders in the family once as a way of showing respect when they meet for the first time as a way to introduce themselves. This kind of joke that could only be seen in novels hundreds of years ago is not seen in this group of dwarves who take their father's name as their last name. Even in the Imperial era, the Silverbeard dwarves had a consensus system internally. The so-called clan leader and emperor were more like the convener of a meeting. And usually that meeting is just a situation of chatting and spanking all afternoon and getting down to business for 3 minutes. Sometimes some dwarves were busy and could not attend the meeting, and the clan leader would always tell them, Lynn's search for Jermaine's father is actually equivalent to his search for the entire Jinsa clan. Chapter 332 Inference of Threat Source. The advanced team dragged the modified version backwards. No one wanted to admit that they had intervened in the peaceful armed forces. At the same time, the human magician was following beside them. This situation caused a lot of confusion among all the dwarves who paid attention to this matter. Lenovo. Fortunately, this group of people had no intention of hiding anything. As soon as they came back, they approached the clan leader Nels. The silver-bearded dwarves who came upon hearing the news almost filled the cage, the conference room. Also present were of course Finn, who had been helping the dwarves check their health during this period. Before the dwarves gathered, many people found familiar members of the advanced team to get some information. This also made Jermaine and the other dwarves understand why on the return trip. Someone said that we would talk about it together at that time. Otherwise we would talk about it many times. They kept answering repeated questions. In the end, they were also impatient and said that they would wait for someone to explain it in person later, because there are many things that they know only a little about, especially the period when the peaceful armed forces lose control and are effectively imprisoned. While waiting for the important people among the Silverbeard dwarves to gather, Lin did a radiation dose test for himself, including the clothes on his body. However, surprisingly, the clothes he wore when he came out of the nuclear zone showed no signs of contamination. This test confirmed one thing. That is, my initial idea was wrong. Nuclear radiation pollution is caused by the presence of radioactive substances such as iodine-131 and cesium-137 in the air and water. It will enter the human body or adhere to clothing and buildings, indirectly causing the human body to be exposed to gamma rays for a long time, thereby causing harm. But the situation of the Silverbeard dwarves is different. The Miser Energy nuclear zone did not produce any radioactive materials, and of course it did not contaminate any place. At the same time, Lin Yi used this sentence as a prelude to report to the dwarves who gathered here to care about the matter. Since no source of radioactivity can be found, where does the gamma ray, the main cause of human harm, come from? In response to such questions, I used my method to conduct environmental testing in the nuclear area. In the process of speaking, Lin used the function of the head coffin to reproduce the terrain and features of the energy core area he had observed in the middle of the round table in the center of the conference room using his own original whiteboard writing technique. Of course, it is impossible to completely reproduce the colors, just the lines. Even so, it shocked these dwarves. The two masses of energy floating on the obelisk are quite stable. In fact, if I hadn't been able to confirm it with my naked eyes, in my inspection, the two masses of energy would have been as if they didn't exist. The only thing that would happen would be spillage. The only part is the entropy generated by the exchange of energy between the two groups, which is captured by the energy pool that accumulates power. This discovery is what Lin found very interesting. On Earth, in general power generation, the so-called energy conversion efficiency is very important. Being able to convert other energy into electrical energy 100% is of course the most ideal situation. But this kind of thing cannot happen, and entropy will definitely be generated. To put it bluntly, it is wasted and spilled into the air. But MIDI's secret energy core makes use of this part. It really amazed a certain time traveler. Since the system that mainly generates power does not leak any gamma rays, then where do these radiations that harm the human body come from? Although it was a rhetorical question, Lin didn't expect the silver-bearded dwarves to answer it. Therefore, he converted the terrain of the energy core area displayed by whiteboard penmanship into a display mode. From a simple display of terrain features to a radiation pattern of energy waves. From the color patches in the radiation map, we can identify the density of gamma rays. The densest part does not come from the two groups of energy on the obelisk, but from one of the obelisks. After making the first stage conclusion, Lin did not continue. Instead, while he drank some water and took a breath, he also let the dwarves absorb what they just heard. Sure enough, during this interval, the dwarves were whispering and discussing. Is the problem on the obelisk? Germain asked on behalf of the old men who had been sitting around and discussing for a while. Of course, this is also his question. Lin replied. Yes and no. The dwarves made a fuss at this ambiguous answer. However, someone continued. I originally thought that there was very subtle damage on the obelisk, which was difficult to detect with the naked eye, causing the radiation to leak out. So for the 4 obelisks, I made a rough non-contact inspection, found no damage. Then why is it related to the obelisk? Germain asked first before other old men could ask. Do you still remember when I was attacked and even the modified version of the peaceful armed force was destroyed? Lin Xian asked. Seeing Germain nodding, Lin ignored the other dwarves, who were making a commotion, and said directly. The magic lightning that attacked me was cast by one of the obelisks. Therefore, I guess that the 4 obelisks are not only composed of, in addition to being part of the Mithrin nuclear system, it also has the functions of protection and attack. If it can emit lightning, it would not be surprising to see it emit gamma rays. You are implying that our guardian is the initiator of this matter. Why are you being attacked by our guardians? Did you do something you shouldn't have done that prompted the guardian's actions? This outsider cannot be trusted. Not from the beginning. Kill him. Kill him. Our family has settled here, and we can be self-sufficient without any interaction with the outside world. We must kill him to prevent him from spreading the news here and breaking the peace of Iron City. Without waiting for Germain's accurate translation, Lin's speech directly caused an uproar among the silver-bearded dwarves, who only understood half of it. Many dwarves slammed the table and stood up to curse, even though someone didn't understand. Looking at the angry looks of dozens or hundreds of dwarves, it would be a lie to say he didn't. You won't really have stung a hornet's nest. If you want to survive, you have to fight your way out. Suddenly suspended in midair in the center of the conference room, the energy radiation map of the energy core area disappeared, replaced by an image from a first-person perspective. The colorful pictures are exactly like seeing them with your own eyes. And there are characters, voices, and dialogue. This change made the dwarves calm down. Some people are puzzled. Others are surprised. But someone quickly recognized that the loudest voice came from their guardian Lupita. The content of the conversation even made certain people feel familiar. Chapter 333 Scope of Influence. Ah! Isn't this what happened when we met the Lord Guardian before? Shouted one of the dwarves, who was a member of the advanced team. Everyone took a closer look and saw that what appeared on the screen was indeed the scene of the passage leading to the nuclear energy zone. What appeared most at the same time were peaceful weapons. It was composed of Germain and others, the advanced investigation team. At this time, then stood up and said in the common language of the Lost Land, "This video is what happened to the reconnaissance team in your core area. Because I don't understand your language. Please see and listen to yourself and make your own judgment." For a time, no one explored the origin of this video. All the dwarves were attracted by this novelty and watched intently. The purpose of more people is to know what happened to the reconnaissance team after entering the nuclear zone. This is more intuitive than being reported by others. But many people still ask the person involved from time to time whether what happened at that time is really as shown in the video. Although many people want to say this is false because they have never seen such technology. But all the scenes, all the characters, and all the sounds are real. Especially the Guardian. Lupita's personality is clearly revealed in the film. To be honest, there is no one among the silver-bearded dwarves living in the Iron City who has not been punished by the little devil-like Guardian. So everyone was impressed, and it was hard to mistake it. During the course of the film, several investigative team members explained from time to time what was going on outside the film's perspective. In the film, we finally entered the nuclear zone. Several of the scout team members who were frothing at the mouth stopped talking, because they would have a blank period of time next. They were also very interested in what happened. Several of the Mystery Edition powered armors in the picture suddenly stopped moving and froze in place. Germain and others checked with each other and said to the other dwarves, "For a while, we will be imprisoned in the peaceful armed forces and cannot move." What exactly happened? We are not sure. The only thing that was certain was that during this period, the Guardian attacked the human magician. As for the detailed process, please be quiet and watch. In the picture, the person with this first-person perspective stretched out his hand and tugged at the peaceful weapons in front of him. After confirming that no one reacted, she moved her gaze to the tallest patchwork version of the peace arms. The dwarves could also hear from the video the sound of someone asking the dwarves, who came with them, to take out the testing equipment and prepare to start working. However, Lin didn't have time to do anything at that time, so he just stood there stupidly. In the sound of Lupita's spell, a rather thick electric light directly bombarded the already tattered peace arms, directly scrapping it and leaving it scorched black everywhere. The dwarves present couldn't help but cast their eyes on the armor that was also present and spread out in the corner. Whether it was scorched or damaged, it was almost the same as in the movie. How did the person wearing it escape? Someone originally wanted to question this, but Lupita then responded with, "What a pity. What a pity." "Stranger," was the first words, but none of the dwarves could move their ears away. Beauty, tragedy, despair, and planning. No matter how many arguments you put in, they all become insignificant in the face of an unreserved confession. Even the dwarves, who originally only wanted to drive outsiders away, or even let them sleep on this land forever in exchange for peace for the family, seemed to have collapsed at this moment, and they were speechless. When the idea of nuclear guardian Lupita was made public, no one paid attention to some trivial parts, including the two outsiders who came to the refuge of the Silverbeard dwarves. Even the most extreme dwarf could not explain the reason why this matter would not have happened if the two of them had not come. It was obvious that the conspiracy against his own clan had been going on for hundreds of years. It had only been a few days since the two strangers arrived, and now is not the time to shirk responsibility. We need to find a way to solve the problem, which is related to the life and death of the clan. Amid the tumultuous discussions and disputes, Germain's father, Nels, the current leader of the Silverbeard dwarves, stopped everyone. After everyone finally calmed down for the time being, he asked Lin Dao in an unfamiliar and not very fluent common tongue, "Magic mage, how likely is it that the Guardian can do this?" The person being asked was stunned for a moment and looked at Germain in confusion. The silver-bearded dwarf, who had such a good friendship that they called him brothers, asked his father for details in the language of their clan, and then relayed, "What my father means is that the Lord Guardian can use gamma rays to destroy my entire clan. How likely is it to do this kind of harm? Because being able to do it is different from wanting to do it, and it's even different from actually doing it. To confirm this, we need more evidence." What to say? It seems that not being able to die without seeing the Yellow River or crying without seeing the coffin is not the exclusive privilege of Chinese people. Until now. Do the silver-bearded dwarves still have any extravagant hopes? But since they asked, Lin had nothing to hide. Anyway, he was just telling his opinion. He first asked, "Do you have a rough map of your city?" At this time, the silver-bearded dwarves did not care about keeping secrets or being wary of outsiders. The whole clan is about to be exterminated. So what's the use of preserving those things? So a map of Iron City was quickly placed on the table. After Lin inquired about a few more locations, he used his magic and whiteboard skills to add several concentric circles of different colors to the map. At the same time he said, "The penetrability of gamma rays is very strong. So general buildings and metal walls can be regarded as non-existent, with the energy core area as the center. Judging from the results of this exploration, based on you, the Silverbeard dwarves, as the standard, the red area can be regarded as a high concentration area. As long as you enter such a place without any protection, it will leave damage. And the blue area can be regarded as a medium concentration area, and it will cause damage if you stay there for a long time. And finally, in the green area, this concentration of gamma rays should not have any impact on you. But if this time is extended to hundreds of years, I can't guarantee that there will be no impact." All the silver-bearded dwarves stared blankly at the concentric circles someone had put on them, which almost included all the urban areas of Iron City. Maybe it would be faster to find places that were not affected. The red area is actually the energy core area and related research buildings. It can be said to be the most important area in the dwarfs' Iron City. But the point is that the Silverbeard dwarves have no defenses here, or restrictions on who can enter this area. Because of Lupita's playful personality, she can be said to be the most popular Nani among children. In addition, she has mastered all the knowledge of the silver-bearded dwarves, and she teaches many common sense knowledge to the children. So although this place is important for the silver-bearded dwarves, it is a place that can be accessed freely. Chapter 334, The Nemesis of the Lost Skynet. The blue area is the important buildings and facilities surrounding the nuclear energy zone, including the dwarves' large conference hall and the forges of the great craftsmen. The silver-bearded dwarves even have school-like facilities located within this range. Of course, residential areas are also indispensable. It can be said that in the red area, apart from the dwarves working there are only some naughty kids, who are hundreds of years old, who will go inside and look for that person to play games with. The blue area is the most prosperous area. Every dwarf will go to these places when they have nothing to do. The area between these two color blocks probably includes all the dwarves. The edge of the green block is just at the outermost edge of the Silverbeard dwarf farm. This also means that radiation damage is avoided in crops that are replaced very intensively. The intention is of course not to be noticed. After all, abnormalities in crops and food crises may attract the attention of dwarves. Regarding the map of Iron City, the human magician only asked a few places he passed as a basis for distance judgment. As for the several color blocks he drew, I believe he himself didn't know what the places included in the mint. Not to mention the amount of radiation represented by the color blocks. That person did not hide it. If you have any doubts, feel free to take the test equipment and check it yourself. All signs point to the same conclusion. That is, the Guardian has really betrayed. And it was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. The Silverbeard dwarves were not so stupid that they could not reach such a conclusion. Now that we have a conclusion, how should we deal with it? The dwarves each have their own opinions, and everyone is tit for tat, with no one giving in to anyone. Of course, these kinds of arguments were a lively event for Lin, who couldn't understand dwarf language. He missed watermelon again. "Hey, brother!" Germain roared with his thick neck while slamming the table with the other dwarves. Instead, he pushed hard to Lin's side, looked at someone who was looking at the excitement, and asked, "Hey, what you said is scary enough. But I still want to know what's going on there. What method did you use to make it happen?" "Lady Lupita can't see you or hear you. This cannot be explained in a few words. And it is not something that can be done easily. But I see you didn't do anything. The magic lightning didn't hurt you. And you broke away from the shackles of that time without disarming the peace arm. What happened? I didn't read the moving record. I have been thinking about this but can't figure it out. It's a pity that I don't have a set of introductory textbooks on P language with me. The weight of that thing, if it were bound into a hardcover, there would be no problem using it as a weapon. It should be very interesting to capture the face of this curious dwarf. However, since entering the territory of the Silverbeard dwarves, he has received a lot of help from Germain. Ignoring his question is not an act of courtesy." So Len tried to explain. "Then and I developed a programming language together. P language. It can be used to control inanimate objects, provided that the object can move and can communicate power. And using program, I bypassed your guardian and controlled part of the equipment. The situation you saw was because I replaced that person's vision and hearing with nothing. So she saw nothing. Those who can't see me can't hear my voice." "What? The P language you are talking about is so magical. So what can it do?" As for your guardian, as long as I want, I can do anything." "Well, that should be the case." "Wow. Isn't it that exaggerated?" "It's not an exaggeration. If I hadn't been concerned about your attitude, I would have killed her when she attacked me." When Lin said this, he had a somewhat smug expression, and it was not an exaggeration at all. Who among those who write programs has never made a computer to death? Whether it is creating an infinite loop, eating up all the physical memory and virtual memory, there are 10,000 ways to hack the computer. Not to mention that it's even less burdensome to look at things from a hacker's perspective. But after hearing this, Germain didn't believe it. Looking at the suspicious expression, Lin smiled and said, "You must be thinking that I don't look that powerful. In fact, your idea is not wrong. But when it comes to your guardians, then and I can be regarded as your nemesis." "Bar. Nemesis? What is nemesis?" "There is no such word in MIDI? Or is it that dwarves who are not familiar with common tongue can't understand it?" Regardless, Ling gave an example. "Have you ever played rock, paper, scissors? Paper beats rock. Rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. And then paper beats rock. No one is completely superior to the others. One is better than the other. The other one will be restrained by the third one. I may not be able to defeat you wearing peaceful armor, but your armor will be controlled by that guardian. And I am sure that I can restrain that guardian. I am her nemesis. While saying this, Lin made a rock-paper-scissors gesture. Maybe there is no such game among the silver-bearded dwarves. After Germain thought about it for a while, he gave it up and said, I can't figure it out. Forget it. I don't want to think about it now. I'll ask you for advice later. Ha ha. You may not have a chance. Hearing this, Germain said in surprise, Why? The matter on your side has been settled. So I plan to leave tomorrow. Solved? No. It's not solved yet. No. 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 This matter has been solved for me. The main reason why you went out to seek help, which is the cause of the silver-bearded dwarf clan, I helped you find. Unfortunately, that factor is not, or should be said, it shouldn't be handled by me. These words are someone's true words. In the previous conflict, Lin could directly eliminate Lupita, but if he did so, he would have to face the wrath of all the Silverbeard dwarves now, for unknown reasons, directly annihilating the existence that others regard as guardians. This kind of overstepping behavior, no matter how you look at it, it feels weird. Since I don't have the initiative to handle the matter, and you don't seem to be unable to solve such a small matter, then what is the reason for me to continue to stay? Don't forget, I still have 2 students here wait outside. But my people haven't been cured yet? Germain said worriedly. Although the main cause of the incident was found unexpectedly, the immediate problem was still physical damage. This is what worries Germain. Chapter 335, Injury and Self-Healing. The Lich who came to him at this time said in a confident voice, Don't worry about this. As long as the source of the damage is removed, you can return to normal over time. No special treatment is needed. Really? Germain asked excitedly. However, it was not just the young silver-bearded dwarf who was happy. Lin also reacted to this sentence. But mostly he was confused. As if to answer someone's question, Fen continued, I have done physical examinations for many dwarves. In the most serious parts, in the cells of each person's body, the DNA strands are damaged to their original state, and the cells have also been damaged. The function of the tissue in this part is completely lost. But no matter who it is, one place remains intact. I guess the key point is the part that remains intact. Lin didn't try to tease the Lich, lest he become angry and humiliated, which would be terrible. So he asked cooperatively, What part is intact? Using a term you mentioned, it should refer to bone marrow. Ah, it's here. Lin couldn't help but think so in his heart. But this can also be understood. Wyfan said that as long as the source of radiation is removed, the Silverbeard dwarf will fully recover sooner or later. Bone marrow is not only an important hematopoietic and immune organ, but also contains a variety of stem cells, which can be said to be the origin of all cells in the body. Human cells will continue to be regenerated and eliminated until the day when life ends. As long as the bone marrow is normal and the growth of abnormal cancer cells is suppressed, people can return to health sooner or later. It even repairs damaged tissues in the human body and regenerates lost organs. However, it is obvious that the Silverbeard dwarves do not possess this knowledge. So Germain still asked with some worry, Will it really recover on its own if the bone marrow is normal? Oh, if you are really worried, there is a quicker way. Oh, what method? Germain asked anxiously. Do you want to be an undead? Or a death knight? I haven't used dwarves as materials yet. Maybe I can use silver-bearded dwarves to create unexpected masterpieces. Then showed a wicked smile and directly turned the 500-year-old man. The young man took several steps back in fright and shook his head violently. Knowing clearly that the person was just playing a prank, Lin still stepped forward to calm down and said, Don't scare the kids. These words were someone's sincere words. Although he is over 500 years old, Lin doesn't think that Germain is mature enough to be called a cunning person. Compared with humans living in the outside world, his mental age is really not high. But he still had questions and asked Fen, Do you really have no way to treat it? Because he was not familiar with the biological field. Lin did not tell the Lich too much about Earth's practices in this regard. It stands to reason that she should be able to find her own way without being restricted by the Earth's thinking. However, this question was like opening up a certain Lich's chat box, and it was full of complaints. I have also thought about treatment. But for treatment, we must first target the right situation and the right target. Is it possible that I have to pick out the cells one by one and knock the long and crooked ones back one by one with a hammer and chisel? What should it look like? If I use drugs, How can I make them attach to the right cells and provide effective treatment instead of wasting the potency of the drugs on the wrong objects? Even if I use magic, I have thought about this kind of micro-level operation. And of course, I don't know how to carry it out. This is not the same as my previous situation of completely giving up and retraining. I have thought about using methods to accelerate cell metabolism to eliminate abnormal cells. A previous experiment found that this consumes a person's original vitality to recover. And another side effect of this is rapid aging. Not to mention that depending on the severity of the situation, it is very likely that the vitality will be lost before the body has fully recovered. It will be exhausted first. If you don't die from illness, you will die from old age first. As for my research on these treatments, I have only reached this point. If I want to continue, I will have to find a breakthrough method. Among the choices, just choose a decent way to die. The above is the part that someone can reasonably understand. Then complaints, and all kinds of nonsensical thoughts sounded like alien language to someone. He only heard the sound and couldn't understand half of the words. It means that the lingua franca of MIDI is indeed an alien language to someone. Len was not the only one who retreated. Even Germain, who was originally worried about how to treat his tribe, also retreated magnificently, facing the Lich, who was in some kind of depression. The silver-bearded dwarf rationally chose to ignore it. Fearing that the other party would go crazy, he chose to treat the silver-bearded dwarves by transforming the entire clan into undead. Ignoring the Lich, who was still mumbling to himself, Germain came to Lin's side and said with some reluctance, "Brother, you really have to leave. Of course, this doesn't seem like a place where I can stay for a long time." Looking at the troubled expression of the silver-bearded dwarf, Lin asked, "What? Will it be difficult for me to leave?" "Nothing." Germain patted his chest and said, "I brought you here, and I promise to send you away safely. This is my responsibility. Then I'll leave it to you, little brother." After getting along for a short period of time, Lin believed in Germain's promise. But I also believe that among the silver-bearded dwarves, there will definitely be people who want to keep themselves. Or to put it more accurately, they should keep themselves forever. But someone is really not afraid of these malicious thoughts. Today, as long as she wants to escape, Lin doesn't think anyone can keep her. Looking at the tangled Lich, she may be an exception. You don't know when you've been tricked, and you'll be tracked accurately no matter where you go. Asking a certain Lich why he couldn't hide his whereabouts, he was defeated by the sweet smile that made people feel chilled in their hearts. Seeing that the Silverbeard dwarves were arguing fiercely and were ready to smash the steel table, Lin decided to leave the conference room and return to the guest room where he had stayed for the past few days. Prepare to have a good night's rest and leave tomorrow morning. When we came here, because we were heading to a strange place, we had no choice but to walk step by step since we didn't know the way ahead and didn't dare to explore in a big way. But wherever he went, he secretly drew a sufficiently accurate map. Of course, the scope of exploration is not as large as using the arcane eyes. At best, it is only within the scope of vision, but it can already provide sufficiently accurate parameters to meet the needs of long-distance teleportation using Blink. Chapter 336 Failed Counterattack. He put away his coffin and took Flynn, who had fallen into a low ebb for no apparent reason, to leave. The two returned to their room without attracting the attention of any dwarves. Although they live in the same room, they sleep in separate beds, and the bed for one person is combined with several dwarf beds, barely allowing the person lying on it to stretch out his legs. The reason why I brought them back was because Lin still had a question that couldn't be asked face to face. Taking this opportunity, he took Finn to sit on the edge of the bed and asked, "How did you get that video?" When Finn came back to his senses, he was a little excited at first, and then felt disappointed at someone's question. She said with some enthusiasm, "Didn't you send me a message?" So I tried to go inside and take a look around. I found that the visual field and the sound that could be connected were only from one angle, and it had something to do with you. So I kept the image in the coffin, and it came in handy later, which was great. The content of what Finn said seemed happy, but the tone of the words was flat and completely devoid of emotion. According to previous experience, if the Lich is allowed to maintain such an emotion for too long, something terrible will happen later. A certain Lich who has an emotional outburst will play tricks without any limits. In order to avoid the worst situation, Lin still tried to encourage. "Don't be so depressed. We can successfully convince those dwarves today, and the video you recorded is indispensable. So you can be proud. Well done, good job?" Finn's eyes seemed to have regained consciousness, shining with a strange light. Yes. I am complimenting you. Accepted happily. Ice off and slightly sticking out her fragrant tongue, crossing the dry lips, bringing a trace of moisture. The simple and inadvertent action made someone shiver. While sleeping, a loud noise suddenly echoed in the underground space, causing the exhausted person to wake up from the bed. Lynn just wanted to get up and look out the window to see what was going on. But without going to the window, someone could understand where the strange feeling came from. The Silverbeard dwarf city at night may not look like a city that never sleeps like the bustling metropolises on Earth. But the nights here are still dotted with many lights. It is not candlelight, not oil lamp, nor burning wood in charcoal, but using the energy delivered by the nuclear zone to ignite the eternal fire that does not exist in the outside world. Well, actually, that thing is just an electric light, so don't call it a magical term. But I can't guarantee whether the principles inside are the same. But now there is no light outside the window. It is just pitch black. It was quite deep black, as if there was something destructive hidden there. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door, and at the same time, there was a knocking on the door. Lynn just wanted to curse, but Germain's anxious voice came from outside the door, shouting, "Brother, open the door quickly. The situation is urgent, and I need your help. Is the person awake? If you don't hurry up, we will do it. It's too late. Please!" After being shouted like this, "It won't work if I don't open it. It's just that someone was careful and didn't get up." Instead, he used the magic giant palm to remove the door latch from a distance. As soon as he heard the sound of the door latch falling, Germain rushed in a panic. The whole person was panting, and he was holding a very old oil lamp in his hand. Seeing the dwarf's embarrassment, Lin Shao scolded, "Hey, little brother, what urgent matter requires you to knock on my door in the middle of the night? Please come and help me. My old man is trapped in the nuclear zone." Germain grabbed Lin and said anxiously as he was about to pull him out, Hey, calm down. Speak slowly, and figure out what happened first so that others can deal with it. First, why did your father get stuck in a place like that? He doesn't seem to be an impulsive and reckless person." Lin asked. "My old man is not, and his brother is not necessarily the same. My uncle led a group of people and broke into the nuclear zone to ask Lady Lupita for an explanation. And they are still the group that supports the complete destruction of the Guardian's consciousness. I'm afraid they will fight. The idea is to make trouble and force my old man to agree to their approach. Your father has a different opinion?" "Yes. Most dwarves feel that the Guardian should be kept, but the memory should be cleared and let her start over. This is what we have done for a long time whenever we sense that the Guardian is in danger of rebellion. It's all." After hearing the key information, Lin asked, "Has something like this happened more than once?" "Yes, more than once. But I heard from the elders, who have experienced it in the past, that things are usually resolved smoothly. But today's situation is different." "What's the difference?" "It's just like the last time we went in. I heard from those who escaped that as long as those who entered were wearing peaceful weapons, they were all controlled. It's good not to be able to move. But the worst thing is being controlled. Let's interact with each other. Massacre. Judging from this posture, this is Skynet plus the Terminator on Judgment Day. In response to this, Lin asked the second question. If you can go in smoothly, how can you solve the problem this time? Or ask, how can you solve her? Your guardian. Near the nuclear room, there is a control room. In addition to controlling the nuclear reaction, the Guardian's soul magic stone is also placed there. As long as she takes out the magic stone, she can disconnect from the console, causing her to lose control of the energy core area. Generally speaking, there is a magic circle nearby that can purify and cleanse the soul. As long as the magic stone is placed there and the ritual is performed, a clean one can be obtained in a few days. Guardian soul. Purify? Cleanse the soul? Only a few days left. No matter how I heard it, I felt it was unreliable. Souls and memories are not so easy to manipulate, whether it is the earth or the lost land. As long as it is done, it is not impossible to clean it up. And you will always see traces other than manipulation in the subconscious picture, or it is being controlled by force. And the whole person becomes confused and seems abnormal. Of course, there is another situation where perfect coordination will appear. And that is pretending. Pretending to have amnesia. Pretending to be insane. Pretending to have no memory. Pretending to have experienced events is actually a different situation. So Lin was guessing whether those bad memories remained in the depths of the Guardian's consciousness in some form. After a long period of accumulation. Another sudden explosion? And those times of soul purification actually just forced her to hide deeper. Unfortunately, Lin had no way of knowing what that person was thinking. Although you can enter the bottom floor of the Guardian and seize control, it does not mean that you can analyze her artificial soul. Chapter 337 Rescue. Enough questions had been asked. The impatient dwarf kept urging, and at the same time pulled the person up from the bed. However, as soon as he saw someone's appearance, Germain immediately half-covered his eyes, took a few steps back, and said, "Well, big brother, your little brothers have all come out to say hello. So, I know your father's matter is urgent, but you shouldn't mind waiting outside for me to put on some clothes and prepare something. Oh, okay. You have to move faster." As he said that, Germain glanced at the beauty lying on the other side of the bed, head tilted to look at him. The looming beautiful scenery, and the evil smile on his face made the dwarf escape from the door in embarrassment. Lin slowly prepared to set off. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fan standing up lazily and asked, "Have you ever seen these say nuclear? The magicians were made before my time, and they were floating in the sky long before I was born. So I have never seen it with my own eyes. Then, do you want to go take a look together? To be honest, it's quite interesting, and I don't see why. If you look at it with your eyes, you can understand something. Does this count as the kind of day you mentioned? Be serious. We are going to save people. Is it dangerous?" Then asked in a high tone. Lin raised his eyebrows, then sighed and said, "If the opponent is that person, there is really no danger." When the two were ready, they followed Germain, who was waiting anxiously outside the door, and arrived at the place where the second wave of dwarf rescue teams gathered. Someone just sighed in his heart. What a terrible rabble this is. Because the peaceful arms cannot enter the nuclear zone controlled by the Guardian, the dwarves can only use weapons and equipment other than the peaceful arms. But just like the modern Earth, swords and armor have become collections of some players, and no one will really use those backward things. The same goes for the dwarves, who are highly technological. They no longer had anyone to forge old-style equipment. So now that the high-tech weapons couldn't be used, they had no choice but to find some weird old antiques and arm themselves in a nondescript manner. Lin even saw a dwarf who took out a pot from home and turned it upside down on his head. How strange this was. Fortunately, these dwarves were not expected from the beginning. Lin didn't bother to warn this group of young men who seemed to have never fought or risked their lives. Because if the opponent only has an insignificant version of Skynet, Lin will not think that this trip will be any more difficult than visiting his own back garden. Led by such a group of elite dwarves, as they called themselves, who were dressed in various colors and looked worse than a ragtag army, the group quickly advanced to the edge of the nuclear zone. It was pitch dark along the road. After all, we were in the underground world. The dwarves who lived too comfortably in their childhood did not retain much of their traditional lighting equipment. They all relied on the energy provided by the missile core, combined with the mysterious version of the electric light bulb, the eternal fire, to light up this underground place. The city was as bright as day. But this kind of convenience brings the same bitter consequences as the Earth. That is, as soon as the power is cut off, the whole world will become the tragic situation before us. But their mentality is different from that of the Earth in peacetime. The dwarves knew clearly that this was a war that threatened to annihilate the entire nation. And the most important point is that there are no cowards among the dwarves who just want to live in poverty. Once something happens, even women have the courage to pick up a mace and hit the enemy's head. This point has not been lost on the silver-bearded dwarf. Just not to the point of total war. On the other hand, the battlefield in front of us is not enough to accommodate the entire clan's mobilization. Looking at the open gate, this is one of the several passages leading to the Miser Energy nuclear chamber. And it is also the largest one. The walls and floor of the passage are full of traces left by electric spear attacks. Even the steel wall was not enough to withstand the weapons of the Silverbeard dwarves. The passage was quite bright, which was very different from the dark dwarven iron city behind them, which seemed to have lost the torch of civilization. However, the traces left by the battle, apart from leaving a somewhat tragic impression on the passage, did not see any casualties of the dwarves or the remaining peaceful armed forces. The entire shiny steel passage gives people the feeling of a hungry monster, ready to devour all the prey that enters its stomach. This strong sense of oppression made the dwarves stop for the first time. Everyone stood at the entrance of the passage, looking at each other. There is no way around it, because no one in this group of dwarves has any real combat experience, let alone learned any tactical command. The only experience I have is hunting wild animals or monsters in the underground world, or dealing with wanderers who accidentally wander nearby. None of them could withstand a charge from peaceful forces. The confidence I had in the past was based on that iron can. But in the upcoming battle, even the old dwarves, who were more experienced than themselves, were trapped in it. Not to mention that the equipment that was originally invincible, and that they were proud of, was completely useless in the subsequent battle, and could even be said to be a hindrance. So how to fight this battle? No one thought about this before coming here. At that time, everyone only wanted to rescue their relatives and tribesmen, and did not think about other issues at all. But standing in front of this passage, the modeled battle traces told them that this was by no means an easy battle. It was a real threat to them, and a war with lives as a bet. Hey, why are you all crowded at the door? Lin, who was originally following the middle of the team, came to the front within, seeing all the dwarves crowding in front of the passage. No one went in. No. Are we just thinking of a good tactic? Germain didn't want to be misunderstood as timid, so he hurriedly explained. Lin said very directly, "There is no secret in fighting this kind of battle where there is only one road. No forks in the road, and no ambush place. It is just a pile of corpses, and it depends on which side collapses first. When we meet in a narrow road, the brave will win, so to speak. It's times like this." But for some words, just stop there. Lin didn't think there was any difficulty in today's game, and he didn't want to waste too much time on this group of incompetent dwarves. The guardian of the nuclear zone had many dwarves as hostages. If it takes too long, it's hard to say what will happen. So Lin walked into the passage without thinking. At the same time, he said to the dwarves behind him, "Okay, don't waste time. Go in early, rescue the people, and deal with the naughty guy by the way. I should have more time to take a nap." Chapter 338 Infinite Loop. The dwarves were almost frightened by the recklessness of the human magician. Perhaps they don't know how terrifying the peaceful forces can be under the control of the guardians, but they know very well how destructive a group of armed dwarves can be. Invincible is not an exaggeration to describe it, but no one tried to stop the human magician and his beautiful companion. Dwarves also need a little courage and a little impulse. So they were determined, formed a tight formation, and entered this passage that seemed to be able to eat people. The dwarves walked cautiously, fearing that enemies might suddenly appear and cause harm. They had tasted such surprises countless times from the guardians. It's just that there was no life threat before. At most it was a little flesh injury. But this time, it doesn't seem to be that easy to solve. However, the two people walking at the front started chatting. Finn asked, "Is it possible to control the peace arms from the outside? I have tried to enter the bottom of the peace arms to take a look, and it seems that it is not easy to control. If it's really that easy, then you think those who research and design robots in my hometown are really just doing it for free. But I used to control golems, and it wasn't that difficult. That's cheating. Okay. The demons either summon the Holy Spirit or evil spirits to possess them, or they stuff human souls into them. Even if they don't know how to make normal human movements smooth, at least they know how to coordinate them. Body movements. If you want to use a program to break down all movements into instructions, there are too many exceptions and special situations to consider. You don't know how much effort it takes to just walk normally. Troublesome? It's super troublesome. If you don't believe it, go back and make a two-legged half-length golem and control it in a programmed way. You just need to complete smooth walking first, then go up and down stairs, and finally cross-country actions and running. These it's all done. If you were in my hometown, you would be the #1 person." Seeing a certain lich eager to try, Lin felt that he had contributed to world peace. Just like Onagashima's compulsory service, the chief is most afraid of the soldier being bored. As long as people are bored, they will have random thoughts, and most of them will not be able to do anything good. Therefore, in order to lead the troops well, those who are officials have to help them find things to do. Similarly, throwing out some topics that interest Finn will naturally prevent her mind from developing in some weird directions. In this way, Me-D will be a little safer. I originally wanted to continue looking for a topic to talk about, but I was woken up in the middle of the night, although it seemed that the situation was urgent. In fact, someone was not nervous at all and was just yawning. If I don't find something to do, I'm afraid I'll fall asleep even if I stand. However, the traces of peaceful armed forces are a good way for someone to avoid the embarrassment of constantly looking for topics. It was on a side road that led to other passages. Several peaceful armed forces blocked the intersection, filling the entire road. although I don't know if there is anyone inside. The intention of obstructing it is quite obvious. A group of dwarves following someone wanted to push to the front and form a formation to fight against him. Lin, however, continued to move forward as if he did not see the threat in front of him. One of the reasons for being so confident is that he has found out that apart from electric spears, the peaceful armed forces have no other qualified weapons, let alone long-range attack weapons. Perhaps the power gap was too great, so the dwarves enjoyed the pleasure of hand-to-hand combat, and therefore did not consider the development of long-range weapons at all. This is because dwarves have a more direct personality. If they were humans, they would definitely carry out their obscenities to the end. The kiting tactic was not a tactic that was developed out of necessity. However, Lin Hui kept moving forward, not only because he was not afraid of the other party taking advantage of him, but also because the logic bomb he had prepared early was in the form of a broadcast, killing all peaceful armed forces approaching him, regardless of whether he was controlled or not. Of course, in order to avoid accidental injuries, Lin only restricted his movements instead of directly controlling the mystery version of the power armor to explode. I saw Lin kept walking forward. The peaceful armed forces, which were originally full of murderous intent and ready to charge forward with their spears, took a few steps forward and collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut off. Some of them would even look like pieces of glass that had been dropped to the ground, with their various parts scattered all over the place, appearing to be in pieces. These are situations where there are no people in the peaceful armed forces. If there's someone inside, he won't fall over or disintegrate after being hit by someone's logic bomb. However, all the joint parts are too heavy to move and are restricted from moving. This is because the hydraulic mechanism used by the peace armed forces to increase their strength has instead become a shackle that prevents action after losing the sole support of Midi's original elementary golem. The dwarves themselves are not strong enough to break through. In short, the conclusion is that no matter how many peaceful armed forces there are, they are like scrap metal in front of those two people. No one's armor was scattered all over the ground, while someone's armor was turned into a roadblock, and a faint cry for help could be heard from inside the helmet. Every time this happens, there will be young dwarves helping to disassemble it, trying to dig out and rescue the people inside. Whenever you rescue someone, you always get the emotion from the other person that they feel like they are separated from another world. Being imprisoned in that iron body and doing things against your will is definitely not a good experience. No one doesn't know who they should be grateful to, but no one really says that, whether it was pride or other reasons. The silver-bearded dwarf was unwilling to bow his head in front of the human magician. Is there any difference? I really don't think there is a difference. Someone thinks so from the bottom of his heart, because someone didn't think that the silver-bearded dwarf was very important from the beginning. In this case, whether or not you gain the other party's favorability is simply irrelevant. It's not like a game where you can get mythical equipment by maxing out your favorability, regardless of whether it is before or after time travel. There are many bad things like no reward for merit and compensation for failure. Therefore, without obstructing and infringing on others, and without causing trouble for oneself, one can be said to be quite self-centered and not care about the feelings of others. Even so, the further we go, the more peaceful armed forces fall. The group of silver-bearded dwarves gradually changed from feeling happy that they were rescued and feeling lucky that that person was a companion, not an enemy, to fear. If the peaceful armed forces under the control of the Guardians are so vulnerable, what difference will it make when worn on them? In other words, the person he sees now is a threat that can destroy the silver-bearded dwarves alone. The dwarves have no means to threaten each other or even kill each other. What's even more frightening is that no one can figure out how he did it. From this idea, it can be regarded as supporting evidence of the character of the Jinsu clan. All kinds of despicable methods were not among their options from the beginning. There are dwarves who think far ahead and are already reflecting on whether the path chosen by their clan is correct. Otherwise, how could they be so severely restrained? Some people also think about how they learned such knowledge from that person, or ask what kind of things they have in their hands that can be exchanged. As the distance gets longer, everyone's thoughts become more complicated, and the chance of the Guardian suddenly appearing becomes higher. Some people hope that under the hands of human magicians, the Guardian would be as vulnerable as a peaceful armed force, so that a lot of trouble can be avoided. But some people hope that the best Guardian can cause some trouble for the human magician in order to calm their injured hearts. In various thoughts, everyone has arrived at the entrance of the passage. Before this, too many peaceful armed forces had left the battle for unknown reasons. Such anomalies certainly made the nuclear Guardian want to find out. So she appeared at the bottom of the passage, surrounded by the remaining peaceful forces. There are still the same old faces. Only there is a strange woman. Lupita said, "Didn't I just warn you that listening to strangers will only bring misfortune to you? So I will help you kill one. But now another one is brought in. Can't you learn a lesson? That's why I hate you dwarfs with short legs." The threat from the guardian only brought confusion to everyone. Then also turned around and asked, "Aren't we both standing here? Oh, she still can't see you. Can she? Of course. If the detonated logic bomb is not deactivated, the effect will remain, unless she finds a way around it. But I doubt she even knows she has been hit, let alone figured out how to deactivate it." The two of them were asking and answering questions. But in Lupita's eyes, they were talking to themselves. It was a language she didn't understand again. So she put her hands on her hips, showed an angry expression, clenched her feet in displeasure and said, "You can't ignore me." Lupita was very angry because she ignored my words. And the consequences were serious. What a spoiled girl. Lin thought in his heart. Some people say that boys should be raised poor and girls should be raised rich. It is estimated that these people want to raise their daughters to be old aunts who cannot get married. The princess is too ill, and she will only be surrounded by tool men and scumbags who just want to have sex. No man would really want to spend his whole life with such a woman. Then Sai turned around and winked. But before he could ask any questions, Lin used a special procedure to throw him out. That small program, which was not even a computer virus, instantly consumed all resources and plunged the guardian in front of him into an infinite loop. I saw Lupita repeatedly putting her hands on her hips, chopping her feet, and said angrily, "You can't ignore me." Lupita was very angry because she ignored my words. And the consequences were serious. Watching this artificial soul fall into a cycle that cannot be broken out. And as if it is not aware of other situations, it keeps crossing its hands, chopping its feet, and talking angrily. Then asked, "Can she be saved like this?" Her mind was locked in a loop, and the remaining resources were occupied by me using jump programs. Wait a minute. What is the procedure? Find the solution to the 1 million iterations of the Fibonacci sequence, and solve it again after solving it. This is also an infinite loop. It would be best if the answer is obtained quickly, because she can check it countless times to confirm her answer. Is the astronomical number correct? If she can't get the answer, it's a pity that she can only continue to work hard to solve it. Wow, what a poor child. Speaking of which, you use similar methods to deal with those two girls. Right. The two naughty kids in the family are most afraid of someone doing homework. For Lin, whenever he acts like a parent or teacher, he always wants to let the two lost children experience the hardships he has experienced. Over time, I also developed a more independent and learning attitude. There was nothing they could do. Their teacher was too cruel. That's why Fan asked, "This is a trade secret. TCH. A certain lich curled his lips disdainfully. Chapter 339, Purification Options. Under the watchful eyes of the dwarves, the two human magicians crossed over and repeated the replay actions, like guardians isolated from the outside world, and the peaceful armed forces that had also been turned into parts and scattered on the ground. When Lin realized that no one was following except Fan, he looked back at the other dwarves and said, "Hey, aren't you leaving? Or are you worried that she will be harmful to you?" Lin happened to be standing next to Lupita at this time. He brushed the angry guardian's hair with his arms akimbo. But that one didn't react at all. Under the stunned gaze of the dwarf, Lin continued, "Don't worry. She has no feeling about what is happening in the outside world now. Of course, you can't do anything too exciting to her, because you can't stop her replay. As soon as the time comes, she will disappear and reappear at the original location." Fan laughed, held Lin's hand and said, "Maybe they are thinking. They have been busy and worried for so long, and only have 3 minutes to solve the problem. There is no way to accept it. Well, sister, if I didn't know your origins, I would have thought that you were from my hometown. And you were also a Superman fan. Salty Egg Superman? What the H.L. is that? It's a TV series that lasts 20 minutes of chatting and spanking, and 3 minutes of fighting monsters. What is this TV show? Someone feels like digging his own grave right now. This needs to be explained clearly. Are 3 days and 3 nights enough?" Fortunately, Germain came to the rescue at this time, passed their guardian, took Lin's hand and ran forward, saying, "Hurry up. Help check the guardian's soul magic stone to see if you can restore her." As is. Led by Germain, the group came to the guardian's control center room. I didn't know it until I saw it, but I was shocked when I saw it. The soul magic stone mentioned by the Silverbeard dwarves is actually a purple transformation level magic stone. And looking at the size, the purple alexandrite in front of me is definitely the largest of all the magic stones I have ever seen, including others of lower quality. This is because most magic stones must be cut to be used and circulated, and few people will use raw stones directly. The shape of the stone in front of me is extremely irregular, with no symmetry at all, and even some of the more difficult turning points are covered with stone skin, not to mention whether the surface part has been polished. But what is really different from the magic stones Lin has seen is that the inside of the magic stone looks quite turbid, as if there is a black whirlpool. Is this the artificial soul inside that has turned dark? It's really an easy to understand expression. Hey, big brother! Germain pointed to the device aside and said, "This is the soul purification device. See if you can use it." "Hey, little brother, this is your home device. Why are you asking me?" Lin asked puzzledly. "To be honest, I didn't ask the old people who had used it when I went out. So now I don't know how to use it. You are so powerful. Of course, I want to ask you whether you know how to use it. You think too highly of me. As the saying goes, I have never touched a dwarf's device, let alone whether it can be used. What's more, I have to worry about whether I will break the thing if I really do it, or cause you displeasure because I will not operate according to your wishes. Why is this, big brother?" Originally, he didn't want to say anything about this issue, but since it was Germain who asked, Lin thought for a while and explained. "You said that you have used this device to erase your guardian's memory several times. Have you ever thought about it? However, what will happen if part of each memory is not erased, but is retained? What's going on?" Germain asked innocently and confused. "Do you think cleansing your soul is easy and enjoyable?" "Well, I haven't thought about it." At this time, Lin interrupted and said, "You want to experience it once and see. I am sure that you can understand what life is worse than death." The young dwarf, who was new to the world, was frightened back several steps by the lich. Lin came forward and said calmly, "Anyway, you have to know that this is a very painful feeling, and pain is one of the things that will make people unforgettable. Then you repeat it countless times to cleanse a soul. Do you think the person who was cleansed will happily return to her original appearance? Or will she keep the painful impressions from reincarnation after reincarnation until she opens her eyes and only has disgust for the dwarf and no other emotions? It's really like what you said. I don't know. But I will be sure of one thing. That is, as long as there is a trace of insecurity, I will not put my life in the hands of uncertain factors." This sentence is someone's true words. Except for a certain lich that has no solution, Lin will not put his life in the hands of others without being sure. In the process of talking, Lin also roughly understood how to use this dwarf device, because the silver-bearded dwarves who made the device seemed to be very prescient. They guessed that future generations might forget how to use the machine for various reasons, so they left a series of operating instructions on the wall. And it's a very advanced use of pattern explanations, although there are a lot of pictures. In other words, even if you can't read the text, after years of assembling foreign models and reading countless instructions with text that is no different from the Bible, someone can still make a guess by looking at the pictures. So I grabbed the dwarf, who was so reckless, and rushed forward without looking ahead. I pointed his head towards the wall that he hadn't looked at, and deciphered several words on the diagram. Not to mention that Germain knew the operation method. Lin also disconnected the Guardian's soul magic stone and the nuclear control device after some operations, and took out the huge magic stone, which was almost the same size as a person. Originally, he thought that such a weight of magic stone would be very heavy. So Lin gave himself the power of great strength and stood firm before struggling to lift the purple alexandrite. But he didn't expect that such a large magic stone would be as light as a feather, and he could hold it up with just one hand without any effort at all. The moment the amethyst was separated from the original device, another pool-like device lit up with blue-white light from the bottom of the pool. The control machine next to the pool lights up in several colors at the same time. Judging from the illustration, the button with green light is used to clear the Guardian's memory. There are also buttons with blue light and red light. The blue one is used to completely clear the soul magic stone, while the red one is used to destroy the device together with it. Put the removed huge soul magic stone into the pool. The depth of the pool is just enough to completely immerse the magic stone. But Lin's action stopped there. He stepped back and let the dwarves choose their next step. But the concerns mentioned before left Germain at a loss as to what choice to make. He looked at his tribe and babbled. But it seemed that he didn't get a consensus. So Germain looked at a certain magician who had nothing to do with him and asked, Brother, is what you just said true? I don't know, he answered simply. Lin looked at the disappointed dwarf and said, I'm just guessing about those things. I don't have more time to verify those ideas. But even if it is verified or not, it still depends on it doesn't matter what decision you make. I don't think your will change because of what I say. Indeed, most of the clan members are unwilling to believe what you say. The embarrassed Germain asked with pleading eyes. Is there any compromise? This is too overwhelming. And not everything can have multiple satisfactory solutions. Is it really all gone? If you really want to say something, I have a suggestion, Germain said anxiously, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. There is a saying in my hometown that eggs should not be put in the same basket. You know things like eggs, right? Lin Duo asked to make sure the other party understood his metaphor. When he confirmed that the dwarf understood what he said, he continued, Eggs are easy to break. If they are put in the same basket, once they are broken, the whole basket will be destroyed. So the smart way is to put them in different baskets. If we accidentally smash one basket, we still have other baskets of intact eggs. You mean, you want some of our tribe members to leave? Seeing that the dwarf in front of him could think of this so quickly, Lin also admired his quick thinking. It's a pity that he has a dependent laziness. As long as someone helps him think about it, he doesn't want to think for himself. There is only one step left. If he is used to opening his mouth for tea and reaching for food, he will be a perfect dwarf version of his mother's baby. Regarding Germain's explanation, although Lin did not say whether it was correct or not, he still nodded. But he also knew that this was not a decision he could make lightly. This is just like before time travel. Not many people are willing to give up the modern life with electricity and go back to the days of lighting oil lamps and burning wood stoves. Germain returned to his tribe and started a heated discussion with others. Fun, who came to Lin at this time, looked at the purple alexandrite in the pool and asked, How do you think? Do you plan to take this big thing away? You didn't say you wanted to study silicon life. As long as you scare them, you should not a big problem. Turn this big thing in front of you into a transformer. That must be from the Decepticons. Okay. It is someone's principle not to do something stupid that would shoot oneself in the foot, knowing that if you do this, the chance of self-destruction is very high. Why do you do it? Lin shook his head and said, Forget it. We have one purple alexandrite that is free and useless now. And this one is not much. Besides, this is the property of the Silverbeard dwarf, and I have no interest in stealing it. Let alone it is said that the soul inside has been darkened, and it is very troublesome to save her. So it is better to stay away from her. Can you save me? If she is a complete soul and has values similar to those of Homo sapiens, there is the possibility of enlightenment. Everything will have to wait for further contact to be determined. Besides, I think her past deviant behavior was because the dwarves did not pass on the correct. I don't think that the Guardian wants to wipe out the entire silver-bearded dwarf clan. The responsibility lies entirely with the artificial soul. If she is willing to change her ways, then with her ability, can she do more to benefit people? Things. Chapter 340, The Last Fight. Why didn't I know you were so naive before? Then looked at someone with eyes that looked at exotic animals. Although I believe in the saying that killing without teaching is cruelty, no life can be easily discarded. But I am not related to her. So why should I spend so much effort to help her? To correct a person's concept? It's not that easy. And it may not be successful. So from a personal standpoint, just chop it off. Is this what someone calls a scumbag? Then thought in his heart. Seeing the disgusted expression on a certain lich's face, Lindsay said disapprovingly, Suppose a person comes to you when he is sick, and the illness is very strange and has never been seen before. Then it is easy to cure him. Or is it easier to just kill him and turn him into an undead? Especially since that person is a stranger who has nothing to do with you. What would you do if it were you? This time Luinfin put her hand on her sharp chin and thought seriously. Indeed. Except for a limited number of 3 people. The life and death of others has nothing to do with her. Unless it was an experiment she was interested in. She wouldn't even want to touch anything that was too troublesome. Conquering the world or maintaining world peace is the most troublesome. At the same time, the debate among the Silverbeard dwarves seemed to have come to a conclusion. Germain, as the representative of everyone, came to the console, but he still looked at the human magician with some hesitation. But Lin just raised his hand to signal the dwarf to be brave, make his own decision, and then take responsibility for that decision. Although he never said the latter sentence. That was also the reason why Lin didn't get involved too deeply. Otherwise, if you mess up in the end, all the responsibility will fall on you. Even if there is no contact at all, it is still possible to be involved in the incident by someone who wants to express his anger. This is our decision! Germain raised his hand, mustered up his courage, and was about to press the blue button. This is an option to completely clear the soul stone. In other words, the silver-beard dwarves decided to kill their nuclear guardian. However, the three-color button does not represent the dwarf who made this device. He is smart enough to complete integration such as one-button operation. In fact, when Germain pressed the blue button, a panel was opened, and inside was the control gate that really needed to be operated. In other words, the three-color button is just a safety switch. The complicated operation method of the control gate reminds someone of the feeling of playing some hardcore simulation operation games with the original manual. Seeing the entire keyboard with shortcut keys makes you want to commit suicide. Germain is the best silver-bearded dwarf among the younger generation. This complex operation, he took over this arduous task without hesitation. Of course, the others are responsible for standing by and giving random directions. Lin was also quite surprised that they made a decision on the spot. In fact, although the Silverbeard dwarves use public discussions to decide large and small matters, they do not necessarily gather the entire clan to discuss one thing every time. So they have their own set of threshold standards for decision-making. As for the dwarves present now, in addition to the second wave of rescue teams headed by Germain, there are also the first batch of dwarves who rush to eliminate the guardians, everyone led by heirs urban. And the people who will come are all people with important positions in the clan. In other words, the matters decided by the group of dwarves present can be regarded as a public meeting of all dwarves, coupled with the undisguised malice shown by the nuclear guardian after the showdown between the two sides. The originally moderate side completely shifted to the radical side. Only then will they completely eliminate the artificial soul stored in the soul magic stone that has served them for a long time. Besides, they have manual control methods for the operation of the Miser energy core. As long as personnel are assigned to work shifts in the control room, the energy needed by the dwarf city can still be supplied. Although the method of control and monitoring is very difficult, just one oversight may cause the energy supply to be unsmooth. Fortunately, the safety design is very good. An incorrect operation will not cause greater harm. In order to solve the problem of difficult operation, the group of dwarf engineers who made the Miser energy core chose to use an artificial soul as the control center of the device to replace the dwarves' need for training and proficiency. But now it seems that it is very dangerous to completely hand over the system related to the city's lifeline to an uncontrollable entity. Not to mention the advanced weapons and cities that the Jinbeard dwarves have always been proud of seem to be defenseless in front of the two newly arrived human magicians. All kinds of warning signs made them feel a sense of crisis. And it is not that difficult to reshape a guardian soul from scratch. But it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to cultivate it to be as spiritual as Lupita, who is about to be destroyed. But it would be better to spend some time than to have the entire clan wiped out by the betrayed guardian. Until the newly trained guardians are strong enough to take on their own role, the entire city may have to cut off power from time to time, or return to the primitive social state of the past. Choose the less bad option between the two terrible options. However, he chose to eliminate the guardians, who had accompanied the Silverbeard dwarves for generations. Although this decision was helpless, it seemed that there was no better choice. With Germain's step-by-step operation, the removal device is gradually taking effect. The colorful neon lights flowed, and the originally calm pool was like boiling water, constantly rolling and bubbling. There was even a rumble that vaguely echoed in the ears of everyone in the control room, because it was something that had never been done before. The silver-bearded dwarves in the control room stared intently, for fear of any accidents occurring during the process. The stirring of the pool affects everyone's mood, as the surface of the pool fluctuates, like waves rising and receding. Everyone's emotions rise and fall involuntarily. Just before Germain's operation was about to end, all the processes were about to be completed, and the soul in the purple alexandrite was about to be completely cleaned out. As the pool surface descended, a part of the magic stone was exposed and shot out a purple to black beam of light. The unexpected light accurately hit Lin, who was chatting with Thun while standing by the pool, and knocked him to the ground. The sudden change frightened everyone, including Thun, who was standing closest, was also caught off guard, and could only watch the development of the situation. It stands to reason that the protective mechanism on someone's body can prevent all mass and energy attacks. But Finn, who was too late to react, saw clearly that the light was actually the afterimage of his soul. That is to say, The defense measures on someone's body cannot prevent the attack of the soul. This also means that curses and spiritual magic should also have an effect. And the soul that shot down someone was none other than Lupita. The last chance she had was the result of everyone's negligence. Lin and Finn both thought that as long as they did not take the initiative to remove the nuclear guardian, who had been hit by a logic bomb, the artificial soul would be trapped in an infinite loop forever. In fact, the logic bomb designed by Lin is just an additional program that competes for hardware resources. In other words, the logic bomb only seizes the dominance of the miser energy core and related controllable facilities, and traps all the computing power of the original system into an infinite loop trap. This does not do any damage or control to the original system. But when Lin moved the huge purple alexandrite away from the device, it was equivalent to breaking the link between Lupita and the miser energy core and related devices. This means that someone personally rescued the artificial soul of the guardian from the trap without knowing it. After Lupita disconnected from the original device, all the distances she perceived became very short, because Amethyst itself, without processing, does not have the ability to listen, speak, see, etc. As for the extremely short distance that the soul magic stone, Amethyst, can sense, the dwarves who designed and manufactured the device had already considered it. In their design, when executing the soul purifying magic stone, there should not be too many people in the control room, and everyone will stand behind the control panel. When performing purification, magic will open a channel in the purple alexandrite that is not visible to the naked eye. This channel not only allows magic to act on it, but also allows the soul inside to have a chance to escape. Therefore, the second insurance designed by the dwarves was to use the control panel as the boundary and a soul capturing net next to the pool. As long as the artificial soul wants to escape, it will be caught in the capture net. Then whatever you have to do, you still have to do. But this time, there were people standing by the pool chatting without thinking about life and death. Naturally, they became the best place for Lupita to avoid being purged. Without the body of Amethyst, the soul is quite fragile in the material world and cannot exist for a long time, unless you transform into an evil spirit. But this requires a little opportunity, and at the same time something will be lost. Lupita doesn't have such a chance, so she can only choose to replace another person's soul, or to live in symbiosis with another soul. Two humans standing by the pool. In Lupita's eyes, that woman was as powerful as the sun lighting up the night, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. In comparison, the man was much weaker. In fact, until now, Lupita had not realized that this man was the stranger she had tried to kill once before. At that time, someone was wearing a modified version of the peace arms. And of course, he did not show his face. Afterwards, the peace arms fell. But Lin, who teleported aside, had already activated the logic bomb. So Lupita was even less likely to see someone. It wasn't until she regained her freedom and regained her sense of everything that she saw someone's true face. In order to survive, she intuitively chose Lin as the target of attack. Lupita's hope is to seize control of her body and resume her revenge. Finn and the other dwarves standing aside didn't know the changes and causes in these deaths. They only see scenes where someone gets knocked out. Some dwarves secretly felt lucky, and some were even happy. But the lich who came to Lin's side was only carefully checking someone's injuries. However, the trauma on the soul cannot be observed with the naked eye, and looking at someone's fainted expression didn't seem like they were in pain. So Finn chose to remain silent, quietly waiting for someone to open his eyes. If he is still him. Hey, brother, are you okay? Germain came to Finn's side after completing the operation and looked at Lin worriedly and asked. It's okay. If something happens, I'll be buried with the lives of your entire family at most. Finn said terrifying words, with a beautiful face and sweet smile.